Welcome back to New Rock Stars. I'm Eric Boss, and this is a breakdown of 2001's Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, or Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone for our friends overseas. First entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series at New Rock Stars. My family and I rewatch these films every holiday season, and growing up reading these books was the first world I truly geeked out in, with theories and clue hunting and just endless refreshing of the Leaky Cauldron website. So I am thrilled to revisit all 8 films of this series for Easter eggs, details you never spotted, connections to the book, and just interesting behind-the-scenes facts that make this series so timeless. And since HBO and Warner Brothers seem to be rebooting Harry Potter as a series on HBO, we're gonna end each of these videos with a breakdown of what to get right. Like, what are they required to do now that they have a full season to adapt each of these books? We're calling it our Room of Requirement. Okay, here we go. Right off the bat, we see the Warner Brothers logo, which is the usual logo, but instead of the normal Warner Brothers theme playing, which is As Time Goes By, featured in the movie Casablanca, it plays the John Williams Harry Potter theme. Ooh, so good. After this film, all of the subsequent movies had a stylized Harry Potter-ish design in the intro. But John Williams, after composing several iconic scores for several iconic franchises, had a high bar for Harry Potter, and somehow was able to tap into the song that was in our heads that we didn't even realize. And now, when you go back and watch these, it couldn't have been any other music for Harry Potter. The film opens on the street sign for Privet Drive with an owl perched on top, the first indication of some wizard activity. Lots of words in Harry Potter have obvious or not so obvious double meanings, as J.K. Rowling was trying to do some Dickensian wordplay. Like Privet Drive is a play on private drive, or Diagon Alley is designed diagonally. Director Chris Columbus wanted Privet Drive to look like an endless urban sprawl. When they walk down it in the film, you don't see an end to the street. It just slowly curves out of view to accentuate its size. He did this to highlight Harry's terrible situation in the cupboard and wanted it to look as expansive and soul-crushing as possible. The production went to great lengths to make each house of Privet Drive look like a cookie cutter, like an infinity mirror, right? Down to giving each family identical 1998 Vauxhall Vectras. Actually, after this film, the real homeowners requested more money to film there, so production painstakingly recreated the street at Levingston Film Studios. They felt this would ultimately be cheaper in the long run. As the owl flies off into the night, Albus Dumbledore appears out of nowhere, berating, as we will later learn he did here. He's played in this film by Richard Harris, who took the role at his 11-year-old granddaughter's urging. Upon his death, right before the release of the Chamber of Secrets film, the role was recast for the 3rd film with Michael Gambon stepping in. Dumbledore uses a deluminator, also known as a put-outer, to extinguish the street lamps. This object comes back later in the series in an important way. Dumbledore spots Professor Minerva McGonagall, played by Dame Maggie Smith. McGonagall is an animagus, which means she can turn into an animal at will, in her case, a tabby cat. This cat apparently ran away during filming, only to reappear a few days later. In the books, any witch or wizard who can transform into an animal has to register with the Ministry of Magic so that they can keep track of who can turn into what. This is why later it's such a big deal that James Potter, Harry's father, along with Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, taught themselves to do it and are unregistered. Unregistered anime guy can go to Azkaban, the wizard prison, for doing this. Dumbledore and McGonagall hint around about what's just happened, but they leave a lot out. So at this point, Voldemort, he must not be named, has risen to power and has been wreaking havoc in the magical and non-magical communities, imprisoning and torturing people, murdering others, amassing followers. And earlier tonight, he went after James and Lily Potter and their baby, Harry. He managed to kill James and Lily, but Harry survived, and Voldemort somehow disappeared. All of these blanks will get filled in, the why, the how, etc. throughout this film and in the upcoming series. So when Dumbledore here says both the good and the bad rumors are true, he means the bad, that James and Lily are dead, and the good, that Voldemort seems to be gone, at least for now. Much later in the book series, it's established that James and Lily died on Halloween night. Now, in this neighborhood, there are not any Halloween decorations or late-night trick-or-treaters, but honestly, the residents of Privet Drive seem like the type of people that would give out toothbrushes or inferior candy to kids, so that no kids would want to come to this neighborhood, so, it tracks. Like, there's some bratty HOA president who lives in this neighborhood who's like scaring away kids with a rake. Hagrid shows up with Harry on a flying motorcycle that he borrowed from Sirius Black, and obviously we'll meet Sirius Black later in this franchise. Robin Williams reportedly really wanted to play the role of Hagrid, going so far as to say he'd do the role for no pay. He begged Chris Columbus, who he'd done a ton of movies with, like Miss Doubtfire and Bicentennial Man, but J.K. Rowling specifically wanted the cast to all be from the UK because she felt the film would feel more authentic if everyone could do their own natural accents. So the role ultimately went to Robbie Coltrane, who was the first actor cast. In real life, Robbie Coltrane is 6'1". In the film, they made him around 8 feet tall. In the books, Hagrid is actually 11 11 feet 6 inches and is half giant on his mother's side. For the film, they made Coltrane taller through a number of visual effects, mostly practical. You can see lots of examples of forced perspective, and they had special boots that added about an extra 7 inches to him. They also created 2 different sets in some scenes, for instance, a smaller and a larger version of his hut, so that when other characters stood in front of the set piece, it would look normal size, but when Hagrid stood in front, it would look much smaller. And as in Lord of the Rings, they used forced perspective and a layered fat suit. In some cases, they also used a 6'10" stand-in, Martin Bayfield, a former England international rugby player who also wore an animatronic head that looked like Robbie Coltrane. You can actually see that animatronic head a few times in the film, and it's kind of an unsettling uncanny valley thing when you do notice it. But it is cool how many practical effects there are throughout the film. Despite it being nominated for a BAFTA for Best Visual Effects, Columbus has said that he was never happy with them and that the VFX felt rushed. But it's so fun to see them get so clever with how to achieve certain things. And from watching these films to watching The Cursed Child play, the real magic comes in the practical magic and the sleight of hand techniques that they use. Now, Chris Columbus had a lot of experience working with kids from directing films like Home Alone and Mrs. Doubtfire, and he reportedly really wanted this job because he credited the Harry Potter books with teaching his daughter to learn to love reading. Before meeting with the producers, he put in a lot of work and asked to go last in the pitch meeting process after they had considered other directors like Steven Spielberg and Terry Gilliam. Columbus actually showed up to his meeting with producers with a spec script that he had written just to show them how serious he was. His passion and all the free work that he put into prep won everyone over, and he got the gig, which Terry Gilliam, as an Englishman, was not happy about. Gilliam was actually J.K. Rowling's first choice, and he had also wanted the gig very badly, but they apparently felt he didn't have enough experience working with child actors. Later in an interview, a very salty Gilliam stated, "I was a perfect guy to do Harry Potter. I remember leaving that meeting, getting in my car, and driving for about 2 hours along Mulholland Drive, just so angry. I mean, Chris Columbus's versions are terrible, just dull, pedestrian." And say what you will about these first 2 movies, they created a visual language that other, barely better movies in the franchise would build upon. So baby Harry Potter is left with the Dursleys. This baby was played by triplets, despite the fact that they're really just in it for this shot. It's always just easier with babies when you've got more than one of them to work. And if you happen to live in the LA area and you got twins and they're like vaguely cute, those kids are going to college. Now, McGonagall says that the Dursleys are the worst sort of muggles imaginable. A muggle is a non-magical person. In the books, Dumbledore had to send Harry here because only staying with a blood relative would be safe for him because of his mother's sacrifice to save him. It's blood magic. As long as he went home to the Dursleys every summer, that was still considered his home, and the blood magic would protect him. The envelope that Dumbledore leaves with the letter in it, explain everything, reads, "Mr. and Mrs. V. Dursley, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey." The lightning bolt-shaped scar on baby Harry's head turns into the title card of the movie, with thunder heard over it and storm clouds behind the title. Then we get the actual lightning flash over all of it. About 10 years later, Harry is relegated to living in the cupboard under the stairs at Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's house, played perfectly by the awesome Fiona Shaw and Richard Griffiths. Set decorator Stephen McMillan said that he purposely picked out the ugliest furnishings he could find for the Dursleys' home to make it all as uncomfortable seeming as possible. There are photos of Harry's cousin Dudley and his parents everywhere, but there is not a single photo of Harry. This detail is straight from the books, and I love to see it in the living room here. Aunt Petunia is always embarrassed of, but secretly jealous of, her witch sister, and she and Vernon strive to be as normal and as non-remarkable as possible, which to them means neglecting and often ignoring Harry's existence. Now, these are actual baby photos of Harry Melling, who plays Dudley, and in years after this has gone on to be a very successful and very talented actor. The designers actually asked the Melling family to bring some in, and he later walked on set just to see them everywhere. I like the detail that the toys that Harry plays with are all broken, with the head snapped off, because these would be hand-me-downs from Dudley. On Dudley's birthday, they go to the zoo. Now, in the books, there's some other friends of Dudley's who go with them. I will admit, in the movie, it's just kind of weird to see the family just go, and Harry's there with them. But on the way, Uncle Vernon warns Harry about any funny business, because in the books, odd, meaning magical things, happen around him all the time. Like, he'll be running away from bullies and suddenly find himself on the roof, or Aunt Petunia cut all his hair off and it grew back the next morning, or just interesting looking people in weird robes will stop by and shake his hand. Harry does not know yet that he's magical, but his aunt and his uncle do, and they never speak of it or explain it to him. On the way into the zoo reptile house, they pass some local school kids in green and yellow uniforms. Probably just a coincidence, but green is the Slytherin color, and maybe the film is just kind of coding reptiles for us viewers so that we associate green school uniforms with, you know, the snake kids. Harry has this moment with the snake and vanishes the glass, and the snake slithers out, saying, "Now in the book, the snake says a bit more than this. He goes, 'Brazil, here I come. Thanks. amigo? Obviously, this is an important scene in Chamber of Secrets. It's revealed that the reason the snake understands Harry is because Harry Potter is a parcel mouth. Parcel mouth is the book's term for a speaker of parcel tongue, of course, the language of snakes. In the films, I believe they mostly just use the term parcel tongue for both the language and the speaker. Of course, Harry got this skill when Voldemort, who can also speak to snakes, attacked him and transferred some of his self and his powers to Harry. Of course, in Deathly Hallows, we will learn that's because Harry is himself a Horcrux. Later on, when Harry hands his uncle the mail, Vernon looks at a postcard and says, Marge is ill, she ate a funny whelk. He's referring to his sister, who will show up in the third film. We'll see how Harry accidentally magically inflates her and she floats away. Now, in the background of the scene, you can see Aunt Petunia stirring a pot on the stove. It is not mentioned here, but Petunia is dyeing Dudley's old clothes to make Harry's school uniform for the school that they were planning to send Harry to. In the extended edition, Harry asks Petunia about these clothes before he gets the Hogwarts letter. Owls keep showing up, trying to deliver to Harry this Hogwarts entry letter. For the scenes with the owls, they needed one to look at Fiona Shaw. The owl kept looking at the moving camera instead, so they hung dead mice from her apron to make the owl stare at her. Vernon tries to keep Harry from getting his official letter from Hogwarts and eventually drags the whole family to a building in the middle of a small island. There's a whole section of the book that shows him driving all over town to try to get away from them, but this movie just goes straight to the island. Then Hagrid shows up, kicking down the door, and again we see some of this great practical magic of different size sets depending on which actor's standing in that shot, and he delivers this bomb. You're a wizard. Now, he does not say "You're Wizard Harry" in the books, but this is just one of many examples of how they had to condense, especially exposition-heavy scenes for the film. When you read the book, this scene just reads as exposition, Hagrid just explaining things, and Harry going, "What's that? Why did he do that?" And it's very repetitive and does not make a very good scene, especially if you're reading aloud to your kid. And you can actually see J.K. Rowling get better as a writer as these books come out. Hagrid gives Harry his first proper birthday present that he's ever gotten, a birthday cake, and it is a mess. In the books, the Dursleys only ever gave Harry things like a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks as gifts. The kindness from Hagrid is one of the many reasons Harry remains so loyal to him throughout the series. And while as wonderful of a gift this cake is, really the sweetest gift I think anybody could give Harry shows up in the books when Hagrid gives Harry a freaking scrapbook of images of his parents. God, that's heartbreaking. Now, Hagrid keeps his broken wand hidden inside of an umbrella, and he's not supposed to use it. We find out in Chamber of Secrets that this is because he was expelled from Hogwarts as a student and is not supposed to be using magic of any kind. The fact that Harry's clothes pre-Hogwarts are all so large for him is really on display in this scene, as he has a belt holding these full pants up. He doesn't have any clothes of his own. Everything he wears is a hand-me-down from Dudley when they wear out or when just Dudley doesn't want them anymore. Truly, the Dursleys often go beyond negligent and veer straight into abusive territory, and this really just comes from J.K. Rowling writing especially these initial stories in the vein of the themes of Roald Dahl, in which Roald Dahl makes it clear that all British children are very unhappy. So Harry gets the letter from Hogwarts, and you can actually see the full visible text of the letter, reading as, "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students shall be required to report to the Chamber of Reception upon arrival, the dates for which shall be duly advised. Please ensure that the utmost attention be made to the list of requirements attached here within." Hagrid uses his umbrella wand to give Dudley a piggy tail, and the book goes into the detail of the Dursleys having to have this surgically removed, and that's pretty messed up. I mean, the kid's only 11 years old. He's a very bad boy, but he's still a boy. So at this point in the book, Harry actually has to go back with the Dursleys, and it's a very awkward section where the Dursleys are just like clearly wanting to abuse him more. But at this point in the movie, Harry's just like, "See ya," and he leaves with Hagrid and never looks back. Harry and Hagrid approach the leaky cauldron. The sign for it goes from empty to filled in as they get close because it recognizes them as magic users. Muggles just pass on by, not even noticing. Inside, a lot of people already know who Harry is, including Tom, the barkeep, and Daedalus Diggle, both bigger characters in the book. And Harry meets Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Quirrell. And I love how you can actually see Quirrell in the very first wide shot of the pub, his head bowed down in the corner. Harry's scar only hurts him when he's looking directly at the back of Quirrell's head, since that's where it turns out Voldemort is. So right now, Quirrell isn't setting off any alarm bells. Quirrell also doesn't shake Harry's hands, which the audience just chalks up to him being a weirdo, maybe a germaphobe, but it's really because had he shaken Harry's hand, he'd have found that Harry's touch burned him because of the magic given to Harry by his mother's sacrifice. Quirrell is actually in Diagon Alley that day because he's going to try and steal the Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone from from Gringotts later. Also, the menu board of the Leaky Cauldron includes a reference to the classic Monty Python spam sketch, just with a repetitive wordplay there. Now, as they venture into Diagon Alley, a very cool detail of these scenes is that notice all the set designers designed at Diagon Alley to have no straight lines, because it's diagonally. And also just Wizard World has to look different from our world. Harry and Hagrid go to Gringotts, the wizarding bank run by goblins. Now, the main goblin bank teller is played by Warwick Davis, who also plays Professor Flitwick and is the voice of Griphook, the goblin that takes them to the vault. Griphook was actually played by Vern Troyer, but because of J.K. Rowling's No Americans rule, his lines were dubbed over by Warwick Davis. Harry's vault number is 687. The vault that Hagrid goes to for Dumbledore is Vault 713. Griphook opens the vault by running his finger over the front of the vault door. In the book, anyone else who tried that would be sucked inside and trapped there, and the goblins only check the vaults for intruders once a decade. So you know, a lot of these vaults are filled with the corpses of dead thieves. Harry and Hagrid walk by the office of the Daily Prophet. That's the Wizarding World's main newspaper. Harry goes to get a wand at Ollivander's. The sign reads, "Makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Ollivander's at Universal Studios has a sign exactly like this. Actually, walking down Diagon Alley there is really cool. You can get a butterbeer or pick out a wand, and they have a lot of flourishes from the movie itself. Just don't go in the middle of summer where it's 112 degrees out, or this number in Celsius, because it kind of ruins the illusion of the snow-topped British stores. Ollivander is played amazingly by John Hurt, another legend in a number of films, including an Alien. He says he can remember every wand he's ever sold. Each wand is made of wood from a certain tree and a core, which is either a phoenix feather, a dragon heartstring, or the hair of a unicorn tail. The wand Harry gets has the same core as Voldemort's wand, which becomes a very important plot point later on in the films. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. The holidays are a time for family to come together, and depending on your family dynamic, that could dredge up some stuff that you might need help processing. Therapy can help with that, and if you need help getting started with therapy, BetterHelp is here to help. BetterHelp is on a mission to make starting therapy easier. It's a platform where therapists and their clients can communicate effectively so you can get the most out of therapy. They carefully make sure their therapists on the platform are well qualified, and their customer support team is there to help you if you have any questions. Just fill out a questionnaire and you will match with a therapist in as little as a couple days. If the first therapist doesn't feel like the right fit, you can easily switch to another one until you find someone you really connect with. BetterHelp also provides a journal for personal reflection, plus group sessions on a variety of topics are available every day. Users love BetterHelp. They have over 7,000 reviews and a 4.5 rating on Trustpilot. If you are struggling and you think you'd benefit from a therapy session, click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/newrockstars and get 10% off your first month of therapy. And Hagrid also gives Harry Hedwig, who is played by 3 different owls throughout the film. When Hagrid tells Harry about the night his parents died, the flashback sequence was written by J.K. Rowling because at this point, while the stories were developing, she was the only one who knew what actually happened that night. When this film was released, the first 4 books in the eventual 7-book series had already been published. These were Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone, 1997, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, published in 1998, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, published in 1999, and Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, published in 2000. But it is important for us to consider the timeline between Rowling's book writing and the development and production of the films. These first 2 films were written, developed, and shot and released during the 3-year gap in Rowling's writing after Goblet of Fire was published, as Rowling was writing Order of the Phoenix and really just figuring out the general endgame of her book series. And the release and reception of the first 2 movies almost certainly affected Rowling's ideas for Order of the Phoenix onward, and how expansive her world building and lore became in the latter 3 books. The first 4 books read like self-contained mysteries in a fantasy world, and the last 3 books attempt to mature into YA high fantasy, embracing some darker themes with inner politics and history and prophecy. When we watch these early films, it was really Richard Harris's performance as Dumbledore as an aloof old man filled with secrets and regret that I believe prodded Rowling in developing his and Harry's relationship in book 5, as well as things like Matthew Lewis's standout performance as Neville, and the movie ending with his bonus 10 points that won the House Cup for Gryffindor and made this character seem more important than structurally similar characters like Seamus or Dean, while Rowling was writing book 5 and suddenly gave Neville such great importance in the Order of the Phoenix book, as well as things like the charm and dynamic among the 3 core actors that affected Rowling's writing of the conflict in book 7 and her infamous decision to keep Ron alive in book 7 despite her original plan to kill the character off.
But I think in my absolute heart of hearts, although I did seriously consider killing Ron.
But we must take a moment to address the elephant in the room. Yes, J.K. Rowling has said many horrible things online and sadly continues to target and harass members of oppressed groups who are especially vulnerable right now. That is horrible, and we condemn these statements. Our decision to break down these 8 films is not meant to excuse Rowling's behavior. Rowling is not going to make any money from us making these videos. The Harry Potter franchise remains an enormously popular series of books and films and games and theatrical and parks experiences and online communities that mean so much to millions of people in spite of what Rowling has done. And all these millions of people are going to continue to love this franchise and rewatch these films, whether or not we make these videos about them. It is our mission to analyze the films that we love and to enrich that love with a fuller context of how things are made. And we cannot give that context if we pretend these things don't exist. It really goes beyond us separating the art from the artist, as we all do all the time, consciously or unconsciously. In these videos, we are going to talk a lot about the artists, all of the artists, because these movies do not just reflect the mind of one author alone and her online behavior years after these stories came out. They are really the collective achievements that represent the artistry of thousands of voices from the late 90s and early aughts who all loved something and changed our lives. Harry Potter remains a core element in what it means for many of us to be a nerdy fan of anything. I would not have the career that I have without reading these stories and watching these films as a kid. We can and should condemn Rowling's behavior, while we can and should relive these beautiful, wonderful things made by filmmakers inspired by her books. And my hope, by making this statement in the middle of a video, clicked on by a lot of you who probably unabashedly love Harry Potter free from the drama, is that you do take a moment to contextualize what the author is doing and to consider how best to comfort the afflicted with your time and your resources. And we included a list of wonderful organizations to donate to in the description below. And if thinking about Rowling does make you feel weird, that's okay. Part of being a grown-up means that you have to hold multiple true things in your head at the same time. Okay, back to the breakdown. Harry's train ticket reads London to Hogwarts for one-way travel, platform 9 3/4, insured subject to the rules and regulations of Hogwarts Express Railway authorities. We meet the Weasley family, who are also on the platform to catch the train. Mrs. Weasley, Percy, the twins Fred and George, Ron and Ginny, who will not go to Hogwarts until next year. Mrs. Weasley keeps loudly shouting about muggles.
Muggles, of course. Hang on. Platform 9 3/4 this way.
And really not trying to keep magic a secret or hidden at all on this crowded platform, but it's really just meant to be a commentary on how muggles are just not very observant. Fred and George deliberately try to confuse their mom.
It's not Fred I am. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother.
But you can see that their correct initials are on their footlockers. As Harry enters the platform, one of the first families he sees is Neville Longbottom with Augusta Longbottom. As we learn later in the series, of course, Neville shares Harry's birthday and was thought by Voldemort and others to be a possible candidate for the chosen one in the prophecy. That's why it's his grandmother escorting him and not his parents, whom my wife and I are sure to specify every time we read a mention of Neville in the early books were tortured to the point of insanity. On the train, Ron and Harry eat all the candy from the trolley, and on Ron's lap is Scabbers, his pet rat.
Scabbers, by the way.
In hindsight, this is super freaking weird and creepy, since it turns out Scabbers is actually Peter Pettigrew, a full-grown ass man sitting in the crotch of a child. When the film came out, the book where this is revealed, the third book, Prisoner of Azkaban, had already been released, so it seems like someone should have said, hey, that rat is actually a man, so let's not have him nosing around an 11-year-old's crotch. But yeah, right now, Ron and Harry just think of Scabbers as an ordinary old rat. The dumb fake spell that Ron's brothers gave him to turn Scabbers' tail yellow wouldn't have worked either way.
Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow.
Because, you know, Scabbers isn't a rat, he's an animagus. Harry and Ron meet Hermione Granger, who's looking for Neville's toad. Interestingly, most of the scenes with Harry, Ron, and Hermione in them were filmed chronologically, with a couple exceptions. The final scene where they're headed home at the Hogwarts train station was actually filmed first. I kind of wonder if Chris Columbus might have did this because he was worried that the kids would look and sound older over several months of shooting, so he wanted that to be less conspicuous. There are some bits of dialogue where they went back and re-recorded it using ADR, where especially Daniel Radcliffe's voice does sound deeper in this movie, most notably when he's yelling to Uncle Vernon about his letters as the first are pouring into the house. Filming the trio was actually pretty difficult because the actors were so young and inexperienced. Rupert Grint and Emma Watson had never been on a film set before. Chris Columbus said that he never knew when they were going to deliver the performance I wanted, so this first movie has a lot of cuts during the trio scenes because their performances were just a bit inconsistent. Because of this movie was also shot with just a lot of cameras, and Columbus compared it to when shooting a documentary with how much coverage he felt he needed. The kids arrive on the train in Hogsmeade.
Right then, first juice. This way, please.
That's the Wizarding Village near Hogwarts that's featured in a lot of the later films. From there, the first-year students get to Hogwarts by magic boats that move by themselves. Each grade arrives in a different way as they progress, and we get our first shot of the Hogwarts castle, and it just looks glorious. The design of Hogwarts, both the exterior and interior, actually changes throughout the films. Stuart Craig was the production designer for all the films. He says he feels he ultimately failed with Hogwarts exterior in this movie because it doesn't have the iconic silhouette and looks too busy. I completely disagree. I think it looks awesome here, but you know, artists are always hardest on themselves. He would tinker with the design throughout the movies, improving on the silhouette and changing the campus more and more to his liking. McGonagall runs through each of the houses. More on each one. Gryffindor is depicted by a lion. Its colors are red and gold. The students in this house are known for their bravery. Hufflepuff, the badger, yellow and black colors, known for loyalty, also just being rejects from the other houses. Ravenclaw is an eagle, blue and bronze, known for intelligence. And finally, Slytherin, a snake, green and silver, known for its ambition and evil. A lot of evil wizards come out of the Slytherin house, and I love that Maggie Smith gives a pause before Slytherin and puts some stink on the name.
Ravenclaw and Slytherin.
And then shoots a look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. She already knows what house those little shits are gonna be in. Snape later gives Malfoy a similarly pointed look, but that time it's because he's into it. Snape, of course, is the head of Slytherin house. She also goes over the point system.
Your triumphs will earn you points. Any rule breaking, and you will lose points.
In the book, McGonagall is head of Gryffindor House, and she and Snape have a huge rivalry every year over who is gonna beat who at Quidditch and who's gonna win the cup at the end of the year. I guess Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are never really in the mix. At the start of the year, Slytherin has beaten Gryffindor in Quidditch 6 years in the running. This, of course, at the top of the stairs is a moment where Harry meets Malfoy.
Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts.
And I just like to think that Harry probably wouldn't have had a problem with Malfoy had Malfoy not directly insulted the one kid who sat with him the whole train ride up here.
Red hair and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley.
Like, Malfoy could have been a snob and might have ended up being sort of friends with Harry, but Harry's like, no, I see how you treat others. Kissing my ass ain't gonna help.
I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks.
Also, like in the background of this handshake scene that's at the top of the Oxford stairs there's totally kids just looking directly in the camera. Always freaks me out, but you know, there's a lot of kids in this movie, and anytime you have kids in the movie, some of them are gonna be looking right at the camera. For this first film, the floating candles in the Great Hall were a practical effect. They used candle-shaped holders with oil and wicks and attached them to wires that moved up and down to make it seem like they were floating. But a few of the wires got too hot and started snapping. So, to prevent flaming candles falling on kids' heads, they started to use CGI in subsequent films. Hogwarts has about 900 kids enrolled there, according to the books. But when designing the Great Hall, they found it was impractical to make the room big enough to fit the entire student body. The one in the film, which is the Oxford Campus Dining Hall, can fit about 400 kids in it. It's also just interesting to think about the total number of the kids in the class. It's not a lot of kids per class. 4 houses. Harry's only one of 5 first-year boys, the others being Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus. And there's only like 5 first-year girls, which makes 70 kids per house. So that's 10 years per grade, 7 grades. So that's 70 kids per house, 4 houses, that's 280 kids. So I don't know how they got 900 out of 280, but you know, maybe some class sizes were bigger, which would also make it pretty unfair if people are trying to recruit kids for Quidditch Cup or just house cups. Some houses having more kids than others. Hey, look, you know, they don't teach math at Hogwarts. Wizards are just bad with math. J.K. Rowling also said that in the books, the kids don't wear uniforms, though they do have robes.
Why? These kids are plain work robes.
They screen tested a lot of different looks for the kids, but ultimately went with the uniforms because it looked more cohesive on screen. Dumbledore makes the announcements and introductions. He says that they're not to enter the Dark Forest.
The first years, please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students.
In the book, it's actually called the Forbidden Forest. Filch is played by David Bradley, most notably plays the original version of the Doctor in Doctor Who, who was first played by William Hartnell. And of course, David Bradley will have a great role in Game of Thrones.
That's what I say.
To the Sorting Hat.
And you will be sorted into your houses.
The voice actor of the Sorting Hat is Leslie Phillips, another British actor who's been in a ton of things, mostly in supporting roles, but you would definitely recognize him. Sorts Hermione into Gryffindor.
Gryffindor!
In the book, she later tells Ron and Harry that the Hat seriously considered putting her in Ravenclaw. It's interesting here in the movie, they kind of just go randomly by last name, but in the book, they go alphabetically by last name. Hannah Abbott is the first one to get sorted. Of course, the Hat immediately sorts Malfoy into Slytherin. I love that touches like one of his hairs. It's like, get him away from me. A lot of the fans over the years have wondered why Hogwarts doesn't just kick all the Slytherins out or just like flag them or something, you know, keep an eye on them. But friends, I guess that would be called profiling.
Profiling is wrong.
You can't just kick out every Slytherin because some of them have been assholes or mass murderers over the years. Now, while they're sitting at the tables, Harry spots Severus Snape, the late great Alan Rickman. Like a lot of the older actors, Alan Rickman was talked into doing the role by younger members of his family. In this case, his nieces, nephews, and godchildren. Harry's scar starts hurting, which he thinks later means Snape is evil, but directly to the right of Snape, Quirrell has his back turned to Harry, so Harry is actually looking at the face of Voldemort. Just another way the film misleads the audience on the Voldemort Quirrell reveal. Susan Bones is played by Chris Columbus's daughter, Eleanor. He puts her in all of his movies. She wasn't allowed to speak though because of Rowling's no non-UK actors rule. She only agreed to let Eleanor be in it at all because Eleanor was kind of like Christopher Columbus's director's signature. And, you know, John Williams really just scores Susan with just some sweet music.
Susan Bones.
When Harry puts the sorting hat on, it speaks to him.
Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see.
In the book, it's made more clear that the person wearing the hat hears its voice in his head, not out loud. No one else knows what the hat is saying to them.
Let the feast begin.
Now, a little detail here, most of the food in the feast scenes is made from resin, but some of it was real. So the cast could kind of grab some of it and really chow down. Every witch and wizard at Hogwarts must have the highest cholesterol ever, unless there's a spell for that. John Cleese shows up as the ghost, nearly headless Nick.
Welcome to Gryffindor.
Each house has its own ghost, and he's the ghost of Gryffindor. The other ghosts are the Grey Lady, she's the ghost of Ravenclaw, the Bloody Baron of Slytherin, and the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff. And as we will learn in Deathly Hallows, the Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron have a whole history. Though we don't see it here, Bloody Baron's just kind of going through the Slytherin table and going, like a crazy one. Now in the books, there are way more ghosts at Hogwarts, but these are just the ones that we meet and focus on. There is also the havoc-wreaking poltergeist named Peeves. And Peeves was actually cast for this film and shot a number of scenes, but ultimately the filmmakers felt his scenes didn't work and he was cut, which was a very controversial decision among the fans since he was something of a favorite from the books. Now the moving staircases included one real staircase and a tiny model of others post-production. The actors stood on this single moving one to film scenes, and the rest were sweeping views of the model. Now, while the staircases are not described to move like this in the books per se, there is a passage that suggests things like this did happen at Hogwarts. Quote, there were 142 staircases at Hogwarts, wide sweeping ones, narrow rickety ones, and some that led somewhere different on a Friday, some with a vanishing step halfway up that you had to remember to jump. Then there were doors that wouldn't open unless you asked politely or tickled them in exactly the right place, and doors that weren't really doors at all, but solid walls just pretending. It was also very hard to remember where anything was because it all seemed to move around a lot. And these doors that weren't really doors at all, probably an unknowing reference to what would later be established as the Room of Requirement. Now, a lot of the paintings there at Hogwarts were done by Stuart Craig, the production designer. There's a mix of real paintings and green screens replaced by moving images in post-production. A lot of the people in these paintings are producers and others who worked on the films, like Stuart Craig based one of these paintings on his own likeness. So we ended up going through the routine of the different classes. We actually see a shot of McGonagall leaping from cat form into human form in camera, and the VFX transition is pretty good. But I just like that before Minerva reveals herself, the students in the class who were sitting there were like, oh, I guess a cat is teaching this class, and they were so afraid of Mrs. Norris. I guess they wouldn't doubt it. Potions class sets up Snape as the villain again, so that the ending will come as a surprise. Snape's wardrobe is the only one that doesn't change throughout all of the films. The costume designer thought she nailed it and didn't need changing, and I agree. Rickman is clearly having a lot of fun with this character as he sneers at Harry every chance he gets. He actually wore black contact lenses for these films to cover up his light brown eyes and be more book accurate. Snape humiliates Harry by quizzing him with potions knowledge that would be impossible for a first year raised in a muggle household to know.
Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? You don't know? Well, let's try again. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfbane?
Hermione knows the answers to all three questions, but that bezoar mentioned should catch your ear. It is the item that will save Ron's life when he gets poisoned in Half-Blood Prince. Seamus Finnegan tries to turn water into rum. Why is an 11-year-old trying to make rum on a school day morning? Seems like an Irish stereotype to me, but the kid clearly didn't get his wand from Ollivander because it is defective, my dude. It keeps blowing crap up. Neville, meanwhile, receives a Remember-All in the mail, which turns red.
The only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten.
I always assumed he forgot where he placed his house robes because most of the others are wearing robes and he's just kind of rocking the sweater. His parents' room and brawls would always turn red, most likely because their brains were melted after they were tortured to the point of insanity. The mail arrives via owl and Harry discovers that someone broke into Gringotts and tried to rob the vaults that Hagrid took the package out of, Vault 713. Madam Hooch gives the students their first flying lesson. Now there's been a long debated mystery over Hooch's yellow hawk-like eyes, some thinking she is an animagus, others a metamorphagus, maybe she's just cursed. Really, I just like to think that they made the Hexenbesson coach bird-like. The students summon their broomsticks, Harry's and Malfoy's zip right up into their hands upon saying up, while Hermione and Ron's have more trouble. My theory is that both Harry and Malfoy's brooms hate each other and are eager to get into the hands of their riders so that they can show off against each other. Neville takes off by accident, and a very 2001 CGI version of this kid gets tossed around until he falls, but Chris Columbus was clever about how he staged it by using the crowd of kids to mask where the actor would already be laying on the ground. Malfoy snatches Neville's Remember-All, and Harry stands up to him, proving himself to be a natural flyer. He catches it right in front of Minerva, and as he floats back down, there's some clever camera work as we crane down on him from behind, but don't actually have to show the actor floating with wires. In the background of the shot, you can still see poor Neville's robes hanging from the scaffolding. Now, McGonagall seems pretty salty about this, and it looks like Harry's going to be killed or worse,
expelled.
But instead, she takes him to meet Oliver Wood, taking him out of, Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which gives us another glance of Quirrell, who acts like he's having trouble with that reptile, but you know, with that creepy face on the back of his head that's hidden, has total control of the situation. Harry is recruited to be the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest in a century. The Gryffindor Quidditch plaque has Harry's dad's name on it, Seeker James Potter 1972, and M. McGonagall 1971, and then on the left, R.J.H. King 1969. So Minerva McGonagall was a teacher by the 1970s. She was a student in the late 40s and 50s. So it's believed this could be one of her nieces or nephews who played alongside James, or maybe it's just a movie gaffe. According to Minerva's Wizarding World profile, Minerva played for a Gryffindor Quidditch team in her student years, in which she proved to be gifted. However, she suffered a nasty fall in her final year, a foul during the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, which would decide the Quidditch Cup winner. This event left her with a concussion, several broken ribs, and a lifelong desire to see Slytherin crushed on the Quidditch pitch. Now, the Crimes of Grindelwald film does some crazy stuff with Minerva's timeline, establishing that she was a teacher in the 1920s. Despite Rowling herself writing that screenplay for that film, it really makes no sense and we shall ignore it. I just like this detail for establishing that the McGonagalls were families of Quidditch players along with the Potters, and that's why McGonagall was so thrilled that Harry was a natural seeker. Now, R.J.H. King is a reference to John King, the supervising art director on the film. To the right of the Quidditch plaque is another plaque reading, "For special service to Hogwarts." There isn't a name seen on the plaque, but it's confirmed to be a deleted scene from the second film in which this plaque says Tom Riddle, Voldemort's real name. Harry, Ron, and Hermione find themselves on the off-limits third floor and come face to face with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. To make him look even more real, the effects team made sure that each head moved independently of the others and had their own distinct personalities. Fluffy's appearance is based on the Staffordshire Bull Terrier. Obviously, since he's guarding something and has three heads, this is a nod to Cerberus, Hades' three-headed dog that guarded the gates of the underworld in Greek mythology. So Oliver Wood teaches Harry the basics of Quidditch, but you know, they kind of brush past a lot of the rules. So if you just watch the movie and then later go back to read the books, you'd be like, wait, how does Quidditch work exactly? Here's a breakdown. Each team has 7 players. There are 3 goals at each end of the pitch, and each goal scored is worth 10 points. The 3 chasers on each team are the ones trying to score those goals with the quaffle. That's the ball that you score with. Each team has a keeper, basically a goalie, trying to protect the goals. Each team also has 2 beaters who try to hit the 2 bludgers and play at the other players to knock them off their brooms. Then finally, there is the seeker. That's Harry's position. Their job is to locate and catch the golden snitch, which is the tiny golden flying ball. Once the snitch is caught, the game is over. The snitch is worth 150 points for whichever team catches it. So the seeker has to make sure that 150 points is enough for them to win the game. If, say, the other team's chasers have scored 200 points worth of goals and your team has won 0 points, if the team with 0 points catches a snitch, they still lose because the score would be 150 to 200. That rarely happens, but it has happened a few times in Wizarding history. Meanwhile, the game does not end until the snitch is found, and the lore details historical games of Quidditch that have gone on for a very long time. A fun little detail here, when the snitch flies off of Harry's hand, while Wood looks around confused, Harry's eyes stay locked on, showing how he is a natural seeker. In reality, I'm sure Chris Columbus just told this actor Sean Biggerstaff to just kind of look around confused without any VFX reference point to lock onto. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick, Warwick Davis, teaches the students the Wingardium Leviosa levitation spell. None of the kids are getting it quite right until Hermione performs it perfectly and levitates her feather. As Hermione lectures the others, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
It's Leviosa.
But Ron is a huge dick about this and makes fun of Hermione for being a know-it-all when she was just trying to help him. She overhears him and runs to the bathroom to cry, which is what ends up putting her in danger from the rogue troll. Later, Ron, with some more coaching from Hermione on the switch and flick maneuver, will redeem himself by using the spell to levitate the Trolls Club and knock out the troll. The spell comes back a whole bunch of times throughout the books, which is fitting since it's the first real practical spell the students learn. Like in Chamber of Secrets, Harry uses the spell to levitate the cupcakes filled with the sleeping draft in front of Crabbe and Goyle to basically roofie these two boys and steal their identities. Harry uses Wingardium Leviosa again in Order of the Phoenix to protect himself from some brains attacking and the Department of Mysteries, and Ron gets to be the hero again in the final book when he uses it to levitate a stick to deactivate the Whomping Willow so that he, Ron, and Hermione can get to the Shrieking Shack fast during the Battle of Hogwarts. It's now Halloween time at Hogwarts, and it is awesome. Floating jack-o'-lanterns everywhere, cakes and candies. Harry and Ron go to find Hermione when Quirrell runs in shouting that the troll in the dungeon.
Thought you ought to know.
And like a big, dumb, oafish perv, this troll heads straight for the girls' bathroom. The troll itself is one of those CGI moments that some people might think looks a little outdated now, but the way they made this scene come to life is actually pretty impressive. The troll wasn't purely CGI, it was a mix of digital and practical, like a lot of stuff in these early films. Full-sized hands and legs were created and puppeted by puppeteers so that the actors could have something to work against, and a small full model of the troll was created for static close-ups. The troll snot was also very real.
Troll bogey.
Again, by today's standards, it's not super smooth, but the scene is fast-paced and chaotic, so watching it as a kid, you don't really notice certain things. Like Harry switches from real to CGI depending on how he's interacting with the troll, like when he's on the troll's shoulders, and you can tell in close-up that the shoes and legs are CGI to make it look more smooth with the CGI troll. When he's hanging upside down, it's pretty obvious that in wide shots when both he and the troll are interacting and can both be seen, that's CGI Harry, but when they switch to the close-ups, it's real Daniel Radcliffe being manipulated in the scene practically, including being suspended upside down. When the sink explodes right next to Hermione, that is a real effect and lets the audience feel her terror that she could be crushed at any second. So after they bring the troll down, they swap in a real life troll prop so that incapacitated thing looks very real. Harry sees a cut on Snape's leg and assumes he let the troll in as a diversion and then tried to get by Fluffy in the ensuing chaos. Harry puts two and two together and realizes Fluffy's guarding whatever Hagrid took out of Vault 713. Before the big Quidditch match, Harry gets a brand new Nimbus 2000 riding broomstick that the kids in Diagon Alley were admiring earlier. The fact that the kids can't immediately tell that this is a broomstick that the owl delivered under the packaging is kind of wild. Like, look at the shape of it. It's like when people bring wine to White Elephant and wrap it. Like, what else would I think a wine-shaped bottle is? Now, interesting here, when Severus Snape wishes Harry good luck on the Quidditch match against Slytherin, in the moment, it kind of seems like this might be said sarcastically with a bit of a sneer, something to ice this kid, psych him out, get in his head. And while it can definitely be read that way, I think it takes on a different meaning when looked back upon at the end of the series. Because Snape is one of the most complex characters in all of this lore. He's loved Lily Potter for all these years, even after her death, and Harry has her eyes, and Snape took it upon himself to protect Lily's son because of the role he played in her death. But he also has always deeply hated James, whom Harry bears a striking resemblance to, especially from a distance, and Snape does genuinely seem to think Harry has a lot of his dad's qualities. Snape saves Harry's life many times over the course of the story, but his feelings toward him are so muddy that even he himself probably doesn't understand them. So maybe this began as Snape genuinely trying to wish him good luck on the match, seeing the brightness of Lily's eyes, but then when refocusing his eyes on the rest of Harry's face, he was like, actually, you know what? I do actually kind of hate you. Either way, it's definitely a bit of backhanded shit talk since he has this Quidditch rivalry with McGonagall. In the stands of the match, Tom Felton's grandfather, geophysicist Nigel Anstey, plays an uncredited extra sitting next to the announcer Lee Jordan. He's in a few other scenes throughout the movie. He's sitting at the big table with the teachers bleachers in the Great Hall. These Quidditch matches were shot by a different unit than for the main film, and it dragged on several months after principal photography had otherwise wrapped. Columbus said that if he could redo anything, he would want to give the team more time to do this sequence, as he's never been happy with the special effects. The Quidditch scene was also apparently the first time a scene had been fully pre-visualized by 3D animation first, and they shot everything to fit that animation. This is a relatively common practice now. Just to break down the lineup of the two teams, Gryffindor has Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell. They're the three chasers. Fred and George Weasley are the two beaters. Oliver Wood is the team captain and the keeper. Harry's the seeker. Slytherin is led by Marcus Flint, captain and chaser. In the book, Harry describes him as looking as he had some troll blood in him. Adrian Pusey is another chaser. The third chaser is unidentified. In the books, it's implied that it's Graham Montague who becomes captain after Flint graduates, but in the film, there's a girl. There are two unidentified beaters, but again, in the books, it's implied that these are Peregrine Derrick and Lucian Bowl, who are identified in later books as being on the team, but there's another girl here, so maybe she's one of them.
Yikes!
In the book, Miles Bletchley is the keeper, and you do hear his name here from Lee Jordan's commentary.
Marcus Flint.
But the actor playing the keeper is a girl, so I'm not sure who this is. And then Terrence Higgs is the seeker. The filmmakers might have added a couple girls to the Slytherin team just because they didn't know who some of them were. Gryffindor has a faster and much more skilled team. Slytherin always goes for brute strength over skill, so they often just pick the biggest, most aggressive guys. In the books, they're the only house to typically go for an all-male team, again, favoring size and strength over all else. They're also not afraid to cheat and often get called out for fouls. Once Harry joins Gryffindor, Wood says that it's the best team they've had in years. Now, at the start of the match, Harry and Higgs take a high position to better look for the snitch. Some of these characters get recast when they have more to do in later films, but after the kickoff, Angelina Johnson grabs a quaffle and immediately scores, winning Gryffindor 10 points. Slytherin gets the ball and Bletchley passes to Flint. The Gryffindor chasers try to stop him and he kicks Angelina Johnson out of the way, but Wood defends the goal, serving a look to Flint that says, "That's what you get for kicking my chaser, dick." Bell and Spinnet have a series of fancy passes, and one of them scores, making the score 20-0. A Slytherin chaser elbow checks a Gryffindor chaser, but once again, Wood stops him from scoring. Flint grabs one of the beaters' bats and smacks a bludger straight at Wood, taking him out of the game long enough for Slytherin to score. Then he and another teammate box Angelina in and cause her to fly off into the stands. Slytherin scores again on the unguarded goal, tying up the game. We get a real good look at the different team styles throughout this game. Slytherin only manages to score after literally kicking the crap out of people, whereas Gryffindor uses teamwork and like a Mighty Ducks Flying V configuration to get the job done. The score is frenetic and fast-paced and eventually triumphant, but Harry spots a snitch and could end the game right there if his broomstick didn't start bucking him around. As Hermione focuses on Snape and thinks he's the one bewitching Harry's broomstick, right before that moment, you can see Quirrell also looking intently at Harry and quietly muttering, since he's the one actually doing it. And then when Hermione lights Snape's cloak on fire, the spell actually stops because Snape accidentally knocks Quirrell backwards into the stands, breaking his eye contact so that he cannot continue to perform the spell. Harry gets back on his unjinxed broom and battles it out with Higgs to get to the snitch first. They both go into the dive, but Higgs chickens out and pulls up first, while Harry dives for the snitch, trips, and catches it in his mouth. Now, snitches have something called flesh memory, which means they remember the first person to touch them. This is also to prevent disputes in tournament games. If two seekers touch the snitch, it can identify which of them really touched it first. But this fact and how Harry catches the snitch here come back in a big way in the final book, when Dumbledore enchants the same snitch with a secret message for Harry that can only be read when he touches his mouth to it. Eye open at the close. Hagrid, it turns out, should never be trusted with information about anything.
What that dog is guarding is strictly between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. I should not have said that. I bought him off an Irish fella I met down in the pub last year. Then I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Yes. Shouldn't have said that.
It's Christmas time. Harry and Ron stay at Hogwarts and play Wizard's Chess, setting up the life-size game in the third act. Actually, if you look closely, Harry sacrifices his knight to Ron's queen. This is what Ron does in the big match later, using Harry's move from this Christmas match, as he will know that Harry will see where he's going, and that's why Harry's a step ahead of Hermione. And that whole scene where he's like, "When I make my move, the queen will take me, and then you're free to take the king." No, Ron, no. What is it? He's going to sacrifice. No, you can't. Do you want Snape to get the stone or not? Look, Harry, it's you who's got to make it through. I know it. Not me, not Hermione. Ron mentions that his parents are going to visit his brother Charlie. Charlie is the only Weasley sibling that doesn't show up in the films other than a cameo in a photograph. On Christmas morning, Harry is surprised to discover that he has actual presents.
He's got presents.
because, you know, his aunt and uncle weren't going to send him anything. In the book, Ron tells his mother that Harry is worried he won't get presents, so she sends him a hand-knitted sweater that she makes for all of her kids. Ron's is maroon, a color he absolutely hates. Now, this movie only hints at the fact that Dumbledore was the one who gave Harry the invisibility cloak, but in the book, it's stated outright that Harry's dad gave it to Dumbledore to give to Harry, and Dumbledore passes it along to Harry specifically so that he can sneak around the castle and figure stuff out and play detective and get into some trouble. It's later revealed that the invisibility cloak, which is better and more effective than any of the ones Ron has ever seen or heard of, is one of the Deathly Hallows, rumored to be cut from Death's very own cloak, now in the hands of a child. When he's under this cloak, Harry overhears Snape.
You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell.
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I mean.
Again, Harry just takes the wrong meaning from all of this. Although it's hard to blame him with this put-on stutter, Quirrell seems petrified of the perfectly calm and collected Snape. Now, Snape turns his head as if he knows someone is there under the invisibility cloak, even going so far as to reach out, and Harry frantically backs away. Now, Snape may have heard Harry's frantic breathing or his heartbeat or his footsteps, but I like the idea that this cloak could have a bit of sense memory with Severus, like the specific sound of the cloth as it brushes against itself, or a smell perhaps, or maybe just a vibe. This would be some cloth that Snape would be familiar with from all the times that James and his buddies would wear it around Hogwarts back in the day to humiliate him. And if you were bullied as much as Severus was using this specific item, that is a type of sense memory that would always stay with him. Probably caused him to have a little miniature panic attack. It's like that teacher in The Sixth Sense when Cole starts to call him Stuttering Stanley. That is just something that you never grow out of as an adult teacher. Harry discovers the Mirror of Erised. Erised backwards, of course, is desire, how it would be read in a mirror's reflection. Across the top of this mirror is engraved Erised Stra Eru Oit Ub Pafru Oit On Wosi. Or again, reflected backwards with different spacing, I show you not your face, but your heart's desire. So this is the first time Harry has gotten even a look at his parents. In the book, he sees not only them in the mirror, but his whole family lineage, like people he assumes are his uncles and grandparents. But that's always a little weird because, you know, not everyone in his family died before their time, as far as we knew. So I think it was a good decision on the film's part to just have this moment be between just Harry and an image of his mom and dad. We can also deduce from the fact that Harry sees his whole lineage that that would date back to the Peverell brothers, since Harry is implied to be descended from them. This leads to Harry's first moment with Albus Dumbledore, and Dumbledore drops this wonderful line.
It does not do with dreams, but focus.
The way Richard Harris delivers this, you can sense a very real sense of regret in the character, that he too probably lost years of his life standing in front of this mirror. So it informs his answer to Harry's question about what he sees, as Dumbledore responds, himself with a pair of woolen socks. It's a pretty fun joke, but it was long theorized that those socks could have had something to do with his dead sister Ariana, like perhaps they were a gift that she knitted for him by hand without magic. Actually, J.K. Rowling later said in a web chat that Albus really saw his full family reunited, Ariana, Kendra, Aberforth, all together. So they're sitting around eating some chocolate frogs, and they revisit the Albus Dumbledore card, which in the book is fully read on the train, but they didn't want to give us the name of Nicholas Flamel that early in the movie, so the frog was covering it before. Now they read it as Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts, considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1943, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Grindelwald actually shows up in part 1 of the Deathly Hallows, and his relationship with Dumbledore is explored more in the Fantastic Beasts films. This leads to all of them researching in the library, Hermione finding this history book entry on Nicholas Flamel. Now, fun detail here, the production actually created 2 different book pages, one with Philosopher's Stone written there, and one with Sorcerer's Stone written there for the different versions of the movie. Now, the next section of the movie varies a bit from the book. Indeed, in the film's shooting script, you can see a ton of omitted scenes on these pages. In the book, Harry and Hermione help smuggle Norbert, the dragon, out of the castle so Hagrid doesn't get into trouble. A Malfoy overhears them plotting and goes to catch them in the accents. And Neville tries to warn them, so it's actually Malfoy, Neville, Harry, and Hermione who have to go into the dark forest for their detention. Ron is in the hospital because Norbert bit him, and apparently his bite is poison. Neville, having to serve detention, sets up why he tries to stop the others from leaving the dormitory in the 3rd act. But in the movie, it's justified by Neville just not wanting Gryffindor to lose more points. And it makes the house point numbers a much bigger deal in the final part of this movie, but it ends up leading to a really heartfelt thing that matters to kids watching this story that I'll get to later. But we do get this little meta moment when Hagrid is playing the Harry Potter theme song on his wooden flute.
secrets.
And Harry is so close to putting everything together, but is still hung up on Snape being the bad guy.
It was no stranger Hagrid met the village. It was Snape, which means he knows how to get past Fluffy.
When Snape stalks away from them, they purposely make his movements similar to the creature that Harry saw feeding on the unicorn in the forest. And that's just a red herring to make the viewer think that Snape is definitely the villain. So Harry, Ron, and Hermione go in search of the Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone in the castle, and this is where Chris Columbus really shines. The whole sequence of them getting past the magical traps and using their wits to outsmart the bad guy is very Home Alone. Each one gets a chance to show off what they've got. After they just barely make it past Fluffy, Hermione uses her book smarts to get them past the Devil's Snare plant. Harry uses his seeker skills to find and catch the correct enchanted key to unlock the door, knowing that it would be the one with the broken wing, because that would be the one grabbed aggressively before. And Ron uses his chess skills to win a life-size game of wizard's chess. I love the wizard chess scene. Ron hops on the horseback to be the knight, Harry plays the bishop, and Hermione the queenside rook. And I always read too much into this, like Harry the bishop who can only move diagonally, a detail that we'll get into in Chamber of Secrets that, you know, I always just have a lot of fun with, because mispronouncing Diagon Alley shouldn't send you to Nocturne Alley. It should make you move just like diagonally forever and ever. That's the way I see it. Meanwhile, Hermione playing the rook, someone who can only see forward or directly to her side, but it's just such a square. She only moves at 90-degree angles, right? And of course, Ron plays the knight, which is like the coolest piece, the most powerful and most effective piece in any game of chess, and the one that hurts the most to lose. So in this match, White opens with a pawn to e4, which is a very common opening, and Ron answers with pawn to d5 to sacrifice it and test out whether this is going to be played like actual wizard's chess with the pieces destroying one another. Pretty stupid move on Ron's part, because it basically means he's starting out down a pawn. Like, he just waited until a piece got taken normally to scope out the deal. Toward the end of this violent game, Ron sacrifices himself to win, proving that he does belong in Gryffindor with the rest of the courageous students. It's not just because he has red hair like all of his older brothers. He himself is courageous and crazy. Hermione stays behind to look after Ron, and Harry goes it alone. So the chess sequence was both Chris Columbus and Rupert Grint's favorite scene to shoot. Columbus was in love with the set and the look of the pieces. Grint was excited that he got to ride a horse chess piece and sacrifice himself in a big moment. In the book, several of the main Hogwarts employees and professors contribute to the things protecting the Sorcerer's Stone. So Fluffy was placed there by Hagrid. The Devil's Snare was the work of Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher. The flying keys were from Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, and the chessboard was McGonagall's doing. Also in the book, Hermione goes with Harry, and there are two other challenges that they don't show here in the movie. One is a troll, although it's already knocked out cold when Harry and Hermione encounter it. That is what Professor Quirrell contributed, and that sets up how he had control over the troll. And the other was thought up by Professor Snape, a room with 7 bottles containing liquids. 2 bottles contain wine, 3 contain poison, and 1 that lets the drinker back out of the room to safety, and another that lets the drinker advance to the next room. Reading this in the book, I love this challenge, because it's kind of like, you know, a logic puzzle they might take on like a high school exam. Harry and Hermione solve the logic riddle to figure out which is which. Hermione goes back while Harry goes forward. So Harry arrives at the final chamber, and we get the big reveal that it has not been Snape that's been after the Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone, but Quirrell. Well, Quirrell with Voldemort growing out the back of his head. Quirrell walks through every instance when Harry got it wrong about him, the Quidditch match, the troll in the school, and he even reveals that Snape was the one trying to stop Quirrell this whole time. After Voldemort tried to kill Harry, he went into hiding in Albania and was badly wounded. The only reason he wasn't killed was because he had split his soul and put pieces of it in different objects, which becomes a major plot point in later films with the Horcruxes. Quirrell was studying abroad, and Voldemort, sensing that he was vulnerable, corrupted him and attached himself to Quirrell. In the Mirror of Erised, Harry sees that the Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone, is now in his own pocket. A cool little bit of magic that Dumbledore explains later is because only a person who wanted to find the stone but not use it could get it. Voldemort wants the stone so that he can stop living off the unicorn blood and attach to Quirrell like a parasite and get his own body back. Voldemort's voice here is performed by actor Richard Bremer, who is listed in the credits of the film as He Who Must Not Be Named. This is before they cast the actor Ralph Fiennes in the role. Voldemort tries every trick in the villain's handbook to get the stone: bribery, threats, promises of power, telling telling Harry that he can be with his parents again. And finally, when nothing works, he orders Quirrell to kill him. But the magic of Harry's mother's sacrifice still lives in his skin, so just touching his skin causes Quirrell and Voldemort to disintegrate. Then a big Voldemort fart cloud attacks Harry and flees, and Harry wakes up in the hospital wing. Dumbledore explains that the stone has been destroyed, but there are other ways that Voldemort might come back. Then he eats a Birdie Spots every flavor bean that turns out to be, alas, earwax, which is a real flavor of these beans, since they actually manufactured these after the movie came out, and it is, alas, disgusting. So is the vomit flavored one that he talks about. But everyone should at least try it, at least once. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are awarded points for their heroism, and so is Neville for standing up to them and trying to prevent them from sneaking out.
It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends.
And Gryffindor wins the House Cup. Slytherin is pissed because they were in the lead until those extra points were handed out. Seemed a little unfair, I would say. And I would imagine even the kids in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were like, I get it if Slytherin wanted to stop the count there. But this House Cup drama is presented as a much bigger deal in the book because Harry screwing around with Norbert puts Gryffindor way behind in points. And everyone at Gryffindor is mad at Harry as the year comes to an end. That's what the Neville edition in the movie was really embodying. Otherwise, the film doesn't spend that much time on it. But it is a big deal for Harry because think about it, Hogwarts is the only place he's felt at home. So when he becomes a pariah around Gryffindor, it hurts him more than it would hurt other kids like Malfoy who can afford to make enemies and then go home to the loving embrace of his parents. So while it seems like an oddly big deal for the film to have this additional climax, or maybe something that would only matter to kids watching, it's actually a critical gift by Dumbledore to remind everyone at the school why they should be grateful for Harry and Ron and Hermione and Neville, because Neville, like Harry, doesn't have the best summer ahead of him. I expect a few visits to St. Mungo's with the parents who are tortured to the point of insanity. So this win is really a gift from the headmaster that these sad children can ride high on until September. But the best gift of all, Hagrid gives Harry an album of photos of Harry as a baby with his mother and father. In the book, it's revealed that he called around to all of James and Lily's friends to gather the pictures. It is so sweet. Harry no longer needs the Mirror of Erised. He could just look at this photograph. Everyone heads home for summer break. This is actually the first scene that they shot, and in it, Daniel Radcliffe is wearing contacts to make his eyes green. Lily's eyes. But he was allergic to these contacts and he kept tearing up, so they stopped using them after that first day. But when he's tearing up at the end, Columbus said that you could tell his eyes are a little swollen from the allergic reaction. Similarly, they initially had Emma Watson wear fake teeth, since in the book, Hermione has buck teeth, but they didn't like it after seeing the dailies and removed the teeth. They cut around it in the final cut of the film, but they can still be made out if you look close enough at Emma Watson here. As the train pulls away from Hogsmeade, Hermione says that it feels strange to be going home. For her, returning to the true Muggle world with dentist parents would probably feel strange after everything she's gone through, but Harry responds,
I'm not going home. Not really.
It's a more thematic ending to how the book ends. Book ends with Harry meeting the Dursleys back at the King's Cross station and making a quip about how he plans to further torture Pigtail Dudley all summer. But here, Harry is acknowledging that Hogwarts is really now his home. Privet Drive is no longer his home. He was the boy who lived. Now he's a boy who knows how fulfilling that gift of life can be. And this idea of not being able to go home, not really, I think applies to those of us who revisit these films. It's often said that you can't go home again because, you just change too much for home to ever really feel like home. That's how I feel when I rewatch these films. They don't hit exactly as they did when I was a kid. I just know too much about the world, too much about this fandom, too much about what J.K. Rowling has done with the privilege that the sales and royalties of these books have afforded her. But I think that maturity, that inability to go back to the home of our youths is actually in its own way a gift. Home should not be a fixed constant in our lives. It should evolve to whatever we need in the present of our lives. So as we go back to all 8 of these films, yeah, they should feel differently. We should revisit them with the context of what J.K. Rowling has done. And this isn't to take away any of the talent and the creation of J.K. Rowling's writing. These books and these films and these joys would not exist without her. But when we revisit these films, it should not feel like an infantilizing homecoming that makes us feel like children again. We should acknowledge how we've changed, how the world has changed, and apply it in that context to these films. Okay, so we know there is a Harry Potter TV series coming to HBO and Max in 2020. 2026. And I think that context is going to be very, very important to apply. Chairman and CEO of HBO and Max, Casey Bloys, promises that this series will dive deep into each of the iconic books that fans have continued to enjoy for all these years, and that it will be a faithful adaptation. So at the end of each of these breakdowns, we're going to go into some of the iconic stuff that they need to include, that they are required to include in the TV show so that they can really improve upon what the film's built. And we're going to do this in a segment we are calling Room of Requirement. And in this week's Room of Requirement, we're going to look specifically at what will be the first season of the show based on Philosopher's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone. So first requirement, if each season of the show corresponds to one book, season 1 needs to keep the original title of book 1, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It was changed for American audiences, and there's a rumor that book publisher Scholastic did this because they felt that the term philosopher was considered too archaic for American children, and putting the word sorcerer in there would make it sell more copies. But I think we're past that now. Rowling never wanted it changed, but she didn't think she had enough sway as the author to force them to keep it, so she caved. And I think it's time that we just trust American viewers and change it back to Philosopher's Stone. Okay, next thing, we need to bring back that magical score. John Williams is at least a third of the reason why these films were as successful as they were. At this point, the man is probably too busy or too old to do an entire TV series, but the film's score was never better than when Williams was in charge. Use his work in the movie as an inspiration for the show. Look at what The Rings of Power did. They let Howard Shore do the main theme that played over the credits, and then they took another very talented composer, Bear McCreary, to compose the rest of the amazing music in Shore's style. So I think this Harry Potter series could take a similar approach. Whatever composer you bring in, it should evoke John Williams themes. Okay, third item, let's spend some more time early on with the odious Dursleys. Harry's life changes in an instant when he finds out he's a wizard, but his life before that honestly sucked. And the film just couldn't spend as much time exploring that relationship as they do in the book, but this would also be a good way to establish other interesting tidbits about the neighborhood, like the neighbor Mrs. Fig, before she would end up playing a much bigger role in Order of the Phoenix. We could also establish just more details about the wizard world and kind of do what like Tolkien's prologue had in the Fellowship of the Ring extended edition concerning hobbits. There should be like a concerning Privet Drive sequence, or like concerning muggles. Okay, next item, we need to keep Dumbledore whimsical. In the books, he often just says nonsense for no real reason, and I will say the first film does hint at this when Dumbledore just says a few nonsense words in his opening remarks in the Great Hall. But he's supposed to really just be odd and silly and very powerful, and that's what made readers fall in love with him. Nothing against what Richard Harris did with the character. I really love what he did with the character, but there is like another element to Dumbledore, especially in the earlier books, that I think the early seasons of this series can dig into more. Like Rowling named him Dumbledore because she imagined him kind of zigzagging around the Hogwarts corridors, humming to himself like a bumblebee. Okay, next item, bring back Peeves the Poltergeist. Justice for Peeves. You cannot do this show and keep omitting Peeves. Okay, next, we need to put Snape's poison challenge back into the climax of the film. I want to watch these kids work out a logic puzzle and drink what might or might not kill them. That's a very cool scene in the book that needs to be in the show. And finally, in season 1, we can introduce and explore some more of the mythology earlier on. I mean, book 1 doesn't really have any of it because Rowling hadn't thought of it yet. But now that we know it's going to be part of this world, you can do all kinds of teasing. You can tease the Horcruxes, you can tease Deathly Hallows, like maybe have one of the kids at the school just kind of joking around the story of the three brothers. You can hint at some of the prophecy, especially with Neville. You can make him a much bigger character earlier on. Talk about some of the international schools like Beauxbatons or Drumstrong. Some of the American schools, you could have details of Dumbledore maybe looking at a picture of his sister Ariana. However, I am begging, please, we don't need any tie-ins to the Fantastic Beasts movies or to the play Cursed Child, and let's not overuse time turners. Let's be very careful how we use time turners on this show. Okay, next up in our rewatch series is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, another Christopher Columbus installment that started filming just days after Sorcerer's Stone, Philosopher's Stone came out. We want to shout out Morgan Ross at Movie Flame, who gave us a shout out when he did his Harry Potter breakdown series. Thanks, Morgan, and good job on your work. A huge thanks to Gina Ippolito for doing all the research and the writing for this breakdown. Welcome to New Rockstars. I'm Mary Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2002's Harry Potter in the Chamber of Secrets, the second entry in our weekly to rewatch series at New Rockstars. Throughout the holiday season, we are revisiting all 8 films of this series for Easter eggs, details you never spotted, connections to the book, and just some interesting behind-the-scenes facts that make this film series so timeless, as well as just a general re-examination of how it feels to look back at these films decades later to just reassess their complex cultural impact and to celebrate the artistry of the film, cast, and crew, and how these choices impact the evolution of the book series. Specifically, in this breakdown, we're going to talk about the the power of choice. And in the coming week over on our Break Room channel, be sure to tune into our live Q&A with myself and Gina and a special guest as we take your questions and go behind the breakdown for Chamber of Secrets. Chamber of Secrets starts with a special Warner Brothers logo floating through the clouds, much like the flying car will be in a moment. This Warner Brothers is a shinier gold than the regular logo to match the Chamber of Secrets title card, and as in the first film, the normal Warner Brothers theme is replaced by the John Williams Harry Potter theme. From here on out, all of the films will have a uniquely stylized Warner Brothers logo. The camera glides through the clouds to show the endless suburban sprawl, a huge horizontal contrast to the vertically oriented Hogwarts that will end this film in its final shot. In the book, Harry's life here in the summer is so dull that he almost wonders if his wizarding life was all a dream. And I love how right away in this opening shot of Harry, we see 2 black socks hanging from his drawer as this second-year Hogwarts student is laying out his school uniform for the upcoming academic term, but one of these socks will be the one that he gives up and hides in the diary to trick Lucius Malfoy into giving Dobby clothes, freeing that house elf. It's just great foreshadowing in the opening image here. Harry sits flipping through the photo album that Hagrid gave him at the end of the last film. At that time, Harry told Ron and Hermione that leaving school didn't mean he was going home, since he considered Hogwarts to be his new home. It's also why later, when they are flying to Hogwarts, Ron tells Harry, "Welcome home." Now, filming for Chamber of Secrets actually started the Monday after Sorcerer's Stone / Philosopher's Stone came out in theaters. So the young cast really had no time to adjust to the newfound fame before being back in it. The Harry Potter franchise is almost anomalistic when it comes to its young actors growing up mostly well-adjusted, professional contributors to the arts, largely avoiding major career scandals, I suppose with the exception of Jamie Waylett's arrest in 2011 for writing. But there are actually a lot of reasons for these kids being all right. The differences between the professional acting standards in the UK versus in the US, and the legends of stage role models these kids were in the presence of. Like, these kids didn't aspire to be Hollywood big shots with fast cars and a lot of drugs. They were learning from Shakespearean trained craftsmen with healthy work-life balances. Like, you could even look into the acting styles of the UK versus the US, and British actors are less likely to embrace like fully method Stanislavski approaches and are like, you know what, my job is to be an actor. I hang my character on the coat hook on my way out of the set and then go home to my spouse and kids. They are professionals over there. But I also think that it helped that these kids had to go right back to work before enjoying any of the spoils of fame. And that, I believe, set them on a path of respecting hard work. And I always think about that with the Chamber of Secrets and characters like Gilderoy Lockhart and Harry having to face the downside of being the famous boy who lived. Fame isn't everything. Now, poor Hedwig the owl has been locked in her cage all summer long because Uncle Vernon wanted to prevent Harry from sending letters to his friends or anyone in the wizarding world. But Harry hasn't been receiving any letters from anyone because Dobby, who shows up in a minute, has actually been intercepting them. Uncle Vernon is the director of a drill manufacturing company, and he's trying to sell a whole lot of drills to tonight's dinner guests, the Masons. Hence why he's making Harry hide in his room upstairs in hopes that nothing goes wrong while Harry stays quiet and pretends that he doesn't exist. When Harry goes back to his room, Dobby, the house elf, is waiting for him. Dobby is voiced by Toby Jones. Yes, Arnim Zola himself, and created by the British visual effects house Frame Store. On set, Dobby was played by a tennis ball on a stick. In the final 2 films, actress Diane Gibbons stood in on set for Dobby, which kind of shows how Dobby becomes a more expressive, tragic figure as opposed to what is essentially the Jar Jar Binks of this film. Jason Isaacs, who plays Lucius Malfoy, joked that if he knew Dobby was going to upstage him, he would have gone bigger with his performance. Children would visit the set from time to time and ask Isaacs where Dobby was, and he would tell them he was in his trailer because he didn't want to tell them the truth and ruin the magic for them. Now, when this film came out, a fair number of people thought that Dobby looked a lot like Russian President Vladimir Putin. A group of Russian lawyers actually wanted to sue Warner Brothers over the resemblance because Putin was apparently very angry, but the suit was never filed. As Dobby exits Harry's closet, he has one of Harry's white socks on his ear, and he pulls off the sock and gives it a little sniff and then smiles a little bit as he tosses it. This moment is not in the book, but it foreshadows the end when Harry hides his sock in a book and tricks Lucius into giving it to the elf. House elves in the book are hugely problematic because they're essentially magical slaves. And while Dobby desperately wants to be free, he's considered kind of an anomaly among the house elf population, most of whom are depicted as being happy to be slaves. Yikes. And it's also revealed later in the books that Hogwarts also has house elves. They're the ones responsible for making all the delicious food that magically appears on the tables of the Great Hall. Dobby has to punish himself anytime he comes close to speaking ill of the wizarding family that he serves, who, spoiler alert, turns out to be the Malfoys. Dobby wears an old pillowcase because the only only way to free a house elf is to give them actual clothes. Harry's room has some Gryffindor flourishes around it now, including a red and gold tie, a pennant, and a sticker on his closet door with a coat of arms. There's also a drawing of an owl, presumably Hedwig, on the closet door. So growing up, Harry lived in the cupboard under the stairs. He only got to move into this bedroom, which was reserved for Dudley's extra toys, when Uncle Vernon was trying to stop the Hogwarts owls from delivering Harry his letter to the cupboard under the stairs. The first one was addressed to Harry in the cupboard under the stairs, and moving him was his aunt and uncle's attempt to make it so that the owls couldn't find him. So his uncle's line about how they've given him all these things out of the goodness of our hearts is a total misrepresentation. I think there's also some residual fear of the half-giant who kicked down their door and gave their son a pigtail that they had to surgically remove. Dobby uses a hover charm to lift the pudding cake, and it's interesting that it has these sort of clouds underneath it, as if they are supporting the cake as it floats through the air. This is maybe to differentiate the kind of magic that house elves have, which doesn't require a wand. We've seen Hogwarts students levitate items before, and Wingardium Leviosa never looked quite like this. But distinguishing elf magic is an important function, because in Deathly Hallows, we see how Dobby's magic allows him to save Harry and the others when they are imprisoned at the Malfoy house. Now in the book, right after the pudding cake drops on Mrs. Mason, Harry gets in trouble by the Ministry of Magic, which I guess can't differentiate between who uses the magic at a residence. Underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school, and Harry is the only magic user known to live at the Dursleys' house, so when magic is detected, everyone assumes it's Harry's doing. The book on Harry's bedside table is Witch Owl by Miranda Goshawk, author of a lot of in-universe books, including the Standard Book of Spells used by students at Hogwarts. The flying car that Ron and the twins pick up Harry in is a 1959 powder blue Ford Anglia 105E. They used 16 of them for filming, and of those, 14 ended up wrecked because of the later scene with the Whomping Willow. When J.K. Rowling was a teenager, her friend apparently owned a blue Ford Anglia that she said rescued her from her boredom, just like the Weasleys rescue Harry. Ron wishes Harry a happy 12th birthday. This is just in keeping with something absolutely insane and magical happening to Harry on all of his birthdays, like, you know, last year when Hagrid busted down the door and told Harry that you're a wizard. The Ford flies them all the way back to the Weasleys' house. In the book, this house is called the Burrow, and they just keep magically adding chunks to it, which is why it's so lopsided and misshapen and nothing seems to match or go together. Harry has never been in an all-magic household before, so he takes in all the sights, including a pan that is washing itself, a clock which lists where every Weasley is at any given time. The options that can be seen include garden, school, home, dentist, prison, loft, Quidditch, and mortal peril. Would prison just be Azkaban? Does she really have to worry about her not knowing if her kids have been convicted? And yes, as Harry watches, the hands for Fred, George, and Ron all move from Lost to home. If my name was under Lost, you could presume that I'm just watching The Constant, season 4 on Netflix over and over again. The fact that dentist is on his family clock is hilarious and weird to me. Do wizards have dentists? If so, why is Arthur Weasley so curious when he's talking to Hermione's parents? I think Arthur Weasley added this because he's just so obsessed with Muggle culture, and he just thinks that, like, dentist means hanging out with Muggles. So Harry gets to see what it would have been like if he'd grown up in a completely magical wizarding family instead of with the Dursleys. Ron envies Harry for his fame, but Harry envies Ron for his just regular family home life in the wizarding world. Fame isn't everything. In the book, Harry spends a bit of time at the Weasleys and does things like interact with their house ghoul, practicing Quidditch, and helping the Weasleys gnome their garden. This sequence would have been absolutely hilarious to see, since it pretty much involves swinging the gnomes around and then tossing them as far as possible, like an insane hammer toss event, as these gnomes grunt, "Get off me!" and then trudge in a line in defeat into the brush. Now, this effect of the knitting needles knitting in midair was actually created by having a crew member's mother who knitted while sitting for several hours and working on her actual knitting, and then just removing her later in post. Arthur Weasley doesn't notice Harry at first when he gets home, and it's because the Weasleys do not know how to use birth control. They have 7 kids: Bill, Charlie, Percy, the twins Fred and George, Ron, and Ginny. Now, nowadays, people only have that because they're, you know, weirdly religious, but in olden times, people just had that many kids because they assumed some of them would die, as will be the case by the time we get to Deathly Hallows. So sad. Now, Bill Weasley shows up in later films, but interestingly, Charlie Weasley never made it into any of the films other than in a photograph when they were on vacation to Egypt. Both of the 2 older brothers are already out of Hogwarts. Bill, the oldest, works as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Charlie works with dragons in Romania. Errol is the Weasley's extremely old owl. Since Mr. Weasley is essentially a government employee and they have 7 kids, they don't have a lot of money and can't afford a new owl. Ron's extremely sensitive about his family's lack of funds, which which comes up many times throughout the series. Poor Errol can barely handle his deliveries anymore. There's a lot of owl injustice in this film. They head to Diagon Alley via the Flu Network. Ron wears the sweater with the R on it that his mom knitted for him last Christmas in the first film. Harry mushmouths it.
Diagonally.
Now, diagonally does not sound anything like nocturnally, and I maintain that Harry actually should have shot off at like a 45-degree angle into the stratosphere. But the flu powder, I suppose, takes Harry's intent into account, much like the Sorting Hat. And he just punishes this poor young wizard's dictation by spitting him out somewhere nearby where he wanted to go, like here. Morgan and Burke's shop in Nocturne Alley, the shadier black market version of Diagon Alley. There are a lot of dark arts items on display, including this opal necklace, which will come back in a big way in Half-Blood Prince, when one of these poor Gryffindor Quidditch team chasers just has a really bad day. But this hand that grabs Harry's is the Hand of Glory, and it's used by thieves and plunderers. You put a candle in it, and it grants light only to the holder. In one of the later books, Draco has this and uses it in Hogwarts to do some of Voldemort's bidding. Harry hides in the Vanishing Cabinet, which is another item that plays a huge role in Half-Blood Prince, but this whole sequence was actually deleted from the theatrical release. It's only in the extended version. Draco and his father, Lucius, go into the store and talk to Mr. Borgin. Lucius wants to sell some forbidden items to Borgin because the Ministry, and specifically Arthur Weasley's department, is conducting raids to make sure no wizards have anything illegal, like, you know, some old belongings and relics from Voldemort's time. That's why when Lucius sees Arthur later, Lucius sneers when asking him about these raids. Anytime he is on screen, Lucius is always lit in a way so that only part of his face is illuminated, just in case there was any question of whether or not he was evil. Jason Isaacs wanted Lucius to be as big of a bully as possible so viewers would understand why Draco was such a little worm. He also chose the long hair look to distinguish himself from Draco, and to keep the hair out of his eyes, he always has to tilt his head back, and the effect is that he's always looking down his nose at everyone. Jason Isaacs actually originally auditioned for the role of Gilderoy Lockhart, but Chris Columbus asked if he'd be willing to read for Lucius Malfoy as well. Isaacs didn't really want that role because he considered it too similar to his character of Captain Hook and Peter Pan, who was also an eccentric man with a wig who was very mean to children. He auditioned anyway and landed the role and was convincing enough to sign on and ended up really enjoying it. Now, the books on the shelf as Hagrid takes Harry out of Nocturne Alley are reportedly Rowling's own copies of the Harry Potter books. Also, I have no idea what it is, but this bright red life-size wooden boy in the same alley is so weird and terrifying. Like at night, it comes to life and terrorizes evil children. When Hermione sees Harry, she fixes his glasses with Oculus Reparo spell, the same spell that she used the first time they met on the train in the first film. In Flourish and Blots, there is a Magical Me autobiography signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, played incredibly by Kenneth Branagh, and he is just one of our best artists, from a director to a writer to just the roles he's played in Christopher Nolan movies, from directing Thor and giving the MCU a whole corner of that world to play within. I love this man. Hugh Grant was originally cast in the role, and he would have been great, but he did have to back out because conflicts was shooting 2 weeks notice. In the book, this scene is when Lockhart announces he's a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. The movie saves that reveal for a bit later. Now, when Lucius Malfoy meets Harry, he did exactly what Draco did in the first film and holds his hand out for a handshake. Harry rejected Draco's handshake, but he accepts Lucius's and is rewarded with a pull-in close power move so that Lucius can get a better look at his scar. This walking stick with a silver snake handle is later revealed to house Lucius's wand. And the silver snake has like 2 fangs that poke down so that when Lucius hits people with it, like his own son, it hurts extra. Lucius brings up Hermione's parents because he's one of those pure blood fanatics who believes only people with full wizarding ancestry should be accepted at Hogwarts and allowed to practice magic. Voldemort took it a step further and taught his followers that anyone with non-magical blood should be killed. And Voldemort himself, it's revealed later, is not in fact a pure blood wizard. It's also mentioned several times that if only pure blood wizards and witches existed, they'd all be, you know, inbred to not a good place. As Hermione looks over at her parents, they're chatting with Mr. Weasley, who again loves and is fascinated by muggles and their world. It's soft, but you can actually hear Mr. Weasley say to them this. This is because Hermione's parents are dentists, and Mr. Weasley has heard people are afraid of dentists, but I guess he lacks the context to understand why people are afraid of dentists. It's just a running bit from the books. Ironically, Lucius also hates Ron, even though the Weasleys are about as pureblood as you can get. But of course, Lucius only likes rich pureblood wizards, which the book points out would be almost no one, since every wizard has a muggle somewhere in their bloodline. Most just lie about it, like Voldemort did. When Lucius picks up Jenny's book and says, "Tatty's secondhand book," that's when he slips Tom Riddle's diary in there. You can actually see Lucius pick up one book, and then when he sets it back down in Ginny's cauldron, the diary is tucked behind it. This, of course, is one of many of Voldemort's belongings that Lucius Malfoy had in his collection, which is why Arthur's department was raiding his home. So he's kind of deceptively offloading some of these things, specifically in the cauldron of the daughter of the guy who's raiding him. Lucius was one of Voldemort's followers, but he avoided prosecution by using his considerable wealth to grease the wheels, and also claimed afterwards that he'd been bewitched by Voldemort and not in his right mind. Obviously, that's a lie. In the book, when Lucius is insulting the kids, Mr. Weasley actually throws himself at him, and Hagrid has to break up the fight, with both men getting some licks in. I would have loved to see these two actors really throw down. The Weasleys park their car at King's Cross Station in a spot with a sign that reads, "No parking, taxis only." Obviously, they have no idea how Muggle cars and signs and parking work. In the book, Mr. Weasley enchanted the car to be much bigger on the inside, but doesn't tell Mrs. Weasley, who marvels over how Muggles manage to design things so well without magic, so neither of them really have much experience with them. The station guard at King's Cross is the same one from the first film. He's played by Harry Taylor. He acts occasionally, but is also Helena Bonham Carter's driver on a lot of films that she appears in, including Half-Blood Prince and Deathly Hallows. Harry and Ron decide that since they can't get through the barrier, thanks to Dobby, they'll fly the car to Hogwarts. They get seen by a few Muggles and almost get flattened by the Hogwarts Express, and Harry nearly falls to his death, but John Williams' score for all of this is absolutely stunning. It adds to the amusement park ride feeling of the whole sequence and just puts you right into the action. They crash into the Whomping Willow, which beats the hell out of them and the car. And poor Hedwig, this owl has been locked in a cage for months and then crashed into a solid barrier back at the train station, and now almost gets killed by a tree, all because Harry is a dope and Dobby. Now, in a lot of these shots, you can see some of the rushed production here, like there's part of the glass in the car is just broken on the wrong side and all the chaos. It's because they just jumped right back into shooting this movie. And in all the chaos, Ron's wand breaks, and they'll spend the rest of the movie with it not working too well. The Whomping Willow reappears throughout the series, and we will see play a very big role in Prisoner of Azkaban. The fed-up Ford ejects them and their luggage with a slapstick fart noise. Ron makes sure that Scabbers is okay, and again, a reminder that this rat will turn out to be an adult man who's been living with Ron for years and is now locked in a cage. Filch, who isn't a big fan of students, takes great joy in telling Ron and Harry, "Oh dear, we are in trouble." Snape informs them that they were seen by at least 7 Muggles, and the newspaper headline reads, "Flying Ford Anglia mystifies Muggles." There's also an article about the Lockhart book signing. I love that there's still a headline about Lockhart's book signing there. He was right that his photo with Harry would land him on the front page. Snape mentions that they did damage to the Whomping Willow that's been on the ground since before you were born. Now, the story of how and why and when this tree was planted is explored in the next film. It really guards the entrance to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, which is where Remus Lupin would go to turn into a werewolf on full moons. Dumbledore didn't want anyone accidentally stumbling upon him when he was in that state. I am bad at sleeping. I have friends who can fall asleep anywhere, no matter how loud it is, but if I can hear a mosquito flitting around my room, I am up all night. And I can't use a noise machine because then I can still hear all the non-noise machine noise. Well, Oslo's sleep buds are the perfect solution. Look at these. They are designed to comfortably block out sleep disrupting sounds and replace the noise with anything you'd like to stream. And one of the things I like so much about Oslo's sleep buds is that they are still comfortable even when you're sleeping on your side or rolling around at night. Each pair of sleep buds comes with 4 different sizes of silicone wingtips that are super soft and engineered to block out any sounds that might disrupt your sleep. These sleep buds have a 10-hour charge for all-night noise masking or streaming, so you won't be woken up because they suddenly ran out. Oslo also offers a variety of custom masking tracks. Their library of sleep sounds have been engineered to cover up sleep-disrupting noises like snoring, city sounds, and loud neighbors or doggies. Thank you so much to Oslo for partnering with me in this video. Scan the QR code on screen or click the link in the description for the best sleep of your life. Sweet dreams. Now, this is the last film in which Albus Dumbledore is played by Richard Harris, who sadly passed away right before this film's release. From the 3rd film on, he will be played by Michael Gambon. Daniel Radcliffe said that Harris's passing was his first encounter with death, and this movie is dedicated to Harris's memory. Harry finds a letter for Filch in Quick Spell, a correspondence course in beginner magic. This is a scene deleted from the theatrical release, and it deals with a subplot from the book about Filch being a squib, a person born to wizarding families who has no ability to do magic. This is a great source of shame and embarrassment for Filch, and one of the reasons he has such contempt for these young wizards who go to the school. Filch later thinks that Harry attacked Mrs. Norris because Harry would be after wizards who would have muggle blood or are inferior in some way. Mandrakes are introduced in this film so that they can pay off later as a cure for the students who are petrified by the basilisk. Their screams are created using a combination of a 1-month-old baby's cries and the screams of adult women, and the fact that they were mixed. Ugh, what a horrifying sound. Chris Columbus's daughter Eleanor returns, but still in a non-speaking role since J.K. Rowling didn't want non-UK actors to speak in the films for authenticity reasons. Originally, Columbus had planned to direct all of the movies, but after working on the first two back-to-back, he realized that schedule would take him away from his family for a long time, and he passes the torch to Alfonso Cuarón after this one. Nearly Headless Nick grants Percy Weasley and Miss Clearwater, referring to Penelope Clearwater. Their relationship and Percy trying to hide it from his brothers was a subplot from the book that's mostly left out of the movies, but basically there's a big secret about Percy that Jenny had discovered, and it's revealed in the final scene of the book. It was that Percy and Penelope Clearwater were dating. Ron tries to fix his broken wand with spellotape. Then we meet this little guy.
Harry! Colin Creevy! I know Gryffindor too.
Colin Creevy, who mentions that his dad is a muggle, is a huge fanboy of Harry Potter and follows him around taking photos, which both annoys Harry, who's trying to avoid looking like a fame seeker, and ends up being one of the reasons students think Harry is the one attacking people when Colin turns up petrified later. Now, Ron is now wearing second-year robes, which in this film are noticeably more faded and worn down compared to everyone else's robes, and that's because they'd probably be hand-me-downs from Fred and George, who, due to their goofing around with like firecrackers, probably scuffed up these robes something good. Errol shows up with a howler for Ron. That's a letter that screams at the recipient in the sender's voice. Now, if you don't open it quickly, it gets louder and louder until eventually the letter explodes open and screams at top volume. They're super embarrassing to get, and I can't imagine being in grade school getting one of these from your parents for everyone to hear. We find out later in the series that Voldemort put a curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher position at Hogwarts so that no one would last more than a year. Last year it was Professor Quirrell, and this year it is Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart is an inept wizard who actually stole the stories of glory from other wizards and witches and then erased their memories using Obliviate. Other than being an insufferable egomaniac, Lockhart being unable to contain the Cornish pixies he released is the first hint that he's actually a fraud. Chris Columbus used the creatures from Gremlins, which he wrote the screenplay for, as an inspiration for the pixie design. The Slytherin Quidditch team is now accurate to the book in that all players are male. Malfoy is their newest seeker after his dad bought everyone on the team brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms. Malfoy calls Hermione Mudblood, the Wizarding World's version of a racial slur, meaning someone with dirty blood because their line is mixed with muggles, or they just have muggle parents in Hermione's case. Ron's spell backfires so that he ends up barfing up slugs. Apparently, in movie theaters during the scene, children actually start throwing up from a combination of the grossness of the fake slugs and just, I suppose, eating too much movie theater candy. But it could have been worse. In the books, Ron is barfing up dozens of tiny slugs every time he burps, which somehow seems more disgusting than just, one big one. Rupert Grint actually said that this fake slug tasted pretty good because it was coated with sweet candy slime. Harry hears the voice of the basilisk for the first time and finds Mrs. Norris the cat petrified, along with writing on the wall that reads, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." The basilisk was actually voiced by Jason Isaacs. He's an accomplished voiceover actor, and one day he was doing ADR for Lucius Malfoy, and he was messing around in the booth with different voices, and Chris Columbus asked him to put this skill to use for the film to voice the giant snake. Minerva McGonagall explains the lore behind the Chamber of Secrets, that soon after Hogwarts was founded by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, the elitist prick of the bunch, decided they should only teach magic to purebloods. The others disagreed, so Slytherin left the school, but legend says he left behind a hidden chamber. Only when his heir returned to the school could the chamber be opened to release the monster within and purge the school of wizards without pure blood. Now, in the book, it's actually the history of magic teacher, Professor Binns, a ghost, who explains all of this. This ghost is so boring that he didn't even notice when he died. He just kept right on lecturing. He does not appear in the movies, but it is a very fun scene where they're like, for once, interested in something this teacher has to lecture about, and he's very confused why they're so interested in it. Now, to figure out how to make Polyjuice Potion, Hermione uses the book Most Potent Potions, a book with hundreds of advanced potions, some of which are described as having effects almost too gruesome to think about. In the book, Hermione, Harry, and Ron have to steal some ingredients from Snape's private stores, something he brings up later in Goblet of Fire, when those same ingredients go missing again. Hermione also claims to have stolen the hair of a Slytherin student named Millicent Bulstrode when they're like in a scuffle, when a big fight erupts between kids in the houses. Now, we see a Quidditch match in this movie. Slytherin's new brooms give them the edge in this fight, putting them up 90 to Gryffindor's 30. But when Harry and Draco are both chasing the Golden Snitch, Harry manages to keep pace with Draco and even overtakes him, which is impressive considering Draco's broom, the Nimbus 2001, is supposed to be much faster than the Nimbus 2000 that Harry rides. Hagrid sees that someone bewitched a bludger to follow Harry, and he says that Harry's got himself a rogue bludger. And a rogue bludger was actually this chapter's title in the book. Gilderoy Lockhart tries to repair Harry's broken arm by just magicking away any bone at all, and I love the bendy wrist effect that you know was practical. Madame Pomfrey gives Harry Skelligro. On the bottle it says 1100 drops, a remedy for bone growth. Skelligro, bonafide results every time, sold only by Rubens, Winnicus and Company Incorporated. That night, Colin Creevey is the first human to be attacked. Full-size models of the actors were used for all the people who get petrified, and they look pretty good. Like, definitely kind of creepy Uncanny Valley, which is exactly how you'd expect a petrified child to look. Hermione brews the polyjuice potion in the girls' bathroom that no one uses, and we meet another pesky new character of this film, Moaning Myrtle. She's played by Shirley Henderson, who, despite playing a student, was 37 at the time of filming, which becomes pretty weird in Goblet of Fire, where she's watching Harry bathe and mentions having watched Cedric bathe. But, you know, since Myrtle is a ghost and she can't age throughout the films like the others do, they had to go with just a young-looking adult actor who wouldn't age. As a kid, definitely would have aged film to film. Snape and Lockhart teach his students to duel. John Williams composed this more dramatic form of Lockhart's theme for the dueling. It was influenced by an old-fashioned tango to emphasize the character's slightly exaggerated and inflated posture. The duel itself has greetings and stances based on fencing, just with wands in place of the foils. The raised stage that they fight on shows the phases of the moon. Before the duel starts, Justin Finch Fletchley introduces himself to Harry and mentions that he's Muggle-born. This is a kid who will later think that Harry bewitched a snake to attack him. Snape uses the Expelliarmus spell against Lockhart. That is a spell that Harry himself favors so much that he will eventually use it against Voldemort and become known for it among Voldemort's followers. Lockhart doesn't even seem to try to get a spell out against Snape or to block the spell, just more evidence of how completely useless this wizard is. Next, Malfoy conjures a snake, and Harry speaks to the snake in Parseltongue. Now, in the first film, Harry also spoke to the snake at the zoo, but we heard that from Harry's perspective, which means it sounded to the audience like English. Harry, at this point, doesn't even know he's a Parselmouth who speaks Parseltongue, and no one else present can understand him, so they assume he's telling it to attack Justin, when in fact, he's telling the snake to leave Justin alone. Harry has this extremely rare ability because when Voldemort, who is also a Parselmouth, attacked him, he transferred some of his self to Harry. Salazar Slytherin also had the ability to talk to snakes, so naturally, this display does nothing to allay the fears that Harry is the heir of Slytherin. Cambridge linguistics professor Francis Nolan was hired to develop the Parseltongue language, and he did such a thorough and exhaustive job that J.K. Rowling put together a guide that taught actors how to speak it properly. Now, Justin, who had just told Harry that he's Muggle-born, assumes Harry told the snake to attack him, and this leads students to assume that Harry is the heir of Slytherin. In the book, this actually leads to a whole subplot of various Hufflepuffs, like Ernie Macmillan, turning on Harry, which does briefly subside after Hermione's petrified, but kind of returns when Harry has a rivalry to Hufflepuff's golden boys, Cedric Diggory and Goblet of Fire. I really like this inner-house conflict. While Gryffindor always has its eyes on Slytherin, Hufflepuff views Gryffindor as like fame and glory hogs. It's an interesting conflict for Harry too, that despite you only trying to do right by some people, they will always view you as the villain and find reasons to unfairly slander your struggles as privileged narcissism. There's a running theme throughout the books that despite the fact that Harry is seen as the boy who lived and saved wizard kind from Voldemort, everyone is also very quick to believe the worst of him. Crime isn't everything. It comes back again and again in the books and the films, and it's a good metaphor for the parasocial relationships between non-famous people and celebrities. Some people worship Harry despite not knowing him, and others want to see him torn down. Some students talk crap about Harry and even says Voldemort probably attacked Harry because he didn't want the competition from another dark wizard, which is hilarious since Harry was a baby when that happened. In a scene deleted from the theatrical release, Harry runs into Hagrid holding a dead rooster in the hallway. In the book, Hagrid eventually finds all the Hogwarts roosters dead, another clue as to what sort of creature is in the Chamber of Secrets, since the crow of a rooster is deadly to a basilisk. When Voldemort possessed Ginny, he forced her to kill all the roosters. Harry finds both nearly headless Nick and Justin petrified in the hallway, and this dude can't catch a break. Filch finds him in that moment, and since that whole snake incident just happened, of course, everyone assumes it's Harry doing this again. Now in the book, Nearly Headless Nick is given a bit more of a subplot with his denial of entry to the Headless Hunt, an organization of headless ghosts that he's unable to join because he's only nearly headless, which is just another example of the theme of only outcasts and others being attacked. We head into Dumbledore's office, to which the password of entry is Sherbet Lemon. Since Dumbledore loves sweets and is constantly talking about them, actually in Half-Blood Prince, Dumbledore has a bowl of sherbet lemons on his desk. Dumbledore's office is filled with interesting artifacts and oddities that we revisit throughout the films, but in this office, Harry questions the Sorting Hat. The book shows that there are a ton of parallels between Harry and Voldemort/Tom Riddle, right down to even how they look. Back when Tom was still in school, at least, Harry here is worried that he might be the heir of Slytherin, and he's remembering when the Sorting Hat almost placed him in the Slytherin house. The one important distinction, though, is that Harry desperately didn't want to be in that house because, unlike Voldemort, he has a good heart. Harry sees Fawkes the Phoenix burst into flames and be reborn. Fawkes comes back later and is actually the Phoenix whose feathers make up the core of both Harry and Voldemort's wands. Harry doesn't find this out until later in the series, and it becomes a very big plot point why their wands are unable to destroy each other. Fawkes itself is yet another animatronic practical effect. It was so detailed and realistic, Richard Harris thought it was a real live trained bird. Apparently, when Columbus told him it was just a robot, Harris shouted, "F off," because he was so shocked. Dumbledore says,
Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads and have tears of healing powers.
Yes, setting up what happens in the Chamber of Secrets when Fawkes heals Harry and carries everyone out to safety. We also get this exchange between Dumbledore and Harry.
I must ask you, is there something you wish to tell me?
Nothing.
It's actually the exact same words exchanged between Dumbledore and Tom Riddle.
Is there something you wish to tell me?
No, sir. Nothing.
Again, another intentional way of showing the similarities between Harry and Riddle. Harry stays at Hogwarts over the holidays again, as he did in the first film. Obviously, he doesn't want to go back to the Dursleys, and they don't want him there either. And since fewer people are in the school, this is when they choose to use the Polyjuice. To make sure the real Crabbe and Goyle don't get in their way during the Polyjuice potion plan, they gotta put him out of commission for a bit. Hermione hands Ron and Harry a cupcake filled with a sleeping draft, and Harry lifts them in the air using the Wingardium Leviosa spell, which we saw them learn in the first film, and which, of course, Ron used against the troll to knock it out with its own club. When Ron and Harry transform into Crabbe and Goyle after drinking the Polyjuice potion, they still have their old voices.
We still sound like ourselves. You need to sound more like Crabbe.
Now, this is not how Polyjuice Potion works in the book, where it also changes your voice, and it leaves a pretty big plot hole, since in later films, other people use Polyjuice Potion and don't keep their old voices, like Barty Crouch Jr. I can only assume that the filmmakers for this one didn't want to confuse little kids about who was who, and this was their fix, and didn't really think ahead for the series. The furniture decor and the lighting of the Slytherin common room is different from Gryffindor's. It looks far less warm and inviting. They are in the dungeons. There's a lot of stone, the furniture is all black leather. It's the whole vibe. After Harry, as Goyle, takes off his glasses and says he was reading, Malfoy responds,
"Reading? I didn't know you could read."
This is apparently an improvised line from Tom Felton because he kind of blanked on what his actual line was, and the filmmakers ended up liking it and leaving it in. Now, in a scene that was deleted from the theatrical release only in the extended edition, Harry, Ron, and Hermione examine the diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle, and Ron, having polished all the trophies in the trophy room as part of his detention, remembers seeing that name on a trophy for special services to the school. We actually saw part of that trophy, minus the name, in the first film in the trophy case, so it's just a cool Easter egg that came back. In the diary flashback, Tom Riddle wears a prefect's badge, since he was, by all accounts, an exemplary student who all the teachers loved except Dumbledore, who never fully trusted him. It's revealed later that the dead person they are carting out is Moaning Myrtle, who J.K. Rowling confirmed was in the Ravenclaw house. Dumbledore was still just a professor at the time, working under the Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dippet. Harry recognizes the look of panic in Riddle's eyes at the idea of Hogwarts shutting down, because it's a panic he too feels at the prospect of having to go back to the Dursleys. It's one of several reasons why Harry trusts Riddle initially. Young Hagrid is played by Robbie Coltrane's tall body double in all the films, Martin Bayfield. His voice was dubbed by Coltrane, though. We get the backstory of why Hagrid was expelled. Riddle convinced everyone it was Hagrid's pet giant spider that killed Myrtle, Aragog. Again, Dumbledore never fully believed the story, which is why he let Hagrid stay on as groundskeeper, but his wand was snapped in two. He kept the pieces inside his pink umbrella and uses it to do magic still from time to time, despite the fact that he's not supposed to. Harry is real quick to believe the worst of his friend Hagrid, especially after Hagrid just went to bat for him with Dumbledore. But again, he sees a lot of himself in Tom Riddle and is being manipulated by one of the best. Still, Ron has good instincts about it.
I don't even know this Tom Riddle. He sounds like a dirty, rotten snitch to me.
Hermione, ever the logical one, says that Hagrid's their friend and they should just ask him about it, but only after she gets petrified do the boys decide to take her advice. The person who ransacks Harry's stuff looking for the diary turns out to be Ginny Weasley. She thought it was just an ordinary diary, so she started out writing stuff in there about Harry and her crush on him. When Riddle started communicating with her via the diary, she wrote even more stuff, so she's terrified of Harry figuring out how the diary works and learning about her crush and all the stuff she's been confessing. We meet Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who's always asking Dumbledore for his advice and expertise on various topics. He's there to take Hagrid to Azkaban, the magical prison in the middle of the sea, guarded by Dementors, the dark creatures who feed on happiness and can suck the soul right out of a person's body. Given that Azkaban is supposed to be one of the most horrible places on Earth, gotta say Hagrid is pretty chill about it. Lucius Malfoy shows up as one of the governors of the school to tell Dumbledore he's been suspended as headmaster, and Dumbledore shows he clearly knows that Harry and Ron are right there underneath the invisibility cloak.
You will find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask.
Oh, that look creeps me out every time I watch this scene. Hagrid, much less subtly, signals to the boys that they should follow the spiders that they've seen skittering away from the castle. A bit of advice that almost gets them killed by Aragog's offspring in the Dark Forest. Aragog is a very cool practical effect. They built a massive mechanical spider that took more than 15 people to operate. The hairs on his face and body were each individually hand-inserted and were a mixture of different materials, including coconut fibers and broom bristles. The animatronic had a leg span of over 18 feet. Now, Rupert Grint, like Ron, actually is afraid of spiders in real life and claims he wasn't doing much acting during these scenes because he was legitimately freaked out by the robot spider. He has a hard time even watching that scene in the film. Ron tries to warn Harry about the spiders.
What?
This is an homage to a similar moment in Chris Columbus's Home Alone 2. Ron asks Harry if he knows any spells that can help them, and Harry says one. He uses the Aranya Exume spell that he only knew because he saw Tom Riddle use it against Aragog earlier in the diary flashback. The spell manages to take out only a few of the spiders, and Harry and Ron are rescued by the battered Ford Anglia at the last second. The fact that this Ford just becomes wild and feral and lives in the forest is like one of my favorite loose threads in these books. They realize that Hermione had figured it all out, that it is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry could hear it and understand it because it is a type of snake. Spiders flee before it. It can live for hundreds of years. It's been getting around through the pipes, and its gaze turns people into stone. Harry figures out the rest, that everyone was only petrified and not killed because of special circumstances. Mrs. Norris, the cat, saw the basilisk in the reflection of the water on the ground. Colin Creevey saw it through his camera lens. Justin Finch Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick, the ghost. Hermione saw its reflection in the mirror. Harry also realizes that the victim 50 years ago was Moaning Myrtle. Ginny gets taken into the chamber by the monster, and Snape and the other teachers call out Lockhart, who's been bragging about how he knows exactly where the entrance is. Harry and Ron catch him as he's trying to flee Hogwarts like a thief in the night. He's packing up all of his stuff, including a wig that he has on his desk. I also like the detail that some of the portraits of himself have also just fled the frames. Lockhart reveals that he never really did all the stuff he claimed in his books. He stole other wizard stories of heroism and then wiped their memories using the Obliviate memory charm. He later tries this on Harry with Ron's broken wand, which was what causes it to backfire. Harry uses his parcel tongue to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, which is in Myrtle's bathroom. Now, there aren't any subtitles here, but according to the book, the words he says are just open up. They slide down the pipes where there are bones of animals that the basilisk has been feeding off for years scattered about, along with a giant snake skin. Lockhart steals Ron's crappy wand, but the Obliviate spell rebounds, causing a cave-in and a total loss of Lockhart's memories. Harry gets separated from Ron and Lockhart, and just like at the climax of the previous film, he has to proceed by himself. Inside the chamber, the stone face of Salazar Slytherin is flanked by rows of stone snakes. Tom Riddle, in the mostly flesh, reveals that he's been manipulating Ginny and that he's actually Voldemort.
Voldemort is my past, present, and future.
Okay, the anagramming here is a little silly, but I will admit, watching this as a kid, my mind was blown. But the fact that he worked in I am Lord and the anagram is just, kind of dumb. In the book, Voldemort explains that the more Ginny poured her thoughts and feelings into the journal, the more he fed on them, draining her life force to feed his own and eventually becoming corporeal. It's interesting to think about a younger J.K. Rowling drafting the idea of the most powerful thing being a lonely girl left alone with a book full of empty pages to pour her feelings into, especially now that, for this author, Dumbledore. Her empty pages have turned into like a blinking cursor in an empty field of a tweet draft, beckoning her to share all of her dark thoughts with the world, and that she could just stop that pain if she could just stop writing for a second. Harry shows loyalty to Dumbledore, causing Fawkes to fly in with help the Sorting Hat, from which Harry is able to retrieve the Sword of Gryffindor, a maneuver that Dumbledore later muses is a magician's maneuver, right? Pulling something from out of a hat. Tom Riddle summons the basilisk, which, like Aragog, was partially practical. A 25-foot-long animatronic was built, and the finished scene was a mix of digital effects as a basilisk chases Harry. The basilisk drops out of the mouth of the Slytherin statue and then chases Harry over the wet pathway. Harry trips and drops his glasses, which don't break this time. Fawkes swoops in and claws the basilisk's eyes out, neutralizing the threat of it petrifying Harry. Harry watches this go down via the beast's shadows on the wall, a cool effect that makes it all the more realistic. In the book, the Phoenix's cry also has the effect of calming and bolstering Harry, but the wounded basilisk thrashes around and only stops when it locates Harry through hearing him. It chases Harry through the tunnels, and Harry, like the rats he sees running at his feet, is trapped. The close-up of the animatronic head with the dripping teeth protruding is just very cool and appropriately scary, and I love the camera work where, you know, Harry looks at the bars and then whip pan, oh, the stake is right there. Harry does the old throw a rock so it thinks you're over there trick, and the basilisk slithers away. Harry goes back to the chamber where Ginny is almost dead, and the basilisk bursts out of the water like freaking Jaws. Harry grabs the sword and climbs up to the statue to gain the high ground, and the final moment of the battle, Harry grabs the sword right as it's about to slide off and plunges it up through the basilisk's open mouth as he moves to strike. The basilisk gives a few thrashes before falling over, dead. The chaotic and exciting fight score gives way to a mix of Harry's theme as he walks wounded by a venomous fang. With his strength failing him, Harry uses the fang to stab the diary, which bleeds ink forth from its pages. It looks so cool, and I love he does one side of the page, the other side of the page, closes it hamburger style, and skewers the whole damn thing. Riddle is destroyed, and Ginny is restored to health. In later films, it's revealed that this diary is one of the Horcruxes that actually contained a part of Voldemort's soul. And it is also a very big deal that basilisk venom is one of the things that can destroy a Horcrux, and that Gryffindor's sword had grazed some of that venom, absorbing that venom to make itself stronger. Fawkes's tears heal Harry's wound, like the water from the Holy Grail in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. John Williams' score even sounds similar to that moment in Last Crusade. Fawkes flies everyone out of the chamber to safety. Dumbledore gives Harry and Ron special awards for services to the school, which is now one more thing that Harry has in common with Tom Riddle / Voldemort. And again, like the end of the first film, Dumbledore fills Harry in with some of the exposition and sets Harry's mind at ease about the similarities he sees between himself and Riddle and which house he truly belongs. We'll come back to that quote in a moment though. Lucius Malfoy shows up with Dobby in tow, and Harry puts two and two together. Lucius is pissed that he was foiled by this kid.
Let us hope that Mr. Potter will always be around to save the day.
Don't worry. I will be.
Apparently, this exchange was improvised. Nothing was scripted here, but Jason Isaacs felt that his character would say something, and Daniel Radcliffe responded off the cuff and surprised Jason Isaacs with his improv skills. Again, we see the wholesome benefit of partnering these young, impressionable actors with just British actors who are professionals and masters at their craft. Harry tricks Lucius into freeing Dobby, and Lucius is pissed. Aha, he said, which is going to be Avada Kedavra. Thank God elves have very powerful magic of their own, and it doesn't require wands, but, you know, since they're usually relegated to being slaves and servants, they don't have to use this type of magic much. But yeah, Lucius was about to use the highly illegal Avada Kedavra killing curse on a 12-year-old student in a school. Now, this is new for the film. In the book, it just says that Lucius Malfoy lunges at Harry, and in the script, it apparently just said that Lucius tried to curse Harry, but Jason Isaacs opened Goblet of Fire and picked a spell to say, and it just happened to be that one. And yeah, it is pretty insane that he was so chill about child murder, especially with Dumbledore like 50 feet away in his office. Harry asks Dobby to promise him not to try to save his life again. Dobby gives him a little smile, and in hindsight, this moment is bittersweet, given that Dobby actually does die after he saves Harry's life in Deathly Hallows. Dobby hangs onto and cherishes Harry's sock that freed him for the rest of his life. Off screen, the mandrakes get chopped up and stewed and given to everyone petrified to revive them.
You, me, and your friends, Steve.
Hagrid gets released from Azkaban, albeit a bit late since Ron sent Errol to deliver the papers for his release. Couldn't you have used any other owl? So the film ends with Hagrid returning to Hogwarts' Great Hall after being released from Azkaban, a kind of ho-hum ending that made the best out of a pretty uneventful ending from the text, where the kids find out from Ginny that Percy was dating Penelope Clearwater, and Harry giving Ron and Hermione the Dursleys' phone number to call him over the summer. But I think we should end here by addressing this quote from Dumbledore when Harry frets about his similarities to Voldemort.
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
Remember, Ollivander told Harry that the phoenix tail feather that becomes the core of his wand really connected him to the phoenix tail feather from Voldemort's wand, that they both came from Fawkes, which Ollivander said would make Harry capable of great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry could have become the heir of Slytherin and outpaced Voldemort's ghost to become the most powerful wizard. While yes, Tom Riddle did come from the Slytherin bloodline, Harry came from an important bloodline of his own. Tom Riddle / Voldemort himself was not pure blood. But ultimately, ability and talent do not matter. Fame isn't everything. Choices matter. Harry asked the Sorting Hat to put him on a different life path, and that choice meant everything. It transformed him from the boy who merely lived to the boy who bravely loved. Now, this film actually has a post-credit scene. It's the only film throughout the Harry Potter films to have one, where we see Lockhart's latest book titled Who Am I? Seen in the display for Flourish and Blotts. Now, he is in a straitjacket in this photo, still very much confused. In the Order of the Phoenix book, Harry, Ron, and Hermione run into him at St. Mungo's home for magical maladies and injuries. He still has no memories, but he enjoys signing autographs and decorates his hospital bed with photos of himself, so his personality is still intact somewhat. And yes, St. Mungo's, of course, the facility where Neville Longbottom's parents live after they were tortured to the point of insanity. Now, I have to ask, does Lockhart need to be in a straitjacket? Perhaps. He did assault a number of witches and wizards and was willing here to hurt children. But considering this is on the book cover, I wonder if this straitjacket was kind of a performative photo shoot by Lockhart to sell more books. Like, despite having his memory wiped, there's still some vanity in his nature to tell his story, to connect with readers. It just goes to show that even when public personalities lose their minds, they cannot help but keep on blabbing to the public. Okay, now let's go over some stuff in the upcoming Harry Potter TV series on HBO that they are required to include in the second season, Chamber of Secrets, to improve upon what the film built. Because we must acknowledge that of all 8 films, Chamber of Secrets tends to rank among the lowest. So onward to our room of requirement. Season 2 of the Harry Potter series. Like the movie, I think it'd be very cool if this TV series uses a mix of practical and digital effects. The practical effects and animatronics were always charming, and an over-reliance on purely digital effects just won't hit the same way that these early films did. Next, they're required to include the denoming sequence at the Burrow. That's a deal breaker. It's so good. They need to put it in there. Next, they need to cast an actual teenager as Myrtle, so it would be just less weird when she later has a huge crush on Harry. Just shoot the season 4 bathroom scenes when you shoot the season 2 scenes with her. All right, next requirement, cast a good young Tom Riddle. This movie did a great job casting a charming kid to play young Voldemort, Tom Riddle. It's very important. We got to understand why he was able to manage to amass so many followers before turning into like an evil, noseless freak. Also, we need to bring back Ghost History of Magic Professor Binns. He was such a unique and weird character from the book, and I just want to see the Ghost teaching kids about Muggle uprisings and junk. Also, the Headless Hunt. We got to just have more Ghost drama all around. And final requirement, I would love to see every season of the show use the kind of visual motifs that Alfonso Cuarón would use time for in the 3rd Harry Potter film for each season. Like, let's use the theme of blood and snakes and just like fluid to be kind of the visual motif of the 2nd season. We should understand how creepy it is to be obsessed with bloodlines, that there is some kind of like serpentine snake-like quality that no wizard in their right mind would ever embrace willingly. Okay, next week in our rewatch series will be Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, in my opinion, the best film of the series, directed by the amazing Alfonso Cuarón. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2004's Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. In our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series at New Rockstars. We are revisiting all 8 films of this series for Easter eggs, details you never spotted, connections to the book, and what exactly makes this series so timeless. This takes on a new meaning for this one. Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite Harry Potter film, perhaps because I adore every film Alfonso Cuarón has made, and really this set the franchise on a crucial trajectory that allowed it to go the distance, an impressive feat despite not necessarily doing the best job adapting in its source material. That award might go to Chamber of Secrets, which elevated a subpar text into a well-structured mystery made iconic by Kenneth Branagh and Jason Isaacs. But now let us turn the page and solemnly swear that we are up to no good and dive into The Prisoner of Azkaban. Also, every week after these breakdowns come out over on the Break Room channel, Gina Ippolito and I host a live Q&A taking all of your questions. So subscribe to the Break Room channel and join us for those. We open this film in darkness as Harry tries to ignite the very film with the Lumos spell. The balance of darkness and light is a key motif in Prisoner of Azkaban, as the Patronus charm takes the form of light, radiating first in the form of wisps from the end of the wand, and then from an animal. You'll notice throughout this film, Quaron often does these kind of transitions as we wipe to black as the darkness closes in on characters. Harry's struggle here to summon mere light from the Lumos spell sets him on this arc to become really a master of light in an interesting form in this film.
Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times, when only remembers to turn on the light.
Harry's light illuminates another stylized Warner Brothers logo, which this time is silver instead of gold. Actually, when you stack all 8 films, Warner Brothers logos back to back, you can see a descent into darkness for this whole franchise. And this third film was really the first noticeable tonal shift from kids' film to a young adult story. The first 2 films had come out, and the Order of the Phoenix book had released the summer before this in July 2003. So the filmmakers knew that this series would need to age up to follow the fan base's shifting maturity level. Harry reads Extreme Incantations by Violetta Stitch. I imagine he doesn't want to get caught off guard in another gotcha session by professors like Snape. Underage wizards are not supposed to be using magic outside of school, and Harry got dinged in Chamber of Secrets when the Ministry of Magic sensed a spell being performed. In the book for the scene, Harry just uses a flashlight, but it's kind of cool to see him use the Lumos spell here just to kind of give the opening seconds of the film a magical vibe. Also, fun detail here, every time Harry uses Lumos, if you listen closely, you can hear a dog barking outside. Now, this could just be a neighborhood dog annoyed by the light, but I like to think this could be Sirius Black, warning his godson to stop using magic. The design of the wands in this film is different from the first 2 films. The film series beyond this would carry on this production design detail to help make each wizard's wand a reflection of their character's personality, which will be especially important in Deathly Hallows, when the exact succession of wand possession is integral to that plot, and each wand needs to look distinctly different. Chris Columbus, who directed the first 2 films, had actually signed on to direct all 7 of the films when it was at the time 7. However, Columbus realized that he would barely get to see his wife and kids for years, so he backed out. So the hunt was on for a new director, and many were considered, from Kenneth Branagh, who had played Gilderoy Lockhart, to Guillermo del Toro, who had opted to direct Hellboy instead, to Mark Forster, who instead did Finding Neverland, and M. Night Shyamalan, who reportedly turned it down to direct The Village. The job finally went to Alfonso Cuarón, who was best known at the time for the Spanish-language coming-of-age film Y Tu Mamá También. Cuarón was good friends with Guillermo del Toro, and he's the one who convinced Cuarón to finally read the books and consider taking the job. Now, Cuarón had also directed children in The Little Princess in the 90s. He was still an interesting and somewhat provocative choice for this kid's franchise. He would go on to direct films like Children of Men and Gravity and Roma, and his signature style that we see refined in those movies is all over this film. He managed to build on what Columbus had created, while at the same time leaving behind some of the kid trappings as the cast and audience aged up. Instead of closely hewing to the source material of the book, Cuarón changed a fair bit, putting his own stamp on it, and many fans think that this is where the film franchise really started to cook. Directors after him would follow his lead, making each subsequent film more adult. Specifically, something to keep an eye on with Cuarón's style is a more mischievous floating camera that glides through impossible positions, even in subtle non-magical moments. Columbus had done a faithful job adapting key details from the text, but Cuarón makes this whole film feel like its own magic trick. In nearly every scene is an impressive, how the hell did they do that, camera shot with easy to miss timing and blocking and practical magic that the actors in the scene had to pull off themselves. The Dursleys' house still has a ton of photos of Dudley and 0 photos of Harry. In the book, Dudley had complained about the long walk from the living room to the fridge, so his parents, you'll notice, now have 3 televisions. One in the living room, one in the kitchen, and one in the sunroom. And as Dudley eats dinner, 2 TVs are in his eye line, so that no matter where he is chewing, he has a TV in his eyes. Uncle Vernon's sister Marge and her dog have come for a visit. Marge makes Harry clean Ripper's plate and gives this poor dog brandy, yet has the nerve to call Harry's father an alcoholic and insults Lily using specific dog trainer language.
If there's something wrong with the bitch, then there's something wrong with the
But what really insults Harry is that despite his instinct to defend his parents, he never really knew them, at least not beyond the photographs that Hagrid had given him and what his inner desires reflected to him in the Mirror of Erised. So in this movie, Harry for the first time will start to really get to know who James was and how he doesn't always need to defend his father's memory. So Harry responds by inflating Aunt Marge. Editor Steven Weisberg crushes the escalating chaos here. Initially, it's just Marge's fingertip that inflates, a practical prop, just to kind of sell the VFX inflation that will follow. Even when Marge gets well underway, Dudley still does not notice. You can just see him sitting there calmly watching the TV mindlessly. When he finally does notice, just because the beads of her necklace hit his plate, he suddenly panics, likely recalling the painful pigtail that he got the last time wizards unleashed their wrath on his family. I love the quick cuts of Harry Melling just getting sniped by Marge's beads and the buttons and never being allowed off the floor. That plus the little story that Vernon gives when he finally lets Marge float away. This sequence, chef's kiss. Harry charges up to his bedroom and angrily kicks the furniture. The first time we've really seen this kind of raw rage from Daniel Radcliffe, showing a new maturity in the young actor's performance and a spark with the teenage cast from Quaron that we didn't see in the previous films. And listen closely to the chime music here as we push into the framed photo of James and Lily on the nightstand. Prisoner of Azkaban was the final Harry Potter film that John Williams would compose the music for, and while Flight of the Hippogriff and the Frog Choir song are perhaps more noticeable, this theme is quietly the most affecting. It's called A Window to the Past, which is a fitting wordplay on the way these photos from Hagrid are both windows to the past metaphorically, their own pocket-sized mirrors of Erised, but also the entire third act of the film is a literal window to the past. We hear this theme again when Harry is on the footbridge with Lupin, and Lupin brings up Lily. Williams plays it on a Baroque recorder for that scene.
Not only was she a singularly gifted witch, she was also an uncommonly kind.
We also hear the theme for the first time Harry successfully casts Patronus Wisp in the classroom, played with victorious horns. So this music is really the music of the warm memory of Harry's parents guiding his heart through the darkness. YouTube channel SCO Music did an amazing analysis of this theme and how it uses the Aeolian mode or natural minor to give an actual sense of peace. On Harry's bedroom wall, there's a comic for The Adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle. This was introduced in the second book as a comic strip Ron liked to read and had a stack of at the Burrow. It's about a stereotypical hapless, non-magical Frenchman. Harry flees into the night, and you can see in the distance Aunt Marge continuing to float over the neighborhood, screaming for help. Harry notices the creepy danger of his surroundings suddenly. The merry-go-round, the swings, the seesaw, smacking into the mud. It's not just a vibe, but literally Harry leaving the Dursleys has resulted in Harry exiting the protective charm that was placed around this house. That was linked to Petunia via her sister Lily's blood connection to Harry. Like the sacrifice Lily made is what protected Harry from Voldemort's curse. And that blood protection stays in place under Petunia's domicile until Harry comes of age. In the book, Harry sees a large dog-like creature, its eyes peering out at him from the bushes. Here, it's just a straight-up dog that barks and growls at Harry and then disappears when the night bus pulls in. We later find out that this is actually Sirius in his animagus form, and he just wanted to get a look at Harry. Harry is picked up by the night bus. The conductor, Stan Shunpike, and the driver, Ernie, were actually named after the author's two grandfathers, Stanley and Ernest. A lot of the effects in this film are practical, like the night bus was created taking a double-decker London bus and adding an additional level to it, and then painting it purple. In the book, Harry is worried that because he had used unsanctioned magic, he might be in some deep shit with the Ministry, and they might be hunting him down to discipline him. So when Stan Shunpike asks his name, he lies and says it's Neville Longbottom. In this scene, he just says that he never gave his name. Harry and Neville, though, are often framed as parallel characters, as they were both born in the same month of July 1980, and Voldemort thought that either boy could be the prophecy chosen one. This is a correction from the past breakdown where I said that they share the same birthday. It's just one day apart. Neville was July 30th, Harry was July 31st. Either way, this is why Neville's parents were, tortured to the point of insanity. Announcing the stops is a new character, Drayhead, a shrunken head, voiced by comedian Lenny Henry, a character not in the books. He warns about the pea soup at the Leaky Cauldron.
Hey, you have the pea soup. Make sure you eat it before he eats you.
Later at the Leaky Cauldron, Cornelius Fudge will offer Harry some pea soup, and Harry declines. Harry sees an article about Sirius Black played in this movie by the great Gary Oldman. He took the role in part to make his sons happy. You'll notice Sirius's prisoner number starts with runes translating to P and Z, followed by 390, making this prisoner 390. book, Harry finds out about Sirius before he ever sets foot on the bus from the Muggle news that the Dursleys are watching. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, had notified the Muggle Prime Minister about his escape so that they could warn the non-magical population, since everyone believes that Sirius Black murdered a bunch of Muggles right before he was captured. That's what this article says, that basically Black is still at large, he escaped from Azkaban, and Fudge had to inform the Muggles, but is urging everyone to stay calm. It's never stated in the film how Sirius Black broke out of Azkaban. He's the only person to ever successfully do it, but no one knows that he is an animagus, since he taught himself and never registered with the Ministry, and the Dementors can't read animal emotions that well, so Sirius transformed into a dog and slipped through the bars one day when they came to feed him, and then swam to shore since Azkaban is on an island because it's based on Alcatraz. The night bus squeezes to fit between two normal London double-decker buses, and we hear some accordion music to comedically evoke the cartoons where characters, get squished and then fan out like accordions.
Hey guys, why the...
We should also note that the night bus appears to dilate time here, like it slows down time. And it might just be to show off the cool visual effect, but it suggests that wizards have some control over time manipulation. The back of the Daily Prophet newspaper has a wizard's crossword puzzle with diamond blocks that can create words diagonally, diagonally, diagonally. You can actually see a close-up of this crossword puzzle and its various clues, and you can try to fill out these clues yourself. I don't think the puzzle itself was designed to be solvable though. Tom, the innkeeper at the Leaky Cauldron, gets a recast here. He was played by Derek Deadman in Sorcerer's Stone. Here he's played by Jim Tavare with a very different look and a different vibe, more similar to Igor from Frankenstein. The sign of the pub has also changed. In the first film, it was blank, but when witches or wizards got close, it filled in. Here it's just a simple iron sign with a witch stirring a cauldron. Throughout the film, there are clocks and details that foreshadow the time element. Time! Here, there's an example where a wizard is seen reading Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. This wizard is actually a cameo from Stone Roses lead singer Ian Brown. The Leaky Cauldron is also filled with awesome practical magic, like when the barback wipes the table, he tucks the bottle into his cloth and makes it disappear. Actually, what's happening is he's using a bit of forced perspective as he's turning the bottle toward the camera so that from the camera's perspective, it is kind of just like flat in his hand. Upstairs, Harry is greeted by Cornelius Fudge, who tells him that he's not in trouble for blowing up Marge. Now, he doesn't tell Harry, but this is because everyone is so worried that Sirius Black is going to murder Harry that they were just relieved to find the kid alive and unhurt and want him back in the safety of Hogwarts. Fudge is played by Robert Hardy, and from his warm demeanor forgiving Harry right now for inflating his aunt, later forms a stark contrast with his shifted attitude to Harry for smaller, more understandable uses of magic in Order of the Phoenix. Also, in the background of this room, another time motif, the swinging pendulum of the grandfather clock. We see the Monster Book of Monsters that Hagrid put on the book list for the students' Care of Magical Creatures class, and it's written by the wizard named Eduardus Lima. He's named after Eduardo Lima, one of the two graphic artists of this film and on all the Harry Potter films, and he puts in a lot of little name cameos for himself throughout the films. We gotta shout out this amazing moment.
I'll come back later.
So when Harry exits its room, Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, is chasing Scabbers. Now in the book, there is a huge plot line about how Crookshanks is more than just an average cat and keeps trying to capture Scabbers. It turns out that Crookshanks knows Scabbers is not really a rat, but actually Peter Pettigrew, the wizard who framed Sirius Black for betraying the Potters. And Sirius starts working with Crookshanks to bring Scabbers to him. But the Crookshanks versus Scabbers conflict is a huge source of tension between Ron and Hermione. Crookshanks is played by two different cats in this movie that the trainers made to look more mangy by matting up balls of fur and attaching them to the cats. Rupert Grint and Emma Watson returned for this film. Emma Watson was excited to finally be able to wear proper pants for these films. It's because Alfonso Cuarón wanted to do away with the school uniforms from the first two movies, and he told these kids to basically dress themselves and add things to their wardrobe. Now, the newspaper clipping with Ron and his family in Egypt is a hugely important detail. The headline reads, "Prize winner visits Egypt." Mr. Weasley won a contest at work, and it allowed the whole family to visit the eldest Weasley, Bill, who works as a curse breaker for Gringotts Bank in Egypt. Does that mean that the goblins are like tomb raiding and just like stealing Egyptian gold? But the whole story of this is that when Cornelius Fudge visited Azkaban, Sirius Black saw him with a copy of the newspaper this clipping came from and asked to read it, and then he looked at this photo and freaked out because in that photo he saw Ron holding his old pal Wormtail and realized that Peter Pettigrew is back at Hogwarts, meaning he would be within striking distance of Harry Potter, and that is what convinces Sirius Black to finally break out of prison and go on the move. This clipping is actually the one time all Weasleys appear together in the films, and it's the only appearance of Ron's second oldest brother Charlie. But this is one of my favorite scenes in the film. It's a long take by Alfonso Cuarón that doesn't really call any attention to itself. Like, Alfonso Cuarón is known for these famous long takes that you know are long takes. The car scene in Children of Men, and then the later third act scene in Children of Men. Many sequences in Gravity are all one take. But this one is just pretty subtle. It just uses dynamic blocking to provide exposition, kind of like Spielberg's Wonder on the ferry in Jaws. This shot lasts 1 minute 50 seconds, and it's just a masterclass in camera movement and well-timed blocking by all the actors. We start with the floating tea kettle over a wide shot of the table, and later in the shot, Percy will actually draw tea from this into 2 cups in an unbroken stream. Without cutting, the camera follows Arthur Weasley and Harry as they transition from different parts of the room, and the camera gets closer and closer and closer to Harry, while at the center of the scene is the menacing mugshot of Sirius Black. On this photo, by the way, the runes translate to more or less human, which is apt since Sirius turns out to be a human who can transform into an animal. Mr. Weasley, during the scene, fills in Harry on the fact that they think Sirius Black escaped from prison to find him, while leaving out the details on why. That Sirius, as far as the Wizarding world knows, betrayed Harry's parents and was directly responsible for their death, and blames Harry for Voldemort's downfall. This long take ends with this moment.
Why would I go looking for someone who wants to kill me?
Amazing long take by Cuarón, an amazing edit by Weisberg. The train whistle evokes Lily's scream. The way the Hogwarts Express train whistle will mix with the scream later in the Dementor scene, and we cut from Harry's question to the one dark wizard in this equation trying to kill Harry, Peter Pettigrew, who was nearly foiled from getting to Hogwarts here as Ron almost forgot the rat, but Molly rushed the rat back into the story. On the train to Hogwarts, Harry, Ron, and Hermione take the one remaining compartment occupied by a sleeping Remus Lupin, which Hermione gathers from his luggage. Lupin is likely recovering from being a werewolf, and what's fun about this is that since the Harry Potter stories are set in the early 90s, this day would be September 1st, 1993, and if you look back at the lunar calendar, the night before that was actually a full moon. But the train stops on the bridge and the temperature drops. Remus's water bottle freezes, which, plus the rain on the windows, is kinda Cuarón's version of the rippling water cup from Jurassic Park. And since the train is on a bridge, which I think would be the same bridge that Harry and Ron's car nearly got run off the tracks by the Hogwarts Express, it makes Harry and the others feel particularly trapped, as they'd be unable to run off the train to flee. Scabbers hides inside Ron's coat when the Dementor enters the compartment. Since Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater, he knows it should be him in Azkaban. The Dementor enters the compartment in search for Sirius Black and performs on Harry the Dementor's kiss to suck the soul right out of a person that leaves them an empty shell of their old self, a fate worse than death or expulsion.
Worse, expelled.
And Daniel Radcliffe here to, I guess, support this idea of it being a kiss. He kind of purses his lips like I'm sure he does when he pretends his pillow is Cho Chang. So to make the visual of the Dementors, the department started with a cloth puppet underwater to give them a surreal floating movement. Then they reversed the footage and animated over it. The author apparently based the Dementors on a recurring nightmare she had as a teenager, being chased by floating hooded figures. To her, they symbolize depression, which is why their kiss leaves a person alive, but a shell of their old self. And we bring up these influences from J.K. Rowling because yes, a very thoughtful, creative mind dreamt up this world on the page, and we appreciate that. We just wish that she could rest on those laurels without miring her legacy and controversy. For our full statement on the author, please review this part of our first breakdown of the series. Also, please consider supporting one of the important organizations listed in the description below. Harry hears a scream in his head. It's later revealed to be his mother's scream from right before Voldemort killed her. I just love this detail where they mix the scream with the sound of the train whistle. The Dementor is driven back by Remus Lupin, and he's played by David Thewlis. Lupin has 2 long scars across his face, which carry over when he transforms into a werewolf. The implication is that this wound was caused when he himself was attacked by a werewolf as a child. The author was always pretty obvious with the way that she names characters. Remus, as in Remus and Romulus, the twin founders of Rome who were suckled by a she-wolf, and Lupin coming from lupus, Latin for wolf. Meanwhile, Sirius is named after the canine constellation. Lupin gives Harry some chocolate that I suppose he just carries around in his pocket, loose. Like, I guess he could have gotten it from the snack cart, but this guy's always packing pocket chocolate. Chocolate is known to trigger the release of endorphins in your brain, which make you feel happy. After seeing the first year students arrive at the castle by enchanted boats, we now see that third years get there by stagecoach, pulled by unseen creatures that, in Order of the Phoenix, are revealed to be the Thestrals, creatures that are only visible to anyone who has seen death. Now, why doesn't Harry see them if he witnessed his mother's murder when he was 1 or upon seeing Quirrell die. Well, the author explained that when he was a baby, Harry didn't fully understand the context of what he was seeing with his mother and that Harry was passed out when Quirrell died. But she did point out that there's a plot hole at the end of The Goblet of Fire when Harry takes the stagecoaches back to Hogsmeade Station. He should have seen the Thestrals then, but that scene is not in the films. But I have to admit, it was pretty fun seeing these carriages in the film in summer 2004 after reading Order of the Phoenix the previous summer in 2003 and knowing what was really pulling them. The Frog Choir in the Great Hall was not in the book, but Alfonso Cuarón was inspired by the 3 witches from Macbeth and insisted on adding it in, quoting their bubble bubble toil and trouble and something wicked this way comes lines from Shakespeare's play. Conducting the choir is Warwick Davis as Professor Flitwick, who got a major redesign in this film that carries through for the rest of the series. Dumbledore was recast after Richard Harris's death. Michael Gambon is now stepping in. While Richard Harris might have been a better fit for the version of Dumbledore that was in our heads, Gambon plays a character with a more spry whimsy that, I would argue, better suits this story. Like, this is a Dumbledore who would give Hermione a time turner, a very risky decision, but one made, I believe, with unseen hours, days, and maybe years of calculation. I'll get to that at the end of this video. Also, an update to the Harry Potter series coming to HBO in 2027. Mark Rylance is being eyed to play Dumbledore on that series, and I believe he captures that whimsy and wisdom of the character pretty well. Severus Snape gives only the tiniest of claps after Remus Lupin is introduced as a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, because obviously that's a job that Snape wanted, and Lupin was one of the 4 kids who tormented him when he was a student there. Dumbledore announces that Hagrid will be taking over the job of Care of Magical Creatures. Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year when it was thought that he had opened the Chamber of Secrets, but the events of the previous film cleared his name, making it possible for him to actually work at the school as a teacher. The Fat Lady is another recast, now played by Dawn French. The mother and the baby in the painting next to her are actually cameos from Alfonso Cuarón's wife and his daughter. The knight in the suit of armor galloping through the paintings in the background is Sir Cadogan, who had a much bigger role in the books. There's actually a deleted scene of him taking over the job of Gryffindor portrait leading to their common room after the Fat Lady was attacked by Sirius Black, as Sir Cadogan is the only painting crazy and brave enough to guard the door with Sirius Black on the loose, and he keeps trying to challenge the kids before letting them through. There's actually a moment later on when behind Harry and Hermione as they look at the Fat Lady portrait when it's been torn, you can see Sir Cadogan grinding up on a woman in another painting as she shoves them away. Sir Cadogan, come on, dude. Actually, to the right of the Fat Lady is another painting with someone some viewers thought was actually Voldemort, but it's more likely a vampire based on Nosferatu. The Gryffindors enter the common room and Dean Thomas passes through a ghost and then wipes himself grossed out. In the text, passing through a ghost is known to produce the sensation of an icy chill. They goof around in their room. Harry eats some pepper imps, candy that makes the eater blow steam out of their ears. There was actually an act for these earlier on the night bus. The candy that makes them all sound like animals was not in the books, but according to the Harry Potter wiki, it's called Elephant on a Bicycle. Seamus has a Gryffindor necktie around his head. Dean reads the same wizard comic that was on Harry's bedroom wall. This is just a fun vignette of messy teenage chaos that we don't see much of in the earlier films, and a big contrast to the terrifying pullout of the Dementors floating around the grounds. Next, another reminder of time. A new clock tower built for this film. Hogwarts Gate did not have a clock tower in the previous films, but here the design looks similar to the Prague astronomical clock. Showing us the clock tower here works as a kind of save the clock tower foreshadowing that we saw in the opening act of Back to the Future. Cuarón's magical floating camera follows a hummingbird through these new parts of the Hogwarts grounds, the clock tower gate, the courtyard with the fountain, and statues of eagles eating snakes, which is just like on the national seal for Mexico. One of many ways Cuarón adds bits of his Mexican heritage into the film. And then we go to the new wooden footbridge set. It's another piece added to this expanded version of Hogwarts in this 3rd film. While the rotating staircases in the 1st film felt like a CGI MC Escher deviation from the books, this footbridge is twisted and impractical, but real. It's just gloomy enough to allow for private moments of reflection, and it gives the rest of the series an outdoor set that makes Hogwarts feel like its own fantasy school as opposed to like a wizard version of Oxford. Like Hogwarts seemed to be like on one flat surface in the first 2 films. Now there's like sweeping hills and gaping chasms that the characters have to traverse to get from one part of it to another. And we see the hummingbird floating out of the Stonehenge structure down the hill toward Hagrid's cabin. This whole sequence is designed to establish some scenic geography that will become critical in the 3rd act. The previous 2 films didn't really establish how the different parts of Hogwarts were linked, but now we see exactly how long it takes to get from one part of the grounds to another, and that exact timing will become so important. From here, we glide to the Whomping Willow, which we also saw in Chamber of Secrets when the Weasley family car crashed into it. Throughout the film, Cuarón will use the appearance of this tree to mark the seasons. Another fun way he shows time. Onto divination class with Professor Sybil Trelawney, played by Emma Thompson, who took this role to impress her 4-year-old daughter after Tilda Swinton had turned it down. Divination is a new class for 3rd years. In the book, Trelawney is mostly a fraud who every year predicts that one student will die or have otherwise unfortunate luck. It's later revealed, though, that she is the one who cast the Chosen One prophecy that essentially caused Voldemort to go after Harry and his parents. And when Voldemort did actually believe that prophecy and target the Potters in July 1980, Dumbledore's like, shit, I better give her a job at Hogwarts and just kind of keep an eye on her, just in case the broken clock is right a second time. Quaron establishes a shot of Harry and Ron alone at their table, and then when we cut back to them a few moments later, Hermione is suddenly sitting among them, and you can actually see her tucking in the Time Turner necklace into her robes, having just used it. The gold chain of it is visible throughout the film around her neck, and we don't even think about it. And she often just appears in places where she wasn't just a second before. I always wondered why the kid sitting behind them didn't react to Hermione suddenly sitting there. But actually, when Trelawney says, "Beyond," and all the kids in the room look upward confused, they do that so that they wouldn't be looking forward at the table right in front of them. Just amazing attention to detail. All the mischief in this movie is managed. Ron reads Harry's tea leaves.
You're gonna suffer, but you're gonna be happy about it.
There's definitely a way to read this for what Harry will go through in this movie. He suffers upon realizing that it wasn't his father who cast the Patronus, but still is filled with happiness. Literally, when casting the Patronus, Winnie realizes he cast a Patronus that saves himself. Now, the new layout of the grounds is really on display when the trio has to hike down to visit Hagrid's. They now have to go down the stairs to reach this hut, which has a second section added to it from the previous iteration. Quaron wanted to make Hogwarts feel like a real interconnected place instead of just a series of sets. As Ron questions Hermione about how she could be both in ancient runes and divination when the classes are at the same time, you can both hear the clock tower donging in the background and see the Time Turner around Hermione's neck. Time! We've all had that moment where you're getting ready to leave the house, you grab your keys and your wallet by the door, and then you cram your wallet into your pocket and you realize it's so bulky that your once comfortable pants are now uncomfortably snug. Time for a wallet upgrade. Exter makes wallets that are half the size of conventional wallets while still having room for 12 cards plus cash. Exter has a signature trigger mechanism that makes accessing your cards as simple as clicking a button. Plus, built-in RFID blocking keeps those cards safe from wireless skimming and data theft. Exter's solar-powered tracker card lets you track your wallet's location with your phone. Just charge it for 2 hours in the sun, and for the next 3 months, you'll be able to use a two-way ringing feature or receive separation alerts so you never lose your wallet again. Also, Exter wallets are environmentally friendly, using materials like vegan Italian leather and space-grade aluminum rather than plastics and petroleum derivatives. And Exter is having a Black Friday sale from November 11th through December 1st. You can get up to 50% off your purchase plus additional savings if you use code NEWROCKSTARS at checkout. Hagrid now teaches care of magical creatures. In this scene, you can really see how the students have let loose with their uniforms. Quaron instructed all the kid actors to tie their own ties and fashion their uniforms as they naturally would, and that's why Harry and Ron's ties are complete disasters, and Seamus's tie ends in a weird knot that looks like his wand Irish car bombed. Or maybe just when he tied it around his head earlier, it was in such a weird knot that he couldn't untie it. So he's just like, oh, whatever. Hagrid introduces his class to Buckbeak the Hippogriff. Hippogriffs are described as having the body's hind legs and tail of a horse, and the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle. A crazy CGI detail here. Buckbeak poops. Yep, look closely as Ron pushes Harry toward the creature. They discussed this in the DVD commentary, and apparently it was the first time in film history in which a CGI character poops on screen, and they worked really hard to make it realistic. But the messy clothes of the students' uniforms also set up this romantic moment. This contact wouldn't mean nearly as much if Ron hadn't rolled his sleeve up, forcing some skin-to-skin contact. Quaron encouraged more physical contact between the actors, telling them to hug or lean on one another whenever it felt natural. And a generation of movie watchers in 2004 started to feel things they hadn't felt before. Harry properly bows to Buckbeak, and they go for a ride. Now in the book, Buckbeak only flies Harry around the paddock a few times, and Harry does not enjoy it. But here, writer Steve Kloves saw this as Harry being able to free himself from his earthly problems.
He's no longer earthbound, and he's no longer burdened by all the problems that he has when he's on the ground. If he could only fly forever, he'd be all right.
Actually, the concept of flight plays an important role in this movie. From Harry watching Aunt Marge float away, he spends most of this movie grounded, kind of trapped in place, unable to visit Hogsmeade, unable to even fly when his broomstick gets destroyed by the Whomping Willow. He's plagued by beings that shouldn't be able to fly in this movie, but can. And I think that's kind of why Alfonso Cuarón gave the Dementors an ability to fly, so that they could plague this person who's stuck on the ground. And so this flight of the Hippogriff is an important escape for Harry. It's the release he longs for, as Dumbledore will sum up later.
For in dreams we enter a world that's entirely our own. Let them swim in the deepest ocean, or glide over the fierce cloud.
It also sets up the catharsis of the final shot of the film as Harry freeze frames on the firebolt given to him by Sirius. Unfortunately, it's one choice by Alfonso Cuarón that just kind of looks a bit goofy to me. Doesn't really hold up. Malfoy disrespects Buckbeak and Hippogriff scratches his arm as Hagrid carries Malfoy away. Buckbeak nuzzles up to Harry and squawks something that I assume translates to, "I did it for you, Daddy." In the Great Hall, Malfoy milks his wound to Slytherin girl Pansy Parkinson, played here by Genevieve Gaunt. A new Gryffindor boy is introduced, Bem, played by Iko Quarty. He doesn't exist in the book, as he would have to be a third-year Gryffindor boy, and the only year 3 Gryffindor boys are Ron, Harry, Neville, Dean, and Seamus. But Iko Quarty returns in Order of the Phoenix in Dumbledore's army, but then he's a Ravenclaw student, so it seems like they fixed the error there. Now, an update to my tabulation of Hogwarts students based on Harry's incoming Gryffindor class size that I mentioned in our first movie breakdown. When Harry enters Hogwarts in 1990, that makes him the incoming class of 1997. The boys sorted to Gryffindor include Harry, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus. The Gryffindor girls of that class are Hermione, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, which is 8 incoming Gryffindors for that year. And if you were to apply less than 10 across the school, that would mean no more than 280 kids, right? Well, a lot of you replied that other Harry Potter creators on YouTube have explored this subject as well, like the Super Carlin brothers. Hey, brothers! Super nice guys that I have met a few times. I really love them, and they have postulated that because Harry came into Hogwarts as part of a generation affected by Voldemort's reign of terror with the murders of several wizards and witches, that there would just be fewer students in his generation. Now, obviously, those killings didn't stop the Weasleys from putting up Mormon numbers, but arguably, Molly and Arthur had so many kids, in addition to trying for a girl, because they expected to lose a few to Death Eaters. Anyway, on to Defense Against the Dark Arts. This Boggart scene is awesome. It starts with a shot of the cabinet mirror door, and we glide through that mirror to reveal, hey, the scene we were in actually started as a mirror's reflection, and we are now leaving the mirror world back into reality. I love this. It's an insane camera trick used perhaps most famously by Robert Zemeckis in Contact. Cuarón uses this transition to set up Hermione's sudden appearance. Like in the earlier part of the shot, Hermione is not in the room, but then as the camera glides into reality past Harry and Ron, Hermione is suddenly there. Lupin explains what boggarts are and the charm to repel them. Ridiculous! That plus laughter. He invites Neville up and asks what scares Neville the most, and he says Professor Snape. In the book, when they're dealing with the boggart, they've just come from potions, where Snape was bullying Neville and just generally being awful to him, hence why he's got Snape on the top of mind as the thing he fears the most. Lupin also says,
"And I believe you live with your grandmother."
Yes, but I don't want that boggart to turn into her either.
Now, Remus Lupin was actually friends with Frank and Alice Longbottom, as they were all members of the original Order of the Phoenix, and Lupin knows that they were, tragically, tortured to the point of insanity. So the kids line up, and notice how Malfoy shoves Neville using his arm that's in the sling, and he doesn't flinch, a clear sign that Malfoy is totally faking his injury. As the boggart shapeshifts, you can actually see other major fears that it toggles through. We see like a man's face, which might be a clown or a creepy toy, and we see a cawing crow, and then we see a reptilian creature, and then eventually a giant Black Widow spider for Ron. Obviously, Ron hates spiders, as we saw with Aragog in the second film, and this arachnophobia came from Ron being tormented by Fred when Ron was a toddler, when Fred transfigured Ron's teddy bear into a large spider. For Parvati Patil, in the book, it's a mummy that she causes to trip over its own bandages, but in this scene, we see a giant cobra snake that she turns into a jack-in-the-box, which is also pretty creepy. In the book, we learn that for Dean Thomas, it's a disembodied hand that Dean traps in a mousetrap. We also see Seamus Finnegan's boggart form, a banshee that he causes to lose his voice, but for Harry, it turns into a Dementor. Lupin jumps in front of Harry, and then the boggart turns into a full moon. Obviously, his greatest fear as a werewolf, he deflates it like a balloon, which I assume is what Aunt Marge looked like when the Ministry deflated her. In the book, it's just described as a silvery orb, not specifically a moon, and some students don't see it as a moon, just kind of like as a divination ball or something else. Lupin zips the boggart back into the cabinet, and we end the scene as we began it, gliding back into the mirror world, and Harry's scar is now on the wrong side of his head, so we just feel that something is now off about Harry. As McGonagall prepares the students to go to Hogsmeade, there is a big swinging pendulum, another indication of time. Harry isn't allowed to go with his class because he never got Uncle Vernon to sign the permission slip. So it leads to the scene with Harry talking to Lupin on the bridge. It's an example of one that, in the hands of a less skilled director, might have been done with a bunch of cuts, but Cuarón opts to linger on the two actors in one long take as they bond over the story of Harry's parents. This is actually the same framing as the earlier moment at the Dursleys, when Harry was facing the camera in the foreground, overhearing Marge, Petunia, and Vernon talking about his parents in the background, and he smiled before hearing the insult. Now, Harry smiles with relief to hear Remus talk fondly about his parents. Lupin says that Harry has his mother's eyes, but that he shares his father's knack for getting into trouble.
You're more like that than you know, Harry. Time you'll come to see just how much.
In what time? On their way back into Gryffindor common room, Ron mentions the Shrieking Shack if you listen closely.
You did get a chance to go to the Shrieking Shack, though. You heard that it's the most nice haunted building in Britain. Yeah,
It's a subtle line, but the fact that they never got to visit the Shrieking Shack foreshadows the fact that Sirius had been using the shack as a hiding spot during this time. Now, the Shrieking Shack was built when Remus Lupin came to school at Hogwarts to give him a place to privately turn into a werewolf. Dumbledore encouraged the rumor that the noises the villagers heard were because the house was haunted, so that people would stay away and not stumble on Lupin during the transformation. They discover the Fat Lady portrait has been slashed, and the Fat Lady is missing. So many fun details in the other portraits here. Alfonso Cuarón's baby is now crying. Again, Sir Cadogan is assaulting people. People are crossing into other paintings. A giraffe is galloping through. As Dumbledore approaches, Sir Cadogan is shouting and slashing into other random wizards and paintings. The giraffe runs into the painting where they find the Fat Lady hiding behind a hippo in the Serengeti. And this whole visual of wild exotic animals running amok to evoke chaos was something that Alfonso Cuarón would use in Children of Men, along with his awesome long takes. So all the students sleep in sleeping bags together in the Great Hall. Snape tells Dumbledore
to enter Hogwarts Castle on one's own, completely undetected. Prior to the start of term, I did express concerns about your appointment of Professor.
Not a single professor inside this castle would help Sirius Black to enter it.
Snape was about to tell Dumbledore to consider the possibility that Black's old school buddy Lupin might be aiding him in entering the castle. During the shooting of the scene, Alfonso Cuarón and Michael Gambon played a prank on Daniel Radcliffe by putting a fart sound machine in the sleeping bag.
We enter completely our own world. You know, it's completely our own world, and we like to swim in.
So the falling leaves on the Whomping Willow indicate the shift to autumn time. Snape substitutes for Lupin in Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he makes the bright and sunny classroom as dim as his usual dungeons by slamming shut each window with a pew, 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 and
Turn to page 394.
Snape is obsessed with this page number.
Loss of limb will not excuse you. Page 394.
My theory is that he's quoting Sirius's prison number, 390, and that Sirius was actually one of the 4 of his tormentors. So you get 394. And I guess it just kind of like works out that that's a page for werewolves. Shut up. Once again, the establishing shot leaves an empty desk beside Harry, while Ron is paired up with Bem for whatever reason. And only when Snape goes to the back of the class and directs everyone's attention to their textbooks, poof, Hermione appears. Time turner not even hidden around her neck. Snape makes them learn about werewolves, and he gives them homework because he is trying to out Lupin by giving his students all the signs about werewolves that he can. And if you watch this movie, it actually works for Hermione.
He's a werewolf. That's why he's been missing classes.
How long have you known?
Professor Snape set the essay.
And during the slideshow, real art throughout the ages is referenced, altered slightly to include werewolves. The first is based on the 6,000-year-old Cumberland Plateau rock drawings. The next shows Egyptian art depicting the wolf deity, Wepwawet. The third is Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, with the man replaced by a werewolf. The fourth is Greek pottery, resembling the work of Dolon in a wolf skin from the Iliad. During the Quidditch match, the Hufflepuff seeker who gets hit by the lightning is Cedric Diggory, who in the next film will be played by Robert Pattinson. Here he's played by Joe Livermore, and he has no real speaking lines. Compared to the previous 2 films, Prisoner of Azkaban's Quidditch match leaves much to be desired, and it deviates quite a bit from the text. In the book, Malfoy and his buddies prank Harry by dressing up as Dementors and standing by the pitch, which the closest we get in this movie is Malfoy and the others raising their hoods and messing with Harry during Hagrid's class. Also in the book, Harry sees Sirius in dog form in the stands. He goes because he wants to see his godson play in the match. In the film, Harry just sees the form of the Grim in the clouds. Also, yes, the Dementors fly, and it results in the Dementors being kind of like bat-like demons and not the stalking creepers they are in the text. I get Cuarón wanting to heighten them into aerial threats to make them more cinematic in 3 dimensions, but it's just kind of an overstep. Now in the book, Cedric Diggory wants to forfeit his catching of the snitch because he thinks it isn't fair that Harry has fainted and nearly fell to his death. He's so honorable. Here, the kid just gets zapped. and you can see the other Hufflepuffs in the infirmary afterward crowding around him, so presumably the match was a forfeit. Hedwig flies across the lake, giving us another amazing transition of the seasons to winter, and we now see Harry inside of the clock tower, lost in time. Fred and George catch Harry trying to sneak out to Hogsmeade in the invisibility cloak, and they drag him back. Now, Fred and George aren't supposed to know about the invisibility cloak. I suppose they just see Harry's feet in the snow. In the book, they don't even catch him in the cloak. They just kind of find him and they feel bad for him. Fred and George give Harry the Marauders map.
Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders map.
The film doesn't really make time to explain the full backstory of this map, but obviously Mooney is Lupin, the werewolf, Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew, the rat animagus form, Padfoot is Sirius Black, the dog animagus form, and Prongs is James Potter, stag animagus form. Sirius, James, and Peter each learned to become an animagus so that they could hang out with Lupin when he transformed into a werewolf. During these full moon periods, they would explore Hogsmeade in animal form and discovered a lot of hidden entrances to Hogwarts, which inspired them to create the map. Fred and George stole this map from Filch's office in their first year. Now, the art on this map prop was designed by Mirafora Mina, the other half of the Mina Lima artist team. On the cover of the map that shows the Hogwarts castle exterior, it includes the Whomping Willow made out of the letters of the text of the words Whomping Willow. And the incredibly intricate way in which the map folds by itself was created by illusionist Paul Kieve, who cameos in the 3 broomsticks later, showing off some close-up magic of turning one candle into 2. This map includes the name, if you look closely, Newt Scamander. Newt Scamander, of course, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, played by Eddie Redmayne in the spin-off films. Now, Newt Scamander was around well before Harry's time. It's unlikely that he's actually in Hogwarts walking around. This is just a fun little Easter egg. But this map is filled with cool little details, especially during the end credits, where you see Robbie Coltrane's footprints are noticeably larger on the map, since, Hagrid's feet would be bigger. Fred and George tell Harry that there are 7 secret passageways out of Hogwarts. In the book, they say that Filch knows about 4 of them. 1 of them has been caved in, and 1 will lead Harry straight to Honeydukes, and 1 has the Whomping Willow right on top of it. They discount that last one, saying no one would get in that way, but that is the entrance Sirius Black has been using since he was a student there. The book also goes into why Peter Pettigrew chose a rat form of his animagus. It was so that he could crawl under the Whomping Willow's branches and touch a notch on the tree that would subdue it. The movie doesn't include that little detail. They just kind of show Lupin at one point using an Immobilis spell to subdue the tree. Harry gets into Honeyduke's sweet shop, and there's a whole bunch of sugar skulls, which are popular during the Day of the Dead, another nod to Cuarón's Mexican heritage. There are also other candies that are mentioned in the books, like sugar mice, chocolate frogs, tooth flossing string mints, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Malfoy shows up to bully Ron and Hermione alongside Crabbe, and not Goyle, this is Pike. It's because the Goyle actor had hurt his arm. And it's pretty crazy how nimbly Harry plays Whomping Willow on Malfoy, Crabbe, and Pike. They're all at least a foot taller and like a Hagrid shit heavier than he is, yet somehow without the invisibility cloak slipping off him, he's able to drag Malfoy to hell like his dad probably used to do to Dobby. Harry uses the cloak to sneak into the broomsticks, where the owner, Madame Rosmerta, is played by Julie Christie, Oscar winner from Dr. Zhivago, a legend from a ton of roles, and just played this small fun part. Harry eavesdrop on Fudge and McGonagall telling Rosmerta the story of Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, and James and Lily's best friend. They say he sold the Potters out to Voldemort and then killed Peter Pettigrew, and only a finger was found of Pettigrew. Again, there's a lot more detail about what happened in the book, but when Lily and James went into hiding after discovering Voldemort might come after them, they used something called a Fidelius charm, which is a spell that meant no one could find them because the secret of where they were would reside in one living person. They initially picked Sirius Black to keep the secret. The story everyone thinks is that Sirius Black betrayed them to Voldemort, who caught up with them and killed them, but was done in when his spell rebounded. And then Sirius killed a bunch of muggles, and then Peter Pettigrew, leaving behind only a finger. But the actual story is that Sirius and James thought they were being smart by switching to Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper under the Fidelius charm. Because, hey, no one would assume little Peter Pettigrew would hold the secret. That ended up being a very dumb mistake, because Peter Pettigrew had been working for Voldemort for a long time. He was the one who sold the Potters out. We also find out how Hagrid actually got Sirius Black's motorcycle that night when Hagrid had showed up with Harry at the Dursleys. Hagrid had arrived at the Potters' house in Godric Hollow, and Sirius showed up. He was devastated. Hagrid took baby Harry. Sirius had actually tried to get Hagrid to give baby Harry over to him, but Dumbledore had expressly told Hagrid to bring Harry to him, and then Sirius Black told Hagrid that he could take his motorcycle because he wouldn't be needing it anymore. So the clearing where Harry runs off to cry, where Hermione and Ron find him, kind of looks like a similar clearing at wintertime where the pond will later be later in the year, in the final act of the film. So the place where Harry declares here in winter that he wants to kill Sirius Black is not that far from the place where Harry ends up saving Sirius. The Whomping Willow shakes off the winter snow as we move on to springtime. time, Lupin teaches Harry the Patronus charm. It works as a shield between the person and a Dementor. The Dementor feeds on the happiness in a person, and the charm is just pure happiness. But the Dementor can't harm it or drain it of its happiness the way it can a human. The first happy memory Harry thinks of is the first time he rode a broom. That memory ain't strong enough, so Harry faints and recovers from some pocket chocolate. Now in the book, there is a second memory that Harry thinks of, Gryffindor winning the House Cup, and then a third when Hagrid told him, "You're a wizard." And that's a pretty powerful memory for Harry, but Harry's still torn because when a Dementor gets close, he hears his mom and dad in his worst memory, and part of him wants to hear their voices since he hasn't since he was a baby. But here in the film version of the scene, Harry goes directly to the memory of his mom and dad talking to him, and it does the trick. But afterward, Harry says this.
It's the memory it shows. I don't even know if it's real, but it's the best I have.
So in the first film, Harry's parents did not talk to him in the Mirror of Erised. So really, the Mirror of Erised and the photographs reminded Harry of some abstract fragment of a moment earlier in his life, or so Harry thinks. I mean, that is how memory works. It's not an objective transcription of things actually done and said. It's more fluid. Our minds can and do manufacture past moments that didn't actually happen in order to best fortify us for the present and the future. And those constructions can be just as powerful as anything else, as Harry will later ask whether something is in his head or if it's real.
Of course it's happening inside your head, Harry. Why should that mean that it's not real?
So Scabbers / Pettigrew disappears, and Ron assumes that Crookshanks ate him and is furious at Hermione. Harry sees Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauder's map and assumes it's defective. Now, this moment does not happen in the book since, it'd be way too big of a giveaway to the ending. It's actually Remus Lupin who sees Peter Pettigrew's name on the map, and he knows instantly what it means. There is a clue in the film, though, as Harry approaches the spot on the map where Peter would be walking directly toward him. He doesn't see a person, but he hears these sounds. They included the sound of a rat scurrying. Snape finds Harry, and the memory of Snape's former bullies taunts him.
And requests that he keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business.
But Snape gets interrupted by Lupin as he's questioning Harry.
Well, Lupin. Out for a little walk in the moonlight.
Alan Rickman puts some stamps on the word moonlight to taunt Lupin's werewolf status. Trelawney absolutely hooks Hermione.
Heart beats beneath your bosom as shriveled as an old man's. Your soul as dry as the pages of the books to which you so desperately cleave.
I do love how Hermione wills herself to prove Trelawney wrong by looping back on history just to really know what the future will bring. Harry returns the crystal ball, sees Sirius in it, and then Trelawney goes into a prophetic trance.
With murder shall be clean. Innocent blood shall be spilled. Silent and monsters shall be reunited once more.
Trelawney's vision is much longer in the book. Dumbledore says this is one of 2 accurate predictions Trelawney has ever made. The other was the prediction that a baby wizard would lead to Voldemort's downfall, which caused Voldemort to seek out Harry in the first place. Dumbledore knows Trelawney is basically a fraud, but just gave her the job at Hogwarts to keep an eye on her after that. But there is a crazier detail from the Prisoner of Azkaban book during the Christmas holiday when Trelawney is invited to join them for the meal, and she refuses, saying it'll make the group of diners 13 people, and that when 13 people dine together, the first to rise will be the first to die. Now, folks online like this Redditor pointed out how, in that scene in the Prisoner of Azkaban book, there are actually already 13 present at that Christmas dinner because Scabbers / Peter is in Ron's pocket, and Dumbledore rises to greet Trelawney, and he's the first among that group to die in Half-Blood Prince. Also, in Order of the Phoenix, there are 13 dining at Grimmauld Place, and Sirius Black is the first to rise when he tells Molly that they should tell Harry the truth, and then Sirius Black dies in the Department of Secrets, the first to die of that group. And then in Deathly Hallows at the Burrow, when they're toasting Bill Weasley, there are 13 of them, and Lupin is the first to rise to say they have to go recover Mad Eye's body, and Lupin is the first of that group to die in the Battle of Hogwarts. We come to the day of Buckbeak's scheduled execution. The headsman is Walden McNair, a former Death Eater and a friend of Lucius Malfoy. He avoided prosecution after Voldemort fell by claiming he had been bewitched, but later in Goblet of Fire, when Voldemort returns to power, this motherfucker is one of the Death Eaters that returns to him. Now, perhaps the coolest and hardest to spot detail in this film comes right in this moment.
Hermione, no! He
It's not worth it.
In the wide shot, over to the left, along the doorway of that stone structure, up behind them on the hill, you can barely make out a little blur moving. It's subtle, but it is there. This is future Hermione's bandaged hand. Future Hermione and future Harry are peering down at their past selves when these future kids will be looping back through time upon this moment. This is proof that Harry and Hermione's destinies will take them into the past to relive this day. I think it is absolutely wild that Alfonso Cuarón put this tiny detail in the frame that would be impossible for anyone to spot unless they were watching it on DVD, or maybe for that one diehard book reader sitting in the second row of the cinema, knowing what would be coming in the final act of this movie, with her eyes glued to the screen, looking for any clue of time travel, and primed to look for background Hermiones by all the randomly appearing Hermiones throughout the movie. This viewer saw something, but couldn't be sure, and then told all of her friends as the credits rolled, "No, I saw something in the middle of the movie. I know I'm not crazy. We're just gonna have to watch this 5 more times to be sure." I got chills the first time I spotted this myself. It's the kind of insane detail that only directors like Alfonso Cuarón care enough to hide in their films. It's the kind of detail that makes me love getting to do this as a job. So on the first pass, Cuarón cleverly lays the groundwork for the upcoming time travel loop. When they pass Buckbeak, they see the hanging ferrets that they will later use to lure Buckbeak away from the pumpkin patch. 2 stones fly into Hagrid's cabin. The first breaks the jar, the second hits Harry in the head, and that is what gets him to turn around to see Fudge and Dumbledore approaching with McNair. Future Hermione will throw these later to alert them. And watch Dumbledore through this sequence, because he does his part to distract Fudge and point them to a view of the surrounding hills so that Fudge and McNair wouldn't see Harry and the others. Like, think about it. How many times did Dumbledore use the time turner himself to loop through the steps of this day to know to do this? Hermione hears a twig snap.
What? Why just stop?
She, of course, is hearing her future self, but the really cool detail is the sound of a twig snapping was actually set up as a trigger for Hermione in an earlier scene, if you were paying attention. When Harry faced Buckbeak in the paddock for the first time, he backed up and stepped on a twig, and that snapped sound scared Hermione into grabbing Ron's arm. That moment was obviously a big emotional breakthrough for Hermione, and it is a sound seared into her subconscious. They run back up the hill and see from a distance McNair swinging his axe behind the pumpkins, clearing the crows, assuming Buckbeak has been executed, but as we'll see later, it wasn't to behead Buckbeak, it was a swing to split a giant pumpkin in anger. Scabbers bites Ron and flees, and a lot of crazy stuff happens really fast. Sirius, in dog form, finds them and drags Ron into a hole under the Whomping Willow. Harry and Hermione get whomped. I love the Buster Keaton slapstick of this shot. They follow the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, and Ron reveals that the Grim is an animagus form of Sirius Black. Gary Oldman plays Sirius Black. His hands are covered in tattoos based on Russian prison gang tattoos. I think it's a credit to Gary Oldman and David Thewlis how they play this moment like villains being revealed at the end of an Agatha Christie murder mystery. But if you listen to what they actually say, they're all being really kind and supportive to these kids.
Are you going to kill me, Harry?
Well, 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 Hermione, you really are the brightest witch of your age. Here's the way to why.
Then Snape arrives, adding Alan Rickman to the mix. Just gives us a masterclass of 3 classically trained heavyweights. Like, watch this.
Give me a read. I beg you.
First, don't be a fool.
He can't help it, he's happy by it.
Sirius, be quiet.
Like yourself,
Listen to you two quarreling like an old married couple.
But if it's a little confusing, that's the point. The scene is written and shot not to be easily understood, but to be chaotic, emotionally charged, rushed, confusing, because it's from the perspective of kids who don't know the full story yet. So Harry has to choose. Trust Snape, who has caught the men who, a moment before, seemed to be about to kill him, or trust his gut, that if Snape doesn't like someone, they might actually be worth hearing out. So Harry chooses. And Gary Oldman plays Sirius just unhinged enough that his accusations that Scabbers is a man sound insane, so that when this happens, whoa. 3 movies of a rat we've been hanging out with the whole time. The whole time you would. And another acting great joins the scene, Timothy Spall. Really, we should credit the busted piano as the VIP of the blocking here, the way the actors use the piano in their spat.
You told James and Lily to Voldemort, didn't you?
No idea the weapons he possesses.
And notice how there are always 3 points in the conflicts of this final act. 1, the kids. 2, the Grimm. 3, the Whomping Willow. Then, a bit later, 1, Sirius. 2, the kids. 3, Lupin. Then shortly after that, 1, the kids. 2, Sirius and Lupin. 3, Snape. And then right after that, 1, the kids. 2, Sirius and Lupin. 3, Peter Pettigrew. The vector of the conflict is constantly shifting. And as soon as Harry shares a brief, hopeful moment with Sirius as a possible godfather and caretaker to him, another conflict appears: the full moon. Snape had been making Lupin a potion the week of the full moon so he could control his transformation and stay in his right mind once he had turned, but with all the excitement, he forgot to take it tonight. They did the transformation starting with practical effects and prosthetics makeup on David Thewlis. Snape shows up and he puts the kids behind him to protect them from Werewolf Lupin. Snape always acts in the interest of Harry, like in the first film, muttering the counter curse during the Quidditch match. Harry saves dog Sirius from Werewolf Lupin, and when Lupin turns on him, future Hermione howls in the distance to lure him away. Harry tries to defend Sirius from the Dementor's kisses, producing a small Patronus. In the book, his happy thought is that once this is all over, he'll get to live with Sirius instead of with the Dursleys, but it doesn't work because deep down, Harry knows that that probably isn't possible. But the true Patronus comes from across the frozen pond, a fully formed stag, and Harry assumes it was his father. I mean, hey, if these other guys from the map have come back from the dead, why not his dad? Harry passes out and wakes up in the infirmary, and Dumbledore is here with answers, surely, but Sirius Black, an innocent man, is soon gonna get the Dementor's kiss. And that climax we just watched was rushed, barely 15 minutes. So what gives? Well, here is where Michael Gambon shines.
Mysterious thing, time. Powerful, and when meddled with, dangerous. You know the laws, Miss Granger. You must not be seen.
Time. Here is where Prisoner of Azkaban nearly breaks the narrative logic of the entire series by steering into a time travel story. The 8 types of time travel I have categorized in the past. We call this Type 4. This always happened, aka predestination. And these types of time travel stories, the very act of heroes going back in time has already happened to set the destiny on the course it's currently on. So, before Harry or Hermione even had the idea to go back in time, future versions of them were already looping back, influencing their decisions by doing things like throwing rocks and howling to distract Lupin. These types of stories always have unexplained phenomena early in the story that are later justified to be future versions of the characters looping back through time and creating that weird thing. With the exception of Back to the Future, which I have called a Type 1 approach to time travel logic, this always happened is the most common form of time travel fiction in cinema. Like anytime Christopher Nolan explores time travel from Interstellar to Tenet, he takes this approach. Why? Really because it's the most cathartic from a character perspective. The characters don't really have free will when you think about it too hard, but there is some peace in that because they can trust that everything will work out once they figure out their role in fate and make the choice to fulfill that destiny. Dumbledore says,
3 turns should do it, I think.
He winks a little upon saying this. It's so easy for these types of movies to fall apart in these moments, but the dead serious tone, the well-structured setups, the remaining questions that we need fulfilled, and just this entire movie, from various clues to just these little subliminal hints at time, drive us with momentum into the brink of this final act. So Hermione uses a time turner to rewind herself and Harry back through the day. If you look closely at the rewinding visitors of the infirmary, you can see Snape having been the one to admit Harry and Ron to the infirmary, as well as Madame Pomfrey and others unwrapping this random student in bandages and rejoicing at his ability to walk again, and it's all done in reverse. I just like that we get these little other moments. The daylight shifts, it's now 7:30, and Quaron's magic camera glides through the cogs and pendulum of the clock tower. We are in the inner workings of time itself. Now, Harry and Hermione see the events from before so that we hear what Malfoy really muttered to his friends after Hermione had punched him.
Word anyone understood? Okay, better get that jumped up my blood. Mark my words.
So future Harry and Hermione are crouching behind the stone steps.
Oh, good. Good. Brilliant.
2 things here. From here on, if you listen closely, you can hear a ticking sound in the score to signal to the viewer that we are on borrowed time. Also, the exact timing of the blocking is perfect. Earlier, when Ron said, "Not good, brilliant," his body was perfectly covering the exact part of the stone steps where future Hermione and future Harry were poking out from behind. And the scene before cut right before the 3 of them turned down to go to Hagrid, when future Harry and future Hermione emerged from the steps. I love how Hermione is just so smart throughout all of this. She knows that they cannot free Buckbeak too soon. They have to wait until Fudge sees the hippogriff chained up, or else he'll blame Hagrid for freeing them. And she also knows that Harry can't intervene to kill Peter in his Scabbers form. We start to get a sense of why Dumbledore gave the time turner to Hermione at the beginning of the year, so that she could start to understand this logic. To link the future to the past, Quaron's floating camera follows that weird-shaped stone that Hermione throws from the pumpkin patch to break the jar inside. Again, we see that Dumbledore points his cane in the opposite direction to keep from Fudge or McNair looking over when future Hermione pops up to throw that rock. He knew the whole time. You can also hear Dumbledore stalling Fudge inside the cabin for as long as possible, including his very, very long name. Dumbledore is as much playing a part in this mission as Hermione and Harry are. And the detail of the crows covering the patch is also important because despite Hagrid's scarecrow being useless, their cars cover the sounds of Harry and Hermione whispering. Future Harry and future Hermione run back into the trees.
Really what my hair looks like from the back.
This is a very silly but very true teenage detail. Hermione is described in the book as having wild hair, and sure enough, in the next film, Hermione will restyle her hair so that it looks different from the back. After Harry and Hermione lead Buckbeak away with the ferrets from before, and Dumbledore successfully distracts Fudge with strawberry hills that don't exist, Dumbledore says,
"I'd like a nice cup of tea or a large brandy."
Ah, the brandy that Marge opened this film with. Coming. Harry and Hermione wait and witness the past events. Hermione completes her earlier loop by making the howl sound that we heard before.
You do it. You life.
This is actually what inspires Harry to complete the loop himself to save his own life. So they witness the Dementors smooching Harry and Sirius, and Harry keeps waiting for the miracle that he saw before, or what he thought was his father.
Don't worry, he will. He will, Tom.
Dying. Both of you.
So Harry realizes that it wasn't his dad, it was himself, and he casts the Expecto Patronum that rattled the earth. There is a sad truth here, and I don't know if Harry realizes it fully, and this take might actually kind of piss you off. What we are seeing is Harry growing into the man that his father failed to be. James Potter, for all the goodness he had, was no hero. A hero does not bully an outcast. A hero does not align himself with wormy ass-kissers like Peter Pettigrew and place the life of his baby son in those hands. A hero shows up. I know I'm being pretty hard on James. It wasn't James's fault that Voldemort targeted Harry. James was not a bad father. He loved his son. He was just an unequipped father. James ultimately failed to do the one responsibility of a father, to protect your son. It was Lily ultimately who did that. If it wasn't for her sacrifice, Harry would be dead. James's best gift, arguably, was that invisibility cloak. Like, his family legacy was sneakily hiding from death, not facing death head on. What does that tell you? Obviously, Harry's connection to James was important. He cast the Patronus of a stag like his father, but his best qualities come from having his mother's eyes, his mother's vision, despite his father's recklessness. Harry's ability to cast a fully powered Patronus comes not from the memory of his parents talking to him, which might not have even happened, but from a new memory made possible only by this incident of time travel. The confidence that can only come from Harry finding a loophole in the laws that Dumbledore warned about. His past self actually seeing his future self and the wizardry his future self could conjure. Basically, what Hagrid promised him back on that first day.
You're a wizard.
The happiest thought that Harry could muster was himself being a better protector than he received. Part of becoming an adult is to stop longing for the past and to realize that they were what you have grown beyond. And for the first time, Harry does not need a father to protect him.
It wasn't my dad I saw earlier. It was me. I saw myself conjuring the Patronus before. I knew I could do it this time because, well, I'd already done it.
So they free Sirius, who escapes on Buckbeak. Hermione and Harry run back up to the hospital wing as Alfonso Cuarón's camera glides back through the clock machinery, and they find Dumbledore having closed the door. Now, the book specified that Dumbledore locked that door. Why did Dumbledore lock it? To give Harry and Hermione an alibi when Fudge and Snape later come to accuse them of helping Sirius escape. They tell Dumbledore,
"He's free. We did it."
Did what? Good night.
This, I think, is when Michael Gambon really becomes Dumbledore. It's just such a perfect delivery. He never stops moving. He preserves the mystery and whimsy of the character. Actually, the song that he hums is La Raspa, the Mexican hat dance, another nod to Cuarón's heritage. Now, the use of a time turner, a very dangerous device, is often accused by critics as being incredibly dangerous and reckless for Dumbledore to introduce to this story. Entrusting a time turner to a student just so she could take extra classes? Time turners are such lore breakers that the author had to mention their destruction in the Ministry of Magic and Order of the Phoenix. And time turners end up being used to such sacrilegious excess in the Cursed Child play that I refuse to accept that play as canon. It's a fun show, but a ridiculous story. But I believe there's enough here to justify why Dumbledore gave the time turner to Hermione Granger. His participation in distracting Fudge tells us that this day was a day that Dumbledore had personally used the time turner to retrace his steps through countless times, and he finally found a way to avert that fate. Dumbledore knew how important it would be for Harry to break free from his generational baggage and to find happiness not in the past, but in his own future to cast his full Patronus. The Patronus charm will be the most crucial charm that Harry teaches Dumbledore's army in Order of the Phoenix, and he only unlocks it if Dumbledore can carefully set up this delicate arrangement of time travel so that Harry Potter would be able to loop back through one day of his life, and for that trip to be extremely disciplined in its execution. And the only way Dumbledore could guarantee that is if it would be guided by the nerdiest rule follower at Hogwarts with a full academic term of low stakes experience with this device. And the third most important detail, for Ron to be nowhere near it. The messiest idiot of that trio has to be benched from the trip.
However honest and true is meaningful to those who've forgotten how to listen.
He is making sure that injury does not heal. He has to be benched. And what does Dumbledore say when he smacks the cast? Meaningless to who cannot listen. Ron is the idiot who can never listen. So the credits of this movie are done with the names appearing on the Marauders map. Feet spring away from the stink bomb store. We see a dog chasing a bird. We see Sirius, I'm pretty sure, turning into a dog. And then 2 sets of footprints positioned suggestively in a private corner as the outer ones twitch, suggesting some snogging or who knows what. Percy and Penelope? Is this you? Okay, we end revisiting our room of requirement. As we look ahead to the upcoming HBO series, these are the changes that this show is required to do to get Prisoner of Azkaban right. So assuming Prisoner of Azkaban will be the 3rd season of the show, season 3 is going to be the biggest narrative challenge for the HBO series, because for most viewers, it's just going to be impossible for them to top the masterful adaptation that Cuarón pulled off. He gave the film series a wholly fresh visual tone and technical wizardry and wove it all together with consistent motifs and themes. It's a true masterpiece. So to top it as a season of television, just use this season to world build. Like, we should spend a whole episode just following Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Next, I really do think the Dementors could be scarier if they don't fly, like several feet off the ground. If they want to glide, that's cool, but I think things are just creepier when they stalk. Next, this 3rd film only shows 3 classes: Defense Against the Dark Arts, Divination, and Care of Magical Creatures. We can keep the full course load. It should still feel like a school show. And for that matter, let's see more of the Quidditch season. Like, let's set up Cedric Diggory and how great of a kid he is. Next, we gotta get Sir Cadogan in there. I want to see a knight yelling at children to fight him. And here's a curveball pitch. Maybe this show could surprise viewers by looping back a 3rd time on the day of Buckbeak's scheduled execution, adding an additional layer of time turner tomfoolery following Dumbledore's perspective, because I think there's a whole additional layer there that we don't really know about. Whew. Okay, next up on our rewatch series will be Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2005's Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, the 4th entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series here at New Rockstars. Now that the books were getting longer, the adaptation choices were getting more interesting.
All right, name of the Goblet of Fire.
We are revisiting all 8 films of this series for Easter eggs, details you never spotted, and connections to the book, and just some interesting behind-the-scenes facts that make this series so timeless. And I promise you, by the end of this breakdown, you will have a whole different perspective on Michael Gambon's crazy rage moment. Goblet of Fire opens with another stylized Warner Brothers logo. As we pointed out last week, these titles just get darker and darker with each film, and this film, with the death of Cedric Diggory, is the darkest yet. Reflected in the metallic surface of this studio logo is the scaly skin of Nagini, Voldemort's snake companion, and we will later learn a vessel containing 1/7 or really 1/8 of his soul has a Horcrux. 2018's Fantastic Beasts and the Crimes of Grindelwald establishes Nagini's backstory in the 1920s as a maledictus, a female born with a blood curse causing her to turn into a snake and a circus performer. In my opinion, a quite unnecessary backstory that we shall, going forward, ignore. This is the first Harry Potter film that John Williams did not do the music for. Composer Patrick Doyle took his place. Doyle was Gilderoy Lockhart actor Kenneth Branagh's longtime composer for nearly all of his films. We open in Little Hangleton Graveyard, where this film's climactic moment will revisit. Nagini slithers out from a skull, forming the symbol of the Dark Mark, the icon of the Death Eaters. This is the first film that doesn't open with Harry at the Dursleys, which always made for lighter comedic fare. Opening in a grim cemetery is tonally a spooky or supernatural note, like Shakespeare opening Macbeth with witches. This film departs that horror vibe for most of the runtime after this, creating a bit of an unavoidable whiplash that we will talk about as we go. But the opening shots do make a promise that no spare will be spared, and this is the first film of the series to be rated PG-13 by the MPAA. Voldemort calls Nagini to him in Parseltongue. Nagini moves by the tombstone with the statue of death looming over it. This will be the statue that will ensnare Harry later, and on the headstone are several names. Thomas Riddle, 1880 to 1943, that is Voldemort's grandfather. His grandmother, Mary Riddle, from 1883 to 1943, and his father, Tom Riddle, 1905 to 1943. Yes, they all died at the same time, and we'll explain why. And from the face of death, the camera pans up to reveal the title of the film. Now, J.K. Rowling initially considered titles like Harry Potter and the Doomspell Tournament and Harry Potter and the Triwizard Tournament, and chose Goblet of Fire because it had a Cup of Destiny kind of feel to it. Perversely, the Goblet of Fire applies not just to the cup that would produce Harry's name, but also the fiery cauldron that would restore Voldemort's adult form in this graveyard by the film's end. A light turns on in a little house down the hill from a much bigger house. Now, the book gives a lot more context. The big house belonged to the Riddle family. 50 years earlier, a maid entered the house to find all three Riddles, Voldemort's grandparents and his father, Tom Sr., dead. Young Tom's witch mother named him after his muggle father. The bodies had no marks on them, and they all seemed perfectly healthy other than the fact that they were dead. Police arrested Frank Bryce, the gardener, but since they couldn't prove that there even was a murder, they had to release him. But for years, everyone in town assumed he had done it. He kept up the grounds ever since, never talking to anyone, and that's who we see now, trying to make himself a late night cup of tea. He listens to the radio. This is actually the voice of director Mike Newell. After Prisoner of Azkaban, Alfonso Cuarón was once again offered the opportunity to direct, but he turned it down because he felt like it would be too much of a time crunch since he was also overseeing post-production on the third film. Mike Newell had directed films like Donnie Brasco and 4 Weddings and a Funeral, and actually was the first English director of this series. Frank investigates the light in the Riddle house, and we hear Voldemort speak. Voldemort is mocking Wormtail's time living in rat form. Voldemort is played by Ralph Fiennes. And yes, he does use the Welsh pronunciation. It's not Ralph, it's Rafe. Fiennes had played villains in movies like Schindler's List and Red Dragon. Producer David Heyman said that Fiennes was their first and only choice for Voldemort, saying, quote, he has the ability to inspire such fear with so little. After Peter Pettigrew's escape at the end of the last film, he is now nursing Voldemort back to health. When we last saw Voldemort, aside from his memory in the diary in Chamber of Secrets, Voldemort was really just a fart cloud that flew through Harry. So how is he now in this baby form? Well, it's really connected to a character in the book named Bertha Jorkins. Bertha Jorkins was left out of this film. She worked at the Ministry and went missing after going on vacation to Albania. We find out Voldemort actually killed her after torturing her to get information about the Triwizard Tournament and the fact that Moody would be teaching at Hogwarts. Chapter 33 of Goblet of Fire kind of just glosses over Voldemort disposing Bertha's body after it was, quote, damaged beyond repair, followed by Wormtail following Voldemort's instructions using a spell or two of his own invention. Now, there is a very morbid theory within the Harry Potter fandom centered around Bertha Jorkins. Apparently, the author did mention a detail in an early draft of Goblet of Fire related to the process of Voldemort coming back into corporeal form that she said made her editor sick to her stomach. And the theory goes that Bertha Jorkins might have been pregnant and that Voldemort stole the fetus and possessed the fetus. Yikes, I know. While this Bertha Jorkins theory is far too horrifying for a kid's book, it is dark magic associated with the ritual Wormtail later uses to draw the blood from Harry and the bone from Tom Riddle Sr. It is the kind of thing that a writer trying to come up with ideas might have put in an earlier draft. Now, in the Riddle house, there is another man there who is revealed later to be Barty Crouch Jr., played by David Tennant. He is not in this scene in the book, though, and putting him here in the movie scene changes really the mystery structure from book to film, so that in the film, we know Barty Crouch Jr. is involved as soon as we know what Barty Crouch Jr. looks like from the Pensieve flashback. And the twist is really just the fact that who we thought was Mad-Eye Moody was this Death Eater using Polyjuice Potion, making it a bit of a Scooby-Doo type twist. Screenwriter Steve Kloves probably did this just to simplify the mystery, which also unfortunately involved removing the Bertha Jorkins of it all, as well as the whole Crouch family backstory. But translating this twist from page to screen might have just been impossible for a movie. We'll discuss more of this later. Nagini comes in and snitches on poor old Frank to Voldemort in Parseltongue, and Frank is immediately Avada Kedavras. There's a cool transition from the green of the Avada Kedavra killing curse rushing in at Frank and hearing his screams to the tea kettle he put on earlier, steaming and whistling. We are reminded of the steam engine train whistle of the Hogwarts Express mixing in with Lily Potter's scream and Prisoner of Azkaban. So Harry awakens, having seen all of this as a nightmare. And yes, he's already at the Burrow. Reportedly, Richard Griffiths and Fiona Shaw asked for a pay bump, which probably just made it easier for the filmmakers to omit them, because the Goblet of Fire book just has really 2 chapters at Privet Drive, and they really just established Harry's correspondence with Sirius Black and the Weasleys inviting Harry to the Quidditch World Cup. But as a result, this opening of Goblet of Fire, the film, is a sprint. We do not have much time to understand what the Quidditch World Cup even is before Harry gets there, and we don't have a moment to really just transition from Harry sensing Voldemort's return, contextualizing it with his past years at Hogwarts, to now going on this side trip. But I also think it might just be like an American versus UK and really the rest of the world type of issue when it comes to the World Cup. Like in July, every 4 years, Europe, and especially UK, where football was invented, is swept up in football frenzy. And I'm sure Mike Newell probably just felt that between that cultural tradition in the UK and all the book readers in America who knew the story anyway, they just didn't really need that much context. Thematically, the Quidditch World Cup also just kind of excites these students for their own international contest at the school, and they needed a way to introduce Cedric Diggory and set up what the Portkey was and introduce the Death Eaters. We see how Ron's room is adorned with a bunch of Chudley Cannons merch. That's his favorite Quidditch team that has red and orange colors. He clutches a cannon blanket to his chest when Hermione wakes him up. He's got their poster on his wall near his bed, and there are stickers and pennants up all over. We meet Amos Diggory and his son, Cedric Diggory. Robert Pattinson, actually his first major film role. Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory are dressed oddly because the Ministry of Magic requires all witches and wizards going to the cup to dress like muggles, so as to not attract attention, but most people in the wizarding world have no clue how muggles dress. Mike Newell built on Alfonso Cuarón's choice to have Harry and the boys have shaggy, messy hair, as Harry's hair is described in the books, but now it's like Newell saw the mop in Prisoner of Azkaban and was like, more! To the point of Harry now looking like a woodland creature has climbed atop his head. They approach a seemingly simple boot on the hill, a portkey. Portkeys are unassuming objects that muggles wouldn't think to touch, that magical folks touch at a specific time to be transported to another location. In the book, Harry describes the feeling of it like a hook behind his navel being suddenly jerked forward. The portkey introduction here sets up the Triwizard Cup, turning out to be a portkey later in the film, of course. They land on part of the English coastline that's suggested to be near the White Cliffs of Dover. Arthur, Amos, and Cedric land gracefully, and Cedric helps Harry to his feet, setting up their relationship of helping each other out throughout the film. The Quidditch World Cup is a bonanza. A lot of the tents have chimneys on them, having been bewitched to be larger on the inside for the comforts of home. The 2 teams playing in this cup are Ireland and Bulgaria, so there are a ton of Irish and Bulgarian flags all over the place. There is a quick cameo of 2 house elves riding llamas. Presumably these would be Dobby and Winky, though it's not confirmed. Dobby and Winky play a very important role in the Goblet of Fire book, but they were cut out for the film. Again, we'll get to that later. Behind Arthur's tent, you can actually see another campsite with an American flag. The Fantastic Beasts spin-off films explore the American wizard community with their school, Ilvermorny. The inside of this tent is expanded, the same extension charm that Hermione will later use for their tent when they're glamping in Deathly Hallows, and the same charm used on the trunk where Barty Crouch Jr. as fake Moody will do to keep captive the real Moody. And onto the Quidditch World Cup pitch. They pass the Malfoys, who have better seats in the minister's box.
Enjoy yourself, won't you?
while you can.
Remember that Lucius's cane with the snake head has fangs that would draw blood whenever he clamps it down on anybody. Lucius is so smug, he's not even trying to hide the fact that he is about to join a Death Eater clan march. Ron has a pair of omnioculars in his hand. They are like magical opera glasses or binoculars that can slow down, speed up, or replay whatever you're watching. Hermione and most of the Weasleys are rooting for Ireland, although Ron and Harry also wear Bulgarian merch because they're fans of the Bulgarian seeker, Victor Krum. And Victor's Quidditch number is 7, which is also Harry's number on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In the book, Ireland's mascot is the leprechaun, and they have a bunch of leprechauns flying over the crowd, throwing out gold, but it turns out to be fool's gold, as Ron is later super embarrassed when all the gold he thought he had collected has vanished. His poverty is a really big deal in this story in particular. The Bulgarian mascots are Vila, who are basically creatures that look like extremely attractive women who can sort of hypnotize men, but most of the book chapter is omitted here, though the match basically goes down like this. Krum catches a snitch, but Ireland still wins because they were up by 160 points, and the snitch is only worth 150 points. Krum just caught it because he knew Bulgaria would never catch up, and he wanted to end it on his own terms. After the match, a group of Death Eaters wreak havoc, setting tents ablaze. Death Eaters are, of course, Voldemort's most loyal followers, practitioners of the dark arts, and radical pure blood fanatics. This moment in the book is even more messed up, as the Death Eaters catch and torture 4 muggles, including 2 children, suspending them high in the air for everyone to see, and using the Imperius Curse on them to control their movements. And yes, there is an obvious similarity between their pointed hoods in this movie and the hoods worn by the clan, though this design will be changed in subsequent films, they say, because they were hard to fit into tight shots. Okay. The Death Eaters here scorch the entire camp, and Harry sees Barty Crouch Jr. activate the Morse Mord spell to fire the Dark Mark into the air. This is what Voldemort's Death Eaters would use to mark the houses of those they had killed. Here, the mark actually causes the Death Eaters to scatter, though, probably because these Death Eaters would be the ones who managed to stay out of Azkaban, so that would make them very worried that a real-life Death Eater is going to judge them for not being sufficiently loyal to the Dark Lord. A bunch of Ministry officials show up, including Barty Crouch Sr.
What have you conjured it? Crouch, you can't. Do not lie! You've been discovered at the scene of the crime!
So after Voldemort's fall, Barty Crouch Sr. gained some fame by being super harsh on anyone who is even somewhat suspected of being a Death Eater. His son, Barty Crouch Jr., was accused of being a Death Eater, and Barty Crouch Sr. had him sent to Azkaban, and after that, the public kind of soured on him. There, of course, is more to this backstory. To the Hogwarts Express, Hermione reads the Daily Prophet article written by Rita Skeeter, who shows up in person later, with the headline, "Terror at the Quidditch World Cup." The article blames the Ministry for the chaos for not having better security. Ron is wearing one of his mom's hand-knitted sweaters with the R on it, and he reads Flying with the Cannons, a book about the Chudley Cannons. A bit of Ron's conflict with Harry here when the trolley witch comes by.
A packet of Dribbles and a licorice one. Honestly, I thought just the Dribbles. Okay. Just Dribbles.
Again, Ron's family is extremely poor, and he has a ton of siblings, whereas Harry is an only child, and his parents left him with a whole bunch of money. And I didn't mention this in past breakdowns, but really it's because people in his ancestry had invented all kinds of interesting consumer products like Skele-Gro, the stuff that he has to drink in Chamber of Secrets. But between Ron and Harry, each one thinks they have the better deal, but the grass is always greener on the other side of the Whomping Willow. And we meet Cho Chang, a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and Harry's crush. Cho is played by Katie Leung, a Scottish actress born to parents from Hong Kong.
Wait for you, dear.
Yeah, this film goes through the typical coming-of-age tropes of revisiting the same simple routines of childhood, but now everything during puberty has a very different meaning. The Hogwarts geographical surroundings and the Scottish countryside have been updated so that the Black Lake looks like it extends beyond the hills, so that it's less abrupt when the Durmstrang ship rises. Now, the lake is a freshwater landlocked lake, so the ship didn't like submarine from the outside. It got here through magic. Durmstrang is a school that admits only pureblood students, though not all students share this prejudice. The author stated that she thought Durmstrang was in Norway or Sweden along the Arctic Circle, but Pottermore maps place it on the southernmost part of Finland near Russia, right above Lake Ladoga. Beauxbatons is a French school located in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France. Nicolas Flamel attended Beauxbatons. In the book, there are male Beauxbaton students that are mentioned who come with this group to Hogwarts, but here in the film, it's depicted as an all-female academy. The Beauxbatons carriage is pulled by Abraxans, creating one of my favorite memes. You'll notice the Durmstrang ship has a double-headed eagle on the sails. The Beauxbaton school logo is 2 crossed golden wands shooting out stars. And we should note that Michael Gambon as Dumbledore in this movie does mispronounce Beauxbatons. He says Beauxbatons. It's actually Beauxbatons. But Dumbledore welcomes the new students, and Argus Filch runs in like a big old weirdo, holding his leg. It's one of many odd, unexplained moments where these amazing adult cast members, David Bradley in this case, are really just given unusual physical bits to give them these standout moments in this otherwise very overstuffed movie. Other examples include include Snape shoving Ron and Harry's heads, or Hagrid stabbing Flitwick's hand when Flitwick moves a food dish. Dumbledore introduces the women of Beauxbatons and their headmistress, Madame Maxime, and Seamus Finnegan is interested.
Blimey, that's one big woman.
Seamus, we see you're a freak and we don't judge ya. Next are the boys from Durmstrang, led by headmaster Igor Karkaroff, and they breakdance. That's fun. I believe the theme would have shown the Hogwarts kids singing the Hogwarts school song. Next, we get a menacing intro shot of Mad Eye Moody, who marches up to Hogwarts in the thunderstorm. The wide set gate actually is similar to the pose David Tennant has been taking as Barty Jr. At the table, Karkaroff and Snape share a look. They were both Death Eaters in the past, so they're just kind of like feeling each other out in this moment. The Durmstrang students sit with the Slytherin kids because, of course, they're also bad boys and into the dark arts with a former Death Eater for a headmaster, and they're all pure-blooded. The Beauxbatons kids sit with the Ravenclaws, I suppose, because like they're the cleanest. Maybe they're just like blue. Cool. Barty Crouch Sr. is introduced, and Mr. Mad Eye Moody leans in, eyeing him, and then jumps at the simulated lightning storm and curses the ceiling. He eyes Barty Sr. because this is actually Barty's son, Barty Jr. in disguise using the Polyjuice potion. So going forward, we will refer to this character as Fake Moody. Moody and Fake Moody are played by Brendan Gleeson, who said he played the character as, quote, a gunslinger with a wand. Fake Moody has to drink Polyjuice potion consistently to keep up his disguise, and Gleeson gives him a bit of a twitch before he drinks, and then shows the immediate effect of the potion as it affects his nerve endings. The real Mad Eye Moody is super paranoid, the result of him hunting dark wizards for years as an Auror and having made a lot of enemies in the process, so he really does drink everything out of a flask to avoid being poisoned. Seamus asks,
What's that he's drinking, do you suppose?
It's not rum, Seamus, take it easy. Now, real Moody's scarred appearance is a result of his days as an Auror, and there have been a lot of fan theories over the years about his magical eye. It's established that this eye can see through Harry's invisibility cloak, and given that the cloak is one of the deathly freaking hallows cut from Death's own cloak, that means Moody's eye must be super powerful. Some believe it's another one of the deathly hallows, but there's nothing in particular pointing to that other than just its comparative power to Harry's invisibility cloak. Dumbledore reveals the Goblet of Fire, which, due to recent events, only students 17 and over can put their names in, and 3 worthy school champions will be selected. Now, if Barty Crouch Sr. seems monotonous in his announcement of this age rule, in the book it is explained he is under the Imperious Curse during this time. We see Fleur Delacour, Clemence Poissy, and her sister Gabrielle next to Cho Chang and Ravenclaw Quidditch captain Roger Davies, who will be Fleur's date to the Yule Ball later. After the scene is a suspicious shot of Karkaroff sneaking over to the Goblet of Fire at night. It's a somewhat clumsy attempt to set up Karkaroff as the red herring suspect, as it's never really revealed later why he snuck in there, but it's assumed that he just fixed it so that it would select his favorite Durmstrang student, Victor Crumb, and not one of the others, you know, like the breakdancing fire breather. Next is the one class the Hogwarts students actually attend in this movie, Defense Against the Dark Arts, with Professor Fake Moody. He explains the unforgivable curses.
They are so named
because they are unforgivable.
Ah, yes, the first instance of the Emma Watson Hermione Frey, as Ariana Grande called it in her amazing impression.
You do your Hermione impression? Do you know what I'm talking about?
What is that?
Local Frey.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Local what?
The Fray.
The Fray. Oh my god.
I love it
true.
so much.
Yeah.
Fake Moody uses his eye to look through the back of his head at Seamus Finnegan sticking gum under the desk, and then he throws his chalk at him, hitting the poor Ravenclaw girl behind Seamus. Fake Moody has Ron tell us about the first unforgivable curse.
The Imperious Curse?
Oh, yeah. Your father would know all about that. Gave the ministry quite a bit of grief a few years ago.
Ah, Fake Moody / Barty Jr. is referring to the Ministry of Magic trying to prosecute former Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy and McNair, who claimed that they were under the Imperious Curse when they were doing Voldemort's bidding. Barty Jr. is a proud Voldemort supporter who did his time in Azkaban. He would particularly hate cowards like Lucius. Fake Moody enlarges this tailless whip scorpion to demonstrate these curses, first using Imperio to compel the scorpion to comedically jump around the room. And, you know, these students think that they're in another Boggart type of Defense Against Dark Arts class, where it's going to be another year of laughing until Fake Moody scares the life out of all of them, threatening to make this poor bug throw itself out the window or drown itself. Next, Fake Moody addresses Neville Longbottom.
Professor Sprout tells me you have an aptitude for herbology.
Yes, setting up Neville for getting the gillyweed later, Neville mentions the Cruciatus curse, which is used to torture. Of course, Neville knows all about this one because, you know, his parents were tortured to the point of insanity. And the torturers there were Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Rabastan Lestrange. Fake Moody uses the curse.
Crucio!
I love this detail because Fake Moody does not care that he's bothering the Scorpion. In fact, he seems to be enjoying it because he's really recreating what he did to the Longbottoms now in front of their son. But Hermione's really saying that is bothering Neville. And Fake Moody's eye looks up and he realizes how Neville's reacting and catches himself being way too obvious in front of the entire class. And that's what leads him to stop. Hermione refuses to say the final curse, probably because she's afraid to actually just say the words. But Fake Moody steps in. I love how Brendan Gleeson pronounces each curse with a heft and a snarl to indicate how young wizards would not be able to perform these spells just by accident or when they start throwing a tantrum. It requires a certain level of maturity and life experience and intent and just raw rage to perform them. Now, the author actually derived the words Avada Kedavra, the killing curse phrase, from an Aramaic origin of the common magic phrase abracadabra, which translates to let the thing be destroyed. But originally, it was not used for like damage. It was used to describe a curing of illnesses, the sickness being the thing to be destroyed. The word cadavra bears similarity to the English cadaver, which means corpse, deriving from the Latin cadare, to fall. While Harry bears a visible scar representing what happened to him and his parents, Neville's scars are unseen. He mourns looking at the stained glass art of a weeping woman from the rain outside. Fake Moody brings Neville back. In the book, it's to give him the book on herbology, magical water plants of the Highland Lochs. Under the guise of trying to cheer him up, Neville can be seen reading this book when the candidates put their names in the goblets later. And we see the candidates do so. Cedric Diggory, Pattinson earning every cent of that wet bump pay because he is dripping visibly here. Fred and George use a charm to try to break Dumbledore's age line, but it does not work and they are given Dumbledore-esque silver hair and beards. Hermione, meanwhile, is reading a book about the Triwizard Tournament because of course she is. Victor Crumb gives her a little look right after he puts his name in because dude likes a brainy girl and ain't afraid of a little mud in his blood. The goblet flame burns from blue to red as it spits out the names of the 3 school champions. From Durmstrang, Victor Crumb. From Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, and from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. But then a 4th one, Dumbledore catches it and calls out Harry's name, softly at first, then an angry shout.
Harry Potter!
Yes, Michael Gambon is warming up that rage-filled take on Dumbledore in this section.
Everything goes back to the Wizard of Oz, right? New Rockstars puts out these videos that have me up here
like Oz, the Great and Powerful.
But when you peek behind the curtain, New Rockstars is a whole team of nerds pulling levers to make me shoot fire from my eyes and have my voice boom out dramatically. I don't know, make SpongeBob memes pop up probably. The levers we and most YouTube professionals pull are all part of Adobe Creative Cloud. We use Premiere to put our videos together, Photoshop to make our thumbnails, and Illustrator to create our merch. You probably already knew how much professionals rely on Adobe Creative Cloud, but it's so accessible, so intuitive, and so easy to use that it's the perfect software suite for creatives at any level to get exactly what's in your brain out into the world, looking, sounding, and feeling exactly the way you want it to. No matter what you create, you owe it to yourself to have the best tools available to bring your vision to life, and that's what Adobe Creative Cloud is built to do. Click the link in the description below between now and December 8th to take advantage of Adobe's Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals to get started with Creative Cloud for cheaper than ever.
Now, you'll notice that the papers that came out are different for each name. Crumbs is written on a small rectangle of parchment. Fleurs is written on a round blue paper lined with gold. That kind of looks like a little cafe doily. Cedric's looks similar to Crumb's parchment, and Harry's is on lined notebook paper. They normally do not write on this type of paper at Hogwarts. They write on parchment. So Barty Crouch Jr. must have used paper from the Muggle world to make it look like Harry used paper that he had gotten from his Muggle aunt and uncle's home, the Dursleys. Now, the film frames this moment as Harry being beholden to magical protocol, but in the book, the Goblet of Fire is described as having a kind of undefiable death magic that scares Harry and is stepping forward. Ron began this movie feeling like the special one for once, his family getting tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, and so the thought of Harry rigging the Goblet of Fire and not telling him about it particularly enrages him. Although Ron's loyalty always wins out, this is the story where he starts to become a true a-hole from time to time, and you can sense the author mentally preparing to kill off this character in Deathly Hallows. If not for Rupert Grint's comedic charm, specifically in the 3rd and 4th films, I am convinced that Ron would have been a goner by the 7th installment. Just a reminder of the book series publishing timeline versus the film adaptation timeline. J.K. Rowling published Goblet of Fire in July 2000, so this story was written before any of the films came out. This film adaptation released on November 18th, 2005, after the Order of the Phoenix book published in June 2003, and after the Half-Blood Prince book published in July 2005. So while they were making this film, Warner Brothers and Mike Newell knew the dark places the next 2 installments after this would go, and this, Goblet of Fire, would be the final film that was released into the world with the performances of Rupert Grint and Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson, Ralph Fiennes, Matthew Lewis, and the rest. So as Rowling was spending pretty much all of 2006 writing the Deathly Hallows book and submitting her manuscript in January 2007, there is no doubt that this film's performances inspired her decisions to keep Ron alive despite his petty tantrums that she had put on the page, and her decision to give Neville such a hero moment in Deathly Hallows, and to make Voldemort so broken and so human in the final book to match Fiennes' innate humanity and his decision not to wear red contacts but just use his natural eyes. In the book, when Harry goes downstairs to join the other 3, there is a humorous moment when they ask, "Is something wrong?" Because they assume if a short 4th year was sent down to them, then he must just be like a page to tell them where to go next. It's a great little moment of imposter syndrome that plagues Harry throughout the story. But perhaps the most infamous adaptation choice comes right here, when the text describes Dumbledore this way.
"Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, Harry?" Dumbledore asked calmly.
Which Michael Gambon delivers this way.
"Harry, I protest! Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?"
Ooh, my God. I think we can forgive Michael Gambon. Yes, he seems angry. Really, I think he's just panicked that Harry might be in danger, or maybe under the Imperius Curse, or that his connection with Voldemort might have been activated in some way. Now, the author didn't know it in 2000 when writing the book, which is why Dumbledore was calm. But in 2005, the film producers had a much better idea of the prophecy in book 5, and the Horcruxes in book 6, and the fact that Dumbledore would die at the end of book 6. Like, that's how Gambon was playing this. He knew that his character had been deliberately putting Harry Potter in harm's way, knowing that he would be the only key to defeating Voldemort for good. Even Snape in this movie suggesting to let them unfold later really comes under new context in Deathly Hallows, when a flashback reveals that Snape also knew how Dumbledore is exploiting Lily Potter's son. Karkaroff and Fake Moody clash.
"The Goblet of Fire is an exceptionally powerful magical object. Only an exceptionally powerful confundus charm could have hoodwinked it."
You seem to have given this a fair bit of thought.
It was once my job to think as dark wizards do. As you remember.
As we see later, Karkaroff went to Azkaban for being a Death Eater, but he named names to secure his own release, so Fake Moody / Barty Crouch absolutely hates him and any other Death Eater who renounced Voldemort, who named names, who bribed people to stay out of Azkaban. This is also why he hates others like Snape and Lucius Malfoy, whose son he later turns into a ferret. Part of the brilliance of Fake Moody's plan in this movie is that people around Harry assume that whoever put his name in the goblet is trying to off him during one of the challenges, when in reality, everything really hinges on him making it to the end and being the winner of those challenges. So if Fake Moody is helping him out along the way, it looks like he's just trying to keep him safe, as opposed to what he's actually doing, which is delivering him right to that portkey and right to the Dark Lord. So Harry being forced to serve as a champion turns Ron against him and pisses off the entire Hufflepuff house, because Cedric is like their once-in-a-generation chance at glory, and in book 3, he even bested Harry as a seeker during the Quidditch match. We meet Rita Skeeter as she interviews the champions, played by Miranda Richardson. She uses a quick quotes quill that is prone to editorializing and misquoting.
"My eyes aren't glistening with the ghost of my past."
Harry, don't you mean Lily's eyes? And yes, they are. Rita writes the gossip column Me, Myself, and I for the Daily Prophet, which is really part of J.K. Rowling's disgust with the British tabloid press. And actually, the book Goblet of Fire points out that Aunt Petunia subscribes to the Daily Mail. Rita is frequently dressed in green, and there is a plot line in the book that is left out of the film where she turns out to be an unregistered animagus who can turn herself into a green beetle, which she uses to her advantage to spy on people, to get dirt for her articles. Even though she's supposed to be writing a story on all the champions, when the article prints, it's just Harry alone in the photo, with the headline Harry Potter and the Triwizard Cup, one of the original titles for the book. And we also see a bit of the article reads the subheadline, Will he survive? But I love the text layout forming the shape of a trophy. It would make the article pretty hard to read, but it looks cool. There's also a very Simpsons gag here where Miranda Richardson's voice shouts frantically when Harry crumbles the article.
Harry Potter, age 12, suspect entrant in the Triwizard Tournament. Eyes swimming with the ghost of his past. I'm checking upstairs.
After correcting her twice that he's 14, not 12, she still wrote 12, and she took the phrase glistening with the ghosts of his past and changed it to swimming with the ghosts of his past. We also see in this movie how the Hogwarts castle is expanded to include the owlry, where all the owls roost in between delivering mail, and it is covered in shit, making it the perfectly awkward spot for Harry to ask out Cho later. Goblet of Fire as a movie is really owl-obsessed.
Well, you can tell Ronald.
Ola.
We learn that Harry has been corresponding with Sirius Black, who meets him from the Gryffindor replace. Now in the book, Sirius does this via flu powder, but this film renders Gary Oldman's face into the coals, which I suppose looks pretty cool, but it's not the flu powder magic from the book or from movie 2. In the Order of the Phoenix film, they try to cast it closer to the green flu powder from the book. When Ron interrupts them, his pajamas that he's wearing are slightly too small for him. This is a nice little detail because again, everything he has is either hand-me-down or just something that they can't afford to replace. When Hagrid shows Harry the dragons, Hagrid has spruced himself up for Madame Maxine, trying to tame his crazy hair using axle grease. Ron's second oldest brother, Charlie, is one of the dragon handlers since his job was working with the dragons in Romania, though we don't see Charlie in this movie and we don't really even see the dragons in the scene. We just see their, flames from out their cages. Harry goes to talk to Cedric, passing Hufflepuffs wearing pins that say Cedric Diggory before twisting into Potter Stinks. In the book, these buttons started at Slytherin but spread to Hufflepuff, and now here it's the towering Ernie Macmillan, the towhead who was talking major shit about Harry in the Chamber of Secrets film. When Harry approaches Cedric, this is so weird. He's kind of goofing around with his buddies, and it looks like they're leaning over him to kiss him. And I was so confused what they're doing here. But really, the reason Harry goes up to him is that in the book, Harry feels bad that Cedric would be the last to know about the dragons, and he gets a moment alone with Cedric by using a spell to cut open his book bag in the corridor. Here, though, I think these Hufflepuffs might be making fun of Harry Potter by restaging the Dementor's Kiss that would have caused Harry to faint during the Prisoner of Azkaban Quidditch match that, in the book, Hufflepuff wins when Cedric catches a snitch, and Cedric, after that match, felt bad and offered to forfeit. In the Prisoner of Azkaban movie, Cedric, played by a different actor, just gets electrocuted and both teams forfeit. Now, if you listen closely after this, you can hear Seamus talking to Ron.
It's not like I tried to blow things up exactly. It's happened to Kraven. You have to admit though, horror is pretty fascinating.
I love that we finally get an acknowledgement of Seamus's penchant for blowing shit up. But of course, Seamus's pyromania comes in handy in Deathly Hallows Part 2 when they blow up the footbridge. Fake Moody transfigures Malfoy into a ferret, somewhat ironically the same thing hippogriffs like buckbeak love to eat when they're not stomping Malfoys. Fake Moody snarls, while Barty Crouch Jr. hates the Malfoys for their fakeness, he shares the Dark Lord's pride in dueling enemies face to face.
I want you to look at me when I kill you.
Moody takes Harry into his classroom. Now, Fake Moody has decorated the room with various discs of faux glass, which shows the owner when enemies are near. There's also a sneakoscope in his room, which whistles and spins when someone nearby is doing something untrustworthy. In the Prisoner of Azkaban book, Ron got a sneakoscope in Egypt, and it was always going off because Scabbers was usually around him. But when Fake Moody looks into the faux glass, on the left, I'm pretty sure that's a reflection of Barty Crouch Sr. While at first we see this as a red herring, that we might have reason to suspect Barty Sr., it makes the most sense that Barty Jr.'s main enemy would be his father. In the book, the reflections in the faux glass are revealed in the later scene when they force Veritaserum on him to be Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall. So we're on to the first task. Fred and George are taking bets, with Cedric shown as a favorite to win with 7-4 odds, and Harry here is a long shot at 30-1. In the book, Fred and George wanted to start a business selling magical joke items, and they placed a bet on the Quidditch World Cup with Ludo Bagman, a ministry official. When the twins win big, Bagman welshes on the bet, and they spend the rest of the school year trying to get him to pay up. An earlier draft of the script reportedly had left all of this in, but it was ultimately cut out. Hermione had spent time teaching Harry to perfect the Accio spell so that he could retrieve his broom for the task. In the book, the dragons are all nesting mothers, and the gold eggs are mixed in with real eggs, so they are motivated to fiercely protect them. Filch setting off the cannon too early is a running gag throughout the films. He does it again later when the competitors enter the maze. The art department built the dragons practically and provided art, and then the practical model was scanned into the computer to digitally create the creatures. The effects department also built a large mechanical dragon with a flamethrower in it so that the actors would have something to react to. There's actually a fun Easter egg at the end of the credits of this film that say, "No dragons were harmed in the making of this movie." Now, the book goes into what the other champions do in this task. Cedric transforms a rock into a dog to distract the Swedish short snout, but it changes its mind and goes after him. Victor Crumb shoots a spell into the Chinese fireball's eye, but it stomps in pain and crushes some of the real eggs, which ends up being a penalty. Fleur Delacour made the Welsh Green fall asleep, but actually had to cast a water spell to extinguish the fire on her clothes when the dragon snored flames. But Harry evades the Hungarian Horntail by summoning his broom using Accio. As we discussed in the Prisoner of Azkaban breakdown, Harry always feels more comfortable in the air than he does grounded. He uses a footbridge to clothesline the dragon, and we get this great shot of Harry zooming into the golden egg with his hand reflecting on the metal so that it's essentially a golden snitch for a seeker to snag. In the book, as soon as Harry gets on his broom, he just kind of like translates the entire challenge into a match of Quidditch. In the Great Hall, we see Padma and Parvati saying hi to Harry. The twins are both shown to be in Gryffindor in this movie, even though Padma in the books is sorted into Ravenclaw. Hermione reads the Daily Prophet, and there's a headline that reads, Ministry Witch Still Missing, Minister of Magic Now Personally Involved. That's a reference to Bertha Jorkins, whom we talked about before in the subplot that was removed from the film. But when Hermione ruffles the page, the other side includes headlines, Confused Muggle Train Spotters and Hogwarts Express, and Ginger Witch Still Under Some Kind of Pressure. The Ginger Witch was a creation by Eduardo Lima, part of the Mina Lima designer team, who did all the print designs for the Daily Prophet and the Marauders map. She shows up mentioned in a headline in Order of the Phoenix, involved in a henna explosion, and in Half-Blood Prince, she's finally arrested, according to the Quibbler. Lima named her the Ginger Witch after Debbie, a red-haired prop buyer for the film's productions. And you'll notice behind them in the scene is a rack of floating pastries, similar to the floating baked good magic that Dobby used in Chamber of Secrets, as this food was prepared by the house elves working in the Hogwarts kitchens. In the book, Dobby returns here, working in the kitchens at Hogwarts after being freed from Lucius Malfoy's service. Dumbledore does pay him, but normally house elves do labor for free, and most of them are depicted as liking it that way. So that's why Hermione starts SPEW, Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, because she sees them as slaves in the wizarding world. And she's not wrong, but the whole storyline is just so they end up avoiding it in the films. But in the book, it's actually Dobby who gives Harry the gillyweed, which again, Dobby stole from Snape's office in the book after Fake Moody lets him overhear a conversation between him and McGonagall. There's another elf named Winky in the book who worked for years for Barty Crouch Sr., but was let go at the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore also lets her work in Hogwarts, but the shame of being a free elf drives her to alcoholism. Right? McGonagall teaches the Gryffindor students to ballroom dance, saying that within every girl is a swan slumbering, longing to burst forth and take flight, and f***ing Ron says this.
Something's about to burst out of Eloise Midgen, but I don't think it's a swan.
Poor Eloise Midgen. In the Goblet of Fire book, on page 394, actually, Eloise Midgen comes up as a girl with acne, whom Ron doesn't want to end up having to go to the ball with. So when he's talking about something bursting out, he's talking about her pimples. And she looks so stressed out. I feel so bad for Eloise. Justice for Eloise. And Ron, we know how you're going to end up looking, my man. Harry tries to approach Cho to ask her out, but the gang of Ravenclaw Yellow Jackets puts up a fierce protego. It's because these smart, supportive Ravenclaw ladies love and support each other and don't want any of their friends going home with either of these two assholes who made Eloise Midgen cry. Hagrid tells Maxime that his father was a normal sized and that he was able to lift his father when he was a teenager. So yeah, it's interesting, but Hagrid's dad totally banged a giantess. And that would not only be like impractical, but also giants are considered lesser intelligent species. And some in the fandom have questioned whether Hagrid's mother would have even been able to consent. We're not gonna go into that. Fred asks Angelina Johnson to be his date. She is the chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Fred is a beater, so they do know each other. And actually in the Goblet of Fire book, Angelina puts her name in the cup since her 17th birthday was the week before, and Fred actually wants her to be Hogwarts champion. Snape smacks Ron with a book during the scene, and what is this? Is this a study hall? Because all years and all houses are present. Again, not enough actual classes are shown in this school movie, and I like how you see a flame flaring up in the background, which I assume is one of Seamus's explosions. Harry finally runs into Cho in the owlry, but she's already going with Cedric. Ron asks Fleur Delacour on an impulse and is left stunned. The book actually details how Fleur is part Vila, so Ron truly would not have been able to control this. Harry and Ron end up going with the Patil twins. Ron frets over his dress robes.
What are those? My dress robes.
What are those? For a moment, Harry thinks Ron doesn't know what a toothbrush is, because that's what Harry's holding, which is both a dig at the dental care in the UK and the fact that wizards don't know what dentists are. Hermione arrives.
She looks beautiful. Yeah, she does.
Did Harry really think that Parvati would be cool with him drooling over Cho right in front of her? Emma Watson actually ate it on the staircase on one of the first takes. In the book, Hermione uses a hair serum called Sleekeazy's hair potion that, fun fact, was invented by one of Harry's ancestors. So that, along with the Skelegro, is why the Potter family is so loaded. Everyone dances at the ball. The sound mixers actually added a loud purr to Ms. Norris when Filch dances with her. We see Fake Moody's outfit incorporating a dead ferret attached to his belt, which makes the earlier scene of him turning Malfoy into a ferret way more disturbing. Now, the band is the Weird Sisters, and they're playing Do the Hippogriff. Even though they're called the Weird Sisters in the books as a reference to Shakespeare's witches and Macbeth, they actually could not call them the Weird Sisters in any of the films, because I guess there was some kind of like potential legal issue with a band called the Weird Sisters in the real world. But the musicians of this band are all cameos by famous rock musicians. You see Jarvis Cocker of Pulp playing Myron Wagtail, the lead singer, Johnny Greenwood Winwood from Radiohead plays Curly Duke, the lead guitarist. Jason Buckle from All Seeing Eye plays Heathcote Barbary, the rhythm guitarist. Steve Mackey, also from Pulp, plays Donegan Tremlett, the bassist. Steve Clayton, a musician known from Add N to X, plays Gideon Crumb, the keyboardist and bagpiper. And Phil Selway, also from Radiohead, plays Orsino Thruston, the drummer. Ron is jealous of Victor Crumb and calls Crumb a ruddy pumpkin head because Ron sucks. And Harry responds, I don't think it was the books that had him going into the library, even though the Patil sisters exchange a look on that one, realizing that both of them drew the short straw with these duds, and not even the fun kind of dud from the Simpsons board game.
Hey, looks just like you, Poindexter.
In the book, Hermione had complained that Crumb would show up at the library every day when she was there studying, and his noisy fangirls would follow him. He later admitted that he just went to see Hermione. Ron stupidly leaves Hermione crying on the stairs, and I like how behind her is some other girl crying, because at every high school dance, there's always like a crying stoop. And I love the shot of the dance floor as it starts to empty out, and we see Neville and Ginny and Hagrid and Maxime, and if you look at the background, Fred and Angelina are still twirling around, and I love that, except you do have to remember that these two do go on to date in the future, and when Fred dies in Deathly Hallows, Angelina ends up marrying his twin brother George, and they have a kid that they named Fred. At Cedric's suggestion, Harry takes his egg to the prefect's bathroom, and Harry opens the egg again, releasing the deafening scream, but you can see bubble shapes in the glow inside, a clue that they would need to open it underwater. He runs into Moaning Myrtle, who says,
I was circling a blocked frame the other day and could swear I saw a bit of Polyjuice potion.
This is one of two mentions of Polyjuice as a clue for the fake Moody twist, along with the ingredients being stolen from Snape's office later. Despite Shirley Henderson being 40 when this movie came out, and Daniel Radcliffe being 16, Mike Newell really plays up Myrtle trying to hear through the soap suds. Yuck. Moody tells Neville to help Harry take his books back, setting up Neville to tell Harry about Gillyweed, and that brings us to the second task. Producer David Heyman said that the biggest challenge in terms of filming was the second task because it took place underwater. It involved one of the largest underwater sets ever constructed for a film, a water tank with a blue screen backdrop, and the tank held 500,000 gallons of water. Radcliffe trained for 6 months to learn how to dive and how to hold his breath underwater because he was actually underwater for all of this, and because he was a minor, and because Hollywood learned a lot of lessons from the tortuous experience of the cast on James Cameron's The Abyss. No shot lasted longer than 11 seconds. The on-set safety divers developed a distress signal for Daniel Radcliffe to indicate he was out of air and needed to be brought up to the surface immediately, but that signal was a thumbs up. So after one take, Radcliffe forgot and gave a thumbs up, meaning all is good, and the safety team freaked out and rushed him to the surface, and Radcliffe, poor guy, ended up getting 2 ear infections. So a ton of creatures live in the Hogwarts Black Lake. In addition to the mer people, there's a giant squid and selkies and grindylows, which are the creatures that take out Fleur in this sequence. Fleur and Cedric use a bubblehead charm, allowing them to breathe underwater, and Crumb transfigures himself into a shark, but the spell goes wrong, so he's like just shark on the top half. Just like in the book, Harry arrives first to the hostages, and he wants to rescue all of them. The full riddle of the egg was this: come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this: we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour the prospect's black, too late it's gone, it won't come back. So the movie leaves out that last part, but in the book, Harry takes that last part dead serious, without realizing that they weren't really going to let people die at the bottom of a lake. But Harry's naivete gives him extra points at the end of this. He rescues Ron and Fleur's sister, and when they surface, young Nigel beams up at Malfoy, and Malfoy swats his hat in anger. We see this in wide initially, so that when Malfoy does it again in the medium shot to button the scene, it feels excessive. Like, leave his hat alone, my man. Barty Sr. recognizes Fake Moody's tongue flick. Fake Moody takes a big swig of Polyjuice potion to even himself out. Barty Jr. has walked up on this chat just as Barty Sr. tells Harry how he's sure his parents would be proud of him and how hard it is to lose family. But Barty Crouch Sr. shows up in the next scene, abruptly killed off. So that, plus Fake Moody calling Barty Sr. mad, is this movie's way of trying to stay true to the book sequence where Harry and Victor run into a seemingly insane Barty Sr. in the Dark Forest when he's referring to a tree as his assistant, Mr. Weathersby. But we later find out that Barty Sr. was really just fighting off the Imperious curse that Voldemort and Wormtail had him under. And that explains all of his odd behavior, like his lack of reaction to Harry's name coming out of the Goblet of Fire. All of that is jettisoned for this film. And we get more context as we go into the pensieve sequence, in which Harry looks into Dumbledore's memory of the day of Igor Karkaroff's trial, overseen by Barty Crouch Sr. Now, it's a separate pensieve perceived memory, but in the book, we also see Barty Sr. personally presiding over Barty Jr.'s trial and sending his teenage son to Azkaban. But the version of the Pensy flashback we do see serves mostly to connect the dots with Barty Crouch Jr. Karkaroff named several Death Eaters, even Rosier, who was part of Snape's friend group when they were students and who Moody killed when they were trying to apprehend him, as well as Augustus Rookwood, who worked in the Department of Mysteries. After Karkaroff outs Rookwood, he's taken to Azkaban, but he escapes in Order of the Phoenix and rejoins Voldemort's numbers. Karkaroff also names Severus Snape, who Dumbledore vouches for immediately because Snape was a Death Eater who flipped and became a spy for the Order of the Phoenix at great personal risk. In Deathly Hallows, we see more of that backstory. But then finally, Karkaroff drops the big name, Barty Crouch Jr. Now, Barty Crouch Jr. again is tried in a different Pensieve memory in the book, but the film version of the scene condenses all the memories into one, and it all comes off as a bit rushed and kind of silly because Barty Jr. did not have to affirm the Death Eater accusation right there. And yes, David Tennant flicks his tongue to establish a physical link to fake Moody. Also, this is not clear in the film, but in the book, the reason J.K. Rowling gave father and son the same name, Barty Crouch, was to logically justify Harry seeing Barty Crouch on the Marauders map, walking around Hogwarts, thinking it's Barty Sr. just being suspicious, when really it's Barty Jr. in disguise as Moody. And when Harry tells Moody about this, fake Moody confiscates the map and uses it to get to Harry, just as Lupin warned Harry an enemy of his would do if the map ever got in the wrong hands. But because the Marauders map scene is left out of the movie, the name issue just kind of feels like an unnecessary redundancy that makes this a little extra confusing. As Dumbledore stands by this glass encasement, it contains a pyramid with a ball hanging from a pendulum, which many online have said forms a symbol of the Deathly Hallows. But I don't know, folks. For this to have been intentional, Rowling would have had to have known about that symbol a long time before she started writing Deathly Hallows, and for her to have told the filmmakers and the set decorators about it. But it does make a visually interesting coincidence. Harry overhears Snape and Karkaroff arguing about their dark marks, established to cast suspicion on them both, but really they're just worried about Voldemort's return because the marks are getting more clear. Snape accuses Harry of stealing gillyweed from his supply closet, as well as the ingredients of Polyjuice Potion. Again, in the book, it's Dobby who steals the gillyweed, but here it's suggested Neville took it, which that's kind of fun to imagine. On to the third task. Flitwick has the Hogwarts band constantly on the clock in this movie. Like, you know that kid is just tired of going like, but it's most effective in this sequence, tragically, as we'll see later. We see the Beauxbaton students doing the Macarena. Maybe Los Del Rio were wizards and we never knew about it. Now, the maze is built on what's normally the Quidditch field, but we never see a normal Hogwarts Quidditch match in this film. Dumbledore says,
"You'll find no dragons or creatures of the deep. Instead, you'll face something even more challenging, but be very wary. You could just lose yourselves along the way."
So the maze in the book was filled with magical creatures, including a Sphinx, whose riddle the contestants had to correctly answer to move forward. But Mike Newell said that he wanted to make the maze more psychological and give it a life of its own. And he described the maze saying, "It's like it reduces you to your animal components and you become savage and wild and uncivilized." Nah, you just blew all your budget on the CGI dragons in the water tank and you didn't want to upstage the graveyard. I get it. But moving hedges and scary wind, what makes a maze interesting are the firm but confusing turns of the path itself. Like, that alone is what gets in your head when you're going through a maze. So if the hedges that form that maze path just smush together to erase the path, you're not in a maze anymore. You're just in a bush. What's the point of it even being a maze? Like, storytellers as far back as the Greeks with the island of Crete and the labyrinth on it understood that mazes need a monster in them to represent the demon of our subconscious. On Crete, it was a Minotaur. In The Shining, it was Jack Torrance. This maze is just like the first time we saw a highly anticipated sequence from the book that when it was adapted to screen just landed with a big fart. Fake Moody has placed Victor under the Imperious Curse so that he attacks Fleur just to clear Harry's path. Harry sends up red sparks to mark Fleur's location. Curriculum was the spell incantation used for the flare effect in this movie, but it was later clarified that Vermilius would be the proper spell here. Cedric uses Expelliarmus on Victor, but it doesn't actually disarm Victor of his wand. Like, afterwards, Cedric has to go there and kick it out of his hand and really just kind of knocks him out. The movies often use Expelliarmus as more of a concussive spell, which, you know, it's okay that it concusses you, but it should at least also knock the wand out of your hand in the process. Harry nobly saves Cedric from the roots and decides that they should both grab the cup at the same time, which in retrospect is what drags Cedric into the situation where he is the spare who gets unceremoniously killed. The cup, it turns out, is a port key, and it takes them back to the Little Hangleton graveyard. Wormtail returns carrying baby Voldemort, who says what my wife and I would often puppet our baby son to say when we got bored.
Kill the spare. Kill the spare.
kill the spare? It's such a cruel dehumanization of all the promise that Amos Diggory's son and the pride of Hufflepuff offered the world. It's a chilling line in the book that this moment in the film kind of brushes past far too quickly. And really, I think it's just because they didn't want to focus on these words coming from a bebe version of Voldemort and have us asking too many questions about why he's a bebe. Wormtail dumps bebe Voldemort into the cauldron, and we get some truly creepy dark magic. Bone of the father unwillingly given, flesh of the servant willingly sacrificed, blood of the enemy forcibly taken. The reason all this feels so cruel is that in every other instance of the series, Harry's suffering at the climax is a result of, you could say, his own youthful mistakes. Like, he suspects Snape, not Quirrell, in Philosopher's Stone. In Chamber of Secrets, he gives in to Tom Riddle's diary. In Prisoner of Azkaban, he's too hung up on his father to trust himself to repel the Dementors. And then after this, in Order of the Phoenix, he's really too eager to draw conclusions from his own visions that he falls right into Voldemort's trap. And then in Half-Blood Prince, he hates Malfoy too much to see why his rival is suffering until it's too late. But here, at the midpoint of the series, Harry really did nothing wrong. In fact, he only did the right thing. He truly was a victim of the failures of those around him to protect him. Sometimes bad things just happen. Sometimes evil will find a way. Voldemort bubbles out of the cauldron. To complete this look, Ray Fiennes shaved his head and they used prosthetics to eliminate his eyebrows, but he didn't want too much on his face because he wanted to be more free to emote. But that's also why they did away with Voldemort's red eyes from the book. Fiennes wanted people to be able to see the expression in his real eyes, but Heyman didn't want his face to just be a normal human face, so they digitally flattened and then eliminated the nose and created slits so that he would be somewhat snake-like. Actually, when we first see his head, his neck and his jowls are inhumanly thin and snake-like, as this is like a CGI head, but then they use Fiennes' hand as an in-shot transition so that on the other side of the hand, it's now Fiennes' practical head and makeup. When approaching the character, Fiennes started with the idea of love is repulsive to Voldemort. He can't help thinking he's been cheated of it, and so it's something to be despised and destroyed. He added that Mike Newell was keen to explore Voldemort's unexpected mood swings, calm and smooth in one moment and violently lashing out in the next. Voldemort regains his wand and uses it to touch the dark mark, and within seconds, his inner circle of Death Eaters parades in. Voldemort says,
"One of you tried to find me."
Yes, that is Crabbe and Goyle's papas, plus McNair, the headsman who nearly executed Buckbeak in Prisoner of Azkaban. Now, Voldemort just kind of face pushes him here, but in the book, he straight up Crucios Avery. The silver hand that Voldemort creates for Wormtail actually eventually causes Wormtail's death. Because Harry spared his life at the end of Prisoner of Azkaban, Wormtail will later pause when he's supposed to kill him, and that moment's hesitation causes his own hand to turn on him and strangle him to death. Because Voldemort created the hand with a bit of loyalty to Voldemort, not to Wormtail. Voldemort explains what happened with Lily and baby Harry.
She provided the ultimate.
Oh.
So the old magic that he refers to is the fact that Voldemort gave Lily the option to step aside and spare her own life, but she chose to devote her dying breaths in protection of her son. And that love is what protected Harry, what caused the spell to rebound, protection that lives on through Lily's surviving sister, Petunia, and what we will later learn turned Harry into a Horcrux himself. Voldemort calls this old magic, something he should have foreseen. And we come back to the Aramaic translation for abracadabra, and thus Avada Kedavra, which is let the thing be destroyed. But in the context of an illness or a malady that a healer was trying to expunge. All magic, they're implying here, at its root, was not meant to be used for killing, but used for healing. It was meant to be a spectrum of ways to show each other love. Voldemort proves that since Harry's blood was used to resurrect him, he can physically touch Harry again, and Voldemort relishes this, sticking his tongue out. And I love this detail. We see that his tongue is freaking forked like a snake. Very cool. That also explains why he kind of has a little weird way of talking. Voldemort uses all three unforgivable curses on Harry during their confrontation in the sequence. He makes him bow using an unspoken Imperio. He tortures him with the Cruciatus curse. He tries to hit him with the killing curse. Harry meets him with Expelliarmus, face to face. Now, while Voldemort's kill should be instant because his wand and Harry's wand share a core, the tail feather from Fox the Phoenix, it creates an effect known as Priori Incantatum. This is a charm that forces a wand to reveal an echo of the last spell it had performed. In this case, Voldemort's killing of Cedric Diggory and Frank the Groundskeeper and Lily and James Potter. In the book, Bertha Jorkins is also there, and she also cheers Harry on along with Frank. It's very, very sweet and wholesome. But the idea is these are not ghosts. They're echoes of light that can blind you, but are not like the actual souls or the ghosts of the people. The book also describes what Harry hears during this charm to be the Phoenix Song. Patrick Doyle scores it with this heroic song.
When the connection is broken, you must get to the code key.
Doyle sounds like he's sampling John Williams, but not like Harry Potter John Williams. It kind of sounds like Star Wars John Williams, because this is basically the Force theme during the trench run. And when Obi-Wan's ghost is saying, use the Force, Cedric asks Harry to take his body back. Harry breaks the connection. Voldemort is blinded by the light, and Harry runs back to Cedric's body to pull off an instant Accio, and he is out of there. Now, the author confirmed in an interview with Entertainment Weekly's amazing Jeff Jensen, back when the book came out, that Harry saving Cedric's body was inspired by the Hector, Patroclus, Achilles love triangle in the Iliad. Now, I've seen this interview quote mentioned in dozens of places online, and I don't think anyone really dug into what Jensen and Rowling were actually talking about in that interview. Achilles and Patroclus, some scholars have interpreted, have an implied homosexual relationship. In the Trojan War, when Hector kills Patroclus, Achilles falls into a state of grief that is described in a particular way by Homer to be the type of grief one would feel for their spouse. And Achilles requests that when he dies, his bones be mixed in with Patroclus' bones in a vase. So, Jensen and Rowling were really saying that Harry's affection and his grief for Cedric is akin to Achilles' affection and grief for Patroclus. Now, I don't think Rowling was saying that Harry is gay, as really Achilles' sexual orientation is just debated among historians and literary scholars, but I think it's clear that Harry has a platonic love for Cedric. And what Jensen and Rowling were getting at is this kind of love triangle with Cho Chang in the mix as well. Like Cedric takes the role that Harry wishes he had with Cho. And at the end of the day, there is a protective instinct there that Harry inherited from his mother. And that, no matter where or how the love is directed, is still love. When Harry reappears in the arena, the band immediately starts playing. It's a tragically delayed realization, and that poor tuba player just really flattens that last note. As we've been through the darkest hell, that we forget the athletic context that all of this took place within. Those of us in America who would watch college football games and watch kids get gravely injured on the field know how horrifying this is, and have heard the marching band just suddenly go dead silent. Fleur, who knew that something evil was happening in the maze of this final challenge, was dreading a corpse to appear, and it is her scream of agony that stops the celebration. Minister Fudge wants the body to be removed, but Amos Diggory cuts through. It is absolutely heartbreaking. Just moments earlier, he had been giving Cedric some bits of fatherly wisdom before he went into the maze. Fake Moody drags Harry away from the scene. You'll notice behind them in the tunnel are Fred and George, so presumably it was they who alerted Dumbledore that Moody was acting sus. Harry knows when Moody refers to Voldemort as the Dark Lord, and obviously when Moody brings up the graveyard, despite Harry never mentioning any graveyard. Fake Moody is out of Polyjuice Potion and reverts to Barty Jr. There's a shot where part of his face droops to make one eye look like David Tennant's eye. This whole end reveal in the book is much more elaborate and Agatha Christie-esque to fill in the holes of things that they had glossed over or flat out changed in the movie. After Barty Jr. was sent to Azkaban, his mother, Barty Sr.'s wife, became sick with grief. Before she died, she begged Barty Sr. to bring her to the Azkaban prison so that she could switch places with her son. She drank Polyjuice Potion, assumed the identity of Barty Crouch Jr., and died shortly after that, and was buried on the grounds by the Dementors. Now, the Dementors are blind, so all they knew when Barty Sr. came to visit was one healthy and one sick person entered, and one healthy and one sick person left. After that, Barty Sr., with the help of the house elf Winky, kept his son Barty Jr. at his house under the control of the Imperious Curse. Publicly, everyone assumed that Barty Jr. was dead at this point. Bertha Jorkins stopped by the house unannounced and found out the truth of Barty Sr. altered her memory. That's what led to what happened in Albania when Wormtail and Voldemort found her and broke the memory charm on Bertha and tortured all that information out of her about the Triwizard Tournament and Moody going to teach at Hogwarts. Then they went to Barty Sr.'s house, put him under the Imperious Curse, freed Barty Jr., and had him switch places with Moody on the night before Moody went to Hogwarts. We also learned that after Barty Sr. struggled out of the Imperious Curse to warn Dumbledore about Voldemort's plot, his son, as Fake Moody, killed Barty Sr. and transfigured the body into a bone and buried him in Hagrid's yard, probably dug up by Fang at some point. Dumbledore finds all this out from Barty Jr. via the Veritaserum and from Winky, who has been working in Hogwarts kitchens and glug, 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 and is now just distraught that her family's secrets are out in the open. Then, before Dumbledore can intervene, a Dementor in the book swoops in and gives Junior the Dementor's kiss, leaving him unable to confirm his whole story to anyone else. And that's why Fudge refuses to believe Dumbledore, also just because Fudge is stubborn and politically motivated. And Fudge says that Harry is nuts, and both privately and publicly denies that Voldemort has returned. Dumbledore urges Fudge to take quick action so that Voldemort doesn't regain his past followers like the Giants and the Dementors, but Fudge refuses. Now, all of that backstory was a lot, and arguably unadaptable for a 2.5-hour film. I think think, though, it represents a thematic example of adults in this world all willing to break the rules and commit the unforgivable to help the kids that they are vicariously living through get ahead. And all of those cut corners eventually turn into a gaping loophole for evil to re-enter through. And worst of all, this obvious evil is allowed to grow because its existence is denied an attempt for people to maintain the status quo. But in the film, without that ministry drama and the Crouch family conspiracy connective tissue, even as dense as that is, what's left in this film is really just a story about, I guess, imposter syndrome, teenage romance, bigotry in the wizarding world, and it all just feels a bit disjointed. Dumbledore eulogizes Cedric to the student body, deciding to tell the kids the truth about Voldemort.
Cedric Diggory was murdered by Lord Voldemort.
And this is a big deal because it's the first time many of these kids have heard this name from an authority spoken out loud instead of you know who, he who must not be named. Dumbledore knows that the ministry will start putting out misinformation and lies spread faster than the truth. In the book, the only reason Rita Skeeter doesn't publish any conspiracy theories right away is because Hermione discovers that she's an unregistered animagus, using her beetle form to eavesdrop and threatens to expose her. The Durmstrang and the Beauxbaton students leave Hogwarts. Ron gets some love from Fleur, who will go on to marry his oldest brother Bill. In the book, it's Victor who pilots the Durmstrang ship since Karkaroff has fled. We learn in Half-Blood Prince that Voldemort and the Death Eaters hunted Karkaroff down and killed him, so he doesn't last too long after this. The film ends with Hermione saying, almost hopefully,
It's changed now, isn't it?
as we crane up to the sky, a mix of dark clouds and hopeful sunlight shining through. More of a mixed tone than the way Rowling ends the fourth book, a Hex confrontation with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle on the Hogwarts Express, and Harry giving Fred and George his prize money to start their joke shop because the world needs laughter. And Harry returns with Uncle Vernon, remembering, as Hagrid said, what would come, and he would have to meet it when it did. But really, the most important line that we are left with comes from Dumbledore.
Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
In the first three films, doing the right thing was almost inevitable for Harry, the path of least resistance. Now, as we get older, the easier path to take is the low road because it slopes downhill. So for this week's Room of Requirement, season 4 of this HBO series, more than any other season, I think will have the most to benefit from an adaptation from a book to an 8 or 10 episode season as opposed to a 2.5 hour film. So let's break down what this fourth season could look like. 1, we really need the Goblet of Fire season to focus on the failure of well-meaning institutions. Hogwarts and the other schools, the Ministry of Magic, the media, organized sports, and the authority figures who run all of these in failing the children they claim to protect. That is what sets up the completely dystopian situation with the Ministry and Umbridge and the media in Order of the Phoenix. We need to see how a wholesome tradition of a Junior Olympics gets exploited by several adults. And because they all bend or break the rules, corruption leads to an evil returning and hurting these kids. So this story needs the fully fleshed out conspiracy backstory of Barty Sr. and Barty Jr. and Mrs. Crouch. It needs Bertha Jorkins. It needs Winky. It really is the perfect kind of process story and slow burning systems failing narrative that works great when unfolding over multiple episodes of television. We also need to bring back Ludo Bagman and the Weasley twins' entrepreneurial turn because it shows how scummy sports bettors also seek to con kids. And Harry is right that the darkening wizarding world needs a couple laughs. We need to make Rita Skeeter her Beetle Animagus form. Her character is far more effective as a media criticism when she's literally a bug, considering British tabloids have been sued for bugging and hacking phones. Restore the maze to its book accuracy. Give me that Sphinx. And I think we need to cast a younger actor for Barty Crouch Jr. Nothing against David Tennant, he's one of the best, but he's just too old for this part. A younger actor would make that trial hit even harder. Next, we need Dobby and Winky to be in this story, but I don't know if we need Spew. I don't know. I just don't think there's a good angle for that subplot. I can't think of one. Also, let's change the name Cho Chang, please. I know Rowling was probably aiming for some like Dickensian alliteration, but let's just give Cho a different first name. And the Polyjuice twist with Fake Moody to Barty Jr., I think might just be too Scooby-Doo to hinge a full season on. Like, I just wonder what a Goblet of Fire season would look like if we knew from the beginning, or from like the 1/3 mark of the arc of the story, that these kids' teacher was a Death Eater in disguise. But the mystery would be just what his plan is, and we'd be stewed in this great dramatic irony for 8 episodes. The Triwizard Cup being a portkey is a much cooler twist than the Polyjuice reveal. Dumbledore could just out Barty Jr. while Harry is in the maze, and Barty Jr. could just sit there laughing, okay, you got me, but you're too late. Lastly, on a personal note, I was disappointed to see HBO's statement regarding J.K. Rowling, largely because the network, I think, could have just stayed out of it. I think we are learning that this is truly a wedge issue that certain interests are using to divide us, and I am just going to try to be better being aware of those forces so that I don't end up being a pawn in this game. But I do stand by my original statement about the author, which you can see in our first breakdown of the series. Also, please consider supporting one of the important organizations listed in the description below. Up next in our rewatch series is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2007's Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the 5th entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series at New Rockstars. Throughout the holiday season, we are revisiting all 8 films of this series for Easter eggs, details you never spotted, connections to the book, and just interesting behind-the-scenes facts that make this series so timeless. Now, every one of these films opening Warner Brothers logos gets darker and dirtier. Now this one is just dull charcoal, almost like the events at the end of the film that tarnished everything to come. Before Hedwig's theme even kicks in, there's a sound of whispers and Parseltongue. As Harry will be hearing Voldemort's whispers in his head. The title of the film floats out of the mist toward the camera, and there's a quick shot of the prophecy ball. That's really the MacGuffin of this whole entry that transitions into the blazing hot sun. We're back in Little Wingene. All the grass is dead because there's an ongoing drought, and it symbolizes the rot and decay that's been able to take hold since Voldemort has returned. The TV announcer gives the weather both in Fahrenheit and Celsius to accommodate the American audiences who wouldn't have understood why mid-30s means a heat wave. Now, the Order of the Phoenix book took place in 1995, and there was indeed a heat wave that year, the British Isles heat wave. The highest temperature recorded was 35.2 degrees Celsius, 95.4 degrees Fahrenheit. This playground looks similar to the one Harry looked at in Prisoner of Azkaban, but it isn't next to the road like that one was, so it's unclear if it's supposed to be the exact same one. Harry watches a loving mother with her son, who is right around Harry's age. This is Harry's saddest and moodiest movie yet, which is partially because Voldemort's moods are affecting him, but also because, you know, puberty. Dudley and his friends spent the summer bullying the kids in town. In the book, Dudley isn't quite as cruel as he is here, and Harry actually seeks him out and antagonizes him first because he has a lot of pent-up anger over Cedric's death. Dudley's shorts have the number 5 on them. This is movie number 5, you know, like our thumbnail. Dudley's gang is made up of Piers Polkiss, the guy with a pop collar who's described in the book as being scrawny with a rat face. He holds kids' arms behind their backs as Dudley pounds on them. He was supposed to be with him in the first film when Dudley goes to the reptile house for his birthday. Then there's Dennis the button-up, Gordon with the super blonde hair, so named, I assume, for Gordon Ramsay, and Malcolm in the Hat, who shows up in the Lego Harry Potter game and is wearing the exact same ridiculous outfit in Lego form. Harry reads a newspaper. Now in the book, he gets a Daily Prophet delivered to him all summer to see if there's news for Voldemort. We don't see the newspaper in this angle, but a set photo shows an article in the back that reads, HFA Cup Ball Judged Too Big. Now, when they shot this, it might have just been a normal newspaper, and this is just a set photo. I don't think it's Quidditch related because there's tennis balls in the neighboring image, but either way, you know, balls too big. The storm comes on fast, and Dudley and Harry run for the subway tunnel. Among the graffiti, there's another number 5. We see the names Jim for Jim Cornish, who worked for the art department. Also Blizio, which is a nickname of another member of the art department. We also see the words Stark, Hex, Jinx, Atomizer, and Nads with a Z. The Dementors get a redesign for this film. They no longer have the hoods that they lower when they go in for the kiss. This is the first time the films do away with any practical effects, and it's kind of a shame because that mix of practical and digital effects added a layer of realism to the earlier films that just is lost when it's all CGI. But also, you know, 2007. That's just what Hollywood was doing. Toward the end of the book, it's revealed that these Dementors were sent by Umbridge, who took it upon herself to do this to silence Harry. Harry drives off the Dementors with his Patronus charm, a spell that he practiced with Lupin in Prisoner of Azkaban. His Patronus takes the form of a stag, the animal of his father, who was an unregistered animagus, the one he could transform into. Mrs. Fig, Harry's batty cat-obsessed neighbor, shows up and reveals that she knows about magic and the Dementors. In the book, the Dursleys used her as a babysitter for Harry, and he always hated going there because it was so boring. Now we learn she was actually placed near Harry years ago by Dumbledore to keep an eye on him, one of many protections Dumbledore put in place. Fig knew that the Dursleys would never let him go over to her house if he was having fun, so she had to make it boring, which is very sad. Mrs. Fig is a squib, just like Filch, a person born to a magical family who has no magical aptitude. Despite the drought and an order not to, notice how all the houses on Privet Drive are watering their lawns at nighttime. Like they didn't even adjust the timers because we just had a rainstorm. Most of the folks on Privet Drive are just entitled and shitty like this. Vernon and Petunia are back after being left out of the last film. There are some new photos of Dudley in boxing gear. In the book, Dudley has taken up boxing and realized he loved beating people up. His parents encouraged the hobby because it helped him slim down a little bit. There's also boxing trophies around the house since, you know, Dudley's pretty good at it. Vernon eats in front of the open fridge, probably lingering to get some of the cold air, and there are tomatoes in there. You don't refrigerate tomatoes. There's also a cake and puddings because both Vernon and Dudley love the sweets. The ice cream Vernon eats is the Goodwin's Chocolate Extravaganza. Rosie Goodwin was the set decorator for these films. The Ministry of Magic's Mafalda Hopkirk sends a mild howler to notify Harry that he has been expelled. The envelope reads confidential and per bubonum, which is Latin for through owl. In the book, there were a lot more letters that arrived one night after the other. One from Arthur Weasley telling Harry to stay put and not surrender his wand under any circumstances, another one from Sirius Black, and then a second letter from Mafalda Hopkirk revising their decision to expel him. Harry's room is now full of pages from the programs from the Quidditch World Cup that he went to in Goblet of Fire. He accidentally cracks the frame of his parents' photo that Hagrid gave him at the end of the first film. Looking at it calms him down a bit, since it's ultimately love that defeats the hate of Voldemort's feelings. Harry has a nightmare about Cedric Diggory and Voldemort's eyes opening match cuts to Harry's eyes opening, another clue that they are connected now. The Order of the Phoenix Advanced Guard shows up to bust Harry out. It's made up of Mad-Eye Moody, the real Moody this time, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who works for the Ministry of Magic, Nymphadora Tonks, who's a metamorphagus, meaning she can change her appearance at will, Emmeline Vance, and Alpheus Doge, who's a very good longtime friend of Dumbledore's. Harry says,
Professor Moody, what are you doing here?
Rescuing you, of course.
This is the same exchange that Harry and Ron and the twins had in the Chamber of Secrets.
Ron? No. George, what are you all doing here? Rescuing you, of course.
Moody's broom is outfitted with a seat and hand controls because of his prosthetic leg. Moody says,
Don't break ranks if one of us is killed.
So in July 2007, this fifth movie came out 2 weeks before the seventh and final book, Deathly Hallows. And fans who were experiencing both in the same month had Moody's death and Deathly Hallows fresh in their minds, dying in the transfer of Harry from this house in Privet Drive while no one broke ranks. The group flies over London, the River Thames. They are flying incredibly low considering they are trying to avoid being spotted by the Muggles. The film, of course, will return to these thrilling aerial shots in the final act when they're riding the Thestrals. This fifth film was directed by David Yates, who would direct all the remaining films of the franchise, including the 3 Fantastic Beasts films. You'll notice a certain, I call it desaturated tidiness to all the films from here on out, with a lot of efficient cut twos that jump past the transition and magic that glows with a soft CGI that illuminates an otherwise dark and gray world. It's why these later films all kind of feel like well-shot BBC series with a suddenly insane VFX budget. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, is designed to look extremely high and thin on the interior to give the impression that it's been squished in between numbers 11 and 13. It's protected by a Fidelius charm, which means that anyone who doesn't know about it and its location cannot find it. This squishing effect on the neighboring houses recalls the squeeze effect on Harry in the Night Bus in Prisoner of Azkaban. And I just like this recurring VFX motif that the wizarding world kind of exists uncomfortably in between the Muggle world. And I love the detail that the last part of Grimmauld Place to pop up is the Iron Gate, kind of like a warning of the Fidelius charm. Now, of course, the name Grimmauld is a play on words, grim, old place, and a nod to Sirius Black's form as what they thought was the Grim. Harry overhears Sirius arguing with Arthur Weasley. Arthur says that guarding you-know-what, meaning the prophecy, is the most important thing, and that they need to trust Dumbledore. But Sirius points out that Dumbledore wasn't able to protect Harry last year, referring to the events of Goblet of Fire, and that they should just take action now. Unlike the rest of the Order, Sirius Black wants to take a more active role and tell Harry everything that's going on, and the others want to try to protect Harry by just keeping him in the dark. Tonks trips over an umbrella stand fashioned out of a troll's leg, one of the many unsettling or dark objects around this home. This moment is taken directly from the book, as Tonks, despite being an Auror, is just supremely clumsy. Harry passes by glass cases filled with the heads of past house elves who worked for the Black family, and he spots Kreacher, the current house elf of the House of Black. Because Sirius Black was in Azkaban and the other members of the Black family are either dead or elsewhere, Kreacher has just been living in the house alone with just a painting of Sirius's mother to talk to for company. At some point, you hear him go, there, I'm here, as he dusts it. Here, though, he's mumbling about half-breeds and scum being led into his mistress's house. Now, we just see the corner of the portrait frame covered by a black curtain, because in the book, her portrait would always scream at anyone that she could see. Similar to how Dobby and Winky were left out of Goblet of Fire, Kreacher was not in the initial draft of this film, but J.K. Rowling said that they absolutely needed to include him. This is likely because Book 7 would return to Grimmauld Place to recover the locket that none of them could open that gets mentioned in passing in Book 5, which we find out later was the real locket Horcrux that Regulus Black was involved with. And just going back to read the 5th book when we knew what Horcruxes were and finding that little mention in Book 5 was just such a fun experience on Muggle Gullet and Leaky Cauldron circa, spring 2007. Harry snaps at Ron and Hermione, and Fred and George apparate in. They just turned 17 years old, so they're legally allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts now, and they pass their apparition exams, sort of like the magical world equivalent of getting your driver's license, so they just do it now constantly. Now their apparition takes the form of the actors splicing into the frame in the middle of a take, which is a pretty unsettling effect, but it is how apparating is described in the books. It is supposed to be instant like that, and I prefer it as a contrast to the billowing plumes of sandy smoke that the Death Eaters and Aurors apparate through later in the film. They're cinematic in their own right. I just kind of like the quick version. At the end of Goblet of Fire, Harry gave his Triwizard Tournament winnings to Fred and George. Since then, the twins have been inventing gags and pranks, including these extendable ears, which allows one to eavesdrop, and they use one of these to hear Sirius arguing again, calling Snape Snivelus, which was his nasty nickname for him when they were students at Hogwarts. Now, this is the only screenplay of the series not written by Stephen Kloves, who was busy with other commitments. Contact writer Michael Goldenberg stepped in and included a lot of adult themes for this children's franchise. Harry has to reckon with the fact that both Sirius and Dumbledore have some pretty big flaws, even if they ultimately want what's best for him. Sirius is so distraught at being locked up in his hated childhood home away from the action that he's acting recklessly and antagonizing people who should be allies against a common evil. The Daily Prophet headline reads, "The Boy Who Lies," which is a play on Harry's usual moniker of The Boy Who Lived. The headline switches into a quote from Fudge, "All is well." Other articles in the newspaper include the Daily Prophet competition, "Win a Night in Transylvania," page 5 for more details. There's also a section on weather and another on zodiac signs, and then more propaganda from Fudge. "There is nothing to fear," says the minister. Another headline reads, "Dumbledore demoted from Chief Warlock in the Wizengamot." In the book, Dumbledore says that they could take away all of his titles, but as long as they don't take him off the Chocolate Frogs box, he is good. Another headline reads, "Madame Marchbank denies links to subversive goblin groups." So Marchbanks is a witch who defended Dumbledore, and as a result is getting blowback as Fudge works to discredit Dumbledore's supporters. Fudge is worried that Dumbledore is ultimately after his job, which is absolutely untrue, as Dumbledore has no interest in politics, but a lot of the wizarding community wanted Dumbledore to run for Minister of Magic, and Fudge has never forgotten that. There's an ad in the paper reading, "Eat as much as you want with a new range of potions from Witch Watchers," which is an obvious play on Weight Watchers. Also, you can't really see it in the film's runtime, but designer Eduardo Lima, who wrote all these jokes, snuck in another reference to the Ginger Witch in a Prophet headline in Order of the Phoenix. Ginger Witch survives henna explosion in the bottom left corner at one point, and in Half-Blood Prince, she finally gets arrested, which, as we mentioned in last week's breakdown, is a reference to the prop buyer of these movies named Debbie, who has this color hair. Sirius hints that Voldemort is seeking something that he didn't have before, and while this seems like an unnecessary withholding of exposition, it's actually justified. The Order fears that Harry's mind and Voldemort's mind are linked, so Dumbledore and the others have instructed not to tell Harry about the prophecy. I mentioned this in our Prisoner of Azkaban breakdown, but there is a really cool Reddit observation starting with the scene in the Prisoner of Azkaban book in which Trelawney refuses to dine with them during Christmas because 13 diners together is unlucky, and the first to rise is the first to die. And in this scene in the book, there are 13 of them at the table, and the first to rise is Sirius, and he is the one of them who dies in this story. Mr. Weasley takes Harry to the Ministry for his hearing, and Arthur, having never gone there without magic, is fascinated by the Muggle tube station. The visitor's entrance is a telephone box, and in the book, the code for entry is 62442, which spells out MAGIC. The Ministry of Magic set looks awesome. It was a 200-foot long hallway and the most expensive of the film. Some employees apparate in, some use the Flu Network, some hold brooms that they probably flew there. The employee holding the Daily Prophet and talking about losing galleons on the potion trading market is Warwick Davis in an uncredited role. He also plays Professor Flitwick and Griphook in the films. This big gold fountain in the center is the Fountain of Magical Brethren, and it depicts a centaur, a house elf, and a witch staring rapturously up at a wizard. Harry notes that there's a sign on the fountain that all money thrown in the fountain goes to St. Mungo's, and the St. Mungo's Hospital comes up in a big way in the book, but not in the film. The hanging black and white banner of Fudge evokes the image of Charles Foster Kane in Citizen Kane. He too was a man manipulating the print media to spread propaganda and impose his will on the people. Newspapers and media and propaganda are just big visual themes throughout this film. It's one of the things I really like about how they transition through scenes. On his way to the hearing, Harry sees Fudge talking to Lucius Malfoy, who he later realizes is down there poking around near the Department of Mysteries at Voldemort's request. This is the first time Harry has seen Lucius Malfoy since they were in the cemetery together, and it's got to be completely insane to just see your would-be murderer chilling and chatting away with the top political authority. Harry previously saw this courtroom in a memory in Dumbledore's Pensieve and Goblet of Fire. His hearing is in front of the full Wizengamot, which is highly unusual for a simple case of underage magic usage. Dumbledore calls this out. The term Wizengamot is a play on the English term Wittengemot, which referred to the King's Advisory Council up until the 11th century, and it was a precursor to Parliament. Percy Weasley is behind Fudge, furiously taking notes. He completely ignores his father whenever he sees him, so Percy got a promotion at the Ministry of Magic as Fudge's aide, leading to a falling out with the rest of the family as Fudge uses a Daily Prophet to discredit Harry and Dumbledore. This led to a huge fight between Percy and Arthur. Percy called his father a joke, which it kind of is, and Arthur implied that Percy only got his job so that Fudge could spy on the Weasleys, which is also true. We get Dumbledore's full name.
Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore.
I love Michael Gambon's pause before he says Brian, and we actually heard him hint at his very long name when he was inside Hagrid's cabin in Prisoner of Azkaban during the Time Turner sequence. Love the theory that Brian might have just been included by Rowling as a nod to the Monty Python Life of Brian film, and Brian was an analog for Jesus, and it could just be a nod to Harry being the chosen one. Dolores Umbridge is there as well, looking pretty smug, played perfectly and infuriatingly in this film by the great Imelda Staunton, who would later go on to play Queen Elizabeth II in the latter 2 seasons of The Crown on Netflix. She absolutely nails Umbridge's annoying throat clearing to get attention. And a big part of the reason Umbridge is so triggering is that J.K. Rowling based the character on, and Staunton is totally doing a veiled impersonation of, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who led Parliament in the 1970s and 80s and used a kind of sing-songy but forceful tone to bend her political enemies to her will, and had little pity for the struggling working class of Britain as she fought to roll back social welfare programs and what she called the nanny state, which single moms like J.K. Rowling needed. Really, as an American, I'm not the one to talk about it, but there is an entire generation of Brits still bitter over anyone or anything resembling Margaret Thatcher. Now, the woman with the deep red lipstick who asks about the Dementors is Amelia Bones, Susan Bones' aunt. She's an accomplished witch and, unlike Fudge, level-headed and fair. Soon after Voldemort returns, he personally murders Amelia, and all the evidence shows she put up a good fight. Mrs. Fig gives testimony on Harry's behalf, accurately describing how the Dementors made her feel. Fudge refutes Dumbledore, which sets up his moment at the end of the film. Now, throughout all of this, Dumbledore refuses to make contact with Harry, which continues throughout the film, as he fears Harry is linked with Voldemort. In the book, there is a side plot about Ron and Hermione being named prefects for their house. Draco is named prefect for Slytherin. Harry is pissed at Dumbledore for not picking him instead of Ron, but Dumbledore explains at the end that he felt Harry already had enough responsibility on his plate, and that's ultimately what makes Dumbledore cry. Sirius Black in his dog form goes to see Harry off at the train station. By now, Wormtail has told Voldemort and the other Death Eaters that Sirius is an animagus, and in the book, Lucius Malfoy actually sees the dog on the platform and reports it back, leading to the Ministry knowing his general whereabouts. Sirius gives Harry a photo of the original Order of the Phoenix. It consists of Marlene McKinnon, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured to the point of insanity, Emmeline Vance, Remus Lupin, Benji Fenwick, Edgar Bones, that's Amelia Bones' brother, Sturgis Podmore, Caradoc Darborn, Hagrid, Alpheus Dodge, the Pruitt brothers, Fabian and Gideon, who are actually Molly Weasley's brothers. Her maiden name is Pruitt, as well as Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, and we see Aberforth later in this movie, Dorcas Meadows, Sirius Black, Alistair Moody, Harry's parents, James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, and Peter Pettigrew. Now, while actors Geraldine Somerville and Adrian Rawlings were in their late 30s for this film and in their early 30s for their appearance in The Mirror of Erised in the first film, Lily and James were only 20 when they had Harry, only 21 when they died. They were 19 when they conceived him. They were just a few years out of Hogwarts. So all the images and visions Harry has of his parents are really of kids just a few years older than he is now. In the book, it's actually Moody who shows Harry this photo, presumably to cheer him up, but Harry just realizes that half of these people are dead, and 2 of them are tortured to the point of insanity. Harry has a vision of Voldemort on platform 9 3/4, and we hear those same Parseltongue whispers from the start of the film. Voldemort's snake-like neck movement is the same one Harry does when he awakens. He's now starting to take on some of the snake-like mannerisms. A student on the train is reading an article with a headline that changes from Potter to Plotter, more Ministry-planted garbage. Seamus Finnegan is reading the same issue later in the Gryffindor common room. Harry sees Cho Chang. Since Cedric's death, she's had conflicted romantic thoughts about Harry. Neville holds a Mimbolus Mimbletonia, a rare and super magical plant that resembles a cactus that, in the book, spews stink sap all over the train car that Ginny cleans up with a scouring charm. But like most of the very cool stuff that Ginny does in the book, it is left out of the movie. Mimbolus Mimbletonia becomes the Gryffindor common room password in book 6, and Neville is delighted because in the Prisoner of Azkaban book, his memory is as good as his parents' minds, who were tortured to the point of insanity. According to Tom Belton, Matthew Lewis was becoming hunkier with each movie, and he was in danger of being recast. But instead, they gave him a fat suit, fake teeth, and cheek padding to ensure that he'd still look like the Neville people knew from the books. Because Harry witnessed Cedric die, Harry can now see the Thestrals that pull the carriages. Rowling has noted that in the Goblet of Fire book, Harry did take the carriages back to Hogsmeade Station and didn't see the Thestrals. She said because he hadn't yet come to terms with Cedric's death, but did admit that she wouldn't have written it that way if she had thought about it more fully. And in the case of his mother, he was just 1 and didn't know what he was seeing when she died. And for Quirrell, Harry had blacked out when he died. Daniel Radcliffe likened the appearance of the Thestrals with the horses, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, in which death was one of the riders. Rowling said that it's a Thestral tail hair that forms the core of the Elder Wand, and I think that detail's really cool. Apparently, Thestral is also a possible Patronus form, which rocks. Let me know in the comments below if your Patronus is a Thestral, you lucky dog. Every fantasy nerd knows this quote: when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. Unless you're on your phone playing Game of Thrones Legends, Cersei doesn't mention that part, but trust me, it's true. Game of Thrones Legends is a puzzle RPG featuring epic team-based player versus environment and player versus player battles with collectible and upgradable champions. The battles are such a satisfying mix of matching puzzles, combos, and the special abilities each character has. Mixing and matching allies and iconic weapons is such a great combo of strategy and sandbox fantasy fun. I love it. Plus, you can take on other players. So if you're feeling confident enough to go for the Iron Throne, there's plenty of scheming rivals waiting to challenge you for it. Want to check it out yourself? Secure your legacy. Download Game of Thrones Legends by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and get 50 gold, 3,000 food, and a daily summon token to start your journey. Luna Lovegood can see the Thestrals as well because she saw her mother die when Luna was 9. Ivana Lynch plays Nuna, her debut film role, auditioning in an open casting call alongside 15,000 other girls, and she is so great in this. Luna reads The Quibbler upside down. The Quibbler is an alternative newspaper run by Luna's father, Xenophilius, that publishes outlandish stories like the National Enquirer. She's reading it upside down because, according to the paper, if you study some printed runes upside down, it reveals the spell to keep enemies away. But on the cover of The Quibbler now is the headline, "How far will Fudge go to gain Gringotts?" This is about a wild conspiracy theory that Fudge wants control over Gringotts and has killed many goblins to achieve this in a variety of horrible ways, like baking them into pies. Luna is wearing a pair of radish earrings and a cork necklace, both straight from the book and both made by the actress herself, Ivana Lynch. Now, Hagrid does not greet the students on their way up to Hogwarts this year like he usually does. Professor Grubbly Blank is back after last movie said that she was out on holiday. Hagrid is away with Madame Maxime on a top secret outreach mission to the Giants. In the book, Hagrid and Maxime pretended that they were on holiday in France because they knew that they were being spied upon. They found the Giants, greeting them slowly with gifts like Dumbledore instructed, but the leader of this giant group was killed and a new leader took over who was already in league with Voldemort and the Death Eaters. So Hagrid's hope is that some of the others remember that Dumbledore was friendly to them when the inevitable war breaks out and they just don't all go to the other side. But sorry, Hagrid. In the Great Hall, Seamus glares at Harry. Seamus's mom gets the Daily Prophet and has been reading anti-Harry propaganda all summer. She almost didn't let Seamus come back to Hogwarts in this term. Another thing you'll notice from film to film is that the exact order of the tables in the Great Hall changes. Like some years, Gryffindor is right next to Slytherin, whereas in other years, Slytherin is all the way over to the other side of the Great Hall. It always depends on how much they want Malfoy to be in Harry's face versus on the other side of the room sulking. Now, in the Order of the Phoenix book, the Sorting Hat is brought out and sings a song with updated lyrics about the Hogwarts houses really this year need to stick together in these trying times to align themselves against the dangers outside the school. The lyrics this year include, "But this year I'll go further, listen closely to my song. Though condemned I am to split you, still I worry that it's wrong." And then a bit later, "For our Hogwarts is in danger from external deadly foes, and we must unite inside her or we'll crumble from within." Here we don't get those lyrics, but we do get to see the Sorting Hat sitting on its stool over on the far right of frame of the teacher's table. Dolores Umbridge is announced as this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. The costume designer dressed Imelda Staunton in increasingly obnoxious and saturated shades of pink as she gains more and more power. So she starts as kind of like bubblegum pink, but then later in the Dark Forest, she is deep fuchsia. She is wearing a little kitten pen, which is a theme for her in the movie. Her office is decked out in china plates with meowing kittens on them, and while cats were not as big of a deal for the character in the book, she is described as having like Technicolor cats on her walls. A kitten, I believe, is also sewed into her sleeve in another shot. In the Gryffindor common room, Seamus's Daily Prophet also includes an ad for Romanian beast climbing. Beast climbing is another sport in the wizarding world akin to bull riding. Harry snaps at Ron and then does the snake head twitch again. These intensify for him as the film goes to show Voldemort's increasingly strong connection to him. So Harry dreams of the hallway to the Department of Mysteries because Voldemort is obsessed with the Department of Mysteries and with retrieving the prophecy. Harry glides along like a snake because it is actually Nagini who is going down this hallway. We see rapid fire dream images, Voldemort's outstretched hand as he beckons Harry, Lucius and Fudge at the end of the hallway, the closed door to the Department of Mysteries, which has balanced scales on the doorknob, the round light fixture in the hallway of Grimmauld Place, the round sun setting behind the clouds, and the ball containing the prophecy. They repeat, all linked by this shared orb imagery, and then Voldemort's bald head, giving us a jump scare looking directly at the camera. Umbridge's wand is described as unusually short, and I love that the filmmakers kept it stubby here because she too is short and stubby. We see her use it as she burns the folded paper charm used by the Patil twins. This is the same charm that the Ministry of Magic uses to communicate interdepartmentally, and it just kind of shows how Umbridge does not want the Ministry of Magic to function as a compartmentalized bureaucracy, but rather a dictatorship where communication is snuffed. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Umbridge has removed everything interesting as she wants us to be just the most boring class. I was looking for Malfoy in the desk arrangement, but then I realized he's sitting in the back left with Pansy Parkinson, probably to snog evilly. We do see Pansy Parkinson recast later when she's part of the Inquisitorius squad. Umbridge explains that 5th years will take their OWLs, or OWLs, standing for Ordinary Wizarding Levels, a reference to the Ordinary Level or O-Level exams that 16-year-old British school children were given from the 50s to the 80s when Rowling was in school. Older students take their NEWT exams, or Nastily Exhausting Wizarding Test, which corresponds to the advanced or A-level exams that British school children who wanted to go on to higher education would take. Umbridge issues them kiddie textbooks, Dark Arts Defense Basics for Beginners, and then an old school young wizard and witch pairing reading the book that they are depicted on, leading to this unsettling infinity effect. Book within a book within a book. Anytime Umbridge is close to punishing Harry, she starts breathing heavily like she's excited, like she baits him here as he says that Voldemort is the one who wants to hurt them, and she looks around flushed with excitement, and then when she finally brings the punishment hammer down, she can barely contain herself.
See me later, Mr. Potter. My office.
Umbridge's office is, of course, pink, including the type of sugar that she shovels into her tea. There's a photo of Fudge on her desk. They had to have a 24-hour photo shoot to get enough photos of kittens for the plates. Harry uses the black quill, or the blood quill, which cuts the words written into the skin of the writer and uses the blood as ink, which means that in addition to scarring your hand, it drains your blood, making you weaker over time. There's actually a similar device in Franz Kafka's short story In the Penal Colony, where inmates are tortured and executed with a crude device that carves the sentence into the convicted person's skin. According to Rowling, Umbridge invented this blood quill herself. For Harry, this is the first time his hand/wrist has been cut to draw blood since Wormtail drew the blood of the enemy forcibly taken, so it's especially triggering for him. Fred and George test out Skybeam snack boxes for their upcoming shop, including puking pastilles. They are half green, half purple. The green half makes you puke so that you can get out of lessons, and then you eat the purple half to stop puking so you can enjoy the rest of your day. The problem is that no one can stop puking long enough to eat the purple half. Fever Fudge gives you a fever, but it also gives kids pus-filled boils. Fred and George say it's on their butts. They also have nosebleed nougats, which give you a nosebleed. The problem with those is that sometimes you don't stop bleeding. Fainting Fancies makes you faint. On the cover of the briefcase containing all this stuff, it says Weasley and Weasley. This will eventually become Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. And in the book, Fred and George funded all these experiments from Harry's prize winnings from the Triwizard Tournament. Harry follows a flying Thestral to find Luna feeding them with no shoes on, since the other kids hide them to bully her, though she blames Nargles, pests that might not exist, and mischievous thieves thought to infest mistletoe. Now, Hagrid actually took the step to further breed all of these Thestrals, though they do appear in the earlier era of Hogwarts Legacy in the game. There technically shouldn't be that many of them at Hogwarts at the time. Luna says that she and her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, believe Harry and that discrediting him is part of Voldemort's plan, saying,
Well, if I were you-know-who, I'd want you to feel cut off from everyone else. 'Cause if it's just you alone, you're not as much of a threat.
That does, in a way, foreshadow the strategy against Voldemort. Cut off each of his Horcruxes and he will be alone. The storyline from the book that's left out of the film deals with Hermione contacting Rita Skeeter, who's been unemployed since Hermione found out she's an unregistered animagus and threatened her with exposure if she spreads any more lies. Hermione has Harry give her an interview, and he names all the Death Eaters who were there in the cemetery, including Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe Sr., Goyle Sr., and Luna's father agrees to publish the full interview in the Quibbler, and the tide starts to turn and people believe Harry, including Seamus, who apologizes. I love this match cut from the baby Thestral stuffing a big chunk of raw meat down its gullet to Ron stuffing a sausage in his mouth. He's always described in the book as a voracious eater who practically swallows his food whole. Ron reads a book with the title Cram It! How to Soar on Your OWLs. There's a one-upping scene between Umbridge and McGonagall where each witch steps up on a higher step to underline their points, but when Umbridge accuses McGonagall of disloyalty, it takes Minerva aback as she realizes she's no longer in a debate over teaching methods, but a political debate and a fascistic takeover of education itself. Filch hammers up education decree number 23. Lawrence Jane Umbridge has been appointed to the post of Hogwarts High Inquisitor, as referred to in decree number 157 of 1924, formerly known to be the Ministerial Management of Magical Mayhem number 792B, as subject to approved by the very important members of section MI Tricks. We get a spinny newspaper. We get so much exposition from these daily profit montages, as well as some cutting social commentary on the way propaganda and the media can spin and frame the narrative. The main story reads, exclusive ministry seeks educational reform, new era dawns at Hogwarts. With public confidence in Albus Dumbledore quickly dwindling, the Ministry of Magic has passed new legislation, giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Another headline reads, left and right to merge, a magical breakthrough, which I think is a reference to like the political left and the political right, and they're just kind of saying that like this is a unifying issue that has breached the political divide. We glide into the photo of Umbridge into a camera movement around her posing for the photographers, and then glide back out from her in the newspaper page to another paper where we see parents endorse ministry move. On the left, there's an article with the headline, High Security Wizard Prison Blunder, which could refer to the fact that the Dementors are starting to rebel. A hilarious headline reads, Vampire admitted to casualty after garlic bread overdose. Another says, Fairy Nargles spotted. Then there's Minister Fudge puts education on the front line, and Bootlicker Percy Weasley is right next to Fudge, his little errand boy. Umbridge evaluates the other teachers, including Severus Snape.
First for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post, is that correct?
Yes.
But you were unsuccessful?
Obviously.
And this is the first time we've seen this angle of the background of Snape's potions classroom that has all kinds of interesting Latin phrases and potions ingredients. We see this again in Half-Blood Prince when Slughorn takes over the class. Then we see Umbridge evaluating Trelawney, forcing her to make a prediction, and Trelawney warns that she's in grave danger, which the Centaurs, who are no strangers to prophecy, will fulfill later. More and more decrees are added to the wall, including number 21, no music to be played during study hours. Number 30, all Weasley products will be banned immediately. Number 46, proper dress decorum is to be maintained at all times. And on this wall, there's already a number 41. Students may not discuss the upsetting events of last year. Anyone found doing so will be punished, which feels directly targeted at Cho and the Hufflepuffs mourning Cedric Diggory, and probably further leads them to join Dumbledore's army. Umbridge measures Flitwick. She hates what she refers to as half-breeds and tries to legislate them away. Flitwick is part goblin. Umbridge fires Trelawney. Trelawney pathetically stumbles back on her luggage and then walks forward directly into another suitcase. She's able to see into the future, but not directly in front of her. And it's so sad to see Minerva McGonagall go out to comfort her when in the books, Minerva and Sybil do not get along. Dumbledore allows Trelawney to stay on the grounds. He hired her as a teacher after she made the prophecy about Harry and wants to keep her safe with him and just to keep an eye on her. Dumbledore growls at them all.
But you all have studying to do.
Harry calls after Dumbledore, and while he turns his head upon hearing Harry, he does not turn back to greet him. In the book, Dumbledore replaces Trelawney with Firenze the Centaur, which Umbridge hates because of her aforementioned dislike of any non-human or mixed blood creatures. As Fudge says Sirius's name on the radio broadcast, Sirius's head appears on the Gryffindor common room fire. He achieves this using flue powder, but only sticking his head in the fire, a slightly more accurate effect than the talking coals of the Goblet of Fire film. Sirius jokes that Umbridge is training them to kill half-breeds. She recently passed the anti-werewolf legislation that's made it impossible for Lupin to get work, so he's looking worse than ever, and Sirius is particularly annoyed with her. Hermione decides that they have to defend themselves, and we transition into the storm. Every step Harry takes this year brings him closer and closer to Voldemort. They meet in the Hog's Head. This is an important location. It's where Trelawney made the prophecy about Harry. It's also the place where Hagrid bought the dragon's egg off the hooded stranger who turned out to be Professor Quirrell back in Philosopher's Stone. It's revealed in Deathly Hallows that this barman is actually Dumbledore's younger brother, Aberforth. He runs after a goat here. The book goes into how he was prosecuted for practicing inappropriate spells on a goat. And they're able to get quite a turnout for this group. In addition to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the full list from the book is Neville, Ginny, Dean, Lavender, Parvati, and Padma Patil, Cho and her giggling friend Marietta, who seems to be left out in the movie, Luna Lovegood, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, and Angelina Johnson. Those are the three chasers from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Colin and Dennis Creevy are in the book, but both of them seem to be combined into one character here, Nigel Wolpert, whom we first saw in Goblet of Fire, hoping for an autograph from Harry. Also Ernie McMillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, who is not here because she was played in the first two films by Chris Columbus's daughter. Also 3 Ravenclaw boys, Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot, and Michael Corner is here dating Ginny. He's the one with the long hair sitting next to her. Zachariah Smith from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He's the one in the hat. And Fred and George and Lee Jordan. There's also our man Bim, the movie added student who first appeared in Prisoner of Azkaban, but you'll notice now he's in Ravenclaw. Zachariah Smith is among the first to express doubt in Harry's authority. He would have flown with Cedric Diggory for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Ron calls him a tosspot. Luna turns the room in Harry's favor.
Is it true you can produce a Patronus charm?
Even Dean Thomas didn't know that. Neville says that Harry Harry kill the basilisk with the sword in Dumbledore's office, Neville will later use this same sword to kill a different snake in Deathly Hallows Part 2. Hermione takes a brave step in front of the room by using you-know-whose name.
Because if we're going to have any chance of beating Voldemort.
I always find that interesting because she was raised with Muggle parents. This fear was acquired just from all of her research and reading in her early years as a witch. Hermione has everyone sign in. Now, in the book, Hermione does a brilliant bit of magic on this sign-in, where their signature on this paper acts as a spell that ensures if any of them snitch, the word sneak will appear on their face in purple spots. In the film, it's Cho who snitches under the influence of Veritaserum, but in the book, it's her friend Marietta Edgecombe who snitches on her own free will and has her face covered in spots. Also, in this shot, can we talk about how awful Fred Weasley's handwriting is? Maybe don't drop out of school, my dude. Afterwards, Hermione tells Harry,
Cho couldn't take her eyes off you, could she?
And the camera lingers on Ginny, and Bonnie Wright does something that I suppose is meant to look just like annoyed, as her character is still supposed to have a crush on Harry. Neville stumbles upon the Room of Requirement. In the book, it's Dobby that tells Harry about it. Hermione's still obsessed with Spew. The Society for the Promotion of Elvish Welfare has been knitting hats and scarves and leaving them around the Gryffindor common room in the hopes that some of the Hogwarts elves could take them and be freed. The only one who takes them is Dobby, and eventually the other elves just refuse to clean the room because they find Hermione's efforts offensive. Dobby tells Harry about the room that transforms based on whatever someone desperately needs in that moment. Dumbledore actually mentioned this back in book 2, saying that he had to pee one night and found a room full of chamber pots. In the movie, Ron makes a reference to that. Decree number 68 goes up, banning all student organizations. In the book, this decree also includes teams of any kind and requires permission to reform directly from Umbridge. In the book, this leads to all the issues with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. After Oliver Wood graduated, Angelina Johnson became the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Umbridge does everything she can to stop Gryffindor from being allowed to play. She kicks Harry and Fred and George off the team. Ron makes the team as a new keeper, and his nerves are terrible, so he sucks. Ginny replaces Harry as the seeker, and she's pretty good. In fact, very good. But all in all, the team is rough. On Slytherin, Crabbe and Goyle replace the previous beaters, who both graduated. Slytherin taunts Ron with chants of Weasley is our king. He cannot save a single thing. All the Ron Quidditch keeper stuff gets moved to the 6th film. The Room of Requirement, though, has outfitted itself with a dummy that looks like a Death Eater, pillows to break their fall, and floor-to-ceiling mirrors so that they can watch their spell work. Harry says,
It's like Hogwarts wants us to fight back.
And we see more of this natural defensiveness of the castle take forms in Deathly Hallows and the Battle of Hogwarts. So this group is called Dumbledore's Army. And another detail that gets left out about Ginny for this film is the fact that she's the one who comes up with this name, as it's the thing that would rattle stupid Minister Fudge the most. Even though Dumbledore doesn't want an army, she's just a natural troublemaker that wants to troll people. And that's just one of many awesome character details about Ginny from the books that doesn't make it into the film. As Harry teaches this club, he wears a few different button-down sweaters. Daniel Radcliffe had the idea that he would want to dress as his favorite Defense Against Dark Arts teacher, Professor Lupin, who always wore these types of sweaters. And many have pointed out that Ginny is the only girl wearing slacks, while all the others wear skirts, suggesting that these slacks might have been hand-me-downs from older brothers. But these are not boys' slacks. I don't even think Molly would be able to rehem the pants to go from boys' slacks to girls' slacks. You'd have to make completely different slacks. Also, Hermione wears slacks in Half-Blood Prince when she's putting books away in the library. I just think it's kind of a progressive choice, and a smart one in this club's case, since they are getting launched off their feet every day. The first spell they practice is Expelliarmus, the disarming spell. Snape used that against Lockhart while they were dueling in Chamber of Secrets, and Harry has needed it quite a bit. Now, Gina pointed out in a past break room Q&A that Harry defaults to Expelliarmus and Stupefy. Defensive, or at least supposed to be. These moves often pair the spells with a Whomping Willow backhand, but it's also just a reminder of what magic was originally conceived to be, a way to heal, a way to stop the pain. Meanwhile, Umbridge continues to teach some bullshit. On her chalkboard is a lesson about Limbo Mist, a gravity inverting mist that was actually one of many awesome obstacles in the Triwizard Cup maze, the third task in the book that they left out of the movie. So next they practice the stunning spell, Stupefy. Filch dozes off while the kids sneak out the side exit, and if you look closely, you can see Nigel serving as the lookout, and he's reading the Marauders map. We don't see the map in close-up, but it is really essential in their ability to evade capture. Later, when you see them in the Room of Requirement, Nigel is always the one holding that map. A new decree is put up, number 82. All students will submit to questioning about suspected illicit activities. Nearby, we see other decrees prohibiting certain spells, and the Quibbler, the one publication that's been defending Harry. Umbridge offers a student a cup of tea. She's been putting Veritaserum in the drinks, which she got from Snape. In the book, it's made clear that Snape gives her fake Veritaserum, another way that he's actually showing his good side, despite always seeming villainy. But I think in this shot, it's supposed to be real, since this is what Jo drinks when she rats out the club. On one of the mirror surfaces in the Room of Requirement, there's a photo of Cedric taken right before the third task, because he's wearing that same uniform athletic gear. Also several articles from the Daily Prophet, just a reminder of what they're fighting for and fighting against. Ginny blasts the dummy with the Reducto curse. is the same one that she will later use in the Department of Mysteries to make a boom. Debate among the fandom over what spell exactly Molly Weasley uses to kill Bellatrix Lestrange in Deathly Hallows, because the book doesn't specify, and it's definitely not Avada Kedavra. And some believe it's a combination of Petrificus Totalis and Reducto, which reduces the dummy to a similar type of ash as Bellatrix gets turned into, and something Mama might have taught Baby Girl. Now the colors are different, but we'll get more into this in our Deathly Hallows breakdown. Book 5, again, just does a much better job letting Ginny Weasley shine. Her mastery at spells, including the Bat Bogey Hex on Malfoy. It's really her idea to use the skiving snack boxes, not Ron. Also, in a Quidditch match, she steals the snitch from right under Cho's nose, but really, this movie just gives us Reducto. There's also this little look that Ginny gives when Harry lingers behind to chat with Cho. The Room of Requirement manifests some mistletoe for Harry, apparently sensing that Harry needs to snog right now. And now I'm wondering what the room offered those two sets of footprints on the map and Prisoner of Azkaban credits. Why is that floor grate in the room? Why are the mirrors smudged? What did make that dummy watch? Harry stammers that the mistletoe might be full of nargles. Those are the bugs that Luna believed infest mistletoe. It's a line directly from the Order of the Phoenix book right before they kiss. And I won't go too much into the kiss here, but the best choice David Yates might have made was just giving Harry a haircut, because, you know, with that shag, we wouldn't have been able to see anything. Harry talks to Ron and Hermione afterward.
Was it wet?
He's really just saying wet from her tears over Cedric. Hermione breaks down all the emotions girls like she and Cho feel, and Hermione also references that Cho is preparing for her OWL exams, but in the book she's a different year than them. Share this organic laugh. The three actors actually did make each other laugh, and David Yates kept it in. And authentic moments like this crept into the takes more and more as the films go on. It's a big part of the reason a generation of us felt like we really grew up with these characters. Another thing that Yates does well structurally is balance every small victory in the film with an immediate setback. In this case, Harry has his scariest nightmare yet, going through Nagini's eyes, attacking Arthur Weasley. Dumbledore asks,
"Were you standing next to the victim or looking down at the scene?"
He knows Harry's mind is linked with Voldemort's. Deathly Hallows gives us the added context later that Harry and Nagini are both Horcruxes of Voldemort. Dumbledore alerts his portraits, Everard and Phineas. Those are former Hogwarts headmasters. Everard was one of the school's most celebrated heads and has a painting at the Ministry of Magic, so we can raise the alarm over there with the other members of the Order. Phineas Nigellus Black was one of the least popular headmasters, famously cruel and part of Sirius's family tree. He's also the headmaster at Hogwarts during the era of Hogwarts Legacy. When Dumbledore won't look at Harry, the kid finally snaps.
Look at me!
The sudden outburst of anger is a Voldemort red flag that Dumbledore fears most. His avoidance of Harry is not working. To protect Harry from Voldemort's psychic link, Dumbledore has Snape teach Harry occlumency, the ability to fortify one's mind from legilimency, which is boring into a person's mind to see their thoughts and to control them. Snape is an excellent occlumens because he's been using the skill to close his mind to Voldemort. Snape doesn't prepare Harry at all for his first hit of legilimens, and we see some key memories intercut with extreme close-ups of Alan Rickman's eye as he looks through each of these. We see Harry flying over the River Thames. We see Harry seeing Sirius at Grimmauld Place. Hermione greets him with a hug. The Dementors and Little Whinging. We see the meetings of Dumbledore's army. We see Harry dreaming of Voldemort on platform 9 3/4. We see Harry standing with Dudley at the playground. We see the closed door of the Department of Mysteries, and then Voldemort's beside the train again. We transition into the Christmas holiday, and here in the book, there is a whole section where Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys visit Arthur at St. Mungo's Hospital as he's recovering from Nagini's attack. And in the scene of the book, they run into Gilderoy Lockhart, who continues to receive fan mail. They also run into Neville, who is there visiting his parents who are tortured to the point of insanity. I know I've been making light of that this whole series, but it's only because it's just so horrifying. And the only way I can process it is to just kind of about it, right? This is a kid who has been dealing with this his whole life, and we can never forget it. The book includes this tragic scene where Neville's mom gives him an empty gum wrapper as a present, and his grandmother tells Neville to throw it away, but Harry notices that Neville saves the wrapper in his pocket. It's just so sad. Now, the movies identify Bellatrix Lestrange as like the sole culprit of the torturing, but in the book, it was Bellatrix with Rodolphus Lestrange, Robaston Lestrange, and our old friend Barty Crouch Jr. The St. Mungo sequence was in the original script draft for the Order of the Phoenix film, along with a Kenneth Branagh cameo, but they were cut for time and for budget and just replaced with Neville's moment with Harry in the Room of Requirement. We do see Harry celebrating Christmas with a recovering Arthur at Grimmauld Place. After having enough sweaters with a big R knitted on them, now Molly makes Ron a vest. Harry finds Sirius's family tree room. room. This family tree room is so cool. The wallpaper is in the book, but there wasn't enough in the book to fill the wallpaper for the film. So producer David Heyman had to ask J.K. Rowling for help filling it out. And she sent them a whole family tree of the Black family. And they released the full family tree art online, and you can see every single name on that family tree. It's very detailed. Here you can see the words at the top reading, "The noble and most ancient house of Black, toujours pur," which means always pure because of this family's historical pure blood fanaticism. Along with Sirius's name, some others have been burned away for various reasons. Sirius's uncle Alphibard is gone. He left Sirius a bunch of gold when he died and got blasted off the tree for it. Sirius's brother Regulus Black is still there. He comes back a big way in Deathly Hallows. He was a Death Eater that was murdered by Voldemort, or on Voldemort's orders, but it's revealed that he got his hands on the locket Horcrux and tried to destroy it. The fact that they put him as an Easter egg in this movie was just a really fun detail for book readers because it gave us like 2 weeks of a head start on the Deathly Hallows book that would release in bookstores 2 weeks after this, because we're all speculating who was RAB, and a lot of us were like, could it have been like another R named Black? Phineas Nigellus Black is there, whose portrait we saw earlier in Dumbledore's office. Araminta Melliflua was Sirius's mom's cousin who tried to force through a ministry bill to make Muggle hunting legal. I know, yikes. His aunt Elodora is the one who started the tradition of beheading the house elves when they got too old, and we saw those beheaded elves in the hallway. Tonks's mother, Andromeda, was Sirius's favorite cousin. She's also burnt out. Andromeda and Tonks's names are actually burnt out. Andromeda married a wizard born to Muggle parents. Andromeda's sisters are Bellatrix and Narcissa. Narcissa married, of course, Lucius Malfoy, and they had Draco. Sirius is also related to Molly Weasley. Her maiden name was Pruitt, and the Pruitts were connected to the Blacks by marriage. There aren't enough pureblood wizards, so the ones who exist are all related in some way or another. All in all, Rowling gave the production 70 names for the tapestry and included how they're all related to one another. Sirius gives Harry some parting reassurance, but as he leaves the room, we hear some whispers. It's the voices of Sirius's family taunting him for his betrayal of their backward ways, but also it foreshadows the whispers that can be heard from the other side of the veil in the Death Room in the Department of Mysteries and Sirius's death. There is a critical detail from the book that gets removed from this film. Harry opens an unopened gift from Sirius later, a two-way mirror, one that Sirius and James would use to communicate with each other when they were younger, and Harry shatters it in anger because had he used it to check in with Sirius, they all could have avoided the trap of the Ministry. The movie leaves out the mirror. A broken shard from it does come back in later films, and I don't know, maybe the mirror gift is omitted to avoid criticisms of a plot hole, even though it definitely wouldn't have been a plot hole. I like it in the book as yet another way that Harry could have avoided walking into this trap, as teenagers often coulda, shoulda, woulda their choices. On film, I suppose they lean more on just Daniel Radcliffe's angsty performance for teenage viewers to relate to. Back at Hogwarts, we see Harry chatting with Cho, and it's really the one time, other than the kiss, where we actually see them together as a couple in the film. Hermione interrupts him to tell him, "Hey, Hagrid's back!" And if you look closely, there is another quick jealous side eye from Ginny as she passes Cho. In the book, we spend a lot more time with Harry and Cho, a Valentine's Day date to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop that Harry cuts short to meet Hermione to give his interview to Rita Skeeter. Cho loses it and tries to make Harry jealous, but Harry is clueless and it all falls apart shortly after. But they go down to Hagrid's cabin and nearly run into Umbridge. As she leaves Hagrid's cabin, she sprays perfume in an X formation because she is a racist who thinks Hagrid stinks, but also the X spray is like she's marking a tree or a house for demolition. And in the next film, Bellatrix will torch this cabin. In the pumpkin patch, Hagrid's scarecrow has a Hogwarts uniform, which might have been his plus-sized uniform when he was a student at Hogwarts. We learn of a prison break from Azkaban. I love the design of Azkaban. It's a triangle shape, but also kind of an A in a way. The Dementors are aligned with Voldemort, who promised them free reign to take the souls they want. The first Death Eater we see freed is Antonin Dolohov. He killed Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, Molly Weasley's brothers. I think that might be Gideon and Fabian at the top of the Weasley clock that we see in Chamber of Secrets as kind of like angels blessing the family. There's also Bellatrix Lestrange, played with demented glee by Helena Bonham Carter in these movies. Fan dream come true to play this character. She sniffs her more pronounced dark mark. Now, Cursed Child establishes a deeper, more romantic history between Bellatrix and Voldemort, but I do not care for the plot twists of that play, and I do not consider it to be canon. Bellatrix's husband, Rudolphus, also escapes. Another is Augustus Rookwood. 10 Death Eaters in total. The Daily Prophet tries to blame the escape on Sirius Black. The headline reads, "Mayhem at the high security prison, mass breakout from Azkaban." Other headlines include, "Overweight ministry worker caution for heavy hexing." Also, "New fake wizard muggles exposed," and "Storms ahead," echoing what Hagrid had just told Harry, Ron, and Hermione. More headlines include "Ministry anger centaurs." Hagrid references this later in the Dark Forest.
The Ministry restricts their territory much more. They're going to have a full uprising on their hands.
There's also a headline offering 10,000 galleons on Black's head. Another reads, "Centaur crisis continues," and "Dementors under scrutiny." The mugshot of Bellatrix rages, and the book, she was supposed to be beautiful and stunning when she was brought into Azkaban. So either this photo was taken later, or Helena Bonham Carter was like, bad choice. Really, the growling is meant to motivate Neville's furious reaction upon reading this article. And it's moments like these that make these prophet article to reality transitions so effective, because we see how these news stories are really riling the humans that are reading them. The inconsistencies in the prophet's reporting of the Azkaban breakout has turned public sympathy in favor of Harry, and we get to see Seamus apologizing, and it feels so good.
So, what I'm really trying to say is that I believe you.
Now, in the background, it's clear that Slytherin is way ahead in points for the House Cup. I love this detail because Umbridge has been favoring them in the Inquisitorial squad, which is mostly made up of the Slytherin house students and is allowed to dock points from other houses, and they get unfair bonus points. In the book, one of the members of the squad is actually Slytherin Quidditch player Graham Montague, whom Fred and George shove into a vanishing cabinet to keep him from snitching. While in that cabinet, Graham could hear stuff from Hogwarts and stuff from Borgin and Burkes, which is a key detail for how Malfoy later gets the idea in Half-Blood Prince to use a vanishing cabinet to sneak Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Now, on the breakfast tables, there's a yellow and orange cereal box labeled Cheery Owls, an obvious nod to Cheerios, and another box labeled Pixie Puffs, which are like Sugar Puffs. With Neville ready to blow some shit up with his parents' torturers on the loose, Dumbledore's army moves on to Patronus charms, which are more important now that Dementors have flipped in this Wizarding War. Hermione's Patronus is an otter. Jo Rowling said that they were her favorite animal. Ron's is a Jack Russell Terrier. Luna's Patronus is a hare. And Ginny's Patronus is a horse. Patronus, by the way, on Pottermore is a black stallion, and I'm very proud of it. This scene is really a mix of two of David Yates' director hallmarks, beautifully wispy, glowing magic amidst a grimy, gray, practical environment, which in my opinion would go on to define really the whole glowing energy vibe that we'd go on to see in a lot of nerd IP film franchises from here on out. Another director detail from Yates, a sudden shift from a small victory to a big ol' uh-oh as the Inquisitorius squad finds a room of requirement. Bombarda is the same spell Hermione used to break Sirius out of the tower in Prisoner of Azkaban. They're dragged into Dumbledore's office, where the opening shot establishes Fawkes the Phoenix on his perch, ready to assist Dumbledore. Dumbledore claims Dumbledore's army was his idea alone. Now in the book, Harry isn't caught in the room of requirement. He's caught running in the halls after Marietta Edgecombe snitches. And then in the book, Dumbledore casts a powerful stun on Fudge and Umbridge and Percy Weasley and Dawlish and Kingsley, so that it wouldn't look suspicious if Kingsley was the only one left unstunned. And he gives orders to McGonagall and Harry while the others are knocked out. And then right before they all come to, Fawkes gets them out of there. But here in the movie, it happens way faster. Dumbledore sizes up the room when Fudge brings up Azkaban. I like that little detail. And then, as he does in the book, he gives Harry the slightest wink, reminding us of his wink to Hermione at the beginning of the Time Turner sequence in Prisoner of Azkaban. It's just his YMCA clap on Fawkes that blacks everyone back. Kingsley says,
"You may not like it, Minister, but you can't deny Dumbledore's gonna stay."
The line comes from Phineas Nigella's Black in the portrait in the book, but here they give it to Kingsley, and I like the change. So Umbridge becomes head of Hogwarts. Now the reforms happen real fast.
Girls are not permitted to be within inches of each other.
8 inches? What exactly has she been measuring with that tape? Filch takes down the paintings. The portrait of the healers is actually made up of cameos by producers David Heyman, David Barron, Lionel Wigram, Lorne Orlins, and John Trehy, and unit production manager Tim Lewis. They first posed for this in Prisoner of Azkaban. Later, when Filch puts his portrait back, I love the details that all the healers are like holding their heads dazed. The full Dumbledore's Army Club writes lines with blood quills as Umbridge sits in the headmaster's chair, and her feet don't touch the floor, showing how she can't properly fill this chair. Dumbledore's army shoulder checks Cho, even though we later find out her confession was forced with Veritaserum. This is the last time we see her in this movie. Actually, in this hall, the statue in the background depicts the architect of Hogwarts, who along with Rowena Ravenclaw designed the castle floor plan. He isn't mentioned in the books, but in Hogwarts Legacy, student chatter speculates that he was Rowena's lover and therefore Helena Ravenclaw's possible father. The statue shows an eagle and a serpent on his arm, and by his feet, a lion and a badger. We meet Hagrid's half-brother, Grop, created through a process by Image Metrics called soul capturing. This visual effect captures our souls and shits them out because it looks like they did not want the face to look too human, so they created this CGI Alfred E. Newman that unfortunately just does not hold up. But Hagrid saying, "I'm the only family he's got," leads to the transition of Harry looking up at his mother and father in the Mirror of Erised, except this time Snape butts in on the memory. I love how they repurposed the take from a younger Daniel Radcliffe to react to Snape in the present. Snape sees more of Harry's memories, the maze and the Goblet of Fire, the third task. Grop, Sirius Black when he said bye to Harry in Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore's YMCA move, Harry and Cho kissing, Voldemort on the train platform again, Arthur Weasley being attacked by Nagini, the photo of James and Lily dancing by the fountain, Sirius's mugshot, the door at the Department of Mysteries, the same dream images of Voldemort stretching out his hand, the sun, the prophecy ball, Harry hugging Sirius with Snape now standing behind him saying,
"I may vomit."
No, I think he might have been saying that in reaction to Grop. Snape then insults James Potter, and this time Harry uses Protego against Snape's Legilimens to rebound the spell to go into Snape's mind. And now we see young Severus with toilet paper on his shoe, Severus cowering by the door, Severus reading by a tree, while James and his friends row across the lake to bully him and use Impedimentia, and it looks like Levicorpus to pull down his pants. And Levicorpus was a spell invented by Snape, as we learn in Half-Blood Prince, which also will later inform Snape's rage at James's son in Half-Blood Prince for using a different spell of his own against him. Now in the book, Snape removes these bad memories and puts them in a pensieve, where Harry snoops in on them. The book memories are intense. We see Severus getting bullied, but Lily Evans scolds James and stops them, and Snape snaps at Lily that he doesn't need help from a mudblood like her. The films, I would say, simplify Snape as purely a victim of James's torment, and I would say they toned down how truly rotten Snape was capable of being. In the books, both Severus and James as boys were just kind of mixed bags of good and bad. I think the film portrayal of Snape just came out of fondness for Alan Rickman, a reliance on this actor's insane ability to display snarky coldness that would then reveal the character as an outwardly facing villain, but actually one with a heart of gold. But we know they did shoot a version of the memory with Lily Evans because there was a set photo showing young Lily snapping at James. The book also shows a different memory where Harry sees Snape as a baby watching his parents fighting and feels a connection to him as a baby himself who witnessed horrific events. The film version of this may be the shot of teenage Snape sitting on the floor in the fetal position. Yes, it's obviously difficult for Harry to see his father as a bully. In the book, he uses the fireplace in Umbridge's office to fluke call Sirius and Lupin, who say that James was immature in those days, and James and Snape had a Harry-Malfoy relationship. And because Harry doesn't properly learn his lesson about James and Severus here, and really no longer has Sirius to help him understand how complex people can be, Harry goes into Half-Blood Prince still with blind hatred for Draco and for Severus, and doesn't realize until it's too late that their suffering is a lot like his suffering. But Snape here is shaken. Along with the shame of his childhood, think about it, Snape is also worried that Harry might have been able to look into his true agenda of working with Dumbledore against Voldemort, of using Harry as a human sacrifice out of a lifetime of love for Lily Evans, and the fact that he shares a Patronus with her of the deer. So we move on to the OWL exam. The Year 5 students sit their Theory of Charms exam as Umbridge presides over with a giant pendulum. Now, the artists on this film actually released some close-up images of the exam parchment props that they designed for this scene, and they are awesome. In addition to folding in a very cool Marauders map style fashion, they include questions like number 2, give the correct name for the shield charm. Which spell can it not deflect and why? Now, think about it. The answer is Avada Kedavra, which is a pretty intense thing for the kids to answer. It also includes questions about port keys, other Snape invented spells like Muffliato and Liberacorpus, which is the opposite of Levicorpus. It's what releases Levicorpus. And number 6 mentions Necum Septra, which is the spell Harry used on Malfoy in their duel in Chamber of Secrets.
Victor Sempra!
But Fred and George say enough is enough, and they crash it with their fireworks and wildfire whiz-bangs. Now in the book, when they leave, they tell Peeves the Poltergeist to give Umbridge the business, and he salutes them and goes to work, which is very crazy because Peeves listens to no one. Really, what I love most about the sequence is this slow-motion synchronized drop of all of Umbridge's decrees. Obviously, Imelda Staunton would have been layered into this shot after the fact, but it evokes the lobby shot in The Matrix after Neo and Trinity tear it up, and one lonely column tile crumbles off in slow motion as the elevator door closes. Flitwick, despite this being his subject's OWL exam that was disrupted, Charms, he gives a discreet yes as the students cheer from the viaduct courtyard. And the book, Flitwick was similarly impressed with Fred and George's havoc-wreaking magic. And once again, a victorious moment is disrupted by a disturbing turn. Harry has another vision, this time Voldemort torturing Sirius Black, and we see the prophecy ball. Hermione tries to speak reason.
What if Voldemort meant for you to see this?
Listen to your friend, Harry. But I also appreciate that even Hogwarts forces Harry to stall in this moment with a rotating staircase, as if the castle is trying to force Harry to just take a breath and listen to the obvious trap he is walking into. Harry reasons that Sirius is the only family he's got left, which worked when Hagrid said it about Grop. So Harry goes back to Umbridge's fireplace to try to flee, but here's where he gets caught. Now in the book, he gets caught after Umbridge tries to capture Hagrid, and McGonagall gets stunned in the fight, leaving no adult at Hogwarts for Harry to warn other than Snape, whom Harry isn't talking to. So then he calls Creature at Grimmauld Place, who says his master is at the Department of Mysteries, but it's really because Creature is at this moment serving Sirius's cousin Bellatrix. So he gets him with semantics. Now, if you look closely in Umbridge's office, you can see boxes of confiscated skiving snack boxes, which is a great detail since the students have been using them to get out of classes. And it's a great detail because it sets up Ron and the others using them to escape later by letting Draco and his buddies eat them. We learn that Snape depleted his Spiritus Serum on Cho, and they all register this, but again, no one apologizes to Cho in this movie. And again, they shoulder checked her earlier. Cho does nothing wrong in these films, except, I guess, not being Ginny. Harry tells Snape,
He's got Padfoot. He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden.
Now, it's a risk for Harry to say, because he's acknowledging that both he and Snape know Sirius's childhood nickname and saw that traumatizing moment that information would have come from, and that back in Prisoner of Azkaban, when Harry read that snotty message from the Mortars map, he knew that he was continuing to perpetuate that bullying. And Alan Rickman is just so good here.
What is he talking about, Snape?
No idea.
In a way, he is applying occlumency even in his delivery. But yes, this guy also had to practice a poker face constantly when he was working as Dumbledore's spy within Voldemort's inner circle. Now, of course, Snape is only pretending not to know what Harry's talking about. He actually alerts the Order straight away. But again, Harry's mistrust of Snape comes back to bite him in the ass. After telling Snape this, he didn't have to do anything. Sometimes readers and viewers see this as a plot hole, like where if a hero doesn't do anything, nothing bad would happen. But I think that's the wrong way to look at this story. Harry does not begin Order of the Phoenix in a stable status quo. He begins this story at war, cursed by deceptive dreams, vague prophecies, teenage anxieties, social outcasting, political smears, and unfortunate communication siloing backfiring. So Harry had to act. That's what any rational, brave teenager would do. Voldemort was coming for him. 10 Death Eaters were just freed, and Sirius Black, especially with his psychotic cousin on the loose, his days were numbered either way. If anything, Harry scores a victory in the story, and we'll get to it. Umbridge reveals that she sent the Dementors to Little Wingene and goes full evil here.
The Cruciatus curse ought to loosen your tongue.
Illegal.
I like how the cat plates start screaming and meowing. Cats. So Hermione improvises. Her hope is that the Centaurs might help them, but in the book, this plan goes very wrong. And the Centaurs are pissed at Harry and Hermione too. The Centaurs are not named here, but the Centaur leader, Bane, is one of these. Hermione and Harry are saved in the nick of time by Grop, and my favorite line comes up here.
Sorry, I must not tell lies.
It's not in the book, it was original to the film, but it's such a good moment, and it just brings up the deeper theme of the story of lies versus truth. The lies from Umbridge, from Fudge, from the Prophet, nearly buried Harry, but as Arthur promised earlier in the film, the truth will out. So now all that's left of Dumbledore's army is Harry and Ron and Hermione and Ginny, Neville, and Luna, who we all saw produce Patronuses or just had some other impressive spells cast. Horse Girl Luna, of course, suggests they fly on the Thestrals. She and Harry and Neville can see the Thestrals. Neville saw his grandfather die, so we return to a London nighttime flight. And just a reminder that Ginny, Ron, and Hermione cannot see what they're flying on, and it's terrifying for them. They head straight through the Ministry main level, down to the Department of Mysteries, into the Hall of Prophecies. Now, this was the first fully CGI set for the films, and prophecies can only be removed by someone they are about. And it's appropriate that Neville finds this prophecy, since it might have been about him had things gone differently. The label on Harry's prophecy reads SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord, and parentheses question mark, Harry Potter. That is a prophecy made by Sybil Patricia Trelawney, SPT, to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, APWBD, about Voldemort and an unnamed baby boy initially. The question mark is there because they didn't know who it was about at first, but Voldemort chose to make it about Harry. Also, this prophecy is on row 97, which could be a nod to the year that Philosopher's Stone was first published. The full story of the prophecy is that Dumbledore went to interview Trelawney for the job of Hogwarts divination teacher. Her great-great-grandmother was a gifted seer, and as he turned to leave, Trelawney made her prophecy, which said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Of course, the power that the Dark Lord knows not is love. Dumbledore later tells Harry that the prophecy could have applied to him, who's born on July 31st, or Neville Longbottom, who's born on July 30th. Neville's parents had also defied Voldemort 3 times. By going after Harry, Voldemort made the choice himself, marked him as his equal. Dumbledore also notes that Neville was pureblood and Harry was not, and Voldemort chose the baby who was most like him because Tom Riddle had a witch mother and a muggle father. We learn in Half-Blood Prince that Snape overheard part of the prophecy and told Voldemort, which led directly to Lily's death. Voldemort never hearing the full prophecy is the reason he's so obsessed with getting it now. Lucius and Bellatrix Lestrange arrive to intercept Harry and the prophecy. There's kind of a creepy effect where every time we cut back to Harry Harry and the kids, more Death Eaters have appeared suddenly and framed behind them. Now, at this point, Bellatrix, who's been able to get out of her prison garb, is wearing a necklace with a silver bird skull. Now, when they shot these films in the aughts, this was just a wardrobe detail adopted by Helena Bonham Carter and the costumers, but many have retroactively linked this with the character of Delphine in Cursed Child, who has a bird tattoo on her neck. And I won't say more about Delphi, A, to avoid a spoiler for the play, and B, because I don't consider that play canon. Harry signals Neville.
Now!
Yes, they double stupefy at Lucius and Bellatrix, knowing only one spell can hit one foe, so you know Neville was aiming his for Bellatrix. But in both cases, the spells are blocked. Hermione fires another stupefy, and while the Death Eater blocks it, it looks like the spell ricochets off a prophecy and hits the Death Eater beside him, sending him flying, and that is the path they take. Now, the Death Eater apparition process in this movie is frustratingly slow and sandy, but it does make for a very cool visual. It just makes them far less practically effective. Like when Antonin Dolohov chases Harry while apparating next to him, he just kind of smokily grins over at him like he's a dolphin jumping by a boat. Instead of tackling the kid or just snatching the prophecy, Luna takes a hit to the face and uses Levicorpus. Again, that is Snape's invented spell, and that was what they were using on Nigel back in the Room of Requirement, but we don't learn about the spell in the books until Half-Blood Prince, since it's one of Snape's own inventions. Neville hits Jugson with Petrificus Totalis, which is the same curse Hermione used on Neville in the first film when he had to lay on the Gryffindor common room for several hours, paralyzed, probably thinking about how his parents were tortured to the point of insanity. Ginny uses Reducto and basically sets off a Trinity test. You know, probably one of the Death Eaters died there. Now, in the book, they run through all kinds of crazy rooms. There's a room where an egg keeps hatching a bird and the bird keeps dying and turning into an egg over and over again. And they realize that this room studies time. A Death Eater falls into the stream near the egg, and he keeps rapidly aging and being reborn, and he manages to pull himself free, but he has the head of a baby and flails around everywhere. They also see an area with clocks that, when they break, repair themselves and break all over again, including a cabinet of time turners, and this room is implied to be destroyed, so it seems like J.K. Rowling did this to remove time turners from the logical game board and kept them only in the Ministry's power until Fudge finally admits that Voldemort is back. And that would explain why the Ministry wouldn't have used time turners to like go back and change anything. Also, based on the logic of time turners, they wouldn't have used them because they hadn't already used them. I know. There's also a room with sentient floating brains floating in liquid, and one of these brains attacks Ron, who often doesn't have one, but we still love him. There's also a room that Dumbledore later reveals is where the most powerful form of magic, love, is studied. So really we see how the Department of Mysteries is tackling life's greatest mysteries: time, love, the brain, and as we see here, death. The one unusual room we see in the movie is this chamber that contains the veil.
Voices. Can you tell what they're saying?
There aren't any voices, Harry. Let's get out of here. I hear them too. Harry, it's just an empty archway.
We'll get to this veil in a bit when Sirius goes through it. But the Death Eaters operate into the room. Helena Bonham Carter accidentally punctured Matthew Lewis's eardrum, which got a little excited with her wand, wiggling it in and out of his ear. McNair has Luna. McNair, remember, was the headsman who was hired to execute Buckbeak. Rookwood has Ron. Dolohov has Hermione. And Jugson has Ginny. The Order of the Phoenix arrives.
Get away from my thoughts.
Feels a bit like...
Get away from her, you bitch!
And also the way Molly Weasley will use some creative profanity with Bellatrix.
Not my daughter, you bitch.
It's a classic white hat, black hat showdown. David Yates took liberties mixing apparition with flight, even though in the books, only Voldemort can fly along with Snape, whom Voldemort taught to fly. It seems like David Yates and the VFX team built on the smoky visual from the Goblet of Fire film in the cemetery. But to be clear, in the Goblet of Fire book, Joe Rowling described the Death Eater apparition in the cemetery this way: the air was suddenly full of swishing of cloaks. Between graves behind the yew tree and every shadowy space, wizards were apparating. And I suppose the air suddenly being full of swishing cloaks might feel somewhat like the plume of smoke, but there is a cloth and fabric texture to the apparition that just feels missing from this design. I suppose with the smoke and the ash, they were trying to visually connect with the teleportation of flue powder, and really just to give this smoke trail to make the flying look cooler. And while the aerial apparition makes the duel more cinematic, to me, again, the scariest and most threatening form of apparition is what Fred and George do in the earlier scene. Still, you gotta love this shot. It gives us a full scope of the room, and we see each of the players in action. Over on the left, Lupin dueling Crabbe Sr. on one side, and then Kingsley and Bellatrix tumbling through the air as Bellatrix laughs, and then Moody taking on two at once on the other side. For the duel, professional dancer Paul Harris was brought in to choreograph the wand movements. He created 5 basic spell casting moves, which each actor adapted to suit their character. Lucius's style is very formal and stiff, whereas Sirius is more snappy, like an improvised street fight style. Sirius takes on Lucius and Dolohov at once, with Harry by his side. Harry disarms Lucius. Oh, nice one, James! Just like Sirius said to James back in Snape's memory.
Oh, my nice one, James.
Poor Sirius, he's been trying to fill that hole in his heart for James with Harry, something Molly Weasley called him out on doing. It kind of shows that Sirius is getting closer to joining James in death. David Yates works in another victory turned into the worst defeat. No doubt about it here, Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. The music stops, and Sirius falls back through the veil, and he floats away. So, the whispers Harry and Luna heard earlier were the whispers of death, luring us to the other side in a one-way journey. The same whispers Sirius heard in the family tree room. Now, in the book, after the battle, Dumbledore calls this room the Death Chamber. This is where the Ministry Unspeakable study the concept of death. There has been a lot of speculation over what this veil is exactly. Now, in the book, it is not specified what curse Bellatrix hits Sirius with, just a concussive curse that knocks him through the veil, described as a second jet of light hit him squarely in the chest, and that's what causes him to fall through the veil, and afterwards he just doesn't wake up. The film clearly wanted to avoid any confusion by just making Bellatrix's curse a clear Avada Kedavra, but then it just kind of makes the veil even more cryptic in the way it ferries Sirius's body away. Like, so now what is happening to him? Well, in 2008, Rowling said that she saw the veil as the divide between life and death, and she likened it with the story of the three brothers, that the second brother's fiance was separated from them as if through a veil. And back in 2005, after the Order of the Phoenix books release, but before the film version came out, Rowling said about the veil mysteriously, quote, "It's been there as long as the Ministry itself." So that would suggest that centuries prior, the Ministry might have chosen this site and constructed this site around the ancient dais. And what's really interesting is the Ministry of Magic is supposed to be beneath the infrastructure of London itself. So it's like in the London city center that was chosen by whatever kings of England's past, there was this weird, mysterious death veil that was there. The Ministry of Magic built on top of that, and then the Muggles built London on top of that. But from Rowling's quotes, many have just theorized that the veil is the literal cloak of death, the one-way passage. Even Bellatrix seems shocked at first after killing her cousin, as she might have split her soul there. That is what killing is supposed to do. Harry's screams are muted here. Reportedly, David Yates muted Harry's scream because it sounded too agonizing, though it sounds like it was really just to emphasize Hooper's haunting score in this moment. Honestly, I think that might have just been a nicer answer because, hey, you know, sometimes just kid actors, when they scream in agony, it sometimes could just like take you out of the moment, and it's not the actor's fault. It's just, it doesn't always work well.
He was their friend!
Harry chases Bellatrix and hits her with the Cruciatus curse. Now, it doesn't work. It scares her, but it doesn't fully torture her because deep down, Harry doesn't really have it in him yet to torture her. Then Dumbledore arrives from Blue Powder. This chapter in the book was called The Only One He Ever Feared, and Voldemort quickly goes from full confidence to, oh shit. Dumbledore greets him with his school name, Tom, just as a way to get under his skin, and Bellatrix nopes the f out. Now, in the book, Dumbledore shows up earlier and fights the other Death Eaters and then faces Voldemort. There's also a moment where Voldemort uses the killing curse and Fawkes intercepts it, swallowing the curse, and then dies and then is reborn. It's very cool. But in the film, there's all kinds of great detail here. Ralph Fiennes asked for a hook to be added to the end of his wand for this film so that he could move it more fluidly without the fear of it slipping from his hands. We don't know it yet here, but Dumbledore is definitely currently using the Elder Wand, which should make him unbeatable in a duel. But the reason why Voldemort is able to match him here is that Dumbledore is not trying to win this duel. He's just trying to keep Voldemort at bay and to protect Harry. Like, notice Dumbledore's first maneuver in the duel is to push Harry out of the way. Dumbledore knows that until all the Horcruxes are destroyed, beating Voldemort in this kind of duel wouldn't matter. He would just appear in a new form, and Fudge would continue to doubt Voldemort's return. Voldemort has to be defeated the right way. Now, in the film version, their curses fire at each other, and while Voldemort tries to angle the curses at Harry, Dumbledore sidesteps until he's standing directly in front of Harry. The duel moves through the 4 elements: fire, water, air, earth. Voldemort sends a serpent made out of fiend fire at Dumbledore. Remember, fiend fire is what destroys the Room of Requirement in Deathly Hallows, and it is one of a few things that can destroy a Horcrux. Dumbledore slices the serpent's head off and then uses a hydrokinetic spell to manipulate the water from the Fountain of Magical Brethren. I love the whistle sound effect to match the shift from one element to another. So Dumbledore totally had Voldemort in prison, nearly drowned, but Dumbledore has to push Harry back again, and that's what causes him to lose focus on the water. So now Voldemort fires a torrent of darkness spell that does resemble a kind of wind effect, and that's what shatters all the glass, shredding the Fudge Banner, and gives Voldemort all these projectiles. But Dumbledore raises a transfiguration shield to turn the glass into its pre-melted form, harmless sand, or as Voldemort says as he realizes that they have cycled through the 4 elements. I love that he says because he's realizing that he was only focused on deadly attacks, while Dumbledore's defensive charms turned the duel into this artistic display. And in doing so, Dumbledore proved to Voldemort that more powerful than destruction is creation, and he tricked Voldemort into helping him make this beautiful poetic thing. Like the Socratic method, he led his student into helping him complete the shared lesson. So Voldemort, frustrated, changes tactics again, just takes hold of Harry, possessing him.
You've lost on me.
And Harry, inside, sees his darkest moments. His mother, the moment before her death, Sirius's death, Cedric's death, Dementors and Little Whinging, Arthur Weasley attacked by Nagini, Harry alone in front of the Gryffindor fire. That was part of a deleted scene from this movie. And then Harry alone in the Room of Requirement, his reflection turns into Voldemort. And he says, "Look at me," the words he screamed at Dumbledore. Now in the midst of these are, I'll call them kind of goofy shots of Voldemort. It really looks like one used to shoot amateur music videos at the mall that I assume might have just been added to make it clearer after test audiences didn't fully realize that Voldemort was literally inside of Harry's mind in this moment. Like, look at it. They flicker past quickly, but when you pause it, Ray finds looks just a bit overexposed, and he's over this pure mood CD backdrop. And it looks like an overcorrection that might have come after David Yates was like, fine, I'll put it in, and it's gonna look weird. Harry's friends run up, and his mind shifts to moments of love. Hermione hugging him from the end of Chamber of Secrets, Ron and Harry laughing at the burrow from Chamber of Secrets, Harry's parents smiling at him from the Mirror of Erised, Harry and Sirius hugging, Harry, Ron, and Hermione laughing together in Hogsmeade during the Prisoner of Azkaban, Ron and Hermione smiling at Harry from the end of the first film, them laughing in the Gryffindor common room from earlier, flashes of the earlier bad things he saw now reversing, and then finally Harry seeing the mirror wall, literally shoving Voldemort out of his mind. And Harry says it.
You're the weakness. You're nothing more love or friends. I'm sorry.
This is a victory that Harry earns. Why walking into Voldemort's trap wasn't a complete loss. He learns that Voldemort will never understand the most powerful form of magic, love, and he got inside Voldemort's head, showing that the link goes both ways. The prophecy mentioned that Harry has the power that Voldemort won't know, and love is that power. And Voldemort's ego leads him to insist on getting the last word.
Oh, and you will lose everything.
And just lingering an extra moment to Harry's realization is what causes Voldemort to be spotted by Fudge and Dawlish and Percy Weasley. So that Fudge is forced to exclaim in front of a crowd. So Voldemort gave away his biggest asset, being the devil who tricked the world into thinking he didn't exist, just because he doesn't understand how this kid is obsessed with love. So now the Daily Prophet headlines read, Dumbledore and Potter vindicated. Above an ad reading, need credit for a new broom? Living on over a potion? Pressure from debt diviners? Afraid to open your owl mail? Robbing sorcerer to pay sorceress? Then refused a loan to hex your debts? Send us an owl before it's too late. Also, Fudge judged Minister to resign. How Death Eaters gained entry to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore is reinstated at Hogwarts. There's an article about a Quidditch seeker and a doping disgrace. Umbridge suspended pending investigation. Then meeting with Muggle Prime Minister scheduled for next month. This is interesting. It's actually the first chapter of Book 6 that will show this meeting, but unfortunately it's not in the 6th film. Then the Ministry is asking the Muggle population to remain vigilant. Also the big confession, he who must not be named returns. He who must not be named has returned to this country and is once more active. Then Spellbound Unbound, which is another gossip article about the band Spellbound. And then Hogwarts headmaster reinstated. Also on the right, Alexandra Walker charged with attempted robbery at Ollivander's. Alexandra Walker is an art director on the film, and this sets up the break-in at Ollivander's at the beginning of Half-Blood Prince. As Harry packs, he looks at the sweater that he was wearing when he and Sirius say goodbye to each other over the holidays. He removes one of Sirius's hairs from the sweater, which would have been left there from their hug in the family tree room. In the book, Harry is furious at Dumbledore as Dumbledore apologizes and tears up over not making Harry prefect. The movie version of the scene quickly moves on to the prophecy.
Neither one can live while the other one survives. One of us is going to have to kill the other. In the end.
There's a great passage in the book where Harry, in this moment, thinks that if he could just pull back the veil, he'd find Sirius there smiling. Like part of Harry wants Voldemort to kill him so that he can be with his family again. Luna tells Harry,
I've always said, things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end. If not always in the way we expect,
I see this as foreshadowing chapter 38 of Deathly Hallows, The Forest Again, one of the best things Rowling has written. When Harry, facing what he thinks is the end of his life, uses the Resurrection Stone to reunite with his parents, as well as Sirius and Lupin, because Lupin had died earlier in the battle. As they leave the school, there's a great detail in the background where Padma Patil bumps into one of the Thestrals and looks down, confused. The final shot ends with some practically menacing dark clouds looming over Hogwarts. This film released in early July 2007, just 10 days before the release of the Deathly Hallows book, and it cannot be overstated how apeshit the Harry Potter fandom was in that month. These clouds over Hogwarts were a particular clue that the final battle, for which Harry says that they have something worth fighting for, will go down right here at Harry's only real home. Okay, we're gonna close out with our Room of Requirements section, in which we talk about what the upcoming HBO series is required to get right about the Order of the Phoenix season. Deadline just did a profile on showrunner Francesca Gardinet, and the series is coming in 2027. Okay, requirement number 1 for the 5th season, Ginny Weasley. This film does Ginny dirty. Maybe it's the filmmaker's lack of confidence in the actress, but the script forcing her to the sidelines makes her transition to the forefront, and Half-Blood Prince pretty awkward. The HBO series really needs to nail the writing and the casting of Ginny, even if that means casting one young actress to play her in the earlier seasons and then recasting her with an absolute badass in season 4 and season 5 and letting the character be the charming, athletic, talented troublemaker in the script. Requirement 2, we gotta visit St. Mungo's over the Christmas holiday as much as it's gonna hurt. Number 3, the Department of Mysteries needs all the weird crap. The clock room with the time turners, the brain room, the baby-headed Death Eater. We need it all. Number 4, while the movies shifted Ron to joining the Quidditch team and Weasley is our king to movie 6, it's a really fun arc that gives Ron a lot more to do in the Order of the Phoenix story, so move it back to the 5th one. Number 5, this movie does an excellent job putting media and political propaganda at the heart of the story visually, but we need to see Rita Skeeter's role in that spin cycle. And number 6, I think the entire HBO series from season 1 would benefit from elevating Neville Longbottom to a major role, a co-lead as big as Ron and Hermione are. The arbitrary linchpin of Voldemort choosing Harry as the target of the prophecy and not Neville is fascinating, and the two boys being parallel tragic figures should really come into focus in this season. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2009's Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, the 6th entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series. And believe me, this one's got the drip, potions, poison, and pensive goo. And before I get into it, I'm wearing one of our cool new merch designs available at nerdriot.shop. We got so many great holiday gift options at our merch store, which is the best way you can support what we're doing here at New Rockstars. Please grab something for that special nerd in your life at nerdriot.shop. All right, after yet another darkening Warner Brothers logo, we hear echoes of voices from the end of the 5th film. Bellatrix Lestrange, Minister Fudge, and Voldemort's scream as he shattered the atrium. Photographer flashbulbs go off on Harry and Albus Dumbledore in the Ministry. Remember, this is a kid who has had several flashes of green light right before his eyes for Lily, for Cedric, for Sirius, and in this movie for Albus. And these kinds of sudden flashes have gotta trigger the poor kid. We focus on Dumbledore's left hand as it protectively clutches Harry's shoulder, protection that will expire in this film. David Yates updates his visual style in Half-Blood Prince so that many scenes are shot in this granular, high contrast and desaturation, with the spells in this movie even giving off very little light in comparison to the films before. The Half-Blood Prince film came out in July 2009, the first Harry Potter film to release after all 7 of Joe Rowling's books had come out, so now viewers were just expecting pure tonal doom and gloom to set up the bloodbath to come. Muggles in London fret over tea. This building is City Hall in London, and it wasn't built until 2002, although this is set in 1996, like also Millennium Bridge was built in 1998. Actually, the Half-Blood Prince book opens with Fudge visiting the Muggle Prime Minister. This was teased in one of the Daily Prophet headlines at the end of the previous film. Fudge introduces the new minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, former head of the Auror Office. Bill Nighy had been cast for this role for the 6th film, but the scene was cut from the script, so we don't meet him until Deathly Hallows Part 1. It isn't mentioned in the film, but the gloomy weather is due to the Dementors, whom Muggles cannot see, flying around free, and yes, breeding. It's a really cool book detail that explains why Muggles would be feeling inexplicably sad and depressed during this time. The Dark Mark appears in the clouds with a new design since we last saw it in Goblet of Fire. Now, usually this is only supposed to appear after a murder has been committed, but this happens before the deaths as a kind of warning. This film keeps the convention started in Order of the Phoenix that Death Eaters can fly. In the book, it's only supposed to be Snape and Voldemort who can fly unsupported by a magical object. These Death Eaters fly through London, through Trafalgar Square, taking a similar high-speed route that we saw the night bus take in Prisoner of Azkaban toward the Leaky Cauldron. And fun detail, it's suddenly tucked between two Muggle establishments, and the interior looks as it did in Prisoner of Azkaban. And then we soar straight into the back alley, through the brick wall that leads to seeing the same storefronts that we've seen in past films, exactly the same, into boom, Ollivander's wand shop. In the background of the shot, you can actually already see Fred and George's shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, already established, including the animatronic wizard in the front of the store that shifts from blue to orange. So it's meant to be both Fred and George. One massive Death Eater emerges with boxes of wands, and the werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, drags Ollivander out with a bag over his head. Unfortunately, we don't get to see John Hurt here. It would just be a 5-second cameo, but could you imagine how good he would have made those 5 seconds? In Deathly Hallows, it's revealed that Voldemort wants Ollivander so that he can find out why his wand cannot defeat Harry's wand. He also wants information on the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. Rowling based the name Fenrir Greyback on Fenrir, the giant wolf in Norse mythology who helps bring about Ragnarok. In this movie, he's played by cage fighter and mixed martial artist Dave Legano. In the book, Lupin reveals Greyback was the werewolf who bit him. Greyback isn't actually a true Death Eater. He doesn't have the tattoo. Like, Voldemort knows that his followers would not be down with anything less than a pure-blood human wizard. And really, Greyback just aligns with him to try to infect as many kids, yes, with the werewolf blood curse as he has. The Death Eaters here collapsed the Millennium Bridge, nicknamed the Wibbly Wobbly by locals because it does tend to sway, and yes, it lives up to its nickname here. While it's a shocking and terrorist attack on a London landmark, if you look closely, no one is on the bridge when it falls. Weirdly, the MPAA rated this film PG. In the book, it's the Brockdale Bridge that collapses. We transition from the smoke trails of the Death Eaters to the tube station and a no smoking sign on the cafe table. The Muggle in this place is reading The Guardian, and the front page of that newspaper is an article about the bridge collapse because both worlds are really freaking out about this, obviously. But the Daily Prophet headlines include Bridge collapse, death toll rises, even though, again, we didn't see anyone fall in the Thames there. Maybe it was the guy with the tea up in the office who had a heart attack. Also, new minister promises swift action, and home and personal defense will be delivered to all wizarding homes, and Harry Potter, the Chosen One, because word has gotten out about the prophecy with everyone guessing what exactly it said. Like in the book, Harry's fame really blows up at this point, and it makes him have a pretty cozy year until, you know, the worst thing happens. The inside of the Daily Prophet newspaper shows Spellbound concert win VIW backstage passes for the first 10 lucky readers. VIW, very important wizard. Spellbound, again, is a band that's popped up in other Prophet papers and other films in the franchise. A big center article is titled Azkaban's Latest Resident, accompanied by a photo of Lucius Malfoy. Below that, it reads, Fallen from Grace, Malfoy's wife and son leave the trial, with a photo of Draco and Narcissa. And a few other articles, Death Eaters, how they challenge security measures, and You Know Whose attacks threaten to uncover Wizard World. We also know from the props released by the designers that it is this movie where the whole ginger witch recurring Easter egg joke finally gets apprehended and sent to Azkaban. In the scene, Harry flirts with a Muggle waitress. The book starts with Harry back with the Dursleys, where Dumbledore goes full on the Dursleys to tell them to stay true to housing Harry, because yes, it would be the last time Dumbledore had a chance to yell at them. And in that scene, Harry learned that Sirius had left him everything, including Grimmauld Place and Creature. In the previous film, it was a ghostly vision of Voldemort that Harry saw on the train platform. Now it is Dumbledore, soon to be dead. He is standing directly in front of an ad where at first only the words magic and man are visible, and the lights flicker, reminding us of the street lights when Albus used the put-outer/deluminator in the first film, and the flickering lights before the night bus rolled up in Prisoner of Azkaban, and the tunnel lights flickering in Order of the Phoenix. The full ad is revealed as Tonight Make a Little Magic with Your Man, Divine Magic, perfume by Lila Carnerio. Eduardo Lima was the graphic artist on the films who always puts little Easter eggs of his name throughout, and Mauricio Carnerio was the film's costume illustrator. The perfume bottle in the ad is one of many glass vials that we will be dealing with in this film. Harry says,
I like riding around trains. Takes my mind off things.
Indeed, it was the Hogwarts Express that transported Harry away to a more thrilling life. Dumbledore's right hand is blackened. after finding Marvel Gaunt's ring over the summer, it cursed him and immediately limited his life. He knows he will die in the coming months, so this film is really just about preparing Harry for what he needs to do after Dumbledore is gone. In the original version of the script, when Dumbledore looks at the girl Harry was just flirting with, he mentioned a girl that he had a crush on in his youth, but Rowling said it needed to be cut, telling the filmmakers that Dumbledore was gay and had only ever had feelings for Gellert Grindelwald. In October 2007, a couple months after the Deathly Hallows book was published, Rowling said Dumbledore was gay at a fan event at Carnegie Hall. So the two of them apparate. Now, a plotline in the book dealt with all of the students in Harry's year taking apparating lessons to get their licenses once they come of age. This is Harry's first time apparating, and from Harry's perspective, it's closer to how it looks and feels in the book, a disorienting and compressing twist through space, as like something was pulled from his gut. Dumbledore has taken Harry to the charming village of Budleigh Babberton. In the book, he questions Harry about his scar and if he's been sensing Voldemort. Dumbledore explained that Voldemort now fears that connection and is using occlumency to block Harry out. Jim Broadbent plays Horace Slughorn disguised as an armchair. His appearance is an amazing practical effect involving Jim Broadbent being hoisted up on a plank of wood and then shaking out these starched and wire-held sleeves. Actually, when he's first in chair form, if you look closely, you can see his feet poking out from the bottom of the chair. Slughorn splashed dragon's blood on the ceiling. Dumbledore, having discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood, according to his chocolate frog card, knows it by the taste. An important trope of all Harry Potter films is at least one moment of magic early on to wow Harry as he re-enters the wizarding world and to wow us, the audience. Here, it's Dumbledore putting the house back in order, to which he goes, oh, that was fun. And that includes a little piece of the chandelier squirming out from under Harry's shoe and then clinking back into place. And I'm reminded of the final little of the Iron Gate run of Grimmauld Place when it's squeezed out from the block. Every good illusion ends with a subtle little prestige that just sells the rest of it. Dumbledore's real objective is to use Harry's fame and Slughorn's social kleptomania to lure Slughorn back into Hogwarts. So when Dumbledore excuses himself to go to the loo, he's really leaving these two people alone with that intent. Slughorn shows Harry his collection of photos of his favorite old students, including Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Daily Prophet, who would be someone who just spent the previous year making Harry's life complete dog shit. Also, Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. The Holyhead Harpies is a team Jenny would grow up to play professional Quidditch for. And to the right of Gwenog's photo is one with Slughorn shaking someone's hand, and the person to the other side of Slughorn is Ambrosius Flume, founder of Honeydukes. And then we see the Slug Club photo with Harry's mother Lily, who looks as thrilled to be at this dinner party as the kids in this movie do. Behind Lily is Dirk Cresswell, who's actually a pretty important character, a Muggle-born wizard who would go on to head the Goblin Liaison's office, and in Deathly Hallows goes on the run with Ted Tonks and Dean Thomas. Like, they're only ever referenced at Deathly Hallows, but I would just love an episode that shows those three. Now, set photos for this movie include another era of the Slug Club that includes a young Lucius Malfoy. In another photo, Slughorn stands with the Slytherin Quidditch team and he singles out Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. Now, the name Regulus Black does not come up in book 6 because if it did, all the book readers would have known for sure that the initials RAB on the note inside the locket would have referred to that guy. This movie includes the clue as just a nod to the book readers who know what's coming. The magazine that Dumbledore asks if he can take is Knitter's Own, and it features 27 scrumptious patterns. It has an article on how to knit simple, cozy socks for all the family. And remember, Dumbledore once told Harry that when he looked into the mirror of Erised, he saw himself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. The land surrounding the burrow gets a redesign here. The filmmakers wanted there to be high grasses and reeds to set up the creepy setting later when the Death Eaters attack. In the book, Dumbledore is sensible enough to escort Harry all the way inside. Also, apparators are not supposed to be able to apparate a passenger to arrive somewhere alone. Harry notices Ginny from a window. While Ginny was somewhat sidelined for the 5th film, now we are meant to see her as just a perfect match for Harry since the beginning. Biggest issue with the film take on the character of Ginny Weasley is that Ginny in the books is not shy. She is a popular social butterfly in the class beneath Ron and Harry's. And notice how this film just kind of cuts around Bonnie Wright quite a bit. All of her scenes with Dean being from afar. Hermione's saying that Ginny has been crying a lot, but Bonnie Wright not actually looking that sad when we see her. Like the shy girl that Bonnie Wright was cast to play in the second film is just not the character Ginny Weasley becomes in Order of the Phoenix and Half-Blood Prince. And neither of the scripts for those films, in my opinion, truly honor that character development. The burrow was assembled in a haphazard piecemeal process over the years. We get this really fun upward-looking shot from Ginny's perspective where she looks up to see her mother Molly, and then her brother Ron, and then her friend Hermione, who all pop up into frame from this MC Escher stair configuration like it's an advent calendar. Molly says of Dumbledore,
"But then what would we do without him?"
The foreshadowing in this movie is not very subtle. Ron tells Hermione,
Bit of toothpaste.
Later on, when describing what she smells in the love potion, Hermione says it smells like freshly cut grass, parchment, and spearmint toothpaste because she is associating love with this moment right here. Also, freshly cut grass could be associated with Ron's Patronus being a Jack Russell Terrier. Like, there's just something about Ron that reminds Hermione of her suburban life, specifically with her dentist parents. The Weasley family clock gets a redesign from the last time we saw it in Goblet of Fire. In the book, it says that Mrs. Weasley has been carrying it around with her everywhere, even as she does laundry, and that all the hands have been pointed at mortal peril ever since Voldemort came back. This version of the clock no longer has dentist as an option. It has the family's names on the hands, and George and Fred share one hand, which is just so sad considering what happens to Fred in the next story. And it seems to depict Molly Weasley on a broomstick above the burrow at the top of it. The trio chats.
This is Hogwarts we're talking about. It's Dumbledore. What could be safer?
There's been a lot of talk recently that Dumbledore's got a bit old.
Again, foreshadowing not subtle. They guessed that Dumbledore is 150. Rowling once said in an interview that Dumbledore was around 150, but then she contradicted herself later by saying that he was born in 1881 and was around 115 at the time of his death. Crookshanks appears in the background of this scene, along with Hedwig and Ron's owl Pigwidgeon, who was gifted to Ron by Sirius Black after Ron lost Scabbers as a pet in Prisoner of Azkaban. Malfoy's face appears in the burning Daily Prophet, and the same uncomfortable camera flashes that Harry began this movie in. Harry's biggest sin in this movie is see past his hatred for Draco and really just see his rival's parallel plight as also a boy prematurely dragged into a wizarding war. Sisters Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange visit Snape at Spinner's End in Cokeworth. Harry's mother Lily and Aunt Petunia grew up in this area too, right near Snape, and both knew him. Their childhood is explored in Deathly Hallows. Snape reads the same issue of the Daily Prophet, meaning he saw Draco and Narcissa on the front page and knows how desperate Narcissa is. Wormtail answers the door. It's because Voldemort gave Wormtail to Severus Snape so that Snape could keep an eye on Wormtail, and so Wormtail could attend to Snape's needs. Another reminder of Bellatrix's necklace with the silver bird skull. It was a cool wardrobe choice by Helena Bonham Carter, but many fans have retconned it in their headcanon as a connection to Delphine and Cursed Child, who does have a bird tattoo on her neck. While Bellatrix's necklace in the films may have inspired the detail in the play, that was not in the minds of the people working on this film because they, unlike the characters in Cursed Child, did not have time turners. As punishment for Lucius's failure in Order of the Phoenix, and for him being so careless with one of Voldemort's precious Horcruxes, Voldemort has tasked Lucius's son Draco with killing Dumbledore, knowing there would be no way that kid would succeed. Snape says,
Your sister doubts me. Understandable. Over the years, I've played my part well. So well, I've deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time.
I love this line. It's directly from the book because when Snape says, I deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time, they think he's referring to Dumbledore, but really he's referring to Voldemort, whom he's also insulting by saying one of the. In the book, Narcissa's hair is very pale blonde, like Draco's. Here, she has two-toned hair, black and white, like the birds her son later uses in his experiments with the Vanishing Cabinet. The filmmaker said it was to represent her dual families, like Malfoy and Black, and I think by that they just meant that she was born a member of the Black family, so that's why she should have some black hair in her hair. Like she wasn't born into the Malfoy family, she married into that family. Bellatrix forces Snape to make the unbreakable vow. If broken, the contract maker dies. Snape is promising to murder Dumbledore if Draco cannot succeed in doing so. We learn in Deathly Hallows that Dumbledore was already dying from the ring's curse, and Dumbledore knows what Voldemort is planning with Draco, so he arranges this with Severus both to spare Draco's life and to position Snape in a position of undeniable trust among the Death Eaters. On to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The animatronic out front does a classic rabbit under the hat trick. Inside, it looks like a pair of fanged frisbees might be zipping through the shop because one goes right between Harry and Ron if you look closely in the background. We see Fred and George's fireworks, their wildfire whiz-bangs that they terrorized Umbridge with in Order of the Phoenix. They've also perfected their skiving snack boxes. One of the customers eats a puking pastil, and the twins hand him a cauldron to barf into, and the display of the puking girl next to it is such a cool set piece. Graphic design from Mina Lima, headed up by Mirafora and Eduardo, spent 6 months designing this store. They made everything look vulgar and contradictory with clashing colors and flashing lights. This team also designed the advanced potion making textbook. Every bit of printed text you see in these movies came from them. We see two customers checking out the electric shock shake, a magical version of a joy buzzer. There's also love potions, 10-second pimple vanisher held by a statue that grows pimples that soon after fade, shield hats. These deflect minor jinxes and curses, and the Ministry of Magic actually orders Fred and George's whole supply to give their orders. There's an Umbridge doll riding a unicycle on a wire, quoting herself from Order of the Phoenix. There's also edible dark marks with the tagline, "They'll make anyone sick." You know poo, which causes constipation. And in the book, had the tagline, "Why are you worrying about you know who? You should be worried about you know poo, the constipation sensation that's gripping the nation." Both products pretty ballsy considering the current climate. Now, the kid walking up the wall is testing out a pair of sticky trainers. There's a poster for dung bombs. Peruvian instant darkness powder causes a complete blackout and obviously comes back later. Printed on the stairs are the words, "More magical mayhem, up, up." And there's a section of muggle magic tricks, which is straight from the book, and which the twins said was for weirdos like their dad and people who buy them as novelty gifts. And what's really cool about this movie is how much, like in the third film, it just uses practical magic. It seems to inspire a lot of the things that David Yates structures into this film. There's a mention of Ginny's dating life. She was dating Michael Corner from Ravenclaw in Order of the Phoenix, but broke up with him when he got too sulky after Gryffindor beat Ravenclaw in Quidditch. Now, Ginny is dating Harry and Ron's friend Dean Thomas. Corner will eventually move on to Cho Chang. The employee carrying the box is Verity, Fred and George's first hire for the shop in the book. Lavender Brown shows up here, now played by Jessie Cave, the third actress to play the role. We see a miniature model of a dragon heating up some dragon roasted nuts, and this is actually the miniature Hungarian horntail model that Harry received right before the first task in Goblet of Fire. Presumably he gave this to Fred and George along with his Triwizard Tournament winnings from the fourth story. Now outside there are a lot of wanted posters of Voldemort's followers up around Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, including ones for Bellatrix and Fenrir and Amicus and Electo Caro, siblings who would go on to work at Hogwarts and Deathly Hallows. Amicus will teach the dark arts, which replaces defense against the dark arts, and Electo teaches Muggle studies, really the studies about how they're inferior. Amicus is played by Ralph Ineson, who will be playing Galactus in Marvel Studios' Fantastic Four First Steps. They followed Draco and Narcissa and passed this creepy whispering wizard. Caption this dude. There's never been any explanation as to who this dude is and what he's talking about. I see it as some aspiring but rejected Death Eater who was just driven crazy by that. They spy Draco and Narcissa going into Borgin and Burkes, along with the Caros and Fenrir and the blonde Thorfinn Rowell. He's one of the Death Eaters who attacked Harry and Ron and Hermione in that diner in Deathly Hallows, and Ron's like, "I'm gonna kill this guy." Draco inspects the vanishing cabinet. In our breakdown of Order of the Phoenix, we talked about the book scene where Fred and George pushed Graham Montague from Slytherin and the Hogwarts vanishing cabinet, and that Montague could hear Borgin and Burkes and Hogwarts, and that's where Malfoy got the idea to use it. On the Hogwarts Express, Luna hands out the Quibbler, her father Xenophilius' alternative newspaper. This issue includes a free pair of Spectre Specs. On the cover, you can see an exclusive written by Edwafora Murgis, My Week Without Runes, the writer name formed by graphic designers Eduardo Lima and Mira Foramina. I feel like I've said their names like 80 billion times in these breakdowns, but they're that talented. Ginny bought a pygmy puff at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. These are mini puffskins bred by Fred and George that make adorable pets. Ginny names hers Arnold. I love the detail of the boy in the compartment next to Ginny includes a recently opened chocolate frog. It leaps onto the glass window, but right before he eats it, we get a little glimpse of some other first years who have no idea how dark the world is and are just enjoying their time like Harry and Ron did. And it sets up this great contrast with this very dour conversation in which Harry tries to convince Ron and Hermione that Draco is now a full-on Death Eater. They're not buying it. The creepy twins that Harry walks by are Flora and Hestia Caro. They're Slytherin students that are related in some way to Amicus and Electo Caro. We'll see how Slughorn collects these twins for the Slug Club later. They show up everywhere in this movie, and I was trying to figure out why do we see them so much, and then I realized the scene where Harry later thinks, oh, the Vanishing Cabinet could have a twin when he looks at these two, and that's why Dumbledore later refers to the Vanishing Cabinet as having a sister, a twin.
Borgin and Burkes.
Harry darkens the Slytherin car with Peruvian instant darkness powder and sneaks in under his invisibility cloak. Draco sits with his girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, now played by Scarlett Byrne. Also with them is Blaise Zabini. He is a famously beautiful mother who's been married 7 times, and each husband died under suspicious circumstances and left her a whole mess of gold. Crabbe and Goyle are also there. Now, Jamie Waylett, the actor who plays Crabbe, got arrested for this for writing and was subsequently cut from the Deathly Hallows film, so this is the last film he appears in. Draco says,
I pitched myself off the astronomy tab. I thought I'd continue for another 2 years.
Again, foreshadowing. Draco continues to look up at the overhead rack. And remember, when Harry first looked into the car, Draco had put something in his bag up there, and had Harry been paying closer attention, he would know that right next to this bag would be like the worst part of the rack to hide on. Draco uses Petrificus Totalis on Harry as payback for Harry outing Lucius as the Death Eater and getting him sent to Azkaban. Malfoy stomps on his nose. And this is another parallel that Harry should pay closer attention to. Both Harry and Malfoy are just just violently defensive of their fathers, even when their fathers did bad shit at times. And what's interesting here is that Malfoy briefly has the invisibility cloak, but he doesn't keep it, which is interesting that consider that when he disarms Dumbledore on the astronomy tower, that technically makes Draco the rightful owner of the Elder Wand. So that could have been 2 out of the 3 Deathly Hallows owned by Draco. In the book, Draco leaves Harry paralyzed under that cloak in a compartment where someone wouldn't have stumbled upon him easily, making Harry panic that he could be stuck for who knows how long. And it's not Luna Lovegood finding him using the Spectre Specs to see the Rackspurts, but rather Tonks, as she is stationed at the school as an Auror. Tonks' whole book storyline is sadly removed. Nymphadora has stopped goofing around, changing appearances, and depressed, her Patronus changes from Jackrabbit to Wolf, and it's because she's fallen in love with Remus Lupin, who's deep undercover with werewolves who support Voldemort. These two do end up getting married, but the Hogwarts gates are flanked with statues of winged boars. This is the first film we're seeing them in, and they're based on Il Porcellino, a bronze fountain of a boar in Florence, Italy, cast in the 1630s. Aurors observe Filch inspecting Malfoy's luggage with a dark magic detector and headphones, and while Ms. Norris perches on top, Filch is right to suspect it. This is Lucius's snake-headed walking stick that contains Lucius's wand. Maybe Draco has the second wand in case his wand would have been checked for suspicious spells. Flitwick guards the exterior partly to ensure the protective charm that has been added to the Hogwarts perimeter, and we'll see him applying another form of this charm in Deathly Hallows Part 2. In the Great Hall, Ron shovels food in his mouth while Hermione clutches a copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, which was on Harry's book list in Philosopher's Stone. Neville watches Hermione hit Ron with that book as if to say, hey, don't use a botany book that way. Harry passes the student carrying the sorting hat, meaning yet again he missed sorting. But at least this time Ron comments on the updated song lyrics.
Sorting hat urges all to be brave and strong in these troubled times. Nothing for it to say, huh? It's a hat, isn't it?
Dumbledore's owl lectern stretches its wings. First time it has done that in any movie. There are actually a few extra magical flourishes in Half-Blood Prince, and I think they are meant to connect to Harry's final line in this movie.
I never realized how beautiful this place was.
Like Harry has been so bombarded with magical imagery that as he gets older, like the Thestrals, life experience allows him to notice new little details, especially surrounding people and things that won't be lasting forever. Dumbledore announces that Slughorn is taking over Potions Master, and Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher will now be Severus Snape. The Slytherin table bursts into applause, but not Draco, as he cannot get excited about everyday school stuff anymore. Dumbledore explains that years ago, a student walked these halls, a boy named Tom Riddle, admitting to these students that he failed to see it the last time one of his students grew up to be Wizard Hitler, and he says,
in the end, their greatest weapon is you.
And we cut to Draco, whom Dumbledore is definitely looking directly at based on the eye line, as he knows what Draco's plot is. It recalls Dumbledore making very creepy eye contact with Harry and Ron under the invisibility cloak in Chamber of Secrets when he says, help will always come to those who ask for it. McGonagall calls to the students,
what is the girls' lavatory?
So the screenplay and the closed captioning on Peacock and Max say this is Davies, not Davis. There was, remember, Roger Davies from Ravenclaw and Goblet of Fire, but he would have graduated the previous year, so I assume this is like his younger brother or his cousin. The way Ron and Harry are laughing, they probably gave the little brother or cousin of the rival chaser from Ravenclaw's team wrong directions to unleash Moaning Myrtle on him. If you went to a coffee shop and left your wallet behind, you could just go back and grab it, right? But when you go to a website and you leave data behind, the people who grab it are data brokers, and they sell your most sensitive data to anyone, including scammers. Luckily, you can reclaim control over your data with Delete Me. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that helps you reduce the risks of identity theft and scams by removing your data from hundreds of data broker sites. Delete Me works all year long to remove things like your name, address, email address, phone number, and more from data broker sites, and they're constantly adding new features and updating their removal targets to help you get back control over your personal data. It's super easy to use. You take 5 minutes to submit your info to Delete Me. Their experts comb through the internet looking for places your data shouldn't be, and then they remove it and send you a report on what they've done. Get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/rockstars and use promo code rockstars at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/rockstars and use code rockstars. Thank you, Delete Me, for sponsoring this video. Now that Slughorn teaches potions, Harry and Ron can take the class, even with exceed expectations on their OWLs, and still pursue Auror career paths. In this class, we see Hermione and Lavender, Quidditch chaser Katie Bell, now played by Georgina Leonidas, Romilda Vane, played by Anna Schaefer, who should be 2 years younger than Harry, but whatever, they just wanted everyone in this class. Around the walls in this potions classroom are various Latin phrases for chemical combinations. We saw a glimpse of these in Order of the Phoenix. Harry and Ron find copies of Libacious Barrage's Advanced Potions Making in the cupboard. Ron, who has had to deal with worn-down hand-me-downs his whole life and faced with jealousy over Harry getting freshly bought versions of everything, now says, "Just take a choice for you, chosen one." Hermione identifies the 3 potions Slughorn's made up: Veritaserum, used to make people tell the truth, which was used by Dumbledore on Barty Crouch Jr. in Goblet of Fire, and by Umbridge on the students in Order of the Phoenix. The second, Polyjuice Potion, obviously a familiar brew to Hermione. The third is Amortentia, the most powerful love potion in the world. The love potion has multicolored steam coming out of the top of it for each of the scents she smells, since it has a different smell to each smeller. So we see Lavender, Leanne, Katie, Romilda, and Pansy all stepping in for that smell, and the colors continue to shift for each of them. In the book, when Harry smells a love potion, it smells like treacle tart, the woody smell of a broomstick handle, and something flowery he thought he might have smelled at the Burrow, which he later realizes is Ginny's perfume, because in this world, everyone's soulmate is someone they knew in high school. Slughorn shows the prize for today's class, Felix Felicis, liquid luck. Felix is Latin for happy or lucky, and I'm 100% not kidding here. I know a guy who knows a guy named Felix who worked in the World Trade Center, who woke up sick and stayed home on the morning of 9/11. I wish I was kidding. That's a 100% true story, and it's terrifying. Felix Felicis was invented by Zygmunt Budge in the 16th century. He encoded his brews in his book of potions, and it is said that his personality lives on in the words, similar to the essence of the Half-Blood Prince in Harry's textbook. They are tasked to brew Draught of Living Death, which induces a super deep sleep similar to death. Slughorn says that only one student brewed one sufficient enough, and it was believed it was either Severus Snape or Lily Evans or Tom Riddle. Snape seems like it would make the most sense, but he doesn't strike me as someone who's had that many lucky days. So Tom Riddle, I think, might be a better suspect, as it would explain how he so easily stumbled upon that bit of rare magic in the Forbidden section. Despite his many skills and his ardent research, that seems like it needed a bit of luck to come across. Harry opens his textbook to reveal the titular name. This book is property of the Half-Blood Prince. Of course, this is Severus Snape, as he was half-blooded, born to a Muggle father, Tobias Snape, and a witch mother, Eileen, who had the maiden name of Prince. The designer said that they thought about Snape's teenage psychology with all these handwritten notes, making them passionate, impulsive, chaotic, but ultimately not organized. As Harry flips to page 10, you can see all the great text details the designers hid in there: asphodel, wormwood, the ingredients that Snape quizzed the year 1 potions class on, and Philosopher's Stone and Hermione knew that they were used to make Draught of Living Death. We also see in the notes here that Snape corrected the 12 Sophophorus beans to 13, 13 being the unlucky number, which is ironic because this is a recipe that will award them liquid luck. Seamus nukes his face again, and Hermione's tidied hair reverts to the Philosopher's Stone, Miss Frizzle era, and Harry ultimately wins. Dumbledore examines Riddle's diary from Chamber of Secrets, which was destroyed by the Basilisk Fang. He also puts Marvolo Gaunt's ring in that Fang hole, and you can hear a high-pitched frequency tone that goes silent when he closes the drawer.
Harry.
This sound will come back throughout Deathly Hallows Part 1 and 2. When a Horcrux is present, it's the sound of Voldemort's evil coming out of the object. Fawkes the Phoenix observes this all from the foreground. Fawkes will return at the end of this film in a very important moment. Dumbledore asks Harry,
"But I noticed you spend a great deal of time with Miss Granger. I'm wondering if..."
Oh, no. I mean, he's brilliant, and we're friends, but no.
This exchange is not in the book, but I think this is how Dumbledore knows that Ron will have a jealous falling out with Harry over Hermione in Deathly Hallows. That's how he knows to give Ron the Deluminator with the Tawny Ball of Light to find his way back to them. Dumbledore shows Harry his cabinet full of memory vials. In the book, we see far more memories related to Tom Riddle and his family than we do in the film. The film really just shows us 2 memories: Dumbledore first meeting Tom Riddle at the orphanage in 1938, and the altered memory of a slightly older Tom Riddle with Slughorn asking about Horcruxes, followed by the true unaltered version from Slughorn later. In the book, really the first memory Dumbledore takes Harry into is a memory from someone named Bob Ogden from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ogden had to visit the House of Gaunt and talk to Voldemort's grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt, Voldemort's uncle Morphin, and Voldemort's mother, Merope. It's a very cool scene that just drops you in to the middle of this group of inbred, pureblood fanatics speaking Parseltongue, and we learn that these 3 are dirt poor despite being descendants of Slytherin. I love how this book presents the research, because that is how historical research has to be compiled. Like, from third eye witnesses to the relatives of people, you have to connect all these weird, disconnected, anecdotal pieces of evidence to get a full picture of someone. We learned how Merope was abused by her father and in love with a handsome muggle from the town, Tom Riddle Sr., whom Morphin attacked. We see in this memory a ring with a coat of arms on it that is later revealed to be that of the Peverell brothers. So this ring, in addition to being made into a Horcrux by Tom Riddle, as he believed it marked his direct descent from Salazar Slytherin, canon, the ring also contains the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, so the ring also descended from Cadmus Peveril. Merope also wears a locket with Slytherin's symbol on it. Harry doesn't realize yet, but he already encountered this locket, as it was the seemingly insignificant locket that none of them could open, mentioned in the Order of the Phoenix book when they were rooting around Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore explains how Merope bewitched Tom Riddle into marrying her and becoming pregnant from him. Merope loved Tom Sr. so much that she lifted the spell, and he was like, what? And he left immediately. Marvolo and Morphin had to go to Azkaban for attacking Ogden, and when Marvolo got out, Merope was gone. She gave birth to Tom's son on New Year's Eve, naming him Tom Marvolo Riddle, leaving the baby with the orphanage. A second memory omitted from the movie that Dumbledore shows Harry belongs to Caractacus Burke of Borgin and Burke. He recalled a very pregnant Merope bringing him Slytherin's locket to pawn. There was also another memory from Uncle Morphin Gaunt from the summer of 1943. Morphin was released from Azkaban after attacking Bob Ogden and met a teenage Tom Riddle. Not realizing that the kid was his nephew, Morphin blacked out and woke up to find the Gaunt ring missing. This was the night Tom Riddle Sr. was killed by Tom Riddle Jr. in Little Hangleton, thus the death date on the grave that we saw being 1943. And Morphin confesses to the crime, though Dumbledore had always suspected that the memory had been altered, and that's how Dumbledore got this memory from him. The labels on the vials we see in the scene do, however, hint at some of the memories from the book. Minalima created nearly 900 vials, all with handwritten labels. The one Dumbledore picks up in the scene is labeled Thomas Riddle 1938. Since Tom Riddle was born on December 31st, 1926, this tracks, as it would make young Tom Riddle around 11 years old when Dumbledore met him at the orphanage, and 11 is the age first-year students go to Hogwarts. On the far left, you can see one vial labeled T.M. Riddle 1937, which is interesting because it would have to have come from a memory of Dumbledore observing Tom Riddle from afar when the kid was at the orphanage a year before approaching him. On a higher row on the left is a vial marked 1923, which would be 3 years before Tom Riddle was born and probably was Bob Ogden's memory from the Gaunt house. Then one from 1971, one from 1968, and 2 from the right of the 1938 one is spring 1976. These are a bit harder to identify, but in the book, Dumbledore describes another memory from Hokey the house elf who met Tom Riddle when he was working at Borgin and Burke after leaving Hogwarts. Hokey was convicted of poisoning her master, Hepzibah Smith, but it was really Riddle who planted false memories as he stole from Hepzibah's collection Hufflepuff's cup and the Slytherin locket. This would be around 1946 to 1947 and the years after Tom had left Hogwarts. But it could have been any point before 1971. 1968 might also have just been when Voldemort returned to Hogwarts to demand the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, looking less handsome. That would be fudging the timeline a bit since Dumbledore really became headmaster in 1969, and that's when the Defense Against the Dark Arts request was supposed to have occurred. When Voldemort was denied, he of course cursed the position so that no one could have the job for more than a year. This 1969 would have also been around the time Voldemort stashed Ravenclaw's diadem in the Room of Requirement after finding the diadem during a previous visit to Hogwarts in 1946 when he first asked the previous headmaster Armando Dippet for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. That said, later on there is another vial labeled 1969, so maybe that's the memory of Voldemort's return to demand the job. 1971 was when the First Wizarding War began and when Dumbledore formed the Order of the Phoenix, and 1976 might have been around the time Voldemort would be recruiting the likes of Lucius Malfoy into his ranks. In the row above this one, all the way to the right, is a vial with the symbol of the triangle of the Deathly Hallows on it. The triangle represents the invisibility cloak, so it could be the memory of James Potter leaving the cloak with Dumbledore to give to Harry, or it could be the memory of when Dumbledore realized the cloak was one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. 3 to the left of that is one that looks like a star symbol on it above the letters M-O-M. There's no date on this one. It could have something to do with the Ministry of Magic, maybe Dumbledore's memories from Goblet of Fire. Some of the other labels created include one for Morphin Gaunt in Azkaban. I guess that would have been the one Dumbledore got from him. Also a memory involving the Sorting Hat. That's fun. And one that's just House of Gaunt. And later in the film, there's a vial labeled Sprout, I assume for Professor Pomona Sprout. She is head of Hufflepuff House. I wonder if Dumbledore might have asked her about heirlooms of great importance to Helga Hufflepuff to investigate his suspicions. But the film takes us into the orphanage memory from 1938. And I love how the pensieve looks in this movie. In Goblet of Fire, Harry just sort of down into the memory. Here we ink down to the memory, like ink dropped in water. And I think ink is really the best fluid for this, as it reminds us of the ink written in Tom Riddle's diary and the way all memories are just transcribed in ink for us. But in an aqueous medium, the memories would be hazier and more up for interpretation. Production designer Stuart Craig found a red brick Victorian building in Docklands, Liverpool, and used it as an inspiration for Wool's Orphanage. The design of the gateway to the orphanage gates is Craig's homage to David Lean's Oliver Twist. The color tone of the memories is green, much like the color of the American edition book jacket. We see how Harry and Tom really had parallel origins, both of them coming from Roald Dahl-inspired sad British orphan boy origins. Young Tom is played by Ralph Fiennes' nephew, Hero Fiennes Tiffin. David Yates said said that they cast this boy for his ability to convey the character's dark and haunted qualities, and obviously the family resemblance was a clincher. In young Tom's room, there is a book with paper with evil-looking doodles on it. This, by the way, is not Tom Riddle's diary, it's a different book. But you can also see 7 rocks in a line on his windowsill, foreshadowing his obsession with collecting trinkets and the number 7, and how he's always wanted to split his soul 7 ways. There's also a photo of the seaside cliff, obviously the cliff with the cave where Dumbledore and Harry will find the fake Horcrux. It holds a special significance for Tom. The orphanage took them on an outing to a town near this sea, and Tom lured 2 other orphans, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop, there. It's never stated what he did to them, but they were described as never being quite right from that point on. Young Tom says he can make animals do what he wants without training them. In the book, he orders a rabbit, a pet of another orphan who had wronged him, to hang itself. In this box of torture mementos kept inside a Riley's Tin Toffee box is a yo-yo, a harmonica, and a thimble, because this kid, again, just loves trinkets. Really, the one big difference between young Tom and young Harry comes in how each of them respond to being told they're a wizard. Harry doesn't believe it, saying, "I can't be a wizard." Whereas Tom says, "I knew I was different. I knew I was special." As the memory fades, the inky fluid shows the 3 ages of Tom Riddle, him as a young boy in the orphanage, then him as a teenager at Hogwarts, and then finally him as adult Voldemort in the present day. Meanwhile, Draco passes canaries in a cage on the 7th floor that he will use to test the vanishing cabinet. Structurally, this works like a clever magic trick in the film. This establishing shot of the 2 birds is what the pledge of the magic trick would be. The spherical base of the cage reads the Latin words Deus indi ego fruum vumque maxima formido, which is a line from Roman poet Horace's satire from 33 BC that translates to, "A god thus I am, to thieves and birds the greatest fear." Draco, remembering the room of requirement from Order of the Phoenix, now bends it to its own purpose. The entrance opens from a tapestry showing a unicorn. This is one of a series of 7 Dutch tapestries titled Unicorn Tapestries, or Hunt of the Unicorn, from the end of the 15th century. Other unicorn tapestries, including the Lady of the Unicorn, have actually been seen in the Gryffindor common room in previous films to give Hogwarts a medieval look. For Draco, the room of requirement transforms into the room of hidden things, a default space in which people have dumped items they need to lose quickly, like Professor Trelawney hides her empty sherry bottles in there. Inside here, we see a skipping record on a gramophone, a glass filled with flying moths, a harp that might be the one that lulled Fluffy in the first film, an old school projector like the one Snape used in Prisoner of Azkaban. Why would it need to be stashed in here? Someone was looking at dirty images on this thing. During the Battle of Hogwarts, Fiendfire destroys most of the contents of this room. I love the effect of Malfoy walking through this room, tossing the apple, and then, though it didn't appear when he first walked through from behind, the vanishing cabinet now just suddenly appears behind him because this room has procured it for him. Harry holds tryouts for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He's now captain. After filling in for Harry as seeker in the previous year, Ginny is back on the team as a chaser. Both Ron and Cormac McLaggen try out for keeper. Cormac is played by Freddie Stroma, who would later play Vigilante in HBO's Peacemaker. In the stands, we see the Caro twins. Again, they are everywhere. And it's really just to accept the possibility of a twin vanishing cabinet for Harry. Hermione uses Confundus on Cormac. Confundus shouldn't jerk you around like this, it just confuses you. But hey, maybe Cormac just veered out of confusion. In the book, McLaggen can't even walk straight for a few hours after this, so Harry figures out what Hermione did. Stunt coordinator Greg Powell came up with funny ways to fall during Quidditch using a Russian swing and a crash pad that they kept vertically throwing Rupert Grint's stunt double into. Rupert Grint got to do a lot of jumping on the trampoline while the crew threw balls at him for these shots. The new Gryffindor Quidditch team ends up being the 3 chasers, Katie Bell, Ginny Weasley, and Demelza Robbins. We see her during tryouts, along with 2 beaters, Jimmy Peaks, who we also saw during tryouts, and Richie Coote, and of course Ron as keeper. The Daily Prophet Hermione reads has a headline, "More disappearances at the Ministry, and dark wizards running unchecked, and where will wizards get their wands?" While other wand makers exist in the wizarding world, Ollivander is considered to be the best. They're not going to go get Pepsi brand wands. The other articles relate to the fact that, by this point, a bunch of people have either died or gone missing, including Hannah Abbott's mother. Lavender Brown makes eyes at Ron beside the announcement board with a flyer for the Slugs and Bugs Club that we saw in Order of the Phoenix. Also, Neville is back there sitting awkwardly to the right, probably thinking about his parents who were tortured to the point of insanity. Kidding aside, later in the scene, Neville is shifty because Romilda Vane is sitting to the other side of him, probably finding a way to get the chocolates onto Harry's bed in their room. Harry asks Hermione about the Secumsemptra spell, which the Half-Blood Prince has underlined for enemies. In the book, Harry at one point thinks the prince might actually be James, his father. In the textbook, this page has directions for Polyjuice Potion, as the text at the bottom reads, "Note, this is an extremely dangerous potion. This potion isn't supposed to be used for transforming humans into animals." You can also see the ingredient Fluxweed, which, if picked at a full moon, can be turned into a syrup that's used in the potion. There's a diagram of 2 people with arrows pointing to one another, as if one is transforming into the other. This page transitions into the page with Sectumsempra for enemies, and then another that talks about alchemy. We see Philosopher's Stone listed at the bottom of this page, and a paragraph above lists the term etheric, which means deriving life force from plant material in alchemy, and panacea, which refers to the end goal of all alchemists, a cure to all diseases. Remember, with abracadabra meaning in Aramaic, let the thing be destroyed, as in a sickness, the implication is that all ancient magic being something that gets explored a lot more in the Hogwarts Legacy game, and just old forms of magic like alchemy, is just rooted in attempts to heal. The trio walks to Hogsmeade, and Slughorn passes Flitwick.
We define you in the 3 broomsticks. No, emergency choir practice, I'm afraid, Horace.
Clearly Flitwick just didn't want to sit through another one of Slughorn's drunken stories. And we hear one of these here as Slughorn tells a dude with a ferret about a time sledding down Claxby Hill. Claxby Hill is a landmark in Lincolnshire, Jim Broadbent's place of birth, so the actor was likely improvising here. Ginny and Dean are snogging in a booth. There's also this very quick shot of Leanne, Katie Bell's friend, looking very nervous at a table. And it's actually because Draco Malfoy just passed through, and that is when Katie got the cursed necklace. Calling back the toothpaste bit before, Ron does it again with butterbeer foam on Hermione's lip. On the walk back, we hear Leanne and Katie arguing.
I know what I'm doing.
And Katie gets cursed. She's dragged up into the air, and she opens her mouth in a muted, agonized scream. The opal necklace is the same necklace we first saw in Morgan and Burke's back in Chamber of Secrets. Leanne says that Katie went to the bathroom in the 3 broomsticks and came back with the necklace. There is an omitted book plot about Madame Rosmerta being under the Imperious curse during this time and giving Katie the necklace, and she also gives a poison bottle to Slughorn. Here in the movie, they simplify it and make it obvious it was Draco who just did it as a half-assed attempt to have it delivered to Dumbledore. As Snape examines the necklace, we actually hear the curse, which the subtitles describe as shrieking, clamoring. Harry follows Malfoy on the Marauders map. Since the Room of Requirement is unmappable if the Seeker needs it to be, the person would vanish from the map. It's also believed that Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Lupin, Peter, Sirius, and James respectively, didn't know about the Room of Requirement and just didn't map it. When Harry lays the map down, Draco actually vanishes from the map. On to the first Slug Club party. There's Cormac McLaggen, who's there because his uncle Tiberius is well connected at the Ministry. Next to him are Flora and Hestia Caro. Again, their family is one of the Sacred 28, one of only 28 pure blood families left in Britain. And if you want to do some numerology here, that's 7 times 4, 7 being the sacred number, and 4 being the number of families you actually kind of need to not constantly be your cousin. Then there's Neville, whose parents were tortured to the point of insanity, and whose grandma, Augusta, knows quite a bit of people. He actually joined Harry at the Battle of the Ministry, and that's why Slughorn really likes him. Ultimately, Neville will get demoted from the party guest to waiter. Then there's Hermione, and then Harry, and then a kid some believe to be Theodore Nott, who's a Slytherin Death Eater's kid who isn't invited back in the book. Then Marcus Belby, who gets demoted to guy handing out towels in the loo at the Christmas party, and he knows he's not going to get invited back based on the way he is housing this ice cream. Belby's uncle invented the Wolfsbane potion, which is a potion Snape made Lupin in Prisoner of Azkaban and helps werewolves keep their human minds when they transform. There's also Blaise the Beanie, there because of his creepy mom. Ginny was invited when Slughorn saw her do a bat bogey hex on Zacharias Smith, who was that loudmouth in the Beanie in Order of the Phoenix. Slughorn asks Hermione what her parents do.
My parents are dentists. They attend to people's teeth.
Fascinating. Is that considered a dangerous profession?
This is a running gag that we first saw in Chamber of Secrets when Arthur Weasley asked Hermione's parents why other Muggles are afraid of them. Slughorn shows off his Slytherin snake-themed hourglass where the sand runs slowly if the conversation is stimulating and fast when it is boring, a creation for the film. And while Harry prods about Tom Riddle, the sand slows to a crawl. But Slughorn deflects Harry's questioning by suggesting Riddle wasn't unlike Harry himself, making Harry a bit uncomfortable with the parallel. It's the day of the Quidditch match. Ron normally devours whatever's in front of him, but he stares glumly at his egg and toast. Hilariously unseen in the previous shot, Luna just now appears.
Everyone.
She created this lion costume, even though she's a Ravenclaw. The lion lets out a realistic roar when she taps it with her wand, startling everyone. But in the movie, we just kind of see it blink, but it is very cool. Like the radish necklaces and her cork necklace, actress Ivana Lynch helped design this herself. She wanted it to look like the lion was eating her head. The Slytherin Quidditch team now consists of Blaise Zabini as Chaser and Urquhart as Chaser and Captain. Daisy is normally the Chaser of the team, but in the book, he's out for the Gryffindor match. The Slytherin Seeker is now Harper, taking Malfoy's place because Malfoy has feigned illness and paid Weasley to do this as he focuses on his real task. Crabbe and Goyle are supposed to have remained the beaters, but it seems like they've been replaced in the film. Now think about it. Normally in these movies, it's Harry who gets sidelined from the Quidditch action while he has to deal with some non-school related life and death plot. But in Half-Blood Prince, he finally has just a normal and successful academic year, and it is Draco who takes his place as a sad sulking one. Aside from Harry's paranoia over Malfoy until his tragic trip with Dumbledore, one could argue this is Harry's most comfortable, best adjusted year as a student. And notice even at the end of the film of the shot of the damaged Great Hall on the far right shows that Gryffindor was going to win the House Cup that year. Stan, cast shows Lavender Brown cheering alongside the Patil twins, Luna beside an eye-rolling Hermione, and behind them, a very salty Cormac McLaggen, also little Nigel, and hey, our one look at Cho Chang in Half-Blood Prince, wearing Ravenclaw blue but cheering alongside the Gryffindors. Ron's phony confidence, thinking he's drunk Felix, has worked out for him, but Ginny is really the one who gets the better moves. She causes Blaze to wipe out in the snow on the pitch, and then chucks the Quaffle, causing the Slytherin keeper to slam into the ring. The Gryffindors chant Weasley in the common room, but those should equally be for Ginny. And Ron gets a big fat snog from Lavender. And notice there's a keg of butterbeer here, which they must have smuggled in using the hidden passage to Honeydukes. Hermione conjures some birds to keep her company as she cries. They had been learning to make these yellow canaries in Transfiguration class, and she sends them firing at Ron with a pugno. It's just interesting that the trio is using canaries in this romantic melodrama, but Malfoy is applying these birds to more serious uses. And we get this exterior shot transitioning from Ron and Lavender snogging from inside the Gryffindor Tower to Draco moping on Astronomy Tower. It's this cool like Tale of Two Towers shot in this movie of like the two different student experiences that we're seeing in this movie. And obviously the Astronomy Tower foreshadowing. I just love any shot that links one part of Hogwarts with another to provide the scenic geography. Malfoy tests the vanishing cabinet, placing a green apple inside. In Latin, harmonia means harmony, nectare means to bind or connect, and passus means step or pace. So I'm guessing the full thing means something like, let these steps connect in harmony. The apple disappears and reappears with a Bellatrix-shaped bite taken out of it. Neville Longbottom serves Harry drinks at the Slug Club dinner around Christmas time. His uniform is stamped with an HS monogram with Horace Slughorn, the S formed by serpents. When Harry talks to McLaggen, I love the detail of the other waiter just pointlessly wiping the rim of the food dishes on the other side of the curtain, just trying to stay busy so he can hang out. Snape tells Harry that Dumbledore is traveling. Dumbledore is actually seeking the cliffside cave where Tom Riddle had taken the orphans and where he thinks he has hidden the locket. When Malfoy is caught by Filch, behind Luna are characters from the book, vampire expert Eldred Morpole and his vampire buddy Sanguini, and also the Hero twins at 12 o'clock with Slytherin green dresses. Harry overhears the bit about Snape's unbreakable vow, which he asks Ron about later on the Hogwarts Express. It's interesting how in this film, the audience knows a lot more context about Draco's scheming than Harry does, whereas in the book, Harry is even more in the blind and just suspects that Draco's up to something. It creates for us, the movie viewers, an interesting bit of dramatic irony where if we hadn't read the book, we would just be wondering, what is Draco Malfoy up to? This is what I was getting at in our breakdown of Goblet of Fire. I wish there was like a similar revealing structure with Fake Moody, that we knew that it was Fake Moody just drinking Polyjuice potion throughout the movie. We just wouldn't have known what his plot was. And here on the train, whereas before it was the Dementors fogging up the glass of the Hogwarts Express, readying a kiss, now it is a kiss from At Christmas time, Harry relays his fears about Malfoy and Snape to Lupin, who also dismisses them, assuming that Harry's just blinded by hatred. And notice the little hand wave that Tonks gives Harry to tell him to drop it. She knows that Lupin is moody because he's a werewolf. Mr. Weasley has this shed filled with Muggle objects that he's collected over the years. We see wires and plugs, a blender with no lid, a radio, a printer, and a fan. There's also a motorcycle, and I think this might be the one that Sirius loaned Hagrid because in Deathly Hallows, Hagrid mentions that Arthur made some modifications to it for him. Now, the attack at the Burrow was not in the book, but as Half-Blood Prince is more of a simmering trip through memories that leads to a shocking finale, Yates just wanted to heighten the action in the middle of the movie with a tragic loss. The Burrow, other than Hogwarts, really the only warm home Harry has known. Voldemort wouldn't want Bellatrix and Fenrir to kill Harry, so the logic of this attack is a little messy, but it seems like these two just want chaos and to hurt Harry by attacking the Weasleys in their home. Now in the book, when they burn Hagrid's cabin, Harry extinguishes the flames with Aguamenti, so it's not clear why everyone just watches the Burrow burn here. The Daily Prophet has the headline, Ministry Disappearances Continue, with a photo of Amelia Bones. She's the one who defended Harry from the Wizengamot in Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore shows Harry Slughorn's altered memory. Frank Delane plays teenage Tom Riddle, who's 16, the same age Harry is now. The other kids in this scene would become the first generation of Death Eaters. Tom asks about the retirement of Professor Merrythought. She was a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, so Tom already has his sights set on teaching that class. Slughorn also asks how Tom knew that pineapple was his favorite flavor of these sweets, a sign that Tom is already pretty well versed at legilimens. Harry drops in on Slughorn teaching some first years.
More about the Zors in our next class, right? Up you go.
Bezoars! Snape brought these up back in the scene of the Philosopher's Stone, and this line here just reminds us of this antidote and how important it will be in a couple scenes. Harry literally repeats what he heard Tom Riddle say to Slughorn in the memory. I was in the library, the restricted section, and I came across something rather odd about a piece of rare magic, and how other professors might misunderstand. Slughorn shuts him out. At this point in the book, Dumbledore for the first time guilt trips Harry for taking too long with this, which was an interesting detail showing Dumbledore's mortal desperation. Ron ate Harry's chocolates, which contained the love potion for Momilda Vane meant for Harry. Harry takes Ron to Slughorn, and I love the transition on Rupert Grint's face as the love potion wears off.
What happened to me? Love potion. Bloody strong one at that.
Yeah, basically this is a sped up version of Ron's full arc with Lavender Brown, and I love it. They celebrate with some oak matured mead, which poisons Ron. Harry quickly uses a bezoar, which he had read from the Half-Blood Prince's notes in the textbook, but also if he had just remembered, Snape told him about bezoars in their first class in the first film. In the infirmary, Dumbledore compliments Harry for the bezoar, and Snape gives Harry an accusatory stare. He knows that Harry was never good at potions, and even though Harry was trying to write that stuff down in that first class, the Harry that Snape knows should have no idea what a bezoar does. Lavender comes to see Ron, but Ron mumbles the name of the person he really loves. And Ginny says,
About time, don't you think?
about time. This was the location Harry and Hermione first used the time turner, but obviously Ginny is telling Harry to just get a move on with her. Draco chooses the white bird to test the vanishing cabinet, and while it does make it to Bergen and Berks, it doesn't survive the journey. Still, structurally, this works in the step of a magic trick, because great magicians will often have a fake-out step, where it seems like the trick failed to precede the true prestige when the trick actually succeeds. In the Great Hall, Ron makes it snow, because when wizards are under emotional stress, they can inadvertently cause odd things to happen around them. And notice in the background, Ginny is talking with other students further down the table, whereas Dean is behind Harry at another table. So, trouble in paradise there too. Harry reads Sectum Sempra for enemies, written in the textbook, in a different spot than it was before, now on the page for alchemy that we saw before. Harry asks Katie Bell if she can remember anything about who cursed her, but then sees Malfoy, and the Dolly Zoom is a dead giveaway. Malfoy passes by the now empty birdcage, telling us that he must have recently put the second canary in the cabinet. Malfoy runs to the bathroom to cry, and this is set in a bathroom because in the book, Draco had been confiding in Moaning Myrtle, who had shifted her crush from Harry to Draco. She actually screams, accusing Harry of murder after he hits Draco with this. So in the book, Harry does this right as Draco says Crucio, so it feels a bit more deserved, but Harry feels immediate guilt for the spell that's essentially slashing body lacerations in your enemy. Snape, recognizing the spell immediately, heals Draco's wounds. Needing to lose the textbook, finally Harry accesses the room requirements form of the Room of Hidden Things, and he actually opens Draco's vanishing cabinet to complete the prestige of Draco's multi-step magic trick in this movie working. The bird reappears. Now we do see a mirror surface in this scene, and the Mirror of Erised is known to be in this room, but it's not clear if this right here is the Mirror of Erised. In the book, Harry hides the textbook and marks the spot with a chipped bust of a wizard that he puts a wig and a tiara on, and that tiara turns out to be Ravenclaw's diadem. Here we don't get to see it, and it's kind of a bummer because Ginny just tells Harry to close his eyes and hides it for him, setting up their first kiss. So Harry drinks the Felix Felicis. In the book, he only drinks some of the potion, and it fills him with intense confidence, and it actually inadvertently leads to Dean and Ginny finally breaking up and helps him understand how to open up Slughorn. I love how Daniel Radcliffe plays this part of the movie with kind of like a puppeted physicality that just seems very, very focused and intent on his goal, and also just these unhinged improv moments.
I know what I'm doing, or Felix does. Hi.
Harry's instinct to take an odd path to Hagrid's takes them past the greenhouse, where he catches Slughorn stealing some valuable leaves of the venomous Tentacula plant. So really the first step that Felix gives him is to make Slughorn feeling vulnerable upon being caught doing something shady. The second step is inserting a third wheel between Harry and Slughorn to make both feel more at ease. And of course, that's gotta be Hagrid. Aragog has died, and Hagrid wants to give him a proper burial. Harry only remembers running to Aragog and all of Aragog's children in the Dark Forest and Chamber of Secrets.
Not to mention the pincers.
And part of the Felix is combining Slughorn's desire for rare serums and Hagrid's love of magical creatures, and of course, their shared love of the drink. Remember, we saw Slughorn party foul all over Hermione earlier.
All hands on deck, Granger.
And in Prisoner of Azkaban, during the time turner sequence, when Dumbledore asked Hagrid about a glass of brandy, Hagrid said,
Meanwhile, I'd like a nice cup of tea or a large brandy.
You'll find no small glasses in this house.
The drinking song that Hagrid and Slughorn sing was written by Joe Rowling and is titled Odo the Hero. The prop of Hagrid's bottle shows the label Perry Aki Rot, made from lingonberries pressed by house elves and aged for 1,000 years. Hagrid passes out And Slughorn tells Harry a story about a gift Harry's mother once gave him, a magical fish born from a lily flower petal. And I always like the detail, the fish is formed right before the petal hits the bottom of the fluid. Again, we get this like fluid imagery throughout this film. And it just reminds us of like Harry dropping into the bottom of the Pensieve. After Lily died, the fish, whom Slughorn had named Francis, disappeared from the bowl. Harry tells Slughorn that he is the chosen one. He invokes his mother and calls back the fish story to shame Slughorn into giving him the unaltered memory.
Be brave, Professor. Be brave like my mother.
Before, remember, Slughorn had said he carried vials for such occasions as valuable serum, justifying why he would have a spare vial with him to store this memory goo inside of. Harry and Dumbledore pour this memory goo into the Pensieve, and we hear the full memory.
It's called, as I understand it, a Horcrux.
Horcruxes. Horcruxes are, of course, objects that contain part of a wizard's soul, and they are created by murdering someone. Tom Riddle asks Slughorn if a soul could be split into 7 parts, and he's obsessed with 7 as the most magically powerful number. We see Tom touching the gaunt ring on his finger in this moment, and in future moments when the camera lingers on the Horcrux after this, Yates includes its high-frequency tone. Yes, again, it's the unsettling sound of evil. So really, if you look at the timeline, this would have happened after teenage Tom met his uncle Morphin Gaunt and took the ring and murdered his father, Tom Riddle Sr. That is why Slughorn right here senses that Tom already knows the answer to how a Horcrux is made.
But
So Tom is really just asking Slughorn how far he can go with this. So to clarify the widely understood chronology of Voldemort and his Horcruxes, Voldemort had formed his first Horcrux, the Diary, in June 1943 with the killing of Myrtle Warren by the Basilisk in the bathroom entrance of Chamber of Secrets. Harry destroyed the Diary with the Basilisk Fang in 1992. I know it seems kind of crazy that Tom Riddle intentionally did that, but that has been confirmed to have been the first kill and the first Horcrux. Tom Riddle formed his second Horcrux, the Gaunt Ring, in August 1943, just a few months later, with the killing of Tom Riddle Sr. Dumbledore would later destroy this ring in summer 1996 using Gryffindor's sword, which of course had absorbed the basilisk venom. So this memory with Slughorn, therefore, would have been sometime during the 1943-1944 academic year when Tom would be in his 6th year. Tom Riddle would go on to create his third Horcrux, his mother's locket from Salazar Slytherin, regaining it from Hepzibah Smith when he works for Borden and Burke, and then killing an unnamed Muggle tramp sometime after 1946. Riddle would create his fourth Horcrux out of Helga Hufflepuff's cup, also gaining it from Hepzibah Smith sometime after 1946. He reportedly killed Hepzibah Smith to make the Hufflepuff cup Horcrux, which would mean that he would have stolen the locket and the cup from her, and then killed some random Muggle, and then went back to kill Hepzibah to make the cup Horcrux. Timeline's a little fuzzy there. Riddle would create his fifth Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, sometime around 1946 to 1947. This would have been after charming the Grey Lady upon his return to Hogwarts in 1946 and finding the diadem, and then asking Armando Dippet for the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. Riddle then killed an Albanian peasant to turn the diadem into a Horcrux, and then returned it to Hogwarts in 1969. Voldemort formed his seventh Horcrux, Nagini, in 1994 when he killed Ministry employee Bertha Jorkins in Albania. But I skipped over 6 because Voldemort had unknowingly formed his sixth Horcrux, Harry Potter, in 1991 when he killed Lily Evans Potter. So this would mean that the order in which the Horcruxes were created is also the order in which they're destroyed by the end of Deathly Hallows. And technically, from Harry destroying the Diary in 1992 until Voldemort killing Bertha in 1994 to form the Nagini Horcrux, Voldemort did have one fewer Horcrux for those 2 years, and would explain why we didn't see him in the third book. But really, since Harry Potter as an accidental Horcrux formed an 8th piece of Voldemort's soul without Voldemort knowing, Voldemort never really knew how many pieces he had divided his soul into. Such is the nature of dark magic. You never really know how far down the dark path you've gone. So now, when we see teenage Tom wearing the ring in this memory, he does not know that the stone in the setting is the Resurrection Stone. But Dumbledore did know it when he found that ring, since as a younger man, he was once eager to acquire all 3 Deathly Hallows, and then Albus put the ring on and was immediately cursed. Dumbledore suspected Voldemort had Horcruxes and more than one Horcrux. He saw the way Voldemort carelessly left his Diary Horcrux in the hands of Lucius Malfoy, that there must be more. And then in the cemetery, Voldemort did say, "I, who have gone further than anybody along the path that leads to immortality." By further than anybody, he was referring to, I made a whole shit ton of Horcruxes. But what knocks Dumbledore off his feet now is that there are 7 of them. By destroying the Diary and the ring, and then locating what he thought thought was a third. Dumbledore had thought that he'd had enough time to destroy all of them before he died, but in this moment, he now knows that Harry is going to have to find at least 3 more, maybe 4 more, without him. Dumbledore in this scene, though, says that the ring belonged to Tom Riddle's mother, but in the book, Merope is more attached to the locket, and the ring is worn by his grandfather Marvolo and his uncle Morphin. Those 2 characters are left out of the films. When Harry touches the ring here, he sees flashes of Nagini snapping, and then this really cool overhead shot of teenage Tom Riddle screaming the moment he created his first Horcrux. Tom is wearing his school robes, so this would be the killing of Myrtle via the Basilisk, which turned the diary into the Horcrux. Then Harry sees the 7 rocks, the photo of the cave, and Voldemort himself staring into camera. As Harry comes out of this, he moves his neck like the snake, as he did in Order of the Phoenix when he was connected to Voldemort. It's this moment that makes Dumbledore suspect strongly that Harry could be a Horcrux himself. Now, the film adds this little moment between Albus and Severus on the astronomy tower.
Has it ever crossed your brilliant mind that I don't want to do this anymore?
On his way out, Snape pauses to look at Harry because he knows how much more this kid is about to hate him. Now, there's also a lot more from the book here, where on the way to meet Dumbledore, Harry runs into Trelawney, who relays that Draco was celebrated in the Room of Requirement news, and we learn that it was Snape who overheard the prophecy years ago and then told Voldemort about it, which then led to Harry's parents being killed. Trelawney also mutters about the coming danger of the lightning-struck tower, referring to a tarot card, but it's also the title of the chapter in which Dumbledore dies. So Dumbledore apparates with Harry directly to the cave rock. In the book, they broomstick to Hogsmeade first, but the movie handles it this way.
Still, I thought you couldn't apparate within Hogwarts.
Well, being me has its privileges.
The rock they apparate to looks like it could have fit into the mouth of that cave that they're now facing, like geologic forces of nature ripped a tooth for some future dark wizard to embed a festering poison inside. Dumbledore recognizes the cave, recognizes him to bleed to enter.
You should have let me, sir.
Harry, your blood's much more precious than mine.
He's referring to Lilia's protective charm, the one thing that can beat Voldemort, especially since Harry's blood of the enemy forcibly taken was used to bring Voldemort back. The film's designers based this inner cavern on a real crystal quartz cave in Switzerland and a salt crystal cave in Germany. So while it looks oddly geometric, there are real-world places that look like this. This whole sequence looks nearly black and white, super high contrast, like we're watching a German expressionist horror film in the middle of this movie. The boat hull has a skull with a snake carved in, a Death Eater symbol, and it feels like Heron's ferry on the river Styx. And as we see them glide from under the water, we see the hair of a floating corpse and fingers. We suddenly become very paranoid about the inky still water that Harry steps over. Dumbledore must drink the drink of despair, aka the emerald potion. It's not emerald in this movie, it's just like a pale gray color, but it is emerald in the book. This is a story all about potions and poisonings, and it all comes down to another bottoms up. On his first sip, the shadow shifts across Michael Gambon's face, a very cool lighting effect showing how this potion makes one relive one's worst memories. In the book, Dumbledore shouts, but Albus actually shouts that on a second to last gulp in the book. Here, it's much earlier, as Michael Gambon is devolving into this infantile whimper. We also hear Albus say this. He is dwelling on his sister Ariana, the duel between his brother Aberforth and his love Gellert Grindelwald, where Albus tried to intervene and his spell rebounded and killed his sister Ariana. Harry grabs the locket but is unable to scoop water for Albus and reaches down into the cavern lake. Like the hand from the grave in Carrie, this is an Inferius, or Inferi, plural, a corpse that has been reanimated by dark magic. The Inferi in the cave are all victims of Voldemort's men, women, and children. Special effects supervisor Tim Alexander said that Yates didn't want the Inferi to feel like zombies since they are really just victims. So the designers looked at prison camp photos as references for their design. Harry uses both Stupefy and Sectum Sempra on the Inferi, desperately trying anything as stunning doesn't work on a corpse. Maybe blindly slashing them will, but ultimately as he's dragged down into the water, fire does work on them, and Dumbledore lassos this fire, looking like a mix of Charlton Heston in the Ten Commandments and Gandalf fighting the Balrog, which of course was another iconic moment of a bearded mentor in high fantasy completing the archetypal death. Now there's a more complicated trip back in the book that involves Hogsmeade and Madame Rosmerta's brooms, but one sweet exchange that gets left out here is when Harry tells Dumbledore not to worry, and Dumbledore responds, "I am not worried, Harry. I am with you." Draco returns to the Room of Requirement, where you can see a giant white chess piece from the match in the first film. This was a white queen when Ron, as the knight, sacrificed himself. Not me, not Hermione, too. Harry and Dumbledore apparate back to the top of the astronomy tower. Albus tells Harry to hide below. Now in the book, Dumbledore uses the Petrificus Totalis spell on Harry while Harry is under the invisibility cloak. It's a really effective moment because A, it recalls Harry being under the spell from Draco on the train under the invisibility cloak in the earlier book scene. B, the split second it takes Dumbledore to do this is what allows Draco to disarm him. And C, it later gives Harry some extra tragic confirmation of the exact moment Dumbledore dies, as he feels the exact moment the spell is lifted. Instead, the movie gives us Harry obediently walking watching all this go down from below, largely at Dumbledore's instructions and also upon the trust of Snape, who silently shushes him, as it's implied that after going so long not trusting Snape in the chaos of Prisoner of Azkaban and Lupin shaming him about it in this movie, this time Harry decides to trust him. And the way Albus tries to tell Draco, this young toe-headed wizard Nazi, that he's no Death Eater just for Draco to reveal his dark mark is at least a tonal reference to the frightening moment in the cemetery at the end of The Sound of Music when Captain Von Trapp assumes that he can scold the boy Rolf out of his evil bigotry and is wrong.
You'll never be one of them.
Lieutenant!
And Draco disarms Albus. This disarmament is a very big deal. Since Dumbledore is carrying the Elder Wand, Draco disarming him makes Draco the rightful owner to the most powerful wand in the world. But neither Draco nor Harry realize the importance, and it doesn't click into place for Harry until after Harry has defeated Voldemort in the Battle of Hogwarts, as he recalls the moment in which he wrestled Draco's wand out of his hand in Malfoy Manor in Deathly Hallows, and that is what made Harry the rightful owner of a wand that the whole time had been buried with Dumbledore all the while. But since in the Half-Blood Prince movie, Dumbledore makes the disarming easy,
I shall make it easy for you.
It's implied that Dumbledore knew that this Elder Wand ownership transfer would occur, and he created this secret loophole of Draco Malfoy disarming him, but Snape killing him as just an additional layer of security, assuming that Voldemort would eventually try to go after the Elder Wand after Dumbledore's death. Bellatrix, Fenrir, Amicus, Alecto, and others arrive. Draco hesitates, but Snape steps forward.
No. Step. Please. Avada Kedavra.
Book, Harry described Albus's tone as pleading, and for 2 years, book readers debated exactly what the subtext of this moment was. The way here Michael Gambon delivers the line, he's not desperate, he's more resigned, maybe even annoyed with Severus for having to ask him to go through with what was a direct order. Like, I know you don't want to do this, but pretty please, with sugar on top, give me that itty-bitty. So Gambon's resignation, plus the earlier scene with Dumbledore and Snape on the tower, suggested to anyone watching these films without reading the books, if there were any people like that Dumbledore totally arranged this. I prefer the less obvious book version that really just uses Harry's youthful misreading of the situation to keep us guessing about the mystery. And Dumbledore falls, his robes and hair billowing in the moonlight in glorious slow motion that they clearly shot with a higher frame rate. This shot is a direct nod to Hans Gruber's death in Die Hard, and Alan Rickman reportedly loved this, saying that he was on the other end of it. In this film, Bellatrix Lestrange fires a dark mark with its proper function to mark a death. In the book, they actually cast it earlier as a trick to lure Dumbledore back into the castle. In the book, Harry ran into Ron and Hermione before he left and gave them the rest of his Felix Felicis, telling them to split it between themselves and Ginny. And that's a critical decision because when the kids come across the Death Eaters in a fierce battle, every curse fired at these kids seemed to just miss them. Harry chases Snape and casts Incarcerus, that's the rope binding spell. Snape deflects. In the book, Harry also pulls a Draco and tries to use Crucio on Snape. Snape tells Bellatrix to back off and save Harry for the Dark Lord. There is this great wide shot that casts Snape and Harry's silhouettes in the lit gloom with the all-black outline of the Hogwarts castle behind them. Snape lingers just long enough to make sure Harry is okay after Bellatrix's curse and tries to leave, but then Harry tries to use the most violent spell he can think of. In the book, Snape uses this moment to reveal the truth.
Use my own spells against you, Potter. I'm the Half-Blood Prince.
Now, the book in this moment also gave readers our one major clue that Snape didn't want to kill Dumbledore, as Snape screams, "Don't call me coward!" But again, this film just leaves it to Alan Rickman's nonverbal performance to convey his true sadness. Finding Dumbledore's corpse, the mourners raise their wands in the air to hold vigil, and the light dispels the dark mark. Only light can vanquish the darkness. Now, in Dumbledore's office, Harry sees Dumbledore's Elder Wand and a bowl of sherbet lemons, Dumbledore's favorite candy, and the password to his office and Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore's portrait now hangs in the office, depicting Albus sleeping, meaning he must have taken some time to set up this portrait to give it as much of his own essence as possible so that it would be most helpful to the next headmaster. In the interim, Minerva McGonagall, the next year, Snape. Harry tells Hermione that the locket is a fake with a note from a mysterious RAB saying he has a real locket and plans to destroy it. This was, of course, Regulus A. Black, who preceded Harry and Dumbledore in that cave in 1979, a year before Harry was born, around when Voldemort was distracted by the prophecy. Regulus took Kreacher with him, drank the potion, went nuts, and told Kreacher to take the locket back and destroy it and leave him behind. Kreacher was unable to do this, and the locket was later stolen by Mundungus Fletcher, who in the Half-Blood Prince book has gotten arrested and sent to Azkaban, but not before selling this locket to, we'll see in the next movie, Umbridge. In the book, there's actually a funeral for Dumbledore, and everyone shows up. The mer people from the lake, the centaurs, Hagrid brings his half-brother Grop with him, Umbridge shows up, which infuriates Harry, Rufus Scrimgeour comes and once again asks Harry to be the poster boy for the Ministry, which Harry refuses. Magical white smoke encases Dumbledore's body, and then when it burns away, there's a white tomb in its place. Harry hears Fox. Somewhere out in the darkness, a phoenix was singing in a way Harry had never heard before, a stricken lament of terrible beauty. This made Harry feel like his own grief was turned into song, and it eased it a bit. When Fawkes stops singing, Harry knows that he's left Hogwarts for good and won't return. And we actually see part of that moment with Fawkes at the very end here, as Harry observes what many of us observed on our last day on a college or high school campus.
I never realized how beautiful this place was.
All right, we got some major news about HBO's upcoming Harry Potter series adaptation this week. Production is confirmed to begin in summer 2025, and tens of thousands of kids have auditioned. Actor Papa Essinu was reportedly offered the role of Severus Snape. I am so excited to see his performance. Not that excited for the takes on social media, but for the 6th season of the series, let us now break down what they are really required to get right in our Room of Requirements section. Requirement 1, include every pensieve memory from the book. Each episode of the season should dwell on one of these memories. So why not add a few new memories set during the First Wizarding War? This should really be the season we get to know Tom Riddle the best. 2, Michael Gambon gave a powerhouse performance in The Cave, but the Half-Blood Prince book, I think, does a better job showing Dumbledore's fear, his irritability, his desperation throughout the year, and I want to see more of that. 3, let's put back in Dumbledore yelling at the Dursleys. That moment was awesome. 4, we also have to put back in the opening scene of Fudge meeting the Muggle Prime Minister. Very cool scene. 5, the series really overall just needs to do a better job with Ginny Weasley. Refer to last week's breakdown on that. And 6, let's see Dumbledore's funeral. Funerals and weddings just make great TV episodes because they're just great excuses for character reunions and interesting moments. Francesca Gardinet, a producer on Succession, probably appreciates that. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2010's Harry Potter in the Deathly Hallows Part 1, the 7th entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series. We went through this film shot by shot for all the Easter eggs, the book details, and just deeper layers of meaning that you might have missed. And if you are interested in helping New Rockstars do more of these kind of rewatch series, we now have a channel membership. For now, we're starting small when it comes to the perks, but if you are able to and you want to rock some really cool emotes in the comments, it's just a really great way to keep us making these kind of in-depth rewatch analyses. Okay, from darkness, we hear the sound described by the closed captioning as metal creaking. This actually is a song of the Locket Horcrux, the faction of Voldemort's soul that most haunts Harry and his friends in this film. We actually hear it make this sound later in the film. As we glide through the rusting metallic locket of a Warner Brothers logo, we hear a high-pitched shriek that also accompanies the locket throughout this film and the way it gets under the bearer's skin. Now, we had heard this sound effect already over the shot of Marvel Gaunt's ring and the diary in the previous film. It's the sound of not just evil, but the pain that evil sacrificed to try to cheat death. This Locket Horcrux, which once belonged to Tom Riddle's mother, Merope, according to the books, was turned into a Horcrux by Riddle by sacrificing some unknown Muggle tramp. And I just find it interesting how, of all the Horcruxes we spend time with in these movies, this Locket seems to be the most resilient, the one that gives Harry and the others the most trouble. This whole movie, as the mere first half of a two-part story that Rowling didn't intend to be divided, at times feels like a maddening chunk of metal that forces us to bear with it. It gives us no warmth of comfort of Hogwarts and leaves us feeling 3 steps back. But that's also what I really like about this movie. The Locket Horcrux shriek mixes with single notes of Hedwig's theme, like a toy music box winding down, and mixes then with Nagini's Parseltongue hisses, and then it all comes to an abrupt halt. On the cold eyes of Bill Nighy as new Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour. Rufus took over for Fudge shortly after the events of Order of the Phoenix. This close-up of his face shows little twitches of his facial muscles and a layer of sweat upon his upper lip that betray his projected confidence.
Your ministry remains strong.
The flashbulbs go off in the same spot where they photographed Harry and Dumbledore in the opening shot of Half-Blood Prince, and we saw how that was a foreshadowing firing squad for them, as it will be for poor old Rufus, who won't make it out of this story. The Daily Prophet headlines read, "Dark Mark sparks panic," with an image of the Dark Mark over Hogwarts after Dumbledore's murder. Other headlines read, 500 galleons for any information regarding Death Eaters, an interestingly small amount compared to the 10,000 galleons they offer for Harry later. Violence spreads, Muggle family murdered, accompanied by a photo of a family that, you'll notice, remains stationary, since the Prophet likely took this photo from a non-magical newspaper. Then Death Eater numbers grow, and then Rufus Scrimgeour holds an emergency meeting with Muggle Prime Minister. This meeting was actually detailed in the first chapter of Half-Blood Prince, the other minister. And at the bottom of the paper, we see E. Limus, page 6. Graphic artist Eduardo Lima's name Easter egg for this installment, as he's done for all the previous films. This Muggle death is what convinces Hermione to take her drastic measure with her parents. Meanwhile, on Privet Drive, the Dursleys pack their car, and Dudley carries his boxing gear, but in a deleted scene hints at a warmer relationship that is formed between the cousins.
I don't think you're a waste of space.
Thanks.
See you, Big D.
Another deleted scene allowed Fiona Shaw a shining moment as Petunia and sets up Godric's Hollow as a coming destination.
If they think for a moment you know where I'm going, they'll stop at nothing. You think I don't know what they're capable of? You didn't just lose a mother that night in Godric's Hollow, you know. It's a sister.
And a third deleted scene would have shown Ron with the radio he has throughout this film.
Death for the Order. So many on the run, keeps them connected with the rest of us.
So Hermione performs the Obliviate memory charm on her parents, who are played in this film by Ian Kelly and Michelle Fairley, Catelyn Stark on Game of Thrones. And this is heartbreaking. In the book, Hermione just charms her parents temporarily to make them think that they're Wendell and Monica Wilkins and that they don't have any children. J.K. Rowling actually said that Hermione finds her parents after this vacationing in Australia a year later and restores their memories. And they are here in this scene watching some TV program about Australia. But this Obliviate is implied to be permanent. It erases a real young Emma Watson who has been spliced into photos with these parents, even down to some photos being transformed into framed photos of nothing, which makes no sense. Like, dentist wife, why did we frame a photo of this wall? I don't know, dentist husband, I was obliviated to the point of insanity. But it does inform Hermione's intensity this film and her growing closeness with Harry. While Ron still has his parents, both Harry and Hermione are in effect orphans. Snape's arrival to Malfoy Manor is the first chapter of the Deathly Hallows book, where he walks up, but here he flies. Snape is one of two characters of the book who can fly, along with Voldemort, but in the films, all the Death Eaters can. Production designer Stuart Craig designed Malfoy Manor with Jacobean features inspired by Hardwick Hall in Derbyshire. Inside, the halls have stairs that twist in various directions like an MC Escher sketch, and the floor is dusty as the manor has gone downhill since the Malfoys lost their house elf, Dobby. Around the table are Bellatrix Lestrange, Wormtail, the Malfoys Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco, Antonin Dolohov, and Thorfinn Rao. They are the two who attacked the trio in the diner later. Corbin Yaxley, Pius Thickness. He is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and in the book, Yaxley put him under the Imperius Curse to get him to serve Voldemort, and there's a little detail later in this film that indicates that he might be under the Imperius Curse here. There's also Amicus Caro and his sister Electo. Now, Yaxley actor Peter Mullen would go on to play big roles in Ozark and Westworld and in Rings of Power. Thickness actor Guy Henry would go on to do the physical performance of Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One. The woman suspended above the table is Charity Burbage, the Hogwarts Muggle Studies teacher. We saw her and Half-Blood Prince sitting right next to Severus Snape at the staff table. Voldemort says,
Severus, I was beginning to worry you had lost your way.
An obvious double meaning here for the double agent. Snape reports that Harry will be relocated on the Saturday after next, and looking at calendars of July 1997, that would be July 26th. Yaxley says his source, the Auror Dawlish, says that it'll be on the 30th, but Snape, following the orders of Dumbledore's portrait to prove himself a more loyal spy than the other rival lieutenants to Voldemort, had confounded Mundungus Fletcher to get this information. And by telling Voldemort, Snape knows that some members of the Order might die here, but he does attend the ambush later and does what he can to help in the crossfire. There is a scream from down below. This is Ollivander, the wand maker whom Voldemort kidnapped, both to find out how to overcome the problem of the twin cores that he and Harry's wands share, and later to pump for info about the Elder Wand. Voldemort takes Lucius's wand, humiliating him by snapping the silver snake head off of it, foreshadowing what will happen to the Horcrux present in this scene, Nagini, when Neville steps up in part 2. We later learn that since Voldemort didn't win Lucius's wand, but rather it was surrendered in this tribling terror, amazingly performed by Jason Isaacs, that because wands choose their wizards, Voldemort does not have as strong of a connection to Lucius's wand. Burbage begs Snape. These are the same final words of Albus Dumbledore, and Snape here cannot flinch, despite this being a longtime work colleague. Draco does wince at seeing another teacher die before his eyes. The Death Eaters all recoil their hands from the table as Nagini slithers down toward us and lunges at the camera. Harry Potter looks into a broken shard of mirror glass. This actually came from the Order of the Phoenix book. It was part of a two-way mirror that Sirius had gifted Harry in order to stay in touch, and had Harry thought to use this earlier in that story, he could have avoided walking into Voldemort's trap of the Ministry, leading to Sirius's death. He did try to use this mirror to contact Sirius after it all went down, and it didn't work, so Harry shattered it in his trunk. Now Harry thinks he sees Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, but we will learn in part 2 is actually Albus's brother Aberforth, who has the sister mirror. Harry's research notebook is open to a page with all these notes about Horcruxes. What Regulus wrote, I know I'll be dead long before you read this, then R.A.B., then was he/she working alone, witch or wizard, then initials might not be just one person, did they only know about one Horcrux, and then like like A, B, R, different orders of the letters, and then a big number 7, obviously for 7 Horcruxes, and then on the opposite page on the left, listings on the diary, the ring, and the locket, and the text damaged by Fang of Basilisk, because Basilisk venom is one known thing that can destroy Horcruxes. There's the fake locket that Regulus Black swapped in the cave, and the Daily Prophet with Albus Dumbledore's obituary written by Elphius Doge, Order of the Phoenix member and friend of Dumbledore, whom helped escort Harry in Order of the Phoenix. In that obituary, Doge writes how Albus's father had been arrested for the murder of 3 muggles when Albus was only 10, and other details about his mother, sister, and brother, but mostly focuses on the good. Still, Harry, knowing little about his mentor's life, leaves him with doubts about his quest. Harry takes one last look at the bedroom he can remember in his cupboard under the stairs. He looks at his old hand-me-down soldier toys, and only one remains standing, saber outstretched in a fencing posture, like a wizard dueling with a wand, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen toy comrades, foreshadowing how Harry will feel during the Battle of Hogwarts. When Harry opens the door to Hagrid and Ron, Hedwig gives an excited little
Oh, Harry.
Hermione is there, Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Bill Weasley, who's now married to Fleur Delacour. In the films, this is the first time Bill and Harry meet, but in the books, they had met long before this. Bill is played by Donald Gleeson, son of Brendan Gleeson, Mad-Eye Moody, and Bill says he got scarred by Fenrir Greyback, which happens at the end of the Half-Blood Prince book. Fred and George Weasley are there with their father Arthur, and Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, now married, and Tonks nearly announces that she's pregnant before Moody cuts her off. Lupin and Tonks having a baby enrages Harry in the book because he's reminded of how his own parents fought in the first Wizarding War and left him as an orphan. There's also Mundungus Fletcher. He was an OG member of the Order of the Phoenix, and in the Half-Blood Prince book, he stole items from Grimmauld Place and sold them until he was caught by Harry in Hogsmeade. Sometime after that, he was imprisoned in Azkaban for impersonating an Inferius, but he broke out shortly after, and now the Order doesn't really trust him, but kind of have to use him on this mission. The filmmakers like to start every one of these movies with an impressive bit of magic, a kind of how do they do that shot to draw the viewer back into the world. Here we get the 7 Harrys. Again, the number 7, always important. To achieve this visual effect, they shot with Daniel Radcliffe for 2 days, doing each character, mirroring the movements and mannerisms of the real actor standing beside him. Radcliffe said,
You start to look at people in a very analytical way when you're kind of studying them. Like Rupert walks with a real wiggle in his hips. You know, it's actually quite a sexy walk.
So they use the mover facial capture with ultraviolet makeup that shows up under special lights. Radcliffe's face was filmed from all angles by 27 cameras at once, and the other actors gave faces as they transformed into Harry. The effects team then blended one from the other. On set, visual effects supervisor Tim Burke used body doubles for every Harry so that when you see a bunch of arms reaching in to take the clothes and stuff, they're all mostly the doubles arms. And there's some pretty clever blocking in the initial transformation. Fred and George are the first 2, and they both drop down a foot in height because they're super tall, but then they position them right beside the shortest of them all, Mundungus, the one person in the room shorter than Harry. Yeah, I'm including Hermione and Fleur. Radcliffe is a short boy. So Mundungus inches up a bit, and by the time the camera pans around to Hermione, she has Radcliffe's full horrified face under her hair. As in the case of Chamber of Secrets, unlike the books, the Polyjuice Potion in this scene does not change the voice. I suppose it's just to play up the humor of it, but it does contradict Barty Crouch Jr.'s Polyjuice Potion completely changing his voice into Moody's and Goblet of Fire. We get a solid joke from Fred and George here.
Wow, we're identical.
Ron says,
I knew she was lying about that tattoo.
This is a line from the book in reference to Ginny saying that she told Romilda Vane that Harry had a huge tattoo of a Hungarian horntail across his chest in Half-Blood Prince book. So real Harry goes with Hagrid in his souped-up motorbike in the sidecar. They know the Death Eaters will expect the real Harry to be on a broom since he's such a good flyer, and that's where he feels most natural. But Mr. Weasley upgraded the motorbike as we saw in the Half-Blood Prince film. Hagrid reminds us that this is how Harry first arrived at Privet Drive, and we know this was originally Sirius Black's motorbike. It's all just so sad. In the first film, the motorbike was a white 1959 Triumph 650 T120 Bonneville, but in this film, it's a light blue Royal Enfield. Later in the film, a copy of Rosenbaum's motorcycle owner's manual was found in Sirius's bedroom, suggesting that the fictional motorbike was covered in that manual. Mad-Eye goes with Mundungus, both on brooms. On Thestrals behind Harry, Fleur Harry rides with Bill, nuzzling up into his back. On another Thestral, Hermione Harry rides with Kingsley. I'm pretty sure neither Fleur nor Hermione at this point had seen a death, so to them, they are mounted on an invisible creatures clinging for dear life. On brooms, Arthur escorts Fred Harry, Lupin escorts George Harry, and Tonks escorts Ron Harry, who turns back to smile at real Harry, and I so appreciate Radcliffe's subtle impression of Rupert Grint's sheepish smirk. Arthur's broom is outfitted with bicycle pedals and a bike bag on the back because of his muggle obsession, and the book Each fake Harry also had a stuffed white Hedwig owl in a cage, but here, Harry releases Hedwig at the beginning of the scene. The film wanted to give us one last fanning of the snowy owl's wings, like Dumbledore's owl lectern in Half-Blood Prince. Immediately, they fly into an ambush. It's a terrifying dogfight. Literally, we go from one frame at around 1611 through a puff of clouds, and then bam, dozens of flyers are suddenly there trying to kill each other. Actually, if you look closely, each fake Harry is matched with like 4 Death Eaters. And we don't know which Harry is which, but on a Thestral flies Kingsley, meaning the Harry on that back would be Hermione, and she lets off an impressive stupefy at the Death Eater behind her. All the while, again, from her point of view, she would be on an invisible mount and not knowing if that Thestral's wings would be about to flap up or down. Yet she nails the target. Mad Eye flies past, firing a stupefy behind him, and Harry tries to help, but only sees Mad Eye using Protego from a stupefy on his right. This technically is the last shot we see of Mad Eye alive during this battle, and it's presumed that he dies shortly after this, because Mundungus Harry had disapparated when Voldemort appeared, and a killing curse meant for Mundungus Harry hit Mad Eye. Hagrid rockets them down onto a freeway. Harry hits one Death Eater with the Stupefy. In the book, Harry hesitates using Stupefy when they're in the aerial battle because stunning at that height would mean certain death, and Harry just instinctively uses non-violent spells like Expelliarmus. And because he uses Expelliarmus, that's how they identify the real Harry in the book. Zipping through traffic, Harry finds himself in a scenario similar to riding in the Weasley's Ford Anglia, even hanging from the vehicle, and the night bus weaving through the streets of London. And the souped-up motorbike has a few more features in the book. One button shoots a brick wall out the back that some Death Eaters smash into. Another blasts a net out of the back to trip some of them up. Hagrid gets stunned, though he shouldn't. In the book, he's so big and thick that most stunning spells don't work on him. But in the movie sequence logic, it sets up this heartbreak.
No!
Oh no, Hedwig! In the film, Hedwig's protection is how they know which Harry is the real one. I assume Hedwig wouldn't try to protect any of the other ones. She especially hates Ron after his shitty driving and chamber sequence rattled her cage. Like, hoot, fire away, Dolohov, hoot. So yes, Hedwig is our first major loss in Deathly Hallows, and damn, it hurts. Because it's been Hedwig's theme that accompanied every Harry Potter film, and really that music dies with her. And every time we hear that music, we think of her sacrifice. And now with the real Harry identified, Voldemort arrives, and Harry's wand works on its own to block the spell and destroy Lucius's Elm Dragon Heartstring wand. This happened because Voldemort has now tied himself to Harry twice. Once in 1981, when part of his soul went into baby Harry, and then again in Goblet of Fire when Harry's blood of the enemy forcibly taken was used to give Voldemort a new body. And Harry's wand recognized Voldemort's as both kin and threat and worked to neutralize that threat. In the book, Harry and Hagrid first stop at the home of the Tonks family and meet Ted Tonks and his wife Andromeda, sister to Bellatrix and Narcissa. Ted, a Muggle born, has to go on the run with Dean Thomas and Dirk Cresswell. But here they return to the Burrow. When Lupin lands with George, George's polyjuice as Harry is still in effect, but when they cross the camera, you can see George is now taller with red hair in the same shot. George's ear has been cursed off by, it turns out, Severus Snape using Sectum Sempra at a Death Eater, but it hit George by accident. Lupin confirms Harry's real status by asking him what creature sat in his office the first time Harry visited Lupin there. Harry answers Grindylow. Now, we didn't see a Grindylow in the Prisoner of Azkaban film, but a Grindylow is mentioned in the 3rd book. Kingsley and Hermione arrive next, then Bill and Fleur, then Tonks and Ron. Hermione hugs Ron while he still looks like Harry, which I think is the first part of a bit of tension that we see in this film. Like Ron might be thinking, wait, who do you think you're hugging right now? Ron apparently saved Tonks.
I wouldn't be standing here without him.
Really?
Why is the tone of surprise?
This gets called back later with the roles reversed.
Sexual extension, Sean.
You're amazing, you are.
Always the tone of surprise.
George quips that he's feeling like a saint or holy, which is also another way of saying hallowed or deathly, as someone has to be dead to be canonized as saint. Bill and Fleur report that Mad Eye died, which means that mid-battle, upon seeing Mad Eye die, Fleur suddenly saw a Thestral appear under her and Bill. In the book, everyone toasts Mad Eye in this moment, and Lupin and then Bill leave to retrieve his body, which connects to a detail from the Prisoner of Azkaban book and this Reddit observation that Trelawney's "When 13 Dined, the First to Rise, the First to Die" line during Christmas in Prisoner of Azkaban correctly predicts Lupin, in this instance, being the first of this group of 13 to die in the Battle of Hogwarts later. We should also note that tragically, the Death Eaters do get to Mad Eye's body first. His magical eye will later show up in Umbridge's door at the Ministry. Ugh, I hate that. Harry flashes back to memories as he sleeps. Mad Eye's final words, "Head for the Burrows." The flashbulbs on Harry and Dumbledore in the Ministry, the opening shot of Half-Blood Prince, the Resurrection Stone with the Deathly Hallows symbol on the gaunt ring as Dumbledore says, "This is beyond anything I imagine" in Half-Blood Prince. Slughorn exclaims, 7 in Half-Blood Prince, and Teenage Tom first bringing up the term Horcrux. Harry finding Regulus's fake locket in the cave. Harry saying, "They could be anything." Slughorn asking Tom, to break the stone into 7 pieces. Dumbledore holding the destroyed diary, and Dumbledore's arm around Harry again. Voldemort had blocked out Harry with occlumency and Half-Blood Prince, but now he is losing its grip, and Harry witnesses Voldemort torturing Ollivander for telling him that using a different wand on Harry would work. On the day of Bill and Fleur's wedding, we see a Daily Prophet. Dumbledore's dark secrets revealed. Rita Skeeter launches new book. Side column, Rita Skeeter interviewed by Betty Braithwaite. Also at the top, 21.4% off Rita's hit sensation. At the bottom, Dumbledore remembered by Elphia's Doge, which is a defense piece shoved all the way to the bottom corner. Actually, the prop from Mina Lima also includes Death Eater recruits on the rise and Aurors killed by mysterious poisoning. You can also see some of the text of Braithwaite's interview, hinting at Dumbledore's drama with his father, his brother, his sister, all covered in Rita's tell-all, published by the same publisher of the Daily Prophet. So this movie gives us just a bit of the relationship between Harry and Ginny Weasley, with Harry zipping up her dress here and then their kiss, but they shoot the kiss at this awkward angle so we don't really see anything. There's like no chemistry here. Steve Klove's script focuses more on Harry and Hermione's chemistry, and what some book readers accuse to be an implicit shipping Hermione bias. But really, I think it just comes out of a misunderstanding of Ginny from the books. Like in the Deathly Hallows books, Ginny, on Harry's 17th birthday, pulls him up to her room where Harry looks around to see all of her awesome Quidditch posters and appreciates how she's like a tomboy who grew up with only brothers and doesn't get weepy, and then she gifts him a kiss of a lifetime to remember her by. That makes him feel like he was filled with fire whiskey. And Harry does remember Ginny throughout the book. He's thinking about her constantly. He's longing to refeel Ginny's warmth. We get none of that in the movie. The version of Ginny written by Steve Kloves and played by Bonnie Wright unfortunately just never evolves past that shy, pining fangirl who approaches every scene like she's apologizing to be in Harry's presence. But that's not how it's supposed to be. Ginny is Molly Weasley's daughter. She's supposed to be pretty bossy and high status and awesome. Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour visits to deliver Dumbledore's last will and testament, and when it unfolds, I love this prop. You can see that Dumbledore attached via wax a smaller addendum page, meaning that he updated the will recently. This is the page that details the bequeathed items to Ronald Bilious Weasley, Hermione Jean Granger, and Harry James Potter. Hermione's middle name was changed from Jane in the book to Jean in the movie to avoid similarity with Dolores Jane Umbridge. Dumbledore gifts Ron the Deluminator, the device Albus used on Privet Drive in the first film. This proves that Dumbledore knew that Ron would leave Harry and Hermione, but would also want to find a way back to them. Behind Ron on the shelf are wedding cards addressed to Bill and Fleur. In the book, both the extended families of the Delacours and the Weasleys stay with them, and it's pretty frustrating to Molly and Ginny. Dumbledore leaves Hermione the Tales of Beetle the Bard to help her figure out the Deathly Hallows. Ron mentions 2 of the stories in it, The Wizard and the Hopping Pot and Babbity Rabbity and her Crackling Stump. The Wizard and the Hopping Pot is about a kindly wizard who helped out Muggles. Upon his death, his cruel son refused to help the Muggles who came to him asking for it. His father's old cauldron sprouted every ailment he refused to cure until he agreed to help the Muggles. Babbity Rabbity and her Crackling Stump is about a con man who convinces a cruel king that he's a wizard and can teach him magic. A real witch, Babbity Rabbity, punishes both men for their cruelty and arrogance. Other known Beetle tales include the Fountain of Fair Fortune, the Warlock's Harry Hart, and of course, the Tale of the Three Brothers. Dumbledore left Harry the first snitch Harry ever caught, and Rufus hands it to him carefully without touching it, and is disappointed when nothing happens. As Hermione points out later, snitches have flesh memory, but Harry didn't catch the snitch with his hand, he caught it with his mouth. Dumbledore had also left Harry the Sword of Gryffindor, but Rufus says that it's missing, and the sword would only appear to Harry anyway, it wouldn't be his property. Scrimgeour has hit up Harry multiple times, asking for him to be the poster boy for the Ministry in this wizarding war, and Harry refuses to share with the Minister his and Dumbledore's Horcrux quest, and he's right not to. The Ministry totally falls shortly after this. Now, in the book, for the wedding, Harry takes Polyjuice Potion to look like a random Weasley cousin named Barney, but Luna is still able to see through it from his facial expression. Here, Luna says,
"Got bitten by a garden gnome only moments ago."
Yes! Garden gnomes. This is a reference to the removed book scene in Chamber of Secrets where Harry and Ron de-gnome the garden by flinging them overhead as the gnomes are like, "Get off me." Rhys Ifans plays Xenophilius Lovegood, who shoves Harry's face close to his chest to whisper his support, giving Harry a close-up look at his Deathly Hallows necklace. In the book and some deleted scenes, Victor Krum is at the wedding, invited by Fleur, who got to know him during the Triwizard Tournament. He takes great offense at this symbol, claiming it belongs to the Dark Wizard Grindelwald, who attended Krum's Scandinavian school of Durmstrang and drew that symbol all over the walls there. Harry chats with Elphias Doge and Ron's great aunt Muriel Weasley, who tells Harry that magical historian Bathilda Bagshot, who knew Dumbledore from living in Harry's birthplace of Godric's Hollow, was the one who told Rita Skeeter about Dumbledore's family secrets. Doge says that it's a great betrayal, but we later learn in the book that Rita used Veritaserum on her. Later on in Deathly Hallows, we also learn from Aberforth that when their sister Ariana was 6, 3 Muggle boys caught her doing magic. She was too young to control it, and when she couldn't replicate it, they did terrible things to her, which destroyed her mind and turned her magic in on itself, causing it to burst out randomly. The Dumbledore family father, Percival, killed these boys, landing him in Azkaban, and Aberforth had to take care of Ariana while Albus was making a name for himself at Hogwarts. One day, Ariana's magic exploded, killing their mother, Kendra. Albus nixed his plans to travel the world with Elphias Doge and instead moved back home to be the head of the household. There, he met Gellert Grindelwald, who had been expelled from Durmstrang for practicing dark magic, and was visiting Gellert's great aunt, Bathilda Bagshot, in Godric's Hollow. Albus and Gellert became very close and sought the Deathly Hallows and wanted to rule Muggles for the greater good. And Aberforth confronted them on these creepy plans, and a fight broke out among the three. Grindelwald used the Cruciatus Curse on Aberforth, and Albus tried to stop him. One of their spells rebounded and accidentally killed Ariana. Grindelwald fled, and Aberforth blamed Albus, and that is why Albus Dumbledore said, "It was all my fault," while drinking the potion in the cave. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. December has got everybody thinking of gifts. The best gifts are the gifts that keep on giving, the things that improve your life, not just once, but over and over again. Therapy can enrich your life by giving you a set of emotional tools you can use again and again and again. And to get started with therapy, there's really no easier way than BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a platform where therapists and their clients can communicate effectively so you can get the most out of therapy. They carefully make sure therapists on the platform are well qualified, and their customer support team is there to help you if you have any questions. Just fill out the questionnaire and you will match with a therapist in as little as a couple days. If the first therapist doesn't feel like the right fit, you can easily switch to another one until you find someone you really connect with. BetterHelp also provides a journal for personal reflection, plus group sessions on a variety of topics are available every day. Users love BetterHelp, and they have over 7,000 reviews and a 4.5 rating on Trustpilot. If you are struggling and think you'd benefit from a therapy session, click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/newrockstars and get 10% off your first month of therapy. The wedding is interrupted by a message from Kingsley.
Ministry is fallen. Minister of Magic.
In the book, the silvery orb is Kingsley's Patronus, a lynx, which is very cool. Death Eaters apparate in. The bald one who said, "You got that right," earlier, immediately Avada Kedavra as some poor wedding guest. Thorfinn Raoul is there. As Lupin pushes Harry to flee, behind him you can see Bill and Ginny in a duel with someone else as Bill blocks a stunning curse. Hermione apparates Harry and Ron to London's Piccadilly Circus. She packed a go-bag with clothes and books and an undetectable extension charm in case they needed to bounce. They go to a diner where Dolohov and Raoul, dressed as workmen, find them immediately. How do they find them so fast? Well, the name Voldemort has a taboo jinx on it, as the Death Eaters know that only the Order of the Phoenix would be brave enough to say the name, and Dolohov and Raoul enter the diner within just a few seconds of Hermione saying Voldemort's here.
If Voldemort really has taken over the Ministry, then none of your places are safe.
In the book, it takes the trio a while to figure out this taboo jinx, but Ron begs him to stop saying the name because he just feels there's something off about it. In this film, Harry does call him you-know-who, which comes from a deleted scene with Ron mentioning the possibility of the taboo.
It's taboo, you know whose name. That's how they track people now. How do you know that?
In the duel, Harry hits Raoul with Stupefy. Dolohov jumps up from behind the bagel counter to fire curses, but on the last one, Hermione realizes, oh, it's just glass. I can blast through it, and she aims for the midsection with Petrificus Totalis. Ron hints at killing them.
So what are we going to do with you, eh? Tell us if it was turned around, wouldn't you? If we kill them, they'll know we were here.
Ron.
Suppose you did Mad Eye. How would you feel then?
Now, yes, this is far more bloodthirsty than Ron is in the books, but it is worth noting that Dolohov was one of the 5 Death Eaters who killed Ron's mother's Molly's brothers, Ron's uncles, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. And Ron says all this while Dolohov isn't stunned or knocked out. Dolohov is just paralyzed. He can hear everything, including how this Weasley kid wants to kill him. Also on the wall in this cafe, there's a poster for Equus, which Daniel Radcliffe was starring in at the time. Ron touches a bloody spot on Hermione's chin, recalling him pointing to the toothpaste and then the butterbeer foam in Half-Blood Prince. This is like his way of saying, I love you. Hermione mentions a cake that she and Ginny had made for Harry's 17th birthday. In the book, they shape the cake like a golden stitch, which makes Rufus suspicious that Harry might have known what Dumbledore was going to bequeath to him in his will. They go to Grimmauld Place, which Harry inherited after Sirius's death. Moody set up a defense of a dusty, ghostly form of Dumbledore to stop Snape, who knew the secure location from the Fidelius charm, from getting in. But we do learn that Snape did get in here. Harry sees Voldemort reprimanding Ollivander because of the false intel on the wand connection. In the book, Harry also sees Voldemort force Draco to torture Raoul for his failure to catch Harry at the cafe. Harry goes into Sirius's bedroom and finds small dragon skeleton figurines and a history of magic textbook written by Bathilda Bagshot. Harry has had that class with Professor Binns for several years, but probably never touched his textbook because that ghost is boring. In the book, Harry finds in this room a letter to Sirius from Lily, along with a torn photo of Harry whizzing around on a toy broom. We later learn that Snape had snuck into Grimmauld Place and tore off half of this photo, though half with Lily in it, along with her signature from the letter. In my opinion, not the best look for Snape, as legally and emotionally, this photo totally belonged to Harry. They find Regulus Arcturus Black on the other door, the RAB on the locket note. They also find Creature, and a full chapter in the book tells Creature's tale, with Regulus in the cave, swapping the locket, Regulus getting dragged under by Infuri, and Creature failing to destroy the Horcrux. And pitying and just appreciating Creature's efforts over all this time, Harry gifts Creature Regulus's locket, and Creature pulls a full 180, cooking and cleaning and just respecting the trio. Now, in Deathly Hallows, the elves' performances were accomplished by the voice actors Toby Jones and Simon McBurnley going through the scenes first physically on set, and then the body double stand-ins, Diane Gibbons and Bendy Johal, would act out the scenes trying to match those initial performances, and then that reference would be replaced with the digital creatures in post-production. So that means the elves now occupy the same physical space as the other actors in the scene, and you can totally see it on Radcliffe and the rest, reacting emotionally to them. There's just like a weight to the elves, and all kinds of meaning of weight that exists in this film that wasn't in Chamber of Secrets. Meanwhile, we see Death Eaters stopping the Hogwarts Express, searching for Harry, and Neville proves what a badass he is now.
Hey, losers. He isn't here.
Poor Neville is going to get roughed up by the Death Eaters at Hogwarts throughout this year. The Ministry has fallen to the Death Eaters. Pius Thickness stands before staff, along with Yaxley, now the head of magical law enforcement, along with Dolores Umbridge and Runcorn. As Pius speaks, notice that his hand twitches. While the movie doesn't confirm it explicitly, I think this is a clue that he is, like in the book, under the Imperious Curse during this time. The Daily Prophet now prints that Harry is undesirable #1, with a bounty of 10,000 galleons on his head, the same amount that was placed on Sirius Black. They used the photo where Harry's nose was bloodied up after the Battle of the Ministry, where I guess Harry just looked the most weak. The Fountain of Magical Brethren has been replaced with a new, horrifying statue reading "Magic is Might," showing a large stone crushing muggles beneath it and a wizard and witch back to back on top. There's no centaur, no elf now, just wizards. Its design was influenced by several famous sculptures from Soviet Russia and pre-war Germany and contains 50 handcrafted figures of men, women, and children. But those Soviet and East German statues were meant to show how the proletariat was lifting up and carrying society. Here, they are being crushed. In the book, the statue is a witch and wizard sitting atop a throne made of naked muggle bodies twisted and pressed together, which is even worse. In the crowd is also Reg Cattermole, the guy Ron will later transform into, nervous here because his wife is muggle-born, and Scavier, a snatcher who catches runaway witches and wizards in return for bounties, walks up. This bruised and battered man, this is actually Dirk Cresswell, who was part of the Slug Club and worked for the Goblin Liaison Office, who was muggle-born and was caught by Runcorn faking his family tree. In the book, Cresswell escapes and goes on the run with Dean Thomas and Ted Tonks, and I'm gonna bring that up a lot because I think it's so cool that these three randos end up together. Also, at this point in the book, part of the Death Eater takeover includes Hogwarts attendance being made mandatory, with classes now designed for students to prove their magical ability and for Death Eaters to suss out who might be lesser in their eyes or muggle-born, even though that's completely unrelated to magical ability. Dobby and Creature drag Mundungus back to Grimmauld Place. In the book, it's just Creature, but the film needed to reintroduce Dobby since he had been sidelined since Chamber of Secrets. But I like how Creature in this scene seems to be more eager to please Harry in this moment. Just a little fun detail. Hermione disarms Mundungus, and you'll notice for the first time, Expelliarmus flips the disarmed wand back to the other's hand, which will become important in the final duel with Harry and Voldemort. Mundungus says he handed over the locket to Umbridge, and we see an old Daily Prophet, Ministry seeks educational reform, new era dawns at Hogwarts. We actually saw this same paper before in Order of the Phoenix, but now they've added Mafalda Hopkirk next to Dolores. This is the woman that Hermione transforms into later, and they also changed the background of this photo to have the new statue. So they stun Mafalda Hopkirk. This is the witch actually who previously sent Harry the Howler-like notice in Order of the Phoenix, and Reg Cattermole, who works in magical maintenance and whose wife is being interrogated, and investigator Albert Runcorn. They do the audience a favor by having the three actors match the hair color of the trio. Actually, David O'Hara, who plays Runcorn, does an incredibly good job matching Daniel Radcliffe's very specific walking style. Remember, in Order of the Phoenix, Ministry employees happily greeted each other and arrived via various methods. Now everyone has a droll, disciplined manner and takes the same way in through the toilet flues. People scurry away as Harry as Runcorn approaches, similar to how people will avoid Hermione as Bellatrix in part 2. When Yaxley snaps at Ron/Cattermole to make it stop raining in his office or will go harder on his muggle-born wife, Ron panics.
What am I gonna do? My wife's all alone downstairs. Ron, you don't have a wife.
While this is just presented as a goofy mix-up, I think Ron gets 10 points for empathy here. And I like how there's the sound of running water as he gets off the lift, a clue to the rain currently pouring down in Yaxley's office. Harry and Hermione luckily run into Umbridge almost immediately, and the chain of the locket is clearly visible around her neck. Umbridge asks Hopkirk if Travers sent her. Travers is the Death Eater who held Ginny at wand point in the Death Chamber in Order of the Phoenix. Harry sees propaganda pamphlets, mudbloods, and the dangers they pose to a perfect pure blood society. The Ministry emblem uses the same shrinking text feature that Umbridge's educational decrees had in Order of the Phoenix. Harry sees Moody's magical eye shoved in Umbridge's door so that she can spy on everyone while they work. In the book, Harry can't bear the thought of her having his eye, so he steals it, and that actually is what alerts everyone that there's an intruder. Later in the forest, Harry buries this eye next to the oldest, most gnarled looking tree he can find to give Moody a somewhat proper burial. Harry causes the diversion using decoy detonators, one of Fred and George's wacky inventions. These aren't known to double themselves as they do here, but I assume Hermione placed a doubling charm on them. Gemino. Umbridge's office has the same decor as her office at Hogwarts. Cat plates, that teacup that definitely has too much sugar in it. In her drawer, some sus books. When Muggles Attack, with a depiction of a Muggle, definitely recalling Nazi propaganda that made monstrous forms out of the groups they considered undesirable. Then Mudbloods and How to Spot Them by Barrett Fay, and The Muggle Conspiracy by Sinistra Lowe. We see she has a file on Arthur Weasley saying blood status pure blood, but with unacceptable pro-Muggle leanings, known member of the Order of the Phoenix. It also lists his security status with the color red and very high risk and says he's being tracked. There's one for Moody with a red X over it, another for Hermione with her whereabouts listed as last seen in the company of undesirable number 1, another for Sirius with a big ol' X through it. Same with Dumbledore's, whose photo gives Harry a little smile, like the photo might be able to see through that Polyjuice potion disguise. Harry and Ron pass officers of wizarding law enforcement dragging away another Muggle-born. Their uniforms include a red armband to connote their ranks, which is also worn by Snatchers, an obvious nod to the Nazi SS. In the courtroom, Dementors circle ominously above, kept at bay by Umbridge's Patronus, a house cat, naturally, keeping the Dementors back from Umbridge and the other members of the court. Instead of the full Wizengamot, only a few Death Eaters are observing now, including that bald one who searched the train earlier. We hear the Horcrux screech again.
Wife to Reginald?
Umbridge doesn't seem to hear or even notice it's evil, probably because she's so evil already, there's nothing there to corrupt. Umbridge questions Mary Cattermole's wand as truly coming from Ollivander's, and Harry draws his wand, saying the great callback.
You're lying, Dolores. And one mustn't tell.
I love how Umbridge's kitty cat Patronus hisses at Harry in this moment. So they snatch the locket, and they don't leave a replacement fake locket as they do in the book to avoid Horcrux suspicion. And they flee the Dementors, whose CGI hands look creepily photorealistic as they claw at them through the elevator grate. I love how extra Stefan Rodri goes as Ron before the Dementors kiss. And despite being mid-kiss, Harry lets off a powerful Patronus, just showing how natural he is at finding a happy place, even at the darkest of times. In the lobby, Mary gives Reg/Ron a big ol' smooch, not at all worried that her husband's deep voice sounds oddly high right now. Hermione shoots a jealous look here. A ministry employee snitches on them, likely worried he'll get in trouble for not saying anything. Yaxley chases them, fighting through undesirable flyers that Harry bewitched. Ron gives off an impressive no-look Expelliarmus. They flew out of there, back to Grimmauld Place, but Yaxley has grabbed hold. In the twisty animation, you can briefly see the interior of Grimmauld Place, and Yaxley looking around, followed by Hermione apparating herself and Harry and Ron to the woods near where the Quidditch World Cup was held. But uh-oh, what happened to Ron here?
Been split. Ron's been sponged.
Totally fair. Emma Watson doesn't do the fry or the fray here. Hermione puts up protection spells, repeating Protego Totalum and Salvia Hexia, which both repel hexes, and then Repello Muggletum, which wards off muggles, and then Muffliato. That was one of Snape's invented spells from Half-Blood Prince that fills people's ears with a muffled sound so you can talk near them without being heard. The tent they go glamping in this movie is actually the same Weasley family tent with the extension charm that they used at the Quidditch Cup and Goblet of Fire, but without all the plush furniture, just really some cots and the bench and the table. They try to destroy the locket. Harry uses Descendium, which is a spell to open a secret door that was actually used on the one-eyed witch statue in Prisoner of Azkaban. I guess Harry wanted to force the locket open and doesn't think to use Parseltongue yet. Hermione uses Incendio, the flame spell. Harry uses Expulso, that's the explosion spell, and then Defendo, which is a severing charm, not Sectum Sempra, but like just one to cut things. And then Reducto, the spell that disintegrates things used by Ginny in Order of the Phoenix, and he actually uses that a few more times here in Rage. And really, I just think he's trying to remember Ginny and how much he misses her. Harry decides to wear the necklace. In the book, Harry describes it as having a sort of heartbeat that he can feel when he wears it. Ron listens on the radio. In the book, there's a Resistance radio broadcast called Potter Watch, hosted by Lee Jordan, codenamed River, as a reference to the River Lee in Ireland and the River Jordan in Israel. Kingsley, Lupin, Fred, George, and others guest on this radio show. We only hear bits and pieces of it in this film. Here they report a goblin named Gornick who was killed, and Muggleborns Dean Thomas, Ted Tonks, and Dirk Cresswell have escaped. Now in the book, Dean, Ted, Dirk, and goblins Gornick and Griphook form what I think is a delightful fivesome of fugitives, and are actually overheard in the book by an unseen Harry, Ron, and Hermione that Ginny, Neville, and Luna tried to steal the Sword of Gryffindor from Snape's office and were sent to the Forbidden Forest to help Hagrid, which, when you think about it, was really just a blessing concealed as a punishment from Snape. The goblins mention that Snape sent the sword to Gringotts, but the goblins say it's a fake, because goblins can always tell. Later, Ted, Dirk, and Gornick are said to have been killed, but Griphook and Dean got captured and taken to Malfoy Manor. We see Griphook there later, but we don't see Dean until Deathly Hallows Part 2 at Hogwarts. Here, the Potter Watch radio show also reports that a Muggle family of 5 was found dead in their home. Touching the locket, it appears to bite Harry as he flashes to visions with Voldemort, the wand maker Grigorovich, who says the Elder Wand was stolen from him by a young thief. This young thief is Gellert Grindelwald, played by Stranger Things Jamie Campbell Bower. Hermione has been foraging for food. Now, why doesn't she use magic to create food? Well, they can't do that. Food is one of the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental disfiguration. Food cannot be magicked into existence out of nothing. As Harry snaps at Hermione, the locket screech gets louder, but when he hands it over to her, it goes away. Harry watches Snape's footprints on the Marauders map in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts as the radio reports that under Snape, infractions are dealt with harshly. Outside, Hermione freezes as Scabier and the other Snatchers pass dangerously close. I love the camera work for this shot. As the camera circles them, Emma Watson steps back out of frame, probably behind the camera crew, to make it look like, from Scabier's point of view, there's no one there. But then when the camera circles back around, Emma Watson steps back into frame as if she was standing there the whole time. They add these VFX blurs to show where the camera would be passing through the barrier, and they muffle the Snatcher's audio when we're on Hermione's side. Ron pokes out of the tent to hear this.
Time, Hermione. I like your perfume, just don't wear any.
In the 6th book, the love potion to Harry smells like Ginny's perfume, so Harry's, again, just missing his favorite smell. The radio lists off some missing witches and wizards: Jason and Allison Denbright, Bella, Jake, Charlie, and Madge Farley, Joe Laurie, Eleanor Sarah Gibbs, Harry and Bronwyn Trigg, Rob and Ellie Dawson, Georgia Clark Day, Joshua Flexen, George Countess, Gabriella and Emily Mather, Jacob and Mimi Erland, William and Brian Gallagher, Katie and James Killick, Elsie Valentine Schroeder, Jennifer Winston, Tamsin and Lola Hilliker, Scarlett and Kitty Sharp. Now, none of these are characters we've heard about before in the books or movies, but they do share last names with many on the film's crew. The locket affects Ron more than the other 2, and as the Horcrux screech reaches a fever pitch, there's this overhead shot of the tent, followed by this abrupt cut to Ron looking downward, recalling one of Stanley Kubrick's transitions in The Shining, of Jack Torrance losing his mind as he watched his wife and son playing in the maze. And at several points, you do see Ron definitely doing the tilted Kubrick face in a lot of shots. Hermione realizes the Sword of Gryffindor can destroy a Horcrux since it's impregnated with basilisk blood. Ron can only see this as another thing for them to find, and much of this argument comes directly from chapter 15 in the book, but Ron in the film is far more paranoid about Harry and Hermione's romantic sparks. Harry in this fight in the book is actually the more paranoid one about Ron and Hermione whispering behind his back, but really from Ron, there's really just one line in the scene after Hermione raises a Protego shield to keep Ron from cursing Harry, and she chooses to stay, and Ron says, "I get it, you choose him." That's really it from this argument, but the film changes the line to this.
I get it. I saw you 2 the other night.
And this movie scene blocking makes Ron pretty unlikable. He shoves Hermione, and he shouts this at Harry.
You know how it feels. Your parents are dead. You have no family.
Yeah, neither of those are from the book. And yeah, this is the Horcrux, but Ron in the book never lets the Horcrux drag him down this much. Him leaving is pretty much entirely motivated by impatience with the mission and fear for his family. But this movie makes a big love triangle out of it. After Ron leaves, they leave a scarf behind and apparate to a new place, and Harry tries to cheer Hermione up with, well, this. Ooh, the song song that they dance to is Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds 2004 track Oh Children, with lyrics dwelling on the loss of innocence, but not in the romantic sense, just, children unpacking how they often have to fight adult battles before the train has even left the station. Screenwriter Steve Kloves said that when he read Deathly Hallows, he thought Harry and Hermione might kiss in the tent. But Steve, they didn't. And Emma Watson described this scene as like the awkward moment in a co-ed friendship where you think it might be more, but it ends up not being that. Don't get me wrong, I really like raw, organic moments of joy between the actors in these films. This moment, I think, was just manufactured. Like, it wasn't improvised by the actors, it was like a direction to dance from the script, from the director. And just the fact that it's so heavily edited, it's not like a long take of just the actors goofing around, it's like a highlight reel of the least cringy moments from this dance. So it doesn't feel authentic. I do credit the actors though for playing this with unhinged exhaustion, and then Emma Watson's perfectly timed turn away to non-verbally quash any possibility here. But in the sequence, it does weirdly lead to Harry putting his lips on the snitch to reveal the words, "I open at the close." Harry knows to do this way earlier in the book, right after Scrimgeour leaves the burrow. Here it almost feels motivated by Harry wanting to smooch something. But the dance scene also seemed to loosen up Hermione's creative thinking as she realizes that the rune on the opening page of Tales of Beedle the Bard wasn't printed on the page, but inked in after the fact, applying some of Harry's Half-Blood Prince margin note thinking. Also, the inner page reads that illustrations to this book were done by Luxo Caruzos, named after Luca Caruso, son of Miraforna Mina, one of the graphic designers who hide them and their friends' names all over these. So they decide to go to Godric's Hollow, and there's this moment.
Hermione.
Don't ever let me give you a haircut again.
I think this is meant to button any possible romantic thing between them, as Hermione's suggesting that the whole fight with Ron started with Hermione giving Harry a haircut. They arrive at Godric's Hollow, and Hermione says that they should have used Polyjuice Potion here. They do that in the book, and they learn it's Christmas Eve. They've lost track of time. In the book, they pass by a war memorial first that, when they get closer, transforms into a memorial statue of Harry and his parents. They also see Harry's old house with a plaque out front memorializing what happened there, and trinkets and recent letters wishing Harry luck. Hermione sees the Deathly Hallows symbol on Ignotus Peveril's grave, one of the three brothers from the story. Harry finds his parents' headstones, and written on them is James Potter, born 27th March 1960, died October 31st, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30th, 1960, died October 31st, 1981. And the quote, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." As the camera pans around Harry and Hermione comforting one another, suddenly we notice Bathilda backshot. A fly buzzes around her. Since this is a rotting skin of a woman being puppeted by a snake. Inside Bathilda's house, Harry has to ignite the match for her since Nagini can't work the puppet fingers. Harry spots a photo of Grindelwald, her great nephew. Bathilda does not speak while Hermione's present because Hermione would know immediately that she's speaking Parseltongue and be like, let's get out of here. Hermione finds a copy of Rita Skeeter's book with the note, "Dear Batty, thanks for your help. You said everything, even if you don't remember." And that's because Rita took advantage of Batty Bathilda's dementia and used Verita serum on her. Once upstairs, Nagini, Bathilda, asks in Parseltongue, "Are you?" And Harry responds that he is. In the book, she relays that information to Voldemort, who tells her to hold Harry there until he arrives. And it's pretty crazy to consider that with Nagini and Harry and the locket around his neck in the shot, these are three Horcruxes and really half of Voldemort's remaining soul, all within a few feet of each other. Next is a truly disturbing sequence as Bathilda's corpse skin implodes. You can actually see more in the mirror behind Harry. Bathilda's head snaps back to abruptly open the neck hole for the snake to slither out of. Nagini strikes and busts through the wall into a weirdly overly lit child's nursery. This is creepy. The overhead light swings back and forth in an homage to Psycho. I assume Bathilda lived in a terrace and shared a wall with a neighboring family, but psychologically for Harry, he's back in his childhood nursery where he saw his mother die. They fight off the snake and apparate to the Forest of Dean. Harry's wand is broken, depriving Harry of what he thinks is his one edge over Voldemort, their twin wand cores. In the book, Voldemort had arrived to Bathilda's house right before they apparate, and he is furious that Harry had evaded him again, right down the street from where he got him the first time. Harry also knows that Voldemort saw the same photo of Grindelwald and must know who stole the wand from Grigorovich. Hermione shows Harry the photo of young Albus with young Gellert in Rita's book under a chapter titled "The Greater Good." The two young men would sign letters to each other with this phrase, and Grindelwald would obsess over it when he wreaked havoc. Harry looks at the broken mirror piece and sees nothing and then just lets it fall, ready to give up hope, but the Patronus of a doe appears. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry thought his father had sent the stick Patronus, but the doe Patronus belonged to his mother, Lily. But of course, it's another twist revealed later. This was really sent by Snape, whose Patronus changed to a doe after Lily died. This doe leads Harry to a frozen lake, and he sees the sword of Gryffindor at the bottom. Now, the whole sword in the lake premise is a well-trod territory in fantasy stories. King Arthur was given Excalibur by the Lady of the Lake. Harry can't call the sword to him here because he needs to prove himself first. Harry does try Acio's sword. It just kind of like glimmers at him like, Harry polar bears in, and the locket, sensing something that can kill it, tries to drown Harry. But Harry's rescued by Ron, and Ron Weasley retrieves the sword. In the book, Harry had kept hearing someone calling out his name and realizes now that it was Ron trying to find them through Hermione's protection spells around their camp. Harry tells Ron to destroy the Horcrux, and he opens it using Parseltongue, the same way he opened the Chamber of Secrets. It flips open, showing a pale blue eye, the eye of Tom Riddle. And I love this wide shot of it suddenly exploding in an inky, cloudy mess. Tom Riddle's voice taunts Ron with his fears and his anxieties. Crawling spiders, least loved by a mother who craved a daughter, least loved by the girl who preferred his friend. Harry shouts. I love how the cloud just swats Harry away. Like, no. While the Riddle Harry and the Riddle Hermione do match the descriptions and dialogue in the book, revealing a genuine anxiety from Ron that he could lose Hermione to the chosen one Harry. Really, again, in the book, it's just really conflated with like Molly Weasley preferring Harry as a son to Ron. It's really just more about Ron feeling unwanted rather than being a jealous lover. Also, Yates and Cloves take the description of Riddle Hermione and Riddle Harry kissing in chapter 9, the 3 words their lips met, and they heighten it so that they're naked here. Ugh, they were not naked in the book. Reportedly, when they shot this, Daniel Radcliffe was shirtless, Emma Watson was wearing a strapless bra, and both actors were covered in silver body paint, and Daniel said that Emma was, quote, like an animal. I suppose the idea is to give any Harmony shippers out there the kiss they wanted, but to just make it real grotesque. Ron charges in with the sword, and as in the book, Harry thinks for a second that Ron is coming for him with the sword, but Ron smashes a Horcrux. In the last second, you can see Riddle's panicked eye before the screech is silenced. Ron explains that he tried to find them from the moment he left, and finally heard Hermione's voice come from the Deluminator from the first time she said his name aloud after he left them. I assume Dumbledore got this idea because he was there in the infirmary in Half-Blood Prince to see how important it was for Hermione to hear Ron say her name, Hermione. So he coded the Deluminator to give that gift back to Ron. Ron saw the tiny ball of light, and it went inside of him, and when he apparated, it brought him here to the Forest of Dean. Ron gives Harry the spare wand that he took off a snatcher. Hermione points out another part of Rita's book, a letter from Albus to Gellert about for the greater good being for the Muggles' own good, and we can see the last part on screen here. This was your mistake at Durmstrang, but I do not complain, because if you had not been expelled, we would not have met. Albus uses the Deathly Hallows symbol to form the A of its name. They visit Xenophilius Lovegood. You can actually see a thestral painted on the outside of the house, and they see a sign that reads, keep off the dirigible plums. These are the orange radish-like fruit that Luna designed for her earrings to look like. The Lovegoods believe that dirigible plums enhance one's ability to accept the extraordinary, and in Xenophilius' house, he has a stone bust of Rowena Ravenclaw and attempted to recreate her lost diadem out of these plums. You can actually see that bust in this shot. It's partially what inspires Harry to realize the final Horcrux later in Hogwarts. In part 2 of the movie, Luna's like, it's the lost diadem, of course. You can see pages from the Quibbler on the wall with headlines, funny old wizarding world, Raxperts break out at ministry, elfin safety inquiry, and they spell inquiry with E-N, like the British tabloid, The Inquirer. Ginger Witch sent to Azkaban, that's like the running joke of the Ginger Witch that Mina Lima put throughout these movies. Left is the new right, existing Wizengamot, lose credibility, then Yeti footprints, true sightings or another prank, wizarding genealogists debate, mud or blood, and a brilliant discovery, new constellation named Bartholomeus. Hermione reads from the Tales of Beetle the Bard, the tale of the 3 brothers. It begins with Xenophilius sending a crow, likely to alert the Death Eaters, and a crow's feather drifts into a puddle to take us into this animated world. It is so cool. Framestore spent 6 months animating this sequence inspired by shadow puppetry and wooden marionettes. This story being cast as shadows on a candlelit canvas makes it feel like this is a story perhaps being told by Death himself from the other side of the veil. And Death is really like the enlightened philosopher king in Plato's allegory of the cave, using shadows to project incomplete representations of a greater reality we're unable to see. The Peverell brothers cheat Death by crafting a bridge to cross the treacherous river. The Death puppet resembles the twisted knots of a dead tree, the knuckles of his thin fingers resembling the notches of the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand is a gift to the first brother. The second brother asks for a stone to bring people back from the dead, the Resurrection Stone. The third brother is already sneaking up on Death, hiding behind him, and asks for a way to avoid Death, and Death cuts off a piece of his own cloak, the Invisibility Cloak. book. This animation has just some really cool transitions, a vertical line representing the Elder Wand turned into the candle wick on the night of Antioch's murder, and then the light from the door as the second brother Cadmus finds his resurrected love, and her dress sparkles just like the invisibility cloak / the cloak of death, showing how even her return was really an illusion by Death, who reels up the second brother on his noose like a marionette. The story ends with a third brother successfully hiding from Death his whole life, passing the cloak down to his son and surrendering to Death as they fly away together as equals. Actually, fun fact, in French, vol de mort translates roughly to the flight of death or theft of death. These three brothers were, of course, Antioch Peveril, the first brother, Cadmus Peveril, the second brother, and Ignotus Peveril, the third brother. Ignotus Peveril's bloodline led to James Potter and Harry, the invisibility cloak, passing from father to son. Cadmus, it seems, didn't have direct descendants, obviously, because he took his own life, but since the Resurrection Stone ends up in the Gaunt family ring, it's believed that Tom Riddle's ancestry was tied to Cadmus in some way, in addition to being descended directly from Salazar Slytherin. Xenophilius draws the 3 runes for each hallow to create the symbol. Harry visibly shakes as he draws a triangle for the invisibility cloak, as he realizes that for the past several years of his life, he has been draping himself in Death's own cape. Harry asks who took Luna, and Xenophilius, instead of saying the Death Eaters, decides he needs the Death Eaters to be here immediately and says the word Voldemort, triggering the taboo jinx and summoning them here right away. So they apparate away out of the explosions and run right into Snatchers, including Xavier and Fenrir Greyback. In the book, it's not an unlucky apparition. Harry accidentally says Voldemort again, heated up by the fear of the Elder Wand, and Ron confirms the taboo jinx is real, but it's too late. Here, they run for it. The camera team used a hands-free camera on a wire, giving us these pretty sleek wide shots zipping past the actors. But between this and the straight-up bombing of the Lovegood house, Yates clearly felt he needed more heightened action to climax part 1. But logically, it doesn't make sense. The blind bombing made no sense if the goal was to capture Harry alive, and here, the trio totally could hide behind some trees and take out some or all of these doofy Snatchers in a shootout. They're good duelers. They kept up with some Death Eaters in the Ministry, and there was a whole battle with Death Eaters in Hogwarts in the Half-Blood Prince book. Ron gets tripped up by an Incarcerous curse. Hermione hits Harry with a stinging jinx to disguise his face. Harry has a vision of Voldemort finding Grindelwald in Nurmengard. That's a prison Gellert built to hold his enemies, and he was imprisoned in it later in his life. In the book, Gellert refuses to say where the Elder Wand is, no longer fearing death. Here, he says the wand is with him, referring to Dumbledore. And we remember how the Chocolate Frog card told us Albus beat Gellert in 1945. That's when the transfer happened. And in this moment, Voldemort recalls his duel with Dumbledore in the Ministry. And this flashback is very important because Voldemort is realizing that Dumbledore could have beaten him then, but Dumbledore held back for a couple reasons: to protect Harry, and because Dumbledore must have known that beating Voldemort in the duel would not have killed Voldemort because Voldemort backed up his soul on external horde drives. And therefore, Voldemort, as of this moment, knows that Dumbledore, and therefore Harry, knows about the Horcruxes. And that's why we next see Dumbledore with the Elder Wand using fire to fight the Inferi in the cave, which was a Harry memory, not a Voldemort memory. So now Voldemort is putting 2 and 2 together that they knew about the Horcrux locket. Also, if this Gellert Grindelwald actor looks familiar, Michael Byrne played Colonel Vogel in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Remember, the Nazi with no ticket. Harry gives the fake name of Vernon Dudley, using Muggle names that he hopes they won't know. Hermione says that she's Penelope Clearwater, who is Percy's secret girlfriend in Chamber of Secrets. As in the early shot, we smoke apparate back to Malfoy Manor. Draco is hesitant to identify Harry, fearing his role in the shifting balance of power and seeing a Hogwarts teacher devoured on his family's dining table. Harry is counting on Draco having more forgiveness for him after a Sectum Sempra than Harry ever had for Draco. Bellatrix loses it when she sees Gryffindor's sword. As we said before, the one interpersonal vault is a fake, but really she's just terrified that her vault, and therefore the Hufflepuff cup inside of it, is not secure, and that she will suffer the same humiliation that Lucius Malfoy got when he lost a Horcrux. Her reaction here is actually what tips off the trio that she must have a Horcrux in there. Narcissa and Wormtail take Harry and Ron to the cellar, where they find Luna and Griphook and Ollivander. In the first film, Griphook was physically portrayed by Vern Troyer and voiced by Warwick Davis. Here, Davis plays the role fully. While in the book, Bellatrix tortures Hermione with Crucio, here she carves mudblood on her arm, and we see a single hair floating in front of Hermione. This is the one that she will use in part 2 for the Polyjuice potion to transform into Bellatrix. Harry looks into the mirror shard for help, and he sees someone who ends up sending Dobby. In part 2, we learn this is Aberforth. Wormtail fetches Griphook to question him about the sword. In the book, Harry tells Griphook to lie and say that it's a fake. The sword is goblin made, and goblins' ownership customs say that when they make an item for someone, once that person dies, ownership should revert back to the goblin who made it. So they kind of form a deal with Griphook that he can get the sword back. Dobby apparates Luna and Ollivander to Bill and Fleur's cottage. Wormtail returns and he gets KO'd, which is a bummer. In the book, Wormtail starts to strangle Harry, who reminds him that he spared his life back in Prisoner of Azkaban, and Wormtail hesitates, and his silver hand, which was enchanted by Voldemort, turns on Wormtail, strangling strangling himself, which ties up a loose end from Dumbledore telling Harry that by sparing Wormtail, the man would now owe him. Ron disarms Bellatrix, Harry stupefies Lucius, and then Harry duels Draco, while Ron duels Narcissa. Bellatrix grabs Hermione, and she very clearly orders Draco to pick up their wands. A very important detail, because in the chaos that follows, Harry wrestles that wand out of Draco's hand, technically disarming him. And because Draco disarmed Dumbledore of the Elder Wand on the Astronomy Tower, Draco, during that time, was the rightful owner to the Elder Wand. And now Harry, by disarming Draco of any wand, makes Harry the rightful owner of the Elder Wand, which is why Voldemort is later unable to defeat Harry in the duel with the Elder Wand. Dobby drops the chandelier, unleashing one last stroke of chaos like he did in the Dursley house. Dobby declares himself a free elf to Bellatrix and breaks the group out of there, but not before Bellatrix's dagger zips right into the mix. And Dobby's death is shattering. The photorealism the artists were able to achieve with Dobby's skinny legs reflecting in the wet sand and his increasingly pale flesh as he smiles up at Harry. The fact that they had Toby Jones on set before Diane Gibbons was able to step in totally pays off the weight of this moment.
Dobby is happy to be with his friend, Harry Potter.
Rowling ends chapter 23 describing Dobby's final moment this way, quote, "His eyes were nothing more than great glassy orbs sprinkled with light from the stars they could not see." And later when Harry buries him, he carves a headstone that reads, "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." At the end of Chamber of Secrets, Harry had asked Dobby to promise him to never try to save his life again, and Dobby smiled. Dobby paid the ultimate price here for breaking that promise. The final scene of this Part 1 film shows us a moment that was only talked about in the book, Voldemort robbing Dumbledore's grave for the Elder Wand. In the book, Dumbledore's white tomb is located on the shores of the lake on the Hogwarts grounds. Here we see the tomb on a small island shot at Scotland's Eilon Namoin. I'm so sorry, I know I mispronounced that. It's a very cool looking lake with trees on it, and they actually also used shots of this lake for Buckbeak's flight in Prisoner of Azkaban. The tall trees on this island make a very cool visual as Voldemort uses the Elder Wand, which is just some great wordplay by Rowling. Elder meaning older than all other wands, but Elder is also, you know, a type of tree, and he fires a triumphant bolt into the sky as we cut to black. But Voldemort is wrong to assume that grave robbing is any kind of victory. His kleptomania of trinkets and relics betray him. The relic on the island he should have been worried about was the locket in the cave, and that is a battle he lost decades ago, because his defeat will not come from one boy who stands up to him, but the countless others who stand with that boy and delivered a death by 1,000 cuts he was too arrogant to see. So we are going to hold off from our Room of Requirement section until we finish Part 2 of Deathly Hallows next week. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2011's Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, the 8th and final entry in our weekly Harry Potter rewatch series. And you better be ready to cry, because this one racks up the highest body count, and we found dozens of more details that'll make you cry even harder. But hey, a reminder that New Rockstars now has a channel membership option for those of you able and willing to support our hard work here, and we have a special announcement about that at the end of this video. Okay, this film opens by replaying the final scene of Deathly Hallows Part 1, Voldemort grave robbing Dumbledore's white tomb on the Island of Trees to retrieve the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in the world. Voldemort attaining what he thinks is the greatest achievement of his life through treachery and grave robbing on an island all alone tells us a lot about how this asshole's gonna die. Cut off from everyone else, arrogant, but ultimately alone. The Warner Brothers logo of this final film brightens somewhat like a headstone. This film teaches us that in death can still be victory. Instead of Hedwig's theme, we hear this woman's vocalization. Now that Hedwig has fallen, composer Alexandra Desplat gives us Lily's theme, sung here by Mai Fujisawa, daughter of Japanese composer Joe Hisaishi. We hear orchestral versions of this song at key moments throughout this film, notably in the adaptation of the heartbreaking Chapter 34, The Forest Again, when Lily's spectral form returns to comfort her baby boy. So this film really opens with the lullaby Harry will need to hear to strengthen himself in order to face death. We see Dementors hovering around Hogwarts, the fog they use to breed, blanketing this hallowed ground in fear and uncertainty, draining any joy from the once happy place. Specifically, they are staring at the Viaduct Bridge, an architectural detail that does not appear in the books, but was added to the structure in Goblet of Fire for the Hungarian Horntail dragon to fly under, and is emphasized here because it is the dueling ground where Harry and Voldemort will have their final shots. Severus Snape watches over the students being marched in like prisoners of war by Death Eaters like Amicus and Electo Harrow. Geographically, coming in from the bridge like this would mean that they would be coming from the Forbidden Forest, a place that they think would be tortuous for these students, but Actually, when Snape sends Luna, Neville, and Ginny out there, it actually does them a favor. But Snape here is standing on a ledge that looks, dare I say, like one ready to end things. Director David Yates wanted to open with Snape because he is the primary figure of this film. Harry sits by the grave he physically dug for Dobby the elf, a grave marked "Here lies Dobby, a free elf," and he looks into the shard of the two-way mirror that Sirius gifted him in the book, still hoping to see Dumbledore. And for a brief flash, we see a face that could be that of Albus, but no, we will learn later it is Albus's brother Aberforth. They're at Shell Cottage, the home of Bill Weasley and his newlywed wife Fleur Delacour, and this place is protected by the Fidelius charm. Harry goes in to talk to Griphook the Goblin. On the windowsill are 4 shells, reminding us of the 7 rocks on the windowsill of Tom Riddle's orphanage bedroom. Those 7 rocks represented the 7 future Horcruxes Tom would eventually form, and now there are only 4 of those remaining: Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Nagini, and Harry himself. Griphook notes,
"You buried the elf." "Yes. It brought me here."
Griphook is recognizing that Harry cares about other species that the Death Eaters are trying to normalize the inferiority of, like elves and goblins. Warwick Davis plays Griphook now. After Vern Troyer did the physical performance in the first film and Davis only did the voice, we are reminded of that Gringotts moment in this scene and how darkly protective the goblins can be. The Part 1 film adapted well over the first half of the Deathly Hallows book, really to leave this final film to mostly just focus on the Battle of Hogwarts, but it also leaves room for great little moments like this.
"How did you come by this sword?"
It's complicated. Why did Bellatrix Lestrange think it should be in her vault at Gringotts?
"It's complicated."
David Yates saw this scene as a poker game, with Harry and Griphook each trying to size each other up and trying to get the better end of the deal. The deal they eventually reach, Harry knows from Bellatrix's meltdown over her vault being compromised that a Horcrux must be in there, and promises Griphook Gryffindor's sword for helping him break in, which is a risk because it's one weapon they know can destroy Horcruxes and a goblin-forged artifact that Griphook believes should revert back to him due to goblin custom, but they know that a Gryffindor sword will appear to any worthy Gryffindor in moments of need, so it's kind of a tricky move that Harry and Hermione feel uneasy about in the book. Now, in the book, Harry does intend to be true to his word and give Griphook the sword of Gryffindor, but only after he's destroyed all the Horcruxes. He leaves that bit of the deal here. A deleted scene shows Bill Weasley, who has worked with the goblins for years as a Gringotts cursebreaker in Egypt, warning Harry about this.
"I know goblins. If you struck any kind of bargain with Griphook, you must be exceptionally careful to live up to it. If you don't, he won't be forgiving."
So next they talk to Ollivander, and John Hurt returns to feast in this scene. He identifies Bellatrix's wand, Walnut, Dragon Heartstring, and the wood's firmness reflects Bellatrix's die-hard fanaticism, and Ollivander's little guess on the word unyielding is just likely this old man recalling giving the young Lestrange girl decades in the past this wand from his shop, not realizing how much pain it would bring him and the world. By comparison, he describes Draco's wand this way.
"Reasonably pliant."
Pliant. Another sign that Draco can still change the path that he's on. Ollivander calls back what he told him when they first met.
Chooses the wizard. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
Ollivander senses Draco's wand now no longer responds to Draco, but rather to Harry, who, we saw in the last film, wrestled it out of Draco's hand in Malfoy Manor. And that's a very important detail established here, because it tells Harry that since Dumbledore had the Elder Wand in his possession, and since Harry alone witnessed Draco Expelliarmus it out of Dumbledore's hand on the Astronomy Tower, that there might be some chance this Elder Wand could respond to Harry now. Like, the wand lore logic underscores why Harry in this moment seems to have so much urgency and just a bit of confidence. Like, while Ollivander downplays his chances and Harry must be terrified, he feels like he has no opportunity to feel fear right now. There is a long shot that some crazy laws of succession with wands could play in his favor, but it's an experiment that he won't know actually worked until at the end of the duel. Ollivander, as a wand obsessive, considers all of wizard life to begin and end at the tip of a wand, and doesn't appreciate as much other forms of death-centered magic, like Horcruxes. Like Slughorn, embarrassed to admit he told Tom Riddle about that path to immortality, Ollivander feels a similar shame for handing this knowledge over to Voldemort. And the older generation always assumes their messes are too big for the younger generation to clean up, right? Hermione holds up the single hair from the head of Bellatrix Lestrange that drifted down before her eyes in that scene in the Part 1 film. And when she says positive, it's a kind of grim certainty that she feels from the lingering pain of Bellatrix's torture. We humorously cut directly post Polyjuice to Helena Bonham Carter beside them on the dune, doing an amazing sulky Emma Watson. Helena is so good in this part of the film, specifically leading with her chin and this subtle little underbite, like a gesture that I'm sure even Emma Watson wasn't aware of, so that at times when you watch this, Helena Bonham Carter looks like Emma Watson in Bellatrix cosplay.
Much more introverted than Bellatrix, but there's a lot of worry going on, you know. And then she does this thing with, she does sometimes use her chin. That's my one, you know, she's just, it's like that.
Meanwhile, Ron's disguise is weak, but in chapter 26, Hermione does just kind of change some features about Ron's appearance, like giving him different hair and beard. In this shot of Griphook putting the sword in Hermione's extension charmed bag, they do a Mary Poppins handbag magic illusion there, but if you look at the shadow in the sand at his feet, there is never a shadow for the sword, so they probably just had Warwick Davis pantomime with empty hands and then CGI'd in the sword after the fact. They apparate to Nocturne Alley, and Bellatrix Hermione steps forward. You can hear some birds tweeting. I wonder if this is a bird that didn't die that flew back and forth between Borgenberg and the Room of Requirement. The Death Eater who greets Bellatrix is the bald one who sat next to Draco at the Malfoy Manor scene in part 1.
Good morning.
This is Hermione's fourth time with Polyjuice. The first time, she turned into a cat. The second time, she became a decoy Harry. And for the third, she was Mafalda Hopkirk. Griphook warns that if they're caught,
We might as well use that sword. Let her own strength.
this will be how Neville destroys a Horcrux later, and since Harry is a Horcrux himself, it's something to consider. They walk into Gringotts, Helena working in some great heel wobbling in these boots. In the shot of her feet behind her, you can just barely see the invisibility cloak with Harry and Griphook underneath it, brushing the floor. The downward angled shots of this scene just boost the paranoia we feel, as we just sense all the eyes of the suspecting goblins glaring down at us. And for once, it makes the face of Bellatrix Lestrange in these films look like low status. Griphook whispers, "They know, they've been warned." And a goblin asks to see Bellatrix's wand. The book gives more context here. As soon as the trio escaped Malfoy Manor with Bellatrix's wand, Voldemort and Bellatrix warned Gringotts that if some version of Bellatrix shows up to that bank with her wand, it would not be the real her. So the fact that Hermione stalls on handing over Bellatrix's wand is what saves them, because it's just long enough for Harry to hit Bogrod with Imperio. So Imperio, when we saw it used on the Arachnid and Fake Moody's class in the Goblet of Fire film, was a blast of light. Here, it's kind of like a fart mist that Bogrod loves sniffing. It's very creepy, but think about it. Visually, it's pretty appropriate for the Imperious Curse that it work as a kind of intoxicating opiate. Now, one thing that Hermione and the others were unable to duplicate about Bellatrix's appearance, her bird skull necklace that we saw in the previous films. You'll also notice that there are more goblins in Gringotts than in the first film. These actors were all cast from Warwick Davis's company, Willow Management, which specializes in representing short actors in the UK. They zipped down the minecart, which production designer Stuart Craig placed on a motion base that allowed it to move in rotation and up and down. Craig had just come back from helping the Universal Orlando Parks Harry Potter designs when he thought up this sequence and how it should look, so yeah, he was definitely influenced by that and made this whole thing feel like a roller coaster ride. They passed through the Thief's Downfall, which is a waterfall that washes away magical effects, which in this case includes the Polyjuice Potion, Ron's Dew, and Imperio on Bogrod. It does not, however, affect Harry's invisibility cloak in the book, though it is a deathly hallow. Nothing can hurt it. Nor does it affect Hermione's extension charm on her handbag, but she did note in part 1 that that charm was undetectable. Whereas the cart fully derails in the book, here it emits an alarm and dumps them out like bad luggage at the TSA. Hermione stops their fall with Arresto Momentum, which Dumbledore used in Prisoner of Azkaban when Harry dropped on top of the Quidditch pitch. They find a Ukrainian Iron Belly, a dragon variety Ron likely recognizes because his brother Charlie works with dragons. Philosopher's Stone mentioned the rumor that dragons guard some of the more important vaults under Gringotts, and now this pays that off. The designers include the details of bloody abrasions around the chains, also making this dragon partially blind. You can see its cataract eyes and scars, both old and new, all over its emaciated body, all of which Hermione clocks in her empathy for the creature to later mount it to escape. So we got here through a Temple of Doom style minecart. Now we're in a Last Crusade type task of picking the correct chalice. In the book, Harry recognizes the Horcrux from the Pensieve memory in Half-Blood Prince book of Hokey the House Elf and Hepzibah Smith. Here, Harry just senses it from it emitting the same high-pitched screech and Parseltongue as the locket did. Actually, the film doesn't even mention Helga Hufflepuff in relation to this cup, but the designers did include an engraving of a Hufflepuff badger on the cup. Now, the treasures in the Lestrange vault are protected by the Gemino curse, which duplicates every item. We think Hermione might have placed this same thing on the decoy detonators in the Ministry. In the book, they also have the Flagrante curse, which makes the treasures scalding hot to the touch, but that's not the case here in the movie. Griphook double crosses them, and once he has a sword, sells them out as thieves. Bogrod gets fire blasted. Now, the VFX team for the dragon displayed the flame with pairs of chemicals that were sprayed from the dragon's mouth that then ignited, borrowing the general fire-breathing anatomy from dragons in movies like Reign of Fire, and then later used in Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. Hermione uses Reducto to blast the guardrail, and then mounts the dragon, followed by the other two, and on the dragon's chains, Hermione uses Relatio, which releases restraints or grips. This spell had been used a number of times in the books, but this is the first time we hear it in the films. It's not to be confused with Expelliarmus, which is specifically to disarm wands or weapons. The wizard cops on the cart fire some green, I'm assuming, killing curses on them, but the Ukrainian Iron Belly claws the tracks, setting that cart flying. The dragon smashes up through the bank lobby and through the glass dome. When Gringotts was added to the Universal Parks in 2014, the dragon perched atop it was made part of the architecture. Hermione has to fire another Reducto at the masonry to scare the dragon into flying. And I love how this Iron Belly takes a moment to adjust its nearly blind eyes to the daylight, and it's so worn down that it kind of needs a few clumsy flaps as it smashes through the chimneys and roofs of Diagon Alley. Luckily, they seem to be on the opposite side of the street from where Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes would be, though based on the street's layout, it did wreck Madame Malkin's and Flourish and Blots. So they drop down from the dragon into a lake, and Harry's mind connects with Voldemort. We see Voldemort Avada Kedavraing a guard, Dumbledore placing on the gaunt ring and gets cursed by it, Voldemort killing more guards, Dumbledore picking up the destroyed diary, that's a shot from Half-Blood Prince, Harry picking up Regulus's locket in the cave in Half-Blood Prince, Ron smashing the locket in Deathly Hallows Part 1, young Tom Riddle's spectral form being destroyed in Chamber of Secrets when Harry stabbed the diary, a shot of Hogwarts, and then the shot of Helena Ravenclaw, aka the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw, played in this movie by Kelly MacDonald. Then the Ravenclaw house crest, and then Harry snagging Hufflepuff's cup with a badger engraved, and then Voldemort killing more guards and goblins, and then slowly taking in that his precious Horcruxes are being targeted. So Voldemort knows for sure now. Now in the book, he can't really figure out how they knew, and Harry senses Voldemort checking each of the places he had hidden the other Horcruxes. He originally hid the Gaunt Ring under the wreckage of Marvellow's house, that's gone, and then he checks the cave for the locket, that's gone too. After each discovery, Harry feels Voldemort's instability and rage intensify. When they come out of the lake, the stuff that Hermione puts on their hands is actually essence of Dittany. This is what she used on Ron's shoulder when he was splashed. This was supposed to be from the burns they received from the Flagrante curse on the treasure, but since the movie removed the Flagrante part of it, I suppose the Dittany is supposed to heal their blisters from gripping those dragon horns. As they change clothes, Harry says he knows the next Horcrux must be at Hogwarts.
One of them's at Hogwarts.
What? You saw it?
I saw the castle and Rowena Ravenclaw. It must have something to do with her.
It's odd that Harry says he saw Rowena when he actually saw her daughter Helena. But you know, Harry's a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors are just so full of themselves that they don't really think about the other houses that much. Ravenclaw specifically is probably the one he knows the least about, so he's probably just like, Rowena, Helena, I don't know, talk to Cho. But it's easy to forget when you watch these films that had you not read the books, it would not at all be clear what each of the relics that formed the Horcruxes were, who they belonged to originally, or how Tom Riddle acquired them, and who he killed to form the Horcruxes. We do break all this down in our Half-Blood Prince breakdown. Like at some point, David Yates and Steve Kloves just made these films for readers of the books who knew all the details already, and for any other viewers, they just didn't want to bog things down with the history. But it's a shame. Horcruxes are far more interesting pieces of lore than Deathly Hallows, in my opinion, and visually, Deathly Hallows Part 1 gives us a far more interesting display of what the Hallows are than any film ever gave us of the Horcruxes, and really it's just because the Half-Blood Prince film cut too many of Pensieve memory scenes. At Malfoy Manor, all the Gringotts staff are dead, covering the Malfoy's floor with blood, but since Voldemort had used Avada Kedavra, the blood must have come from Nagini's strikes. They made Ralph Fiennes barefoot for this scene, which is just really gross with all the blood everywhere, but I just think it helps make the blood show up more viscerally on his foot skin. Griphook lies among the bodies, and Gryffindor's sword vanishes from his hand. They included this insert to set up how Neville will be able to draw it later in the film, but it's kind of odd to me that neither Voldemort nor the Malfoys nor Bellatrix would have taken it from him before letting Nagini strike him dead. But we should note that this sword also would have been something that could have killed Nagini, though Voldemort wouldn't have known it at that point. The trio apparates into Hogsmeade. On the walls are flyers reading Undesirable Number 1 Harry Potter, the flyers that we saw at the Ministry in Part 1. They set off this alarm. This is a caterwauling charm, but they're invited into the Hogshead to hide by Aberforth Dumbledore. In the book, Harry also has to repel Dementors with a Stag Patronus, and Aberforth has to convince the Death Eaters that he set off the alarm and cast a Patronus, but his Patronus is, of course, a goat. Aberforth was with a goat when we saw him in the Order of the Phoenix film. Now he's played by Kieran Hines, who plays Mance Rayder in Game of Thrones and a number of other roles. Hines was given makeup and prosthetics to make him more closely resemble Michael Gambon, specifically a prosthetic nose and bags under his eyes, so that Harry might realistically realistically think the eyes he had been seeing in the mirror shard was Albus Dumbledore's. But Harry realizes that this shard has been showing him Aberforth, not Albus. In the books, Sirius had given Harry this two-way mirror during Order of the Phoenix, but Harry didn't think to use it to check in with Sirius after seeing the vision of Sirius being tortured at the Ministry, and Harry later smashed this mirror in his trunk. But during the events of the Half-Blood Prince book, Harry caught Mundungus Fletcher selling some of Sirius's possessions in Hogsmeade, and it's explained in the Deathly Hallows book that that included the rest of Sirius's mirror that he sold to Aberforth. This scene kind of quickly addresses all of this.
Who gave that to you? The mirror.
Mundungus Fletcher, about a year ago.
Dom had no right selling that to you. It belonged.
Serious.
We learn that it was Aberforth who sent Dobby, and that Aberforth is bitter toward his brother Albus for keeping his family secret, including his and Ariana's existences. Harry responds,
I'm not interested in what happened between you and your brother.
This movie isn't interested, but the book very much was interested. So Aberforth in the book explains how their little sister Ariana was too young to control her magic, and then 3 Muggle boys caught her and hurt her, and her magic turned inward and would burst out without control. Actually, Fantastic Beasts in the Secrets of Dumbledore confirmed that Ariana was what's called an Obscurial, like Aberforth's son, Albus's nephew, Aurelius Dumbledore, aka Credence Barebone. But we're not talking about the Fantastic Beasts movies here. The family's father, Percival Dumbledore, killed those 3 Muggle boys and went to Azkaban for it. Years later, the mother, Kendra, died from one of Ariana's outbursts, leading Albus to have to return home from Hogwarts to Godric's Hollow. There, he met the dashing young Gellert Grindelwald, and when the two started to plot to control Muggles for the greater good, Aberforth confronted them on it, and there was a 3-way fight in which one of their spells hit Ariana and killed her. Harry simply tells Aberforth,
I trusted the man I knew.
I read this as Harry forgiving a father. These latter stories have confronted Harry with the uncomfortable truths about the kind of people Albus Dumbledore and James Potter and Sirius Black really were in their youths. We all have a choice of forever judging our forebearers, our fathers, our mentors for not being saints, or just forgiving their sins and moving on, and instead focusing on the gifts they bestowed to us. It harkens back to Dumbledore telling Harry in Chamber of Secrets, it is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are. Aberforth tells Ariana in the painting, you know what to do, and she nods with a bit of a smile as if to say, I've been waiting for you to forgive our brother all this time. Also, stop making me watch what you do with those goats. Ariana brings back Neville Longbottom, who is a complete badass in this movie. He's been getting roughed up by the Carrows. As a Hogwarts resistance leader, Neville wears a cardigan, and Harry wore cardigans when he taught Dumbledore's army, inspired by Lupin's cardigans as their defense against a dark arts teacher. For a while, the one thing that kept the Carrows from killing Neville was the fact that he's a pureblood, but eventually they decided to do him in, and at that point, he hid in the Room of Requirement, specifically asking, give me a place where I can hide from the Carrows. Over time, the room took in more and more students on the run, and it conjures supplies for all of them to camp out and puts up banners for each house as more students arrive. Though Slytherin is never represented because in Rowling's universe, 1 out of every 4 wizard kids are either evil or wizard Nazi sympathizers. But they realize that as long as one of them stays in the room, it can always stay, and it's like fun camp out, where you know some kids are hooking up in the corner. Neville explains that the other 7 passages out of Hogwarts were sealed. Snape knew about the Whomping Willow to Shrieking Shack passage from Prisoner of Azkaban, but the Room of Requirement has procured a new exit from the castle, which I just think is so interesting. And the moment Harry re-enters Hogwarts, we finally hear Hedwig's theme once more.
Flying.
There's a lot of familiar faces in the room. On the left is a huddle with Lavender Brown, Ron's ex, Leanne, that's Katie Bell's friend from Half-Blood Prince, Romilda Vane, Katie Bell, who actually should have graduated the previous year, but they do bring her back here, and Padma Patil. Now, Parvati Patil does not appear in Deathly Hallows Part 2. The Patil twin that we see in this movie is always Padma. In the center is Seamus Finnegan and Cormac McLagan and Dean Thomas to the side. Now, in the book, Dean is not at Hogwarts yet, since as a Muggleborn, he was on the run with Ted Tonks and Dirk Cresswell, my beloved trio that I cannot shut up about. But despite being without wand, Dean returns with the order to fight. Harry hugs Padma, and then Lavender, and then Cho Chang. Neville tells Nigel Wolpert, remember the standout kid from Goblet of Fire and Order of the Phoenix, to radio out to the Order that Harry is back.
River, DA calling, do you read? We have a new weather report. Lightning has struck.
River is Lee Jordan's alias as a host of Potter Watch, a reference to the River Lee in Ireland and the River Jordan in Israel. Lightning has struck recalls the lightning struck tower of the Tower Tarot card that Trelawney warned Harry about in the Half-Blood Prince book, and the chapter title in which Dumbledore died in the Astronomy Tower. On the desk next to the radio is Neville's Mimulus Mimbletonia that he had in Order of the Phoenix. He loves this plant. In the Half-Blood Prince book, the Gryffindor common room password becomes Mimulus Mimbletonia, and Neville was thrilled. Now, the book lists other former Dumbledore's Army members present: Terry Boot, Ernie Macmillan, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Corner. And in this shot of the group, in the middle are 3 Ravenclaws: Luna Lovegood, Cho Chang, and the short girl is Maisie Reynolds, who's later the screaming girl when Voldemort speaks to the castle. Harry asks them about a possible Ravenclaw-related Horcrux, and Luna is the right conspiracy theorist for the job.
Well, there's Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem.
In Deathly Hallows Part 1, we saw Luna and her dad's replica bust of Rowena Ravenclaw in their house with a diadem made of dirigible plums. In the book, Cho offers to take Harry up to Ravenclaw Tower under the invisibility cloak to take a look at the bust of Rowena, and Ginny Weasley is like, no, Luna will take Harry. Cho says this of the diadem, though.
For centuries now, there isn't a person alive today who's seen it.
In the book, the search for the diadem is a more chaotic scramble amidst Harry running around Hogwarts, helping McGonagall deal with the Carrows, and asking Flitwick, who's head of Ravenclaw, who says, quote, nobody has seen it in living memory, which later leads Harry to conclude to ask Nearly Headless Nick, a ghost, who points them to the Grey Lady. But here in the Room of Requirement, Ginny appears.
Harry.
Hi there.
In the book, Harry is somewhat happy to see Ginny, but only so much because he feels like they're all about to die in the battle and he doesn't want her to be here. Among the omitted book details from this section include Luna stunning Electo Carrow after she alerts her dark mark, and McGonagall standing up to Amicus Carrow, and Amicus spitting in her face, leading Harry to justifiably crucio him, and that's the moment Harry uncloaks himself. But here in the movie, Harry unveils himself in the Great Hall when Snape gathers all the students to compel them to reveal Harry.
It seems, despite your exhaustive defensive strategies, you still have a bit of a security problem, Headmaster.
It's mostly the surviving group of the Order who escorted Harry from Privet Drive to the Burrow, plus Dean, who was in the Room of Requirement and now is like joining the others. But it makes sense because as a Muggle-born, he would just have to be a full-time resident of the Room of Requirement with Neville and wouldn't be lining up in uniform with Seamus and Lavender and the others. Lupin and Tonks are there too. They had their son Teddy while Harry was on the run. Oh, poor Teddy. In the book, everyone comes back to Hogwarts to fight, including Harry's old Quidditch teammates Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet. Actually, if you look closely later in the battle in this film, you can actually see Oliver Wood making an uncredited cameo on his broomstick. It looks like he's leading those same Hogwarts Quidditch alums to provide some aerial support over the Viaduct courtyard. And Percy Weasley also returns in the Room of Requirement in the book, apologizing to his family and finally reconciling. There's just like an emotional applause burst when he comes through the portal, and I wish they had it in this film. Here in the Great Hall, in the background, the House Cup containers are empty. There's no fun Hogwarts traditions this year. The school has been fully transformed into a cold, indoctrinating re-education academy. Harry spits some acid at Snape.
How dare you stand where he stood?
Snape draws his wand, but maybe just to be the first to non-lethally stun Harry so that the Carrows can't do something worse to him. But McGonagall intervenes, and Snape is not prepared. Notice that Minerva attacks first, and Snape only uses defensive spells. McGonagall fires what I assume is a series of incendios, but in the book she mixes it up by transfiguring a black serpent into smoke and then into a swarm of daggers. Also, Flitwick and Sprout and Slughorn all join McGonagall against Snape in the book, but here they give the hero moment fully to Maggie Smith. Now notice how Snape deflects 2 of Minerva's spells to take out Amicus and then Electo Carrow, doing it in such a way to make it look accidental, but actually disposing the 2 most dangerous Death Eaters in the castle right now to help everyone after he would leave. Snape is always doing nice stuff, just a little under the radar. Snape flies through the window, again, one of 2 people, along with Voldemort, who can fly without a broom in the book, as McGonagall shouts after him, "Coward!" just as she does in the book. And she uses that same incendio to ignite the torches that had been snuffed since Bellatrix extinguished them in Half-Blood Prince. The students all cheer, except the row of Slytherins, though 2 of them do hug close to the front. So, hey, I guess there are a few unfortunate good apples sorted into the evil Slytherin. Voldemort then gets in everyone's head and offers them an ultimatum: hand over Harry within an hour or die. Maisie Reynolds and Padma Patil seem particularly affected. Pansy Parkinson says, and the Gryffindors, followed by the Hufflepuffs and then the Ravenclaws, all stand in turn against Slytherin House to protect Harry. Here, it's kind of like Ginny and Dumbledore's army and then the Order, while I guess the other students are like, hey, you know, maybe Pansy's got a point. Minerva orders Filch to escort the Slytherins to the dungeons, which is where they live. Cool. But it also means the Slytherin kids would be sitting ducks, and the asshole ones could more easily flip sides and join the Death Eaters when they invaded the castle for the battle. In the book, the Slytherins are escorted out through the Hogshead portrait, along with with kids who are not of age yet or ones who don't want to fight. And at this point, Aberforth actually tells Harry that he should have taken hostage the kids of the Death Eaters. A deleted scene would have showed Filch locking the Slytherins in the dungeons right before a huge blast takes out the dungeon wall and all the kids run screaming. The inhabitants of the portraits go wild, visiting one another and shouting words of encouragement at passersby. The small brown dog that jumps down from a man's lap and runs from one painting to the other belonged to producer David Barron. That's Barron's lap he's sitting on. The Puritan-looking people in the painting the dog runs into are producer David Heyman and his family. McGonagall tells Neville to blow the bridge.
You confer with Mr. Finnegan. As I recall, he has a particular proclivity for pyrotechnics.
I can bring it down.
I like how Cho's like, can I come too? A deleted scene showed a delighted pyromaniac, Seamus Finnegan, setting the charges.
Seamus! You do know what you're doing, don't you?
In the theatrical cut, you can only see a very quick shot of them from above running down the wooden bridge as the defense dome goes up. Slughorn takes a swig of something before he joins the fight. He is a known drinker, but who knows? Maybe he's drinking a bit of Felix Felicis. He does survive this battle. McGonagall activates the castle's defenses with the spell Virtutum Locomotor, which translates into something like, the whole position dutifully moves. The statues immediately spring to action. Flitwick, Slughorn, and Molly Weasley put up protective spells. Hermione used Protego Maxima around her campsites. Repello Inimicum is a charm to repel enemies. Fianto Duri, when used in combination with the other two, seems to just make them so durable that it causes the shield to freaking disintegrate the Snatchers, as we see later. The digital design team wanted the protective shield around Hogwarts to be organic as it went up and then invisible once cast. The idea was that as the Death Eaters would launch their spells, you would then be aware of its presence again as the spell started exploding on the shield. They showed a progression as the shield deteriorated so that it weakened as if fine cracks were appearing in the surface. It goes from clear and glassy to something more materialistic that is burning, and as it collapses, pieces of the burning shield fall toward the ground. Luna brings Harry to the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, Helena. The book gives a lot more history to the diadem and Helena's relationship with the ghost of Slytherin House, the Bloody Baron. This diadem was enchanted to give the wearer greater intelligence, and Helena stole it from her mother and ran away with it. The mother, Rowena, fell ill and sent the Bloody Baron to go find her daughter. The Bloody Baron loved Helena despite her repeated rejections. When Helena refused to return with him, he stabbed her and then, full of remorse, stabbed himself, thus making him the Bloody Baron. And as a ghost, he wears the chains of death to atone. Helena had hidden the diadem inside of a hollow tree in Albania. Tom Riddle visited Hogwarts around 1946 to 1947 to ask then headmaster Armando Dippet for the job of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but was refused. And during this visit, he talked to Helena's ghost to learn where she stashed the diadem, and that led him to Albania, where he found it and killed an Albanian peasant to turn the diadem into his fifth Horcrux after the diary, the ring, the locket, and Hufflepuff's cup. Years later, when a deformed Tom Riddle returned to Hogwarts in 1969 to ask new headmaster Albus Dumbledore for the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher position and was refused again, Tom Riddle hid the diadem in the Room of Requirements, Room of Hidden Things, assuming that he was the only student who ever was or would ever be clever enough to discover the room and how it worked. So right after this in the book, Harry runs into Hagrid and sees the blasted face of a stone gargoyle that reminds him of the bust with the tiara on it that he saw in the Half-Blood Prince book that he used to mark the spot of the Advanced Potions textbook and the Room of Hidden Things, and presto, diadem, I know where it is. Here it's kind of just like a rushed conversation that never really mentions the Bloody Baron, as Helena expresses disgust with how Tom Riddle manipulated her and defiled the diadem with dark magic, and she teases this.
The place where everything is hidden. If you have to ask, you'll never know. If you know, you need only ask.
It evokes Dumbledore's help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. So Voldemort's forces begin the barrage. Pius Thicknees asks Voldemort if they should wait. Voldemort ignores him. So why did Pius ask that? It's not clear. I'm wondering if he might have some young relatives who attend the school. Aberforth was right, should have taken him hostage. Kingsley and Lupin arm one side of the castle, joined by Arthur, Fred, and George.
You okay, Freddy? Yeah. Me too.
This might be among the last things the twin brothers will say to each other. George's ear is a bit deformed after Snape's Sectum Sempra from the aerial battle in Deathly Hallows Part 1. Ron opens a Chamber of Secrets by speaking Parseltongue. In the book, he later relates to Harry that he just tried to reproduce the sound Harry made when he opened the locket in the Forest of Dean and got it after a few tries. The movie justifies it this way.
Harry talks in his sleep. Have you noticed?
No, of course not.
I guess it is a better line than what was in the book, but in both cases, it's a shortcut to justify Harry not needing to join them on their side quest. The only downside here is that it brings back up the Deathly Hallows Part 1 love triangle drama among the trio. At least now, Ron seems to have moved on. Ron yanks one of the fangs out of the basilisk's skull and hands it to Hermione to destroy the cup. Why does he make her do it? Well, maybe he's afraid to face another Horcrux, or for Hermione to see those same spooky naked sex puppets of herself with Harry, or maybe after everything Hermione has sacrificed, he wants her to have a role in killing one of the chunks of Voldy. Either way, it's pretty neat that it works out that each Horcrux is destroyed by a different person, and they are destroyed in the exact order in which they were created. The first Horcrux made, the Diary, was destroyed by Harry first in 1992. The second Horcrux made, the Ring, was destroyed by Dumbledore in 1995. The third Horcrux made, the Locket, was destroyed by Ron in the Forest of Dean. The fourth Horcrux made, the Cup, was destroyed by Hermione here during the Battle of Hogwarts. The fifth Horcrux made, the Diadem, was destroyed right after this by Fiendfire, cast by Crabbe in the book, but by Goyle in the film. Also, in the movie, the Diadem was additionally stabbed by Harry. The sixth Horcrux made, Harry himself, was destroyed by Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest right after this. And then the seventh Horcrux made, Nagini, was the last of them destroyed by Neville with the Sword of Gryffindor. Now, when Hermione stabs the cup, the waters of the Chamber of Secrets rage and form Voldemort's angry face, just kind of drenching them. The worst thing that happens to them is they go on a flume ride, but the rush of this leads them to kiss. In the book, the kiss is sparked by Ron suddenly realizing that they need to warn the house elves to flee the castle, and Hermione is so moved that he finally cares about the elves. Now, why doesn't the Cup Horcrux put up more of a fight after the Locket was such a pain in the ass? I think as more pieces of Voldemort's soul get destroyed, the remaining pieces struggle to bear the collective burden. Voldemort feels the Cup's destruction, and so does Harry, as one of those pieces now forced to carry on more of that burden. There is a special frustration I have for trying to cancel subscriptions. I recently had to cancel a Hulu subscription I had forgotten about, and it took a full hour of my afternoon to take care of. But if I had used Rocket Money, that subscription would be canceled and I'd have an hour of my life back. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. After you connect to your bank account, Rocket Money identifies all of your subscriptions, and then it's super easy to select the ones you don't want anymore. From there, Rocket Money may be able to help you cancel with just a few taps. Plus, Rocket Money will scan your bills and help you find lower rates wherever possible. You can take the money you save and use Rocket Money to create a customized budget in seconds. The app shows you where your money is going at all times and identifies top spending categories with insights on how you can stay within your budget better. Rocket Money will even notify you about upcoming charges or when your balance is low to help you avoid overdrafts and late fees. There's never a good reason not to save money. To try Rocket Money out today and unlock more features with premium, head to rocketmoney.com/newrockstars or click the link in the video description. Enraged, Voldemort blasts the Elder Wand at the defensive dome, bringing it down. Now we get this macroscopic close-up showing the Elder Wand beginning to crack. A quick shot of Voldemort's bald head here also makes it look more veiny and weakened. Lupin and Tonks reach for one another, but their fingers never meet. A deleted scene shows Tonks arriving to this battle, ready to fight next to her husband.
It's Teddy, honey.
Sleep till dawn and snore like his father. It's you that needs me tonight.
With the barrier down, Scabbier the Snatcher leads a charge to chase Neville down the wooden bridge, but Neville ignites the charges to bring the whole thing down. To shoot this, they actually had Matthew Lewis running on a practical hydraulic bridge. A sweeping shot toward the viaduct bridge shows giants charging with the Death Eaters. Some get taken down by roots, which were likely Professor Sprout's doing. Many of the horrors of this battle recall the earlier threats Harry and the others faced. Giants recalling the Troll and Philosopher's Stone, the giant spiders returning from Chamber of Secrets, the Dementors from Prisoner of Azkaban, all leading to a reunion with Harry's duel with Voldemort from Goblet of Fire. Soaring Death Eaters breach the viaduct courtyard past McGonagall, who orders a retreat, and we follow one Death Eater from the outside to the inside of a tower where he Avada Kedavra's one Auror, but his next curse is met immediately by Arthur Weasley. And in the same shot, Kingsley hits one Death Eater with, I assume, Impedimentia, and then swats him back out the window. I love this shot. I assume the filmmakers were aiming for a Helm's Deep style siege, and shots like this, gliding from one area to another, together, giving some scenic geography, and allowing singular characters some hero moments is really what stitches great battle sequences and films together. Harry protects fleeing students by hitting a flying Death Eater with Stupefy, though we should note, even at this stage of the battle in the book, a lot of kids, a lot of teachers, a lot of Aurors start to die. Neville, drunk on battle, seeks Luna, saying he's crazy about her. This is another romance created for the films. In the books, Neville goes on to marry Hufflepuff, Anna Abbott, and Luna marries Rolf Scamander, grandson of Newt Scamander. Rowling has said that in the movie world, Neville and Luna probably had like a summer fling and then realized that they weren't a good couple because he's a bit too down to earth for her and she's a bit too kooky for him. Draco apparates in and grabs Goyle and Zabini. Zabini replaces Crabbe, who's part of the sequence in the book. Draco was able to apparate in because now that the magical protections around Hogwarts have fallen, anything goes. Harry runs through the collapsing Hall of Hexes on the 7th floor to find the room of requirement. Ron and Hermione see Harry vanish on the Mordor's map because, as we saw in Half-Blood Prince, the map doesn't show the room of requirement since Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs likely didn't know the room existed. Draco, who spent most of the previous year going in and out of this room, knows how to access it. Inside, we see the giant knight chess piece that Ron rode in Philosopher's Stone. We actually saw the Queen chess piece in Half-Blood Prince, and it actually returns a little bit later in this scene. A Devil's Snare plant bends down toward Harry. This is the plant that they had to fight through before the chess game in Philosopher's Stone. We see a Cornish pixie returning from Chamber of Secrets, as well as a statue of the first headmaster of Hogwarts, as well as the lights from Slughorn's Christmas party, a trophy cabinet, the winged skeleton from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Trelawney's teacups, and the boar statues from the diary flashback and Chamber of Secrets. Instead of the book's connection of Harry remembering the bust with the tiara from Half-Blood Prince, here he again just hears the tone and the parcel tongue to find the diadem in a box. This diadem itself has the Ravenclaw eagle holding a with diamonds embedded in the wings, and Ravenclaw's motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," carved into the metal. Draco catches Harry, just wanting his wand back. Hermione disarms Draco, and Goyle fires a freaking Avada Kedavra at her. And this overhead shot shows that killing curse fly toward her and Ron, but when you go frame by frame, the green glow just kind of disappears. Thank God. I think they just included that to justify the horrific way Goyle is about to die. Hermione fires Stupefy, sending the diadem flying. Meanwhile, Goyle ignites Fiendfire, but loses control of it. In the book, it's Crabbe who starts the fire. Fiendfire is a curse that unleashes an unquenchable, sentient, seeming fire that doesn't rest until it consumes everything in its path, even though Harry seems to be able to use Aguamente on it here. But by that logic, this would be another thing, along with basilisk venom, that can destroy a Horcrux. The filmmakers wanted the Fiendfire to move like a wave of water, and every time it crashes, it takes on the appearance of a different creature. We see a basilisk, a dragon, and a lion. Goyle dies in this fire. Whoa! But Harry and the others hop on brooms and save Draco and Zabini. This is actually the only film where we see Hermione riding a broom. Harry stabs the diadem with a basilisk fang, tossed to him by Hermione, and it releases angry smoke. And Ron scores an unnecessary Ronaldo goal into the Fiendfire. Why does Ron kick it? As far as he knows, they're gonna have to wait for that fire to die down and sort through the ashes to make sure the diadem is really destroyed. They added the fang to avoid having to explain Fiendfire as a possible destroyer of Horcruxes, and it does set up this rather silly showdown later with Nagini, where they have to stalk her with basilisk fangs like they're hunting a vampire with a wooden stake. But like the angry Voldemort face in the water in the Chamber of Secrets, now we get 3 angry Voldemort faces in the fire. In the same way the Room of Requirement can procure your need at its entrance, it produces their need here by trapping the Fiendfire on the other side of these doors. And the moment this happens, Harry looks shaken. And even Nagini curls up defensively, as if all the remaining pieces of Voldemort's soul feel that sting. We actually see sweat on Voldemort's face, and Pius Thicknesse only says, "My lord," before Voldemort hits him with the killing curse. Voldemort disapparates with Nagini, and from that, Harry realizes that Nagini must be the final Horcrux. The way Emma Watson plays this, she can see the physical pain that Harry is in, and his snake-like head twitch that he did in Order of the Phoenix, and I think she non-verbally surmises that Harry might be another Horcrux himself. Harry uses his link with Voldemort to see that he is in the boathouse with Lucius. In the book, they're in the Shrieking Shack, but the production had the boathouse built so that viewers would be very aware of the battle raging outside with the reflections of the fire and the explosions on the glass walls and in the water. Next, we see Oliver Wood gliding over the battle with the other Quidditch alums that I talked about before, and he flies toward a giant who's using a broken bit of a Quidditch goalpost keep as a weapon. Remember, we saw the Quidditch pitch burning before. Some giant went through there and he's like, "Hey, I can use this." And I like how this means Wood is always kind of a keeper, even after the pitch is gone. The trio runs down the stairs. Harry fires Inquisitor's chains at a Death Eater chasing a Hogwarts student. Harry also deflects a stun from another Death Eater, while Ron hits him with perhaps Reducto. Outside, the trio gets lucky when it looks like a Stupefy blast from the right intercepts a second Stupefy blast from the left that was headed straight for them. They dodge the swipe from the giant using that broken Quidditch keep by hiding behind a bell that would have been from the collapsing bell tower that we saw in a previous exterior shot. They flee Aragog's giant spider offspring that have now sided with Voldemort since Aragog's death. In the book, Hagrid runs toward them, begging people not to hurt them, but the spiders swarm him, and Harry worries that Hagrid is dead as he sees Hagrid's hand disappearing beneath a slew of furry spider legs. They see Fenrir feasting on Lavender Brown. Hermione blasts him away. In the book, Lavender falls from a balcony and then gets attacked by Fenrir, and Hermione defends her while Trelawney drops a crystal ball on Fenrir's head, and Lavender is described as feebly stirring, but later is believed to die from her injuries. Aberforth stands beside Kingsley with a group including Ginny, Katie Bell, I think Padma, Leanne, Romilda, and Seamus, and Aberforth blasts a powerful Patronus to clear the Viaduct Bridge of Dementors. His Patronus is, again, a goat. And in terms of range, this is the goat of Patronuses. Also joining the fray in the book are everybody. The Centaurs, who shoot arrows at the Death Eaters, the Thestrals claw at the eyes of the giants, the House Elves even come out of the kitchen with kitchen knives, led by Kreacher, who, with Regulus's locket around his neck, shouts, "Fight, fight, fight for my master, defender of House Elves! Fight the Dark Lord in the name of brave Regulus! Fight!" Neville Longbottom's grandmother, Augusta, also arrives to fight alongside everyone. Voldemort, meanwhile, questions Snape in the boathouse about the Elder Wand.
It answers to you. And you only. My lord.
My lord is what Lucius asked in Deathly Hallows Part 1 when Voldemort mocked him in the manor.
My lord.
And of course, it's what Pius said to Voldemort right before he got offed. So Snape senses he's in danger. Voldemort thinks the Elder Wand's succession follows death, not disarmament.
You killed Dumbledore. While you live, the Elder Wand cannot truly be mine.
And Voldemort slits Snape's throat, either with a nonverbal defendo or, more poetically, an itty-bitty sectum sempra. He orders Nagini to kill, which I find interesting because Nagini contains a piece of his soul, so maybe Voldemort did this as some insurance, thinking if his physical body were maimed somehow, the Elder Wand ownership might still pass to him via Nagini. But I don't know, since Harry is also a Horcrux, it's not like Harry's Elder Wand claim extends to Voldemort. I just don't know why he has Nagini do it. I think Nagini is kind of like a wand for him. Again, Voldemort just doesn't get wand lore. Snape bleeds out, and Harry, who still, as of now, thinks Snape murdered Dumbledore in cold blood, pities the man and holds his wound. Snape looks into Harry's eyes, Lily's eyes, and smiles faintly as he continues to cry. In his tears, Harry sees some pensive memories. In the book, the pensive goo gushes out of Snape's eyes and his ears and his neck, but here, they're just simple teardrops, and he orders,
"Take them to the pensive."
He pronounces it pensive with the frau French pronunciation. Alan Rickman gives an incredible performance as Severus Snape, and he actually knew Snape's real story before anyone else involved with the films were told. J.K. Rowling reportedly told Alan Rickman right after he was cast, and he told the directors to defer to him on his performance as he knew stuff they didn't and he just couldn't tell them. As we hear Lily's theme again, Snape says,
"You have your mother's eyes."
His final words in the book are simply, "Look at me." But the film scene ends with Snape implying he always felt some affection for Harry, and then, in a Snape-like, he turns away and fades. Voldemort now whispers inside everyone's heads a 1-hour ceasefire to deal with their dead, and for Harry to surrender or Voldemort will kill. During this message, we see George Weasley get disarmed by a female Death Eater and scramble to regain his wand. This is not Fred, because this twin's ear is damaged and he's wearing a purple jacket. Fred, earlier we saw, was wearing green. The trio returns to the Great Hall, and it's bad. There's a long blood swipe on the floor from the wounded being dragged inside. Slughorn is patching up a wound on Filch's arm with essence of Dittany. Padma Patil sits with Professor Trelawney, her favorite teacher, as they cover up a dead body that's believed to be Lavender's, but there is a set photo showing a body that doesn't look like Lavender. Now, a bit of behind the scenes drama here. Emma Thompson had a beef with Helena Bonham Carter. Emma Thompson was married to Gilderoy Lockhart actor Kenneth Branagh, who cheated on Emma Thompson with Helena Bonham Carter when Kenneth and Helena were starring in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein together. Yeah, with Emma Thompson, it's kind of a Love Actually scenario, right? Thompson and Branagh later divorced, and Thompson insisted that she would only come back to film scenes in this movie if she was never on set the same day as Helena Bonham Carter. I'm telling you, there's like 18 great British actors, and they all the Weasley family gathers around the body of Fred. Oh, God. In the book, Fred was killed in an explosion outside the Room of Requirement that was caused by Augustus Rookwood as Fred was joking with his recently reunited brother Percy. Afterward, Percy threw himself on Fred's body to shield it from further harm and then takes off after Rookwood, and we see Percy Weasley standing with the family here in this shot. It is tragic to see family Weasley mourn. Harry also sees that Lupin and Tonks are both dead. Oh my God. Their fingers are just centimeters apart, just as they were in their final shot when they were alive in this film. Rowling later revealed it was Bellatrix and Dolohov being the Death Eater that Harry spared in the cafe in Deathly Hallows Part 1. Those were the two who killed Lupin and Tonks. Now in the book, a lot of these heartbreaks come after Harry sees Snape's history in the Pensieve as he marches to his death under the invisibility cloak in chapter 34, The Forest Again. Another heartbreak from the book, little Colin Creevey, his body being carried by Oliver Wood over his shoulder, and Rowling described Colin as, quote, he was tiny in death, and reading that completely broke me. Harry pours Snape's memories in the Pensieve in the headmaster's office and dives in. The first memory we see shows Lily and Petunia Evans in a field in their Cokeworth suburb. Petunia calls her sister a freak, which echoes what Petunia said of her in the first film.
I was the only one to see her for what she was.
Lily makes a flower bloom here, recalling the gift of a falling lily petal that turned into a fish named Francis that she gave to Slughorn. Young Severus climbs out of this tree and defends her. We see them lying beneath a weeping willow. The charmed leaves transition into Lily sorting into Gryffindor by McGonagall, who looks exactly the same age, and the moment Lily meets young James Potter and young Sirius Black. Now there was another memory before this one in the book where young James overhears young Severus telling Lily that he hopes she's in Slytherin, and James makes a comment to Sirius about how Slytherin sucks. After this, he gives Severus the nickname of Snivellus, and Lily dislikes James right off the bat. And Severus wasn't doing anything rude or mean in this moment. He was just talking to his friend and hoping that she got put in the same house as him. So we see how Snape's memory sees James as just like a popular, spoiled, rich, well-off asshole. In the next memory, young Severus, carrying a stack of books way too high for any first year, at least one not named Hermione Granger, gets bumped by James, who also knocks over Lily's books. Severus helps Lily pick up her like 2 books, but you know there's a whole mess of books on the floor that no one helps Severus pick up, and we hear Harry's line of "Don't say a word against my father" echoing back from Order of the Phoenix as Lily and James notice each other for the first time, and Lily's like, "I like me a bad boy." And we transition directly into the photo of older Lily and James dancing by the fountain that Harry got from Hagrid's photo album that was later framed in his bedside in Prisoner of Azkaban. Next, we see Trelawney's prophecy about Voldemort and the boy whom he will mark as his equal. Snape overhears just part of this and tells Voldemort, who plans to target the Potters, which leads Snape to Dumbledore to beg for help. We see a memory added to the film, Snape's point of view of the debris-covered hallway of the Potter's house in Godric's Hollow, and we also see Lily's final words to baby Harry. Now, Snape would not have witnessed any of this. He was not in Godric's Hollow, but this movie montage just kind of gives us some, objective context to what happened. We also see Wormtail, the friend James Potter mistakenly trusted with a Fidelius charm instead of Sirius Black. And then this moment with Snape and Dumbledore in what looks like the lower level of the astronomy tower. There is a telescope there. This would be the same tower where Snape will eventually kill Albus. Dumbledore tells Snape that Harry has Lily's eyes, and Snape agrees to help the kid so long as no one ever knows. We flash through some iconic memories from the first film, Harry's sorting into Gryffindor, now looking just like Lily's and James's sortings did. We hear some shit talking Snape did on Harry at the time.
The arrogance rivals even that of his father, and he seems to relish his thing.
We also flash back to Snape calling James Potter swine as he was teaching Harry occlumency in Order of the Phoenix, and we see a flash of a new point of view shot stepping over James's barefoot corpse at the top of the stairs in Godric's Hollow. Then we see the Marvolo Gaunt ring, the moment Dumbledore put it on his finger and got cursed, and Snape's effort to contain that curse, but giving Albus less than a year to live in the summer before Harry's 6th year. We learn that Dumbledore ordered Snape to enter into the unbreakable vow to help Draco kill him to earn Voldemort's ultimate trust, and to make Dumbledore's inevitable death matter the most. Dumbledore then tells Snape that when Voldemort is at his most vulnerable, he must tell Harry that when Voldemort killed his mother Lily, he accidentally turned baby Harry into a Horcrux. Dumbledore came to this conclusion after the events of Order of the Phoenix, specifically seeing Harry's link with Voldemort in that film.
Oh, thank God. Next we need to...
Come here! But Dumbledore at this moment died. The only Horcruxes were the diary, the ring, the locket, and then this accidental one of Harry. He didn't realize Tom Riddle had made 7 of them. He wouldn't learn that later until he got Slughorn's complete memory. In this conversation, he just assumed most of the Horcruxes would either be destroyed or at least found before he died and things got to Harry. Snape realizes,
so when the time comes, the boy must die.
Snape says Dumbledore has only been keeping Harry alive, raising him like a pig to the slaughter. This moment gets more context in the book here and in King's Cross later in this film. Dumbledore knows, or at least suspects very strongly, that Harry cannot die as long as a piece of Voldemort's soul lives inside the kid. But he cannot tell Harry or Snape this in case Voldemort were to find out, and Harry needs to go to his death willingly without assuming he'll survive. We see Snape holding Lily's corpse while baby Harry cries in the crib in the background. Again, this did not happen in the chronology of the book. Snape was not in Godric's Hollow on that night, but the film added this, I suppose, to replace the detail from the book of Snape having gone to Grimmauld Place after Dumbledore's death to retrieve part of a photo of Lily in the bottom part of her letter to Sirius. Snape shows Dumbledore that his Patronus is a doe, Lily's Patronus, and we learn that it was Snape who sent Gryffindor's sword to Harry in the Forest of Dean. Dumbledore gasps.
Lily? After all this time? All the way.
Later, Lily will echo this sentiment to Harry.
Stay close to me.
Always.
So Harry is shaken, likely recalling all the time Snape was actually protecting him, trying to stop Quirrell and Philosopher's Stone, forcing Harry behind him and facing Werewolf Lupin in his stead and Prisoner of Azkaban. Snape's no idea. And Order the Phoenix, followed by Snape actually alerting the Order about Harry's concerns and keeping the true sword of Gryffindor and having a fake sent to Bellatrix's vault. Harry tells Hermione,
There's a reason I can hear them. The Horcruxes. I think I've known for a while. And I think you have too.
I'll go with you.
Oof. Hermione, the smartest of the three, deduced a while ago that Harry was likely a Horcrux himself, but just didn't want to say it out loud. Now, this part of the book is really just the most heart-wrenching prose I think Rowling had written. Chapter 43, The Forest Again. So, in the book, in addition to seeing all the corpses of his friends who have fallen in the battle, Harry Irish goodbyes Ron and Hermione and Ginny by going full Ignotus Peverell under the invisibility cloak. He only really talks to Neville, not Ron and Hermione, telling Neville to kill the snake, assuming that Ron and Hermione might die before they get the chance. In the book, Harry passes Hagrid's hut and recalls the warm memories that now just make him want to cling to life, including helping Hagrid with Norbert and Philosopher's Stone. And then he reaches the tree line and he sees Dementors and he has no strength for a Patronus. Rowling writes, he could no longer control his own trembling. It was not, after all, so easy to die. Every second he breathed, the smell of the grass, the cool air on his face was so precious. To think that people had years and years, time to waste, so much time it dragged, and he was clinging to each second. At the same time, he thought that he would not be able to go on, and he knew that he must. The long game was ended. The snitch had been caught. It was time to leave the air, and that is what inspires Harry to remember the snitch, and I open at the close. In the book, Harry says, I'm going to die to open the snitch upon kissing it. Here, he says, and upon his kiss, the snitch opens and the resurrection stone floats into his hand. Now, at this moment, all three of the Deathly Hallows technically belong to Harry Potter. The invisibility cloak, the resurrection stone, and the Elder Wand, technically, which is in Voldemort's possession, but it is loyal to Harry. In the book, Harry turns the stone over 3 times in his hand, and his loved ones appear. His father, James, his mother, Lily, his godfather, Sirius, and their friend, Remus. And they are more alive than ghosts, but less alive than living souls. Now, the VFX designers made them less translucent than, like, the Gray Lady or Nearly Headless Nick, but Harry is cast in the same bluish-green color. As in the book, Harry now feels like he has more in common with the dead around him than the living back in the castle. But really, my favorite line from chapter 34 is when Harry realizes the true purpose of the Resurrection Stone. Quote, he was not really fetching them, they were fetching him. And what I love about the edit here is that we don't see the 4 of them like fade in. We just see Harry in close-up and then cut to his point of view and boom, they are already standing there. Almost as if to say they were always there. They never left, as they will not leave Harry even after he can no longer see them. Harry asks Sirius,
does it hurt? Dying quicker than before this.
It's interesting for Sirius to say, considering he was hit with Avada Kedavra from Bellatrix and had several seconds to look back at Harry and then drift through the veil. Harry asks Remus about his son Teddy.
Others will tell him what his mother and father died. One day, he'll understand.
Teddy will go on to be raised by his grandmother Andromeda, and Harry will be his godfather. When Harry drops the Resurrection Stone, their forms disappear, but he doesn't need it to know that they are there. And that, I believe, is what Deathly Hallows teaches us the most about death. It's not meant to be mastered, it's meant to be welcomed as an equal. It's not separation from anything, it's a reunion with something that we have missed. It's a homecoming with what we love. So Harry presents himself without his wand in his hand to Voldemort, who gives the mic drop line from the trailer.
The boy who lived, come to
Like every other Horcrux, we hear the screech that only ends when Harry closes his eyes. Right, fine. You really knew the assignment. And I just noticed that behind his green killing curse, Bellatrix ducks with excitement. So Harry awakens without his glasses on and without his scar on his forehead in this white void, which he and Dumbledore later identify as King's Cross Station. That was the place that took Harry away from his old life. He sees this hideous mewling bebe, a bit of Voldemort's soul that was just destroyed, really just like 1/8 of a Voldemort soul. It looks just like the form of Voldemort that was dropped in the cauldron back in the Little Hangleton Cemetery and the Goblet of Fire. It's actually fun to rewatch this scene and realize that Dumbledore takes Harry on this walk down the platform just really to find another bench to sit on that didn't have a bloody Voldababy under it. So in chapter 35 of the book, this scene lasts really just long enough for that wretched creature to finally gasp its final breaths, as Harry is in a sort of limbo state, as in his mind he is watching the piece of Voldemort's soul that had been living in him finally expire. It's something that would be instantaneous back in the physical world, but for Harry, time dilates out. And also the fact that this is set in a representation of a train station is meant to metaphorically represent Harry's option to join it in death, and that's what the approaching train in the distance is meant to convey. Now, the book included Dumbledore explaining that Voldemort, using Harry's blood to rebuild his body back in Goblet of Fire, extended Lily's protection charm on them both, so Harry is able to cling to life while Voldemort continues to live, and that Voldemort's killing curse from the Elder Wand did destroy the Horcrux part of Harry, but that Harry did not die. That's why Harry needed to welcome death and not defend himself for this to work, because that Horcrux needed to be extracted from him. This chapter is really the all questions answered chapter. Like, we get answers to why in the aerial flight on the way from Privet Drive to the Burrow, Voldemort was not able to kill Harry. We get answers about the Deathly Hallows and Gellert Grindelwald and Harry's connection to Ignotus Peverell. But here, it's a much shorter scene that just kind of calls back some things from earlier films, like Dumbledore recalls his "help will always be given at Hogwarts" line from Chamber of Secrets, but he amends it here.
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those that deserve it.
Which sets up Neville about to pull the sword from the hat in a few moments, and Harry asks this line that's so great from the book.
Is this all real, or is it just happening inside my head?
Of course it's happening inside your head, Harry. Why should that mean that it's not real?
So we come out of that vision on Voldemort's eye as he's laying on the ground, and that should not have happened from casting a killing curse, so he knows something is wrong here. He's feeling 1/3 weaker. He did not expect that, since he thought the only other part of him anywhere else would be a Nagini. He did not know that Harry was a Horcrux, and he just made a huge mistake. Narcissa Malfoy checks Harry and realizes the kid is still alive, asks if Draco is still alive, and she goes along with the ruse. Now in the book, Voldemort crucios what he thinks is Harry's corpse and thrashes it around, but Harry, interestingly, doesn't feel the pain. Meanwhile, Neville picks up the dusty sorting hat, and we hear the sword appear in a light, barely reflecting off the blade glimmering on his face. Hagrid carries Harry down the viaduct bridge, and I love how Voldemort just kind of casually magics the body of a dead giant off the bridge out of the way. Lucius beckons Draco over to their side, and Draco only responds to "Mama," leading to this hilariously limp hug.
Well done, Draco. Well done.
So according to Tom Felton, Ray Fiennes improvised this hug, and it's really just all in the angle. Like, don't hug people at like this awkward 2 o'clock angle while you still have something in your hand. But I love this gesture because it shows how clearly no one has ever hugged Tom Riddle, and Dean Thomas has never looked so disturbed. As in the book, Neville and several others refuse to stop fighting just because Harry is dead. It's one of my favorite things about Deathly Hallows. It's not all on one person to save the world. It takes a village to bring down Voldemort, and even if Harry dies, there's still a chance they could defeat him. Like, even the owner of the Elder Wand could still have his throat slit in his sleep. And really, it's just a great turn that shows that Neville Longbottom truly could have lived up to the status of the Chosen One had Voldemort marked him instead of Harry Potter. Now, instead of the book's grotesque sorting hat ceremony to like resort Neville into Slytherin, leading to the sorting hat lighting on fire on his head, the film gives us just this epic Braveheart speech from Neville that ends in him pulling the sword from the hat, and Harry chooses that moment to spring to life and reveal himself, which scares the shit out of Voldemort. Harry fires Incendio at Nagini, which ricochets and burns the eyebrows off a few Death Eaters in the background. Harry probably knows this won't work. They try to do it on the locket, but he probably just wants to distract the snake to give Neville an opening. Now, here in the book is where the second wave of the centaurs and Grop and Thestrals and house elves with their knives that I mentioned before comes in, and it's such a great moment. But in this scene, we get a very satisfying visual of suddenly faithless Death Eaters disapparating out of there. Kingsley casts Protego shields in front of the Great Hall doors, but Voldemort is able to blast through it to launch Neville off his feet, and it hurts to point this out, but several Hogwarts students have died in this assault. You can see the Death Eaters marching over at least one uniformed corpse as they charge here. Now, the film gives a much bigger duel between Harry and Voldemort. The initial volley on the stairs is a sequence of green killing curses that Harry shouldn't have been able to block with Protego, but you know, it's now kind of like just a video game. When Voldemort fires a steady green stream at Harry, Harry's red counter curse is assumed to be Expelliarmus, matching the cinematic stream crossing from Goblet of Fire. Nagini slithers up to Harry from behind, but honestly, that's kind of what he wants. Like, even if Nagini were to fatally bite him, if Harry would be able to stab it with a basilisk fang in that tussle, then all he would need is for someone else to hopefully be able to disarm Voldemort when that guy's not paying attention, or just, you know, again, cut his throat while he's resting. Like, he's still gonna get tired. Voldemort, desperate to kill Harry by any means necessary, he stops using killing curses, and he resorts to just straight up attacks, like using his robes in a kind of incarcerous strangle, and then at one point just slapping Harry around. But it makes sense. He's frustrated. Nothing will kill this kid. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Bellatrix attacks Ginny, and Molly brings the house down.
Not my daughter, you bitch.
Yeah, it's this movie's version of
Get away from my kids.
and also
Get away from her, you bitch.
Bellatrix initially underestimates Molly. Like, Molly has just lost her son Fred to Rookwood, and in the past, she lost her brothers Gideon and Fabian Pruitt to Dolohov, and she is not about to lose another kid, so Molly volleys back with this interesting combination. Boom, I'm gonna get your dust all over this dinner table. So many have asked, in the movie, what curse exactly did Molly use to kill Bellatrix Lestrange? In the book, the curse is not named. We just get this passage. Molly's curse soared beneath Bellatrix's outstretched arm and hit her squarely in the chest, directly over her heart. It's assumed that that curse was Avada Kedavra, but here in the film, it's not Avada Kedavra. It looks like a combination of like Petrificus Totalis, which would freeze Bellatrix the way Neville got frozen stiff in Philosopher's Stone, followed by maybe Reducto, which would be the spell Molly's daughter Ginny seems to be very good at. Reducto had the same explosive, ashy disintegration on the Room of Requirement dummy that this spell has on Bellatrix, but the issue is Molly's spell is red here, and Ginny and Hermione's Reductos that we've seen were always blue. There are also some theories that Molly might have used what's called ancient magic, which is explored more in the Hogwarts Legacy game. I just think in the final battle they might have been using some Star Wars plasma cannon color coding with like the X-Wing's good guy red blasts versus the Death Star's evil green turbo lasers. But either way, like with Voldemort, I think they wanted to show something just being erased from existence and their gross ash getting everywhere, as opposed to, you know, just a straight up dead body. Meanwhile, Harry schools Voldemort on Elder Wand succession, which is really the bulk of their confrontation after Harry drops out of Hagrid's arms in the book, as they just verbally spar with each other in the Great Hall before their final confrontation. But this film just really wants to milk the cinematic value here.
Let's finish this the way we started.
Harry throws them both over the ledge, forcing Voldemort to apparate fly around Hogwarts, and meanwhile they pull at each other's faces, and at one point their faces just grotesquely blend together. Ooh. They tumble into the viaduct courtyard, surrounded by bodies from both sides. They don't say their spells here, but Voldemort must be firing Avada Kedavra while Harry is again using Expelliarmus that just takes a red laser form. And really, to get the most out of this duel, the film delays Neville killing Nagini until this last moment. The cross-cutting editing does feel like Star Wars because they need multiple different people on multiple different fronts to do something synchronized and just hope that the other side has done their part of the task. It makes it really effective. And here we see agonized Voldemort faces appearing in the smoke of Nagini, and we hear his screams echoing. And I might be reaching here, I often do, but the 4 Horcruxes that get destroyed in this movie follow the same elemental pattern as Dumbledore's duel with Voldemort in the Ministry in Order of the Phoenix. The cup released angry water, the diadem released angry fire, the Horcrux in Harry's head was killed in the mud and earth of the Forbidden Forest floor, and now Nagini dissipates into smoky air. We know how much that beautiful display of the 4 elements by Dumbledore in the Ministry enraged Voldemort by the fact of him saying, So some part of him now must hate seeing his life's work undone into the same natural elements. Voldemort knows his last Horcrux is gone, and Harry can see it on his face, so they cast their spell simultaneously. In the book, they each yell their spells at the same time, Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus, as Harry will often choose a non-lethal path of disarming. And here the edit rapidly cuts back and forth between the two. So Harry Potter, as the rightful owner of the Elder Wand, uses Malfoy's wand to overpower the Elder Wand and ends his Expelliarmus with a little swish and flick that simply and elegantly flips the Elder Wand into the air back to his hand. Now, in the book, Harry does catch the Elder Wand high above his head like this. The Elder Wand cannot be used against its rightful owner, and so Voldemort's killing curse rebounded to kill himself, and the disarmament brought the Elder Wand back to Harry's hand. Voldemort is supposed to just kind of slump over dead, but in the film, Voldemort disintegrates. And we hear a bit of Lily's theme as these ashes waft into the morning sunrise. Visual effects artist Tim Burke said they intended the design to show what happens when a killing curse enters into the body and breaks it apart from the inside out, like Voldemort's physical attributes just kind of come undone as he's reduced to ash. I think in 2011, the filmmakers might have felt that audiences needed to see a semi-immortal creep kind of wither into ash, like an Indiana Jones villain, to accept his death. But really, since we've seen Voldemort turn into a fart cloud before and then come back in a physical form, I believe now, looking back, nothing truly is as final as just a limp corpse. Like on some level now, based off of this, we might be worried where all those ashes are gonna settle and whether Filch might be inhaling bits of Voldemort dust when he's sweeping up. So in the aftermath, Neville and Luna sit together, and Neville can delight in being the one to really provide the crucial victory at the right moment. And it was finally he who tortured Voldemort to the point of insanity. Harry sees the Weasleys, Molly and Ginny just kind of has this 1,000-yard stare, which is justified for someone who just went through battle, but again, conveys none of the chemistry that should exist between Harry and Ginny. And we see George and Arthur and Percy chatting. Next, we see Cho Chang, Katie Bell, Leanne, and Padma Patil. And Harry has a warmer moment with Cho than he has with Ginny, which is criminal. I'm at the point now of saying that these movies hate the character of Ginny Weasley. In the book, the thought of Ginny's kiss was what was on Harry's mind the moment Voldemort killed him in the forest. She is his forever person. Nothing against Cho Chang. She got a raw deal in Order of the Phoenix, but for this shot here to kind of just gloss over Ginny Weasley and then focus on a sweet smile from Cho is insane. Meanwhile, Dean, Thomas, and Seamus and Aberforth share war stories. And again, I want to see more of like Dean's side chats with people while Professor Sprout and Flitwick and Slughorn sit together. Hagrid gives Harry a big ol' hug. So out on the Viaduct Bridge, Harry explains why the Elder Wand answered to him. His theory after his conversation with Ollivander at the beginning of this movie was proven true. And then, like Katie Heron and Mean Girls with the tiara, plus Rose and Titanic with Heart of the Ocean, he snaps the wand into pieces and chucks it. And notice when he breaks it, it gives off a little spark. Rowling has said that the Elder Wand's core is made of a hair from a thestral tail, and I just think that's so cool. In the book, Harry actually uses the Elder Wand to repair his original wand, and he puts the Elder Wand back with Dumbledore in his tomb, so that if Harry were to die a natural death, no one will have taken the Elder Wand from him, and the Elder Wand would no longer have its special power. He does keep the invisibility cloak, and he just leaves the Resurrection Stone wherever it fell. Harry says that the Peverells were just talented wizards who created these things, and the tale of them belonging to death was just concocted to explain their power. But Harry's goal is to really just demythologize the Deathly Hallows so that no one will ever die for them again. So here we cut 19 years later to the film's epilogue at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross. The characters are now around the ages of 36 to 37, which is the age the actors are now, making it very fun to compare the actors' appearance to the way this film thought they would age up. Rowling originally wrote this epilogue when she was still writing Philosopher's Stone, and she kept this chapter secret for years, making little changes here and there over the years. She wanted to provide some closure and end where the magic escape began for Harry. Ginny and Harry have 3 kids, James Sirius Potter, Albus Severus Potter, and Lily Luna Potter, who, like Ginny was when we first met her, not old enough yet to go to Hogwarts. In the background is Bill and Fleur's eldest daughter, Victoire Weasley. In the book, Teddy Lupin is also there, snogging her. I guess there is a deleted take where Teddy might have appeared behind Draco, played by Luke Newberry, but I don't know if this is confirmed. Draco is there with his wife, Astoria, with their kid, Scorpius. Astoria is played by Jade Gordon, Felton's real-life girlfriend at the time. In the book, he sees Harry and the others and gives them like a respectful little nod. Ron and Hermione's kids are Rose Granger Weasley and Hugo Granger Weasley, Weasley. In the book, it's also revealed that Neville Longbottom is now the Hogwarts herbology professor. Now, the Cursed Child play follows Albus and Rose and Scorpius starting on the train from this scene. The play establishes that Harry is head of magical law enforcement for the Ministry, Hermione is Minister of Magic, and Ron is co-managing Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes with George. Ginny played professional Quidditch for the Holyhead Harpies and is now the sports correspondent for the Daily Prophet. So they had to reshoot this final scene because the old age makeup looked rough the first go around. Like, you could look at pictures and they gave liver spots to adults in their mid-30s. What? This finished version that we see is a combination of visual and makeup effects where Harry just has a big old forehead vein, Ginny's got a pretty bad wig, and Ron's just fat. Young Albus is worried that he will be sorted into Slytherin, but Harry tells him one of the best headmasters came from Slytherin and that the sorting hat takes one's choice into account. Albus joins James and Rose in a compartment as a chocolate frog jumps on the window, bringing us full circle. And one detail I do like about the scene, Harry's scar has mostly faded. As a nod to the final line of the book, the scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. So we might now be projecting like 19 years into the future for the 7th season of this upcoming HBO Harry Potter series, but let us now end with one final room of requirements section to discuss what this final season of the series is required to include. And I think one thing we've proven with this rewatch series is that while these David Heyman produced films from 2001 to 2011 were quite good, they are far from perfect, and it's really Rowling's books, not the films, that are the most beloved part of the IP that HBO can certainly improve upon. So here we're going to talk about changes to both Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Part 2. Because Requirement 1, the final season will benefit from having multiple episodes because Deathly Hallows did not need to be 2 films. They could have done it in a Return to the King style 3-hour epic, but Warner Brothers clearly got greedy. So there are lots of lore details in Deathly Hallows to cover, and 8 to 10 hour-long episodes will be perfect to dive into all of that lore. Requirement 2, further explore Dumbledore's history with Grindelwald and Aberforth and Ariana. The Deathly Hallows book is all about Dumbledore, and both of these movies don't really answer enough questions about him. And I'm not talking about what the Fantastic Beasts movies explored about Dumbledore's further adult years when he was played by Jude Law. I want to know about him as a teenager a lot more. Requirement 3, the Deathly Hallows backstory animation is incredible. And this might be a note really for the 6th season, but the Horcruxes need a similar visual guide for the viewer. These movies gloss over what each Horcrux is. The episodes of the final season need to be proper investigations and treasure hunts for each remaining Horcrux and Hallow. Requirement 4, let's lose the jealous lover Ron subplot from Part 1, and let's let Ginny Weasley be Harry's true star-crossed lover. Requirement 5, we gotta get that Dean Thomas, Ted Tonks, Dirk Cresswell subplot. I love those guys. And we also gotta get in there Potter Watch with Lee Jordan. And finally, Requirement 6, lose the epilogue. I'm